Hashtag C1270 All sects gathered. As Chu Yan returned to the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, the entire continent outside was like a frying pan. In less than 10 days, 3 of the 8 ancient sects at the overlord level of Haotian continent were damaged, and the Black Blood Temple rose strongly. Such a shocking news, like a gust of wind, swept the entire Haotian continent in an instant. For a time, the major sects and powerhouses, everyone is in danger, and they are silent. Even if they are fools, they can see it. At the same time, about Chu Yan single-handedly blasting the Emperor's sect's great array, and using powerful martial skills, the Soul sect's heavenly Soul City was turned into ruins. Even if the Black Blood Temple dispatched a quasi-imperial powerhouse, it would not be able to hurt him in the slightest. Under such shocking news, the entire continent was completely boiling. The moment Chu Yan stepped into the training room, in Jiuxiao Palace, thousands of miles of messages, silently, rushed out of Jiuxiao Palace, disappeared into the vast void, and shot out in all directions of the continent. In less than 100 breaths, many people received the message from Jiuxiao Palace. 1 month later, destroy the Black Blood Temple and unify the Haotian continent. When you receive the news, come to Jiuxiao Palace to prepare for the battle. Tianzong Donghuang Tiani, Jianzong Sword Master, Tian Mountain Range Lei Wuhuang, Yaozong Gongyun Tian, and other mainland giants, belonging to Chu Yan's side received the news from the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong at the first time. In the Tianzong Hall, tens of thousands of elders gathered. Go on, use all the flying spirit treasures of the sect, and all the disciples of the sect are ready to move to the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Donghuang Tiani, with a solemn expression, announced loudly. Move to Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Sect Master, this. A core elder heard the words, but his face changed, his brows were wrinkled, and he came out more and said. Will the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly sect take the opportunity to be detrimental to my heavenly sect? After all, their strength now far exceeds my heavenly sect. Fart. Hearing this, Donghuang Tiani roared angrily, his eyes were like thunder, swept across the audience, his whole body was surging, and he said in a deep voice. Chu Yan fought against the great old man of the Black Blood Temple. After destroying the Emperor's sect and inflicting heavy damage on the Soul sect, you thought that the Black Blood Temple would give up and let it go. If I didn't expect it, within 5 days, the Black Blood Temple would definitely counterattack. With the power of my heavenly sect, why should I resist the enemy? This. Hearing what Donghuang Tiani said, all the elders in the audience suddenly turned pale and speechless. They can naturally think of what the Eastern Emperor sect master said, but they have doubts about the entire sect moving to the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Humph. You have to remember that Chu Yan is my nephew. Don't say that he has no idea of annexing Tianzong. Even if he does, I have no objection. As Tianzong elders, don't you know that Tianzong exists 10 times? 10,000 years, the ultimate meaning and mission? Now, what Chu Yan does is for this. Having said this, Dong Wangshan stopped and looked at the audience. Seeing that all the elders had nothing to say, he continued to shout. No need to say more, this matter has been decided. Prepare now, 3 hours later, the whole sect will set off. Yes. Follow the sect master's order. Yes. Follow the sect master's order. Yes. Follow the sect master's order. The 10,000 elders in the hall all bowed to answer the order, and then they all retreated. Soon, the entire Tianzong, like a sleeping ancient beast, quickly woke up, and the whole sect moved up and down. On the other side, within the 100 Peaks of Sword sect. Sword Master. You really decide. In the underground stone hall, nearly 300 warriors, wearing blank robes, and carrying spirit swords gathered around the Sword Master. These more than 300 white-robed warriors are all swordsmen who have been recalled to the Sword sect recently, and none of them are omitted, including their direct disciples, who also returned to the sect together. Hearing that the Sword Master said that the whole sect would be dispatched to go to the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, all the swordsmen immediately released an incomparably sharp aura, as if countless divine soldiers were unsheathed at the same time. Not bad. The catastrophe is about to appear in the world, and my sword sect should also do my best for the common people in the mainland to prove the heart of the sword. The Sword Master nodded slightly and replied lightly. Hold my Jade Talisman sword order and inform Lingzong that the whole sect will join my sword sect and immediately set off to go to the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. As soon as the words landed, in the entire stone hall, all the swordsmen in white robes responded to the sword in unison. Yes. Sword Master. After the 300 white-robed swordsmen left the stone hall and flew to the 100 spirit peaks, immediately, countless powerful auras rose into the sky. Endless mountains, stretching for hundreds of millions of miles. The northern region of the Haotian continent, close to the direction of the extreme north state, the endless mountain range is the holy land of all the demon races in the Haotian continent, the Swallowing Mountain Range. At this moment, among the mountains, the endless roars of beasts raised the sky. One after another terrifying figures rose into the sky from the vast forest. Some of these figures were as high as thousands of meters, and some were as young as bees. In less than 100 breaths, the sky of the Tian mountain range seemed to gather dark clouds, covering the entire sky, cover up as much as possible. Above the 10,000 feet in the sky, 2 tall figures rose into the sky, and a powerful demonic energy shot up to the sky and swept the sky. Nearly 1 million monsters, all lined up in a row, quietly crouched in front of the 2 of them, as if they were meeting the Emperor. These 2 are the Lord of the Tian mountain range, Emperor Lei Wu, and Tianzhua Wu Zun. Go. Target Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. A thunderous roar rolled out, causing all beasts to roar. 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 Hoo hoo hoo. The sea of clouds filled the sky, rushed over by the roar, and suddenly rolled like a tidal wave, pulling up thousands of Zhang cloud waves. The endless army of monsters formed a black ocean, surging away in one direction at the same time. Ha ha ha, second brother, it's finally time to do it. When Emperor Lei Wu saw the army of 10,000 beasts in action, he couldn't help his body full of demonic energy, and laughed wildly. Not bad. Chu Yan didn't disappoint us. He actually destroyed the Emperor's sect and severely damaged the Soul sect. Hee hee. Tianzhua Wuzhuan's eyes flickered, containing infinite wisdom and brilliance. His eyes swept across the army of monsters rushing past like sea water, and he said in a deep voice. We swallow the mountain range, and the account with the Black Blood Temple will be settled at that time. Good. Let's go. When Lei Wuhuang heard the words, he nodded heavily, and then, his body flashed, turned into a streamer, and flew towards the front of the army, flying away. 3 days later, in the sky above the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, a large number of strong people continued to gather like dark clouds. Fortunately, the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect was well prepared, and a group of high-level officials were dispatched together to connect all the powerhouses to the Jiuxiao Palace. For a time, nearly 10 million mainland powerhouses gathered in the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, making this ancient continent's overlord sect that had been silent for 100,000 years, as if it had returned to its peak. The entire Jiuxiao Palace was extremely lively and crowded. Like the sea. Several big sect masters gathered together to discuss the mainland form and follow-up plans. They were all very excited. There is still at least 1 month before Chu Yan leaves the customs. After several discussions, they decided that they could send some strong people to destroy the branch of the Black Blood Temple, so as to reduce the strength of the opponent. Following a batch of strong men, under the organization of several big men, they rushed out of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect and rushed towards all parts of the continent. For a time, a tense atmosphere of impending war surged across the entire Haotian continent. #C1271, the real invincible squad. just when the mainland is surging and the sky is changing. Chu Yan was in the cultivation hall and knew nothing about the outside world. He just practiced wholeheartedly. Taking advantage of the body of consciousness, Chu Yan continuously transported batches of soul crystals from the void channel and accumulated them in the spirit gathering array around him. The whole body was covered with a large black cloud, completely wrapping his body. The Rakshasa promised divine art is running to the extreme. The Rakshasa phantom behind him is just like him, with eyes closed, sitting cross-legged, and a large black airflow is constantly gushing out from its 7 thieves, and at the same time, it absorbs like a river. The turbulent, incomparably pure soul crystal mysterious power merged into the body of the Rakshasa ghost and Chu Yan. In the sea of Qi, 16 inner cores, running wildly, were squeezed to the limit by the majestic spiritual power, and they were completely flat. At the same time, in the hundreds of meridians in Chu Yan's body, the surging pure spiritual power, like a galloping river, keeps rushing past, integrating the violent spiritual power into every cell in the body. 10 days have passed, and with the help of nearly 10,000 soul crystals, Chu Yan has finally broken through to the early stage of the lower martial sovereign realm. At this time, all the soul crystals in the 9-star mine were almost exhausted, and there were less than 300 remaining. At this time, Chu Yan clenched his teeth tightly, sweating profusely all over his body, the blue veins on his forehead bulging, and he kept squirming. Although he used a large number of soul crystals to break through the martial emperor realm in one fell swoop, at this time, his cultivation base was unstable, but he forcibly ran the Taiju, and wanted to convert the 16 inner cores into 32. Such an act, although the Sea of Qi is bursting, the meridians are broken, and the body is completely destroyed, but Chu Yan knows that now, there is no time. Next time I will find so many soul crystals there. Without the support of huge spiritual power, it is difficult to split the inner core into 32 pieces. However, at this time, Chu Yan's body has almost reached the limit of its endurance. The whole body is like a balloon full of gas, completely inflated, and the powerful mysterious spiritual power fills his body, rushing everywhere, at any time. Will explode. What? Chu Yan, who was suffering from endless pain, suddenly raised his head and roared, his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes were so red that blood dripped. Qinglong martial spirit, come out. Ong. The resounding sound of dragon rumbling. The entire training hall shook, and even the east side of Jiuxiao Palace, all buildings within a radius of 100 miles, trembled suddenly in the roar of the sky. A large piece of cyan brilliance rushed out, and in an instant, it turned the entire cultivation hall into a turquoise ocean. The endless dragon might, like the Taotao River, rushes endlessly, turning into endless blue waves, surging wildly towards Chu Yan's body. Wood Spirit, Azure Dragon Martial Spirit, in this world. At this time, the Azure Dragon Martial Spirit has swallowed a large amount of soul crystal profound energy, and the star rank has been raised to the 7-star Martial Spirit. The body of the dragon soul is nearly 10,000 zhang in size. Even in the training hall as high as 10,000 zhang, the entire body is also it can only hover, and cannot be used at all. However, after the mighty long might poured into Chu Yan's body, Chu Yan's balloon-like body began to quickly subside. Heaven and earth, the purest life spirit, like galloping sea water, poured into every trace of flesh and blood in Chu Yan's body. Hum. 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 With the suppression of the Qinglong martial spirit, Chu Yan's body was once again out of danger. In the Sea of Qi, 16 inner pills trembled fiercely. The next moment, 32 twisted and rolling golden inner cores suddenly appeared in the Sea of Chu Yan Qi. Boom, rumble. 32 terrifying auras suddenly rushed out from Chu Yan's body, bringing with them a terrifying air current like a gust of wind and waves, sweeping across the entire cultivation hall, slamming heavily on the defensive spiritual formation of the cultivation hall, sending out continuous waves of loud noise. If the ancient spiritual formation is not arranged in this training hall, I am afraid it is impossible to stop such a terrifying shock wave. Swish. Immediately afterwards, in the center of the training hall, the figure that had been sitting cross-legged for more than 20 days, suddenly opened his eyes in vain, and the sharp eyes, like two sharp arrows, shot out. Heavenly Valley, Rakshasa, Seoul Tianzong, in front of Taniguchi. Boom. 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 One after another powerful attack, like a meteor falling from the sky, slammed heavily on the Zomen formation in Taniguchi, erupting hundreds of blasts, blasting the weather fog, dispersing the entire sky. At this time, in front of the divine valley of the vault of heaven, regardless of the sky and the ground, countless black shadows covered the entire divine valley of the vault of heaven, thousands of miles in diameter, and the surrounding water was impenetrable, like an iron barrel. The Black Blood Temple, Soul Sect, Wanhualu, Huangzong Yujie, and all other large and small sects who have taken refuge in the Black Blood Temple. There are nearly 100 sect forces, and a full 150 million disciples have been dispatched. Seoul Tianzong, surrounded by groups. However, the army of hundreds of millions of warriors has surrounded the Rakshasa Seoul Tianzong for a full 5 days, but they are helpless about the sect formation of the Rakshasa Seoul Tianzong. Originally, according to the thoughts of Xie La Jiao and Jiuxiao, hundreds of millions of warriors, even if it is one person, one move, such a terrifying accumulation, even the pile can blast this sect great formation, but what they did not expect is that the sect formation of Rakshasa Seoul Tianzong is extremely powerful. Any martial artist who dares to attack the Zomen Great Array will inevitably receive double the rebound damage. Therefore, the first batch of 1 million second-rate sect warriors sent by Jiuxiao, with just one move, was smashed into a rain of blood by the ancient formation of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. In just one round of attacks, millions of warriors died. Seeing the rain of blood flying all over the sky, and even the sky was dyed a bloody color, Xie La Jiao and Jiuxiao suddenly burst their eyes, and they were stupid on the spot. The dog, Hong Qiyu of Japan, actually said that their emperor sect formation was the first invincible formation in the Haotian continent. Shit. Look at other people's Rakshasa, Seoul Tianzong. Nima is 100 times stronger than you, 1,000 times. Big blood, it's still not good. Hundreds of Wuzuan realm powerhouses have lost more than a dozen at once. This ancient formation is too powerful. Jiuxiao stepped back from the front of the Rakshasa Seoul Tianzong's great formation, and immediately returned to the old man's side. His face was ashen, and he said, "What? Humph." Hearing this, Xie was so angry that his brows twitched and the corners of his eyes twitched. For 5 days in a row, he thought of various methods, whether it was a sea of tactics, or a concentrated attack by the Wuzuanjing powerhouse, but the ancient great formation of the Rakshasa Seoul Tianzong did not even tremble at all. "Ha ha ha, old monster, look here. Look here." In front of Juyugang Square, Situ Yang held a pile of Yuanjing, like dumping garbage. He slammed and dumped them all into the core altar of the big array. In an instant, all the primordial crystals on the altar quickly melted, turned into a majestic spiritual mist, rose up, and continuously integrated into the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, the sect formation above. Sitting cross-legged near the core altar of the great array, 10 martial emperors and tens of thousands of martial venerable powerhouses also looked up at the sky. Pour it into the mouth, and pour the endless supply of true Qi Gang Yuan into the core of the altar. In this way, with the support of massive primordial crystals and countless powerhouses, the ancient spirit formation of Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect is as stable as a rock. #C1272 Suicide Attack. 10 days ago, the Black Blood Temple gathered the power of all the sects, and it was like a dark cloud in the sky, flocking to the Rakshasa Seoul Tianzong. The endless sea of people covered the sky and the sun, and even the sky was completely blocked. The clear sky instantly turned pitch black, and all the light was blocked from the crowd. In the face of such a terrifying number of troops, in the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, the leaders of the various sects and nearly 100 million warriors all had low faces and solemn expressions. On the one hand, I was fortunate to hear Chu Yan's words, and all came to the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect to gather. Otherwise, with the power of the Black Blood Temple, any single sect would only be submerged. However, on the other hand, with such a terrifying number of enemies, it would be troublesome to break through the formation and rush in. You must know that the other party has a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse, and on their side, Chu Yan is still in retreat, and in a short period of time, he can't come out to fight. Therefore, facing the Black Blood Temple, all of them came out, Dong Huang Tianyi, Lei Huang, including the Sword Master, all had solemn expressions. Among them, only the Sword Master is the strongest, reaching the middle stage of the upper martial emperor realm, holding a spirit sword, and his combat power is comparable to that of the upper martial emperor realm peak powerhouse. And finally stick to 10 strokes. However, when they discovered that the Chaohai army of the Black Blood Temple was facing the ancient formation of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, after each round of attacks, the attacking warriors, like dumplings, were all bombarded by rebound attacks. Scum suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. No wonder Chu Yan asked them to come to the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. With this ancient formation, there is no fear at all. Above the sky, a livid-faced old man with blood saw Situ Yang's provocative behavior in the formation. His whole body trembled with anger. He couldn't be ruthless, and now he rushed in and slaughtered the corpses of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong everywhere. To relieve the hatred. How dare you provoke the might of the corpse emperor and seek death? Gu Jingzhou, order the elders of the second-rate sects to rush to the front of the big formation for me and explode. The bloody old man's eyes flashed with blood, and he gritted his teeth and shouted. What? Self-destruction. This, yes. I'll arrange it right away. Hearing this, Gu Jingzhou was startled at first, then his eyes lit up, and he turned away with a happy expression. Yup. If it is a self-explosive attack, it is not only powerful, but also the rebound damage is useless, because everyone dies by self-destruction, and the rebound damage naturally has nowhere to display. All attack power. Swish. 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 It didn't take long for nearly 100 figures, with a strong sense of death, and a look of determination, their whole bodies' true Qi Gang Yuan madly surged towards the ancient Great Formation. These hundreds of figures, the inner core in the sea of Qi, are all operating at the limit, and the power that erupts is unbearable even for their fleshly bodies. However, these people not only did not have the slightest intention to retreat, on the contrary, with the burst of infuriating energy, the speed became faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed to within 100 paces of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong formation. Because they didn't directly attack the big formation naturally wouldn't take the initiative to attack them, which made them so close to the big formation for the first time. Boom. 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 Boom boom boom. Nearly 100 explosions exploded at the same time, and the violent energy slammed into the ancient spirit formation. Under the huge force, the surface of the spiritual formation was blown up, and suddenly the rays of light came out. However, with the disappearance of these hundreds of bodies, those rays of light just flashed and then dissipated. Hum. 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 Under everyone's gaze, the ancient Great Formation trembled suddenly, and even in the Nine Nether Palace, one could feel a sense of earth shaking. Not good. They actually used Wu Zuanjing powerhouses to self-destruct to attack the big formation. Situ Yang, who was still smiling, suddenly changed his face, exclaimed, and hurriedly flipped through his hands, took out a large amount of Yuan Jing, and poured it into the core of the altar as if he didn't want money. The big array can't rebound the attack, this is trouble. Shin Dang's face sank, looking at the sky, his eyes were full of worry. Situ Yang, hurry up. Bless the spirit formation. Don't worry. No problem, I can stand it. Situ Yang replied while throwing Yuan Jing wildly. Boom. 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 At this moment, above the sky, the second round of the attack of the Black Blood Temple broke out again. However, this time, they used tens of thousands of heaven-penetrating realm powerhouses to explode the weather group, and countless flesh and blood flew in all directions. After all, there are only a few powerful warriors in the martial venerable realm. The Black Blood Temple might have an army of more than 100 million warriors, but there are only 100,000 warriors in the martial venerable realm. However, the number of powerhouses in the sky-reaching realm is too large, and it is most suitable for this kind of self-destruction attack. Hum. 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 The ancient great formation of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, when tens of thousands of qi exploded, trembled gently again. Although it was not as violent as the last time, this tremor clearly told everyone that the Black Blood Temple's attack method this time was correct. Ha ha ha. No matter how strong his formation is, there will be times when he will collapse. Send the order down, don't stop attacking, and then mobilize more heaven-reaching realm warriors to blow me up. Xuanhuan laughed wildly and waved his big hands. Suddenly, behind him, thousands of people, their whole body infuriating qi rose wildly, and all of them were faceless, and they rushed towards the great formation in the distance, like a beast. These people are not really afraid of death, but Gu Jingzhou, with thousands of elders of the Black Blood Temple, used a secret method to control their consciousness, making them like puppets, turning into madmen. For a time, in the sky above the sky, with countless figures, passing through the sky, groups of shocking weather exploded, constantly blasting. Under the impact of the violent force, the great formation of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong could not stop at all, and it continued to be in it. In the Jiuxiao Palace, the leaders of various sects saw this scene, and their faces sank, and an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. The Black Blood Temple did not care about human life at all and used such a vicious attack method. This was something they did not expect before. However, they had to admit that if the Black Blood Temple continued to attack like this, it would only be a matter of time before the sect of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect collapsed. When the great formation of the sect collapsed, it was when the war broke out. However, there was absolutely no certainty in this battle. Whether it is the number of warriors or the strength of warriors, the Black Blood Temple has an absolute advantage. Now, the sect's great formation can last a day, and everyone is preparing for the final battle. It's just that all the big guys, from time to time, cast their eyes into the depths of the Jiuxiao Palace, the extremely quiet training hall. Xiaoyan, don't let us down. Otherwise. Dong Huangtianyi, his face full of expression, stared at the silent training hall, and muttered to himself. #C1273 Who dominates? The news of the Black Blood Temple's general attack on the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, with the start of the war, spread throughout the entire Haotian continent a few days later. Just in the Black Blood Temple, the humanoid bombs were constantly driven towards the large formation of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, bombarding and smashing, while Chu Yan stayed in the Jiuxiao Palace Cultivation Hall. When he broke through with all his heart, the entire Ha in the Tian continent, countless warriors, from all corners of the continent, continued to rush towards the Valley of the Vault of God. The battle between the Black Blood Temple and the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect brought together all the powerful sects in the continent. It can be said to be a battle at the top of the world. It will directly decide who will be the real ruler of the future Haotian continent. Now, whether it is the Black Blood Temple or the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect in the future, if they want to become the sole overlord of the Haotian continent, it is all the result of this battle. Because of this reason, all the sects and warriors in Haotian continent were moved by the wind, and even some hidden sects and loose cultivators rushed to the Heavenly Valley at full speed as soon as they received the news. For a time, the vast continent, 10,000 sects moved together, as if the whole world was waiting for the only ruler of this world. In such an important battle, no one wants to miss the opportunity. Moreover, some sects and powerful warriors even made plans. As soon as the result of this battle came out, they would immediately turn to the winner. However, 3 days after a large number of warriors set off towards the Valley of the Vault of God, the news that the quasi-emperor rank powerhouse of the Black Blood Temple, the Corpse Emperor, the Old Blood, and the army will break through the Rakshasa Seoul Tianzong Mountain Gate also spread wildly. Quasi-imperial powerhouse. About to break the Rakshasa Seoul Tianzong Mountain Gate. That being said, Rakshasa Soul Heaven Sect and Chu Yan are going to be finished. What is Emperor Wu? In the entire Haotian continent, a legend cannot be produced for tens of thousands of years. The whole world symbolizes the existence of invincibility. According to rumors, the Chu Yan of the Rakshasa Seoul Tianzong was only at the median Wuzuan realm when he was assessed in the Tianbang last time. The median Wuzun level cultivation base, dealing with the quasi-martial emperor level powerhouse, this is like an ant against a giant elephant. How is this possible? Therefore, when the amazing news spreads continuously, in the entire Haotian continent, all the sect forces, and the warriors, no one is optimistic about Chu Yan and the Rakshasa Soul Heaven Sect. They have already thought about it, and when they reach the Heavenly Valley, no matter whether the Black Blood Temple has destroyed the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect or not, it may be of great benefit to take refuge directly and seize the opportunity. Even in the Nine Nether Palace, some ordinary disciples of the major sects began to waver, thinking that this battle would be defeated. Anyway, in the whole world, except for a very small number of people, there is no one at all optimistic about Chu Yan. And as the forces and spirits of all parties in the mainland continue to rush to the Sky Valley, the attack on the Black Blood Temple has already reached its 17th day. For a full 12 days, the explosions continued, and they did not stop for a moment. A full 300,000 heaven-penetrating powerhouses were killed, and they used self-destruction attacks to frantically bombard the sect formation of Rakshasa Soul Heaven Sect. At the entrance of the Valley of the Sky, on the plain in front of the mountain gate, various stumps, broken arms, broken flesh and blood, piled up, with a height of several tens of feet. Faced with this scene, whether it is the Shozong side or the attacking Black Blood Temple side, hundreds of millions of warriors are all unmoved. Different from everyone, above the sky, headed by the Old Blood. All the warriors who have practiced the secret technique of the Black Blood Temple are in the midst of this rich bloody aura, but they are extremely excited, and all of them have red light flashing in their eyes. Crush for me! Crush for me! Blast! Fry me quickly! Gu Jingzhou, who was like a madman, kept roaring, and drove a large number of second-rate sects heaven-reaching disciples and elders towards the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect Great Array, launching a decisive charge. These warriors, whose souls were controlled by secret skills, all had red eyes, blue veins bursting out, and their bodies exuded rich blood energy. They let out a low roar from their throats, urging their movements, and drawing out a shocking stream of light, towards the rush in a big line. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom! In the sound of violent explosions, the large formation trembled like a willow leaf in the wind, and the entire Jiuxiao Palace shook the ground. In front of the Jiugang Square, all the big bosses, and elders, and powerhouses gathered, their faces gradually turned iron blue. Compared to a few days ago, the entire ancient spirit formation was shaking more and more violently. Especially 3 days ago, the great blood old man of the Black Blood Temple, the Corpse Emperor, actually shot himself, clearly showing the great formation, blasting out a huge blood-colored skeleton fist mark, smashing the great formation directly into a big hole, which is full of the area with a radius of 10,000 zhang is sunken to a depth of nearly 100 zhang. Situ Yang invested 100,000 yuan crystals, and the big formation slowly recovered. However, from then on, when the Great Array faced wave after wave of self-destruction attacks, it would tremble extremely violently. Everyone knows that this ancient spirit formation may not last long. Above the sky, the old corpse emperor with big blood, sitting cross-legged, constantly absorbing the rich blood energy between heaven and earth, fell into the practice of breathing regulation. And God Dingdanfang, constantly driving away a large number of warriors, continued to bomb the mountain gate array. And Xie La Jiao has been practicing for 3 days, and the blood-red death energy on his body is getting more and more majestic. Everyone knows that when Xie La Jiao's breath adjustment is over, it will be the time when the Black Blood Temple will launch a general attack. So, this time should not be too long. Boom. Boom. Z. Z. Suddenly, just as everyone was staring at the sky with a sullen expression, several explosions blasted away, and in the large formation, several fragments of the spiritual formation seemed to be blasted out of a thick spiritual formation, and several spiritual lights came from shooting out of the spirit formation, sizzling, and merging into the void. Not good. The inner layer of the spirit formation can't bear it anymore, and damage begins to appear. At this time, Xie Yang, who was at the core of the square, suddenly exclaimed with sweat on his face. What? The inner layer of the spiritual formation is damaged. How long can it last? Elder Qingyun's expression changed, and he shouted anxiously. It's mainly the old monster. If he doesn't make a move, an attack of this level, as long as we have enough primordial crystals, we'll be fine even if we can support it for another month. However, if the old monster strikes again, maybe, 3 heaven is coming. Xie Yang's face was extremely dignified, and his hands kept printing and shooting out. At the same time, a large number of primordial crystals poured into the altar, desperately repairing the damaged inner spiritual formation. Old monster. As soon as Dong Huangtian heard the words, his eyes flickered, he slowly turned around, his eyes swept over all the big men, his brows were slightly wrinkled, his voice was low, and he said, Everyone, get ready. No matter what. We must support until Chu Yan leaves. Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads and their eyes lit up. In any case, this battle is inevitable, so let's fight with all our strength. Just when a few people were about to turn around and leave the square, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Above the sky, next to the old corpse emperor who had been sitting cross-legged, a huge void in the void suddenly split open, and large black air waves, like turbulent black sea water, continuously sprayed out. In the blink of an eye, half of the sky was completely obscured by this terrifying black cloud. The next moment, in the stunned and amazed eyes of everyone, a red-robed figure slowly stepped out from the crack in the void. If you have a ticket, please vote for me, whether it is a monthly ticket or a recommendation ticket. All thanks. #C1274, Xuanhuan. Just when the Black Blood Temple was about to attack the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, the sudden appearance of a terrifying powerhouse made everyone look stunned. However, when everyone saw clearly who was coming, all the sect bosses and disciples in front of Jiuxiao Palace instantly turned ashen and solemn. Mo Tianqing. Black Blood Temple, the master of the temple, Mo Tianqing. Above the sky, a golden-edged red robe, with a blushing face and a faint smile, endless blood waves rolling in his eyes, like an infinitely deep sea of blood. The tall figure stands majestically, and his eyes sweep across. Wherever his eyes pass, the rich blood energy in the air is scattered in all directions. Within a radius of 10,000 steps, the blood mist is like smoke, constantly rising. It was only a few steps, but he stepped out of the void crack and stood in front of everyone. His whole body was like a rainbow, with the sound of the void muffled thunder that disappeared from the void crack. Mo Tianqing's appearance moved everyone. No one thought that Mo Tianqing would appear at this time. Could it be that he really has breakthrough to the quasi-emperor level? On the square in front of Jiuxiao Palace, Dong Huangtian, Lei Wuhuang, Shen Dang, Gong Yuntian, Qin Yun, Chu Jiang, Zhantian, and all the bosses and powerhouses of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong turned pale. The brows are deeply wrinkled, and the pupils are constantly shrinking. Quasi-Emperor. If Mo Tianqing really went out of seclusion, then his cultivation level might have really broken through to the Quasi-Emperor rank. In this way, in this battle, on the side of the Black Blood Temple, there will be 2 Quasi-Emperor rank powerhouses. Their strength is so strong that they are well-deserved absolute overlords in the entire Haotian continent. No sect could be their opponent. Could it be that this is the real trump card of the Black Blood Temple's unified continent? See the Holy Master, congratulations to the Palace Master for breaking through the Emperor rank. See the Holy Master, congratulations to the Palace Master for breaking through the Emperor rank. See the Holy Master, congratulations to the Palace Master for breaking through the Emperor rank. The next moment, above the sky, all the more than 100 million warriors on the side of the Black Blood Temple, under the leadership of the Great Blood Old Corpse Emperor, all met with joy. The Lord is finally out. In this case, Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is dead. Moreover, not to mention the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, the entire Haotian continent, from now on, will no longer be invincible, and the Black Blood Temple will eventually sweep the sky and become the supreme overlord. Humph. A bunch of trash. Mo Tianqing glanced at the hundreds of millions of warriors who were kneeling on the ground, but his face turned cold and he snorted. From his point of view, the Black Blood Temple had used all the power of the entire sect. Nearly 150 million disciples had attacked a sect, but they had not broken it for 20 days. Such results made him extremely dissatisfied. Moreover, he just broke through and broke out, but the first thing he saw when he came out was that someone dared to block the holy power of the Black Blood Temple, which made him not angry. Damn it! Hearing this, the bloody old corpse emperor trembled with fright, while the same quasi-emperor rank powerhouse was trembling all over, kneeling on the ground, not even daring to lift his head. Xie La Jiao, I will resurrect you, but it will make you embarrassed here. I will give you 3 hours. If you can't break through this formation, I will extract your soul, this emperor-level corpse puppet, let other people replace it. In the words of Mo Tianqing. This made Xie La Jiao's whole body shake violently, and the ghost fire in his eyes was so frightened that it swayed violently and almost went out. Yes. This subordinate will not let the Holy Master down again. Xie La Jiao hurriedly answered the order, not daring to show any disobedience, and immediately retreated respectfully, and in a flash, he came to Gu Jingzhou. In a pair of empty eyes, the red light skyrocketed, and he said directly, Gu Jingzhou, let me increase the number of people who will self-destruct tenfold. After an hour, I will do my best. This time, this great formation must be broken. Yes, I'll go right away. Gu Jingzhou replied. As Gu Jingzhou turned and rushed towards the crowd, Xie's eyes, full of red blood, swept towards the large formation not far away, and through the formation, he looked directly at the crowd of people in the Jiuxiao Palace Square on the Jiuxiao Palace Square. 3 hours, that is, half a day. If it was a few days ago, the old man of blood might not have been sure, but after more than 10 days of continuous bombardment, he has already seen that the great formation of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong will not last long. Humph. When the formation is broken, it is the time when all of your sects become flesh and blood. Xie La Jiao's whole body was full of dead energy, and his killing intent was surging like a tidal wave. Give it to me. The roar shook the sky, and the big bloody hand waved, and a large number of people behind him rushed out towards the big formation. This time, Gu Jingzhou has mobilized 100,000 heaven-reaching realm powerhouses, 10 times the usual number. 100,000 heaven-penetrating powerhouses are enough to cause the great formation of the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect to tremble violently. At that time, if he makes a move with all his strength, it is very likely that this great formation will collapse completely. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The large figures, at full speed, rushed to the sky in the blink of an eye. Bursts of explosions of various true qi gang yuan, accompanied by large pieces of stumps, exploded with a bang. Boom 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 boom. Air masses rose into the sky, nearly 100,000 people blew themselves up at the same time, and the powerful forces merged together, causing an incomparably terrifying impact on the big formation. In an instant, the great formation trembled violently, and even the warriors gathered in the square of Jiuxiao Palace clearly felt that all the buildings were constantly shaking, as if the mountains were shaking. Break it for me. Seeing that the big formation was continuously shaken by the explosion, the old blood suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, his whole body of death energy gathered in front of him, and merged into a huge skeleton fist mark. Boom! The huge fist mark, with monstrous power, like a black bone dragon, with an unparalleled powerful momentum, slammed into the spiritual formation. Immediately, the front of the big formation was in contact with the terrifying fist, and the whole big formation seemed to be unable to withstand this force, and it was completely dented in it. Hurry up! Bless the big formation! Hurry up! In the entire Jiuxiao Square, when everyone saw this scene, all of them turned pale in shock, but Xie Yang, who was at the core altar of the Great Array, had red eyes and shouted loudly, letting all the guards guarding the Great Array. Martial artist, infusing true qi crazily, and at the same time constantly pouring yuan jing. I hope the big array can block this move. Sure enough, under the leadership of Xie Yang, all the warriors guarding the formation desperately poured their infuriating energy into the altar regardless of the cost, plus the yuan jing melted like snowdrifts, and the pure spiritual power like a river. It continued to diffuse out and merged into the spiritual array above. Bang! The spiritual formation that received the blessing finally broke out. With a loud bang, the sunken place suddenly rebounded, and the black fist like a bone dragon bounced back as much as possible, and the place where the big formation was smashed into the sunken place also instantly recovered. Normal. Boom. Free reader. Hashtag C1275 Chainmail. Seeing that his attack was bounced back, Xie La Jiao raised the corner of his mouth. His body was like electricity, he moved instantly, and flashed to the side. Call. The terrifying attack passed by and slammed into his back. A large crowd, accompanied by a shocking explosion, and a sudden blast of air, suddenly exploded in the sea of warriors that covered the sky. Vacuum zone. After this move was blessed by the Great Formation, the power was at least doubled, and it fell into the crowd of people on the side of the Black Blood Temple, killing nearly 50,000 or 60,000 warriors. Seeing this scene, the large group of warriors who were originally behind Xie La Jiao suddenly turned pale with fright, and hurriedly flashed and spread out in all directions. Boom! At this time, the old man of blood, who was not far from the Great Formation, launched another attack. This time, he unleashed his fists and blasted out two groups of black skeletons as high as 100 meters. Bone Dragon, roaring towards the big array and rushing out. Boom! Boom! Under the two thunderous sounds, the large formation trembled wildly, and a large piece of aura continued to overflow. Boom! 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 One after another huge black skeletons, like a torrential rain, continued to smash into the Great Formation, and Gu Jingzhou drove a large number of warriors, and at the same time launched a self-destructing attack. At this moment, the ancient Great Formation of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong was under attack, like a storm, like a candle in the wind, trembling constantly. In this terrifying air wave that filled the sky and exploded with all kinds of spiritual power, the originally thick formation was 100 feet thick. In less than an hour, the outer formation was completely smashed by half. Not good. I can't stand it anymore. In an hour at most, the outer layer of the Great Formation will collapse. Xie Yang was sweating profusely, and while blessing the core of the spiritual array, he turned his head and roared anxiously. If the outer layer of the Great Formation collapses, how long can the second layer of the Great Formation last? Elder Qingyan's face was dignified, and he asked anxiously. The second layer of the Great Formation is only half the strength of the outer layer. According to this type of attack, it can last up to 1 hour. Xie Yang replied. The outer layer of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong's Great Formation is the strongest, and now after the self-destruction attack of the Black Blood Temple, it has almost reached the brink of collapse after more than 10 days. At this time, de Xuelao, a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse, made a full effort, and the big formation finally couldn't support it. Everyone is ready. When the big formation collapses, it's time to kill the enemy. When the sect master of the Eastern Emperor heard the words, he suddenly shouted. His whole body was full of true energy, and the thunderous shout resounded through the entire Jiuxiao palace. Kill! 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 Hearing the shouts of the sect master of the Eastern Emperor, they gathered in the Jiuxiao palace. Nearly 100 million strong people from each sect, their eyes were red, and the fighting spirit was like a tide, and they roared in unison. This moment has finally come. When the sect's great formation collapses, it is worth killing one, even if it is damaged. For a time, in the entire Jiuxiao Square, and in front of the various halls, among the dense crowds, a wave of death-defying aura rose into the night, and gathered into a large wave of air, rolling over the sky above the God Valley. Everyone looked at the sky in unison. On the side of the Black Blood Temple, the two quasi-emperor powerhouses couldn't help but tremble, and their hearts were filled with death. In front of the two emperors, they have no chance at all. This battle is only death. At this time, in the depths of Jiuxiao Palace, inside the huge training hall, the raging fire filled the entire training hall like a sea of fire, and the endless Suzaku Emperor fire formed a large sea of fire, dispersing the entire hall. In the middle of the hall, there is a group of colorful Dan fire, like the starry sea, emitting 10,000 rays of light. Inside the Xuanhuan 9 remnant furnace, a torn robe is slowly melting. Skystar wood, Baki iron, 9-eyed dragon stone. That's it. Chu Yan sat cross-legged, his eyes were like electricity, his forehead was full of beads of sweat, blood threads appeared in his eyes, and a pair of eyes were as bright as snow, shooting out a white light. This kind of bright white as snowy eyes is a sign of excessive use of divine consciousness. In addition, Chu Yan's whole body is shaking, and his true qi gangyuan, like a flood, keeps pouring into the Xuanhuan 9 remnant furnace. Swish! 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 Pieces of the most precious treasures of heaven and earth were continuously thrown into the furnace by him. In an instant, they were melted into liquid by the fiery furnace fire, and poured into the lock robes in the furnace. As more and more materials merged with the broken Suatian robe, finally, the incomparably strong Suatian robe began to slowly melt. Noisy! A golden electric light suddenly lit up in the furnace, and in the entire cultivation hall. In the red sea of fire, a golden electric light flashed, and it was fleeting. Who? It's finally. Seeing that golden light lit up, Chu Yan's body, which was as tight as iron, finally relaxed abruptly, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan flipped his hands, and a few handprints were printed in the furnace. The originally flaming furnace quickly faded, and the high temperature that filled the entire cultivation hall began to slowly decline. And inside the Xuanhuan 9 remnant furnace, a dark golden inner armor slowly took shape. Suoshanjia finally made it. Give me. Kai. Boom. With a low voice from Chu Yan, the lid of the Xuanhuan 9 remnant furnace was instantly thrown away, and a dark golden streamer, like a dawn star, shot up from the furnace, emitting 10,000 golden rays of light, dyeing the entire cultivation hall. Became a golden ocean. Haha, Suoshanjia. The defense is 10 times more powerful than Suoshanpao. That's great. Chu Yan called with a big hand, and the dark golden inner armor in midair slowly fell from the sky, and the golden light flashed directly into Chu Yan's body. Clang! In the sound of a clear sword, a cold light suddenly flashed, the clear sky sword appeared in the sky, and the sword light shot out. The target pointed at Chu Yan's chest 100 steps away. Call out! The incomparably sharp sword light just flashed, and all the air in the hall was twisted into powder, and the bright sword light turned into a straight light, which stabbed the left side of Chu Yan's chest. Clang! The sound of Jin Ji's impact sounded, and the sword light disappeared instantly. Chu Yan's body suddenly retreated half a step, and his left foot stepped back heavily on the ground, which immediately blocked the sword, and then looked at the chest position, except for the black cloth outside pierced. There was a crack, but there was no damage inside. It's so strong. It really didn't cost me so many treasures. Looking down at his chest, Chu Yan's face was full of ecstasy. He finally repaired the heavenly chain armor, and the defense strength was also improved a lot. In this way, if you are at the quasi-emperor rank, even if you stand still, there will be no one at all. Can hurt myself. After putting on the heavenly lock armor, he has another life-saving trump card. Okay. Now it's your turn, old man. Chu Yan waved his right hand, and in midair, the clear sky sword swept across a bright silver sword track, making a long and continuous sound of sword whistling, as if it fell into Chu Yan's hands happily. Swish! With a grin, Chu Yan flipped his left hand, and suddenly, the 10 absolute swords appeared out of thin air. This last step is up to you. Go ahead. With both hands raised, the 6th order divine weapon Haoyan sword, and the 4th order spiritual soldier 10 swords, shot at the Tianwen 9 remnants at the same time. #C1276 Jiancheng. Chu Yan had collected a large amount of refining materials in the core treasure house of the Emperor sect. He had just refined the heavenly lock armor, and only used a third of it. And most of the rest, plus what Chu Yan had collected before, were actually all used to upgrade the clear sky sword. Only after Chu Yan obtained the secret technique of refining divine weapons in the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect did he realize that the materials consumed in order to raise the Haoyan divine weapons from the 6th rank to the 7th rank are almost astronomical figures. 1,000 pieces are needed for soul crystals alone, and there are countless other treasures from heaven and earth. Therefore, Chu Yan's cultivation level has been continuously improved, but the Haoyan divine weapon has not been able to upgrade, because the materials in his hands are not enough. Well now, after destroying the Emperor sect last time under the guidance of Sect Master Shen of the Earth sect, I found the core treasure house of the Emperor sect, and at once, basically filled up all the refining materials that Chu Yan lacked. After all, the number and preciousness of the continental treasures that the Emperor sect has collected over the past tens of thousands of years, no matter who sees it, will be amazed. In the Tianwen 9 remnant furnace, the clear sky sword was scorched and trembling by the intense fire, and the sharp sword energy in the sword body continued to surge in the furnace, and was quickly quenched by the fire into silvery strands. Streamer, hovering in the furnace. In less than 100 breaths, the 10 absolute swords had completely melted and turned into a pool of purple molten iron, which floated in the furnace, and the fire was roaring, wrapping the mass of molten iron, and constantly quenching all kinds of strangeness from it. The materials are burnt and refined separately. As a result, in the entire Tianwen 9 remnant furnace, tens of thousands of small hot fireballs ignited at the same time, as if the sky was full of stars, emitting a dazzling light. With the passage of time, whether it is the treasures of heaven and earth that Chu Yan continued to put into the furnace, or the materials decomposed from the 10 swords, as long as the tempering is completed, they will be quickly integrated into the fiery red clear sky sword. A splash of light. The 7th order magic weapon requires 9,800 kinds of materials, and 10 kinds of sword spirits with different attributes. Fortunately, I have a map of mountains, rivers, and beasts. Chu Yan grinned, and immediately waved his big hand. The rays of light flashed in his hand, and a picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts appeared, and 10 sharp breaths shot out from the picture of mountains and rivers, like 10 sharp arrows of different colors, shooting directly at the sky. Ask the 9 remnants of Furnace Mountain. Clang! Clang! Clang clang! These sword spirits with different attributes rushed into the furnace, were burned by the strong fire, and suddenly burst into sharp sword energy, wanting to resist the fire, but this resistance is meaningless. Less than 3 breaths' time, all the sword and martial spirits have been tempered into 10 groups of spirit energy, which are scattered in the furnace. The so-called soul chi is the early state of the artifact spirit, and as long as the spirit soldiers have the artifact spirit, they can break away from the ranks of the spirit soldiers and become the most treasured magic weapon in the world. Although Chu Yan can't refine the artifact spirit, it is still possible to use the soul energy to improve the artifact spirit rank of the clear sky sword. Up to now, all Chu Yan's materials have been put into the furnace. Call. After taking a deep breath, Chu Yan slowly stretched out his right hand and pressed it heavily on the cauldron. Immediately, his consciousness like a rushing river, and his true Qi Gangyuan immediately surged out and turned into a strong fire. Whirring. Inside the furnace, pieces of material were continuously fused into the trembling clear sky sword, and the progress was extremely smooth. After every 1,000 kinds of materials are fused, there will be a soul energy transformed by the sword martial soul, pouring into the clear sky sword. Chu Yan gritted his teeth tightly. The divine consciousness in the sea of consciousness, like a galloping river, does not stop for a moment, frantically pouring into the pill furnace. Chu Hua has already sensed the situation outside the Jiuxiao palace. The current Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect is very critical. Therefore, Chu Yan cannot fail. This time, the promotion of the clear sky sword must be a success. Eyes full of bloodshot eyes, staring at the situation in the furnace, Chu Yan mobilized all the power in his body and refined frantically. In the Sea of Qi, the newly born 32 inner elixir, the golden elixir is extremely dense, and constantly releases the pure and pure Zhenqi Gangyuan. Breath time. 10 breath time. 100% time. A stick of incense. Boom. A loud explosion suddenly exploded, and a beam of light soaring into the sky rose from the Tianwen 9 remnant furnace, bringing a huge beam of light into the sky. In the golden beam of light, a dark-colored divine weapon slowly rose. The sword body was as black as ink, with a strong sense of slaughter, causing an extremely sharp sword energy to blow up in the entire training hall. The 7th order magic weapon, Haoyan, was born. After a full 9 hours, Chu Yan almost collapsed, and finally, using the 10 absolute swords as an auxiliary weapon and tens of thousands of heaven and earth treasures as materials, the Haoyan divine armament will be raised to the 7th rank. Ha ha ha. Great, it became. Chu Yan took out a large amount of golden pills and kept pouring them into his mouth. He finally had a bit of strength in his body, and suddenly laughed wildly. The 7th order divine weapon, Haoyan sword, I see who dares to block me in the future. In the entire training hall, Chu Yan's laughter echoed for a long time. Chu Yan waved his hand, grabbed the clear sky sword into his hand, waved it in the air, a cold light flashed, and the half-foot-long sword light flashed through the void with a bang, and in an instant it was a distance of 10,000 steps, and suddenly cut into the training hall. On the defensive front. Bang! A dull voice exploded, and the spiritual formation in the training hall collapsed instantly. Chu Yan slashed the entire defensive spiritual formation into pieces. You must know that in the cultivation hall, Chu Yan not only broke through the half-step martial emperor realm cultivation base and rushed into the lower martial emperor realm, but also used Suzaku Emperor Fire to create a sea of fire in the entire cultivation hall to improve the success rate of weapon refining. Even in the face of the powerful infuriating impact and the continuous burning of the Suzaku Emperor's fire, the defensive spiritual formation in the training hull was not damaged in the slightest, but now, only the infuriating energy has bottomed out, and it is completely swung out by Chu Yan's physical strength. The Haoyan sword was directly cut to pieces. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the attacking power of this seventh-order divine weapon, the clear sky sword, is now. Clang! He waved his hand suddenly, the Haoyan sword was sheathed. Chu Yan flipped it with a big hand, took out 5 bottles of Jiuxiao, poured all the medicinal pills into his mouth, felt the medicinal power in his body melted, and turned into a majestic true Qi Gang Yuan. Into the sea of air. The incomparably powerful power continued to rise up in Chu Yan's body like a fountain of 10,000 feet. Okay. Now that the cultivation base has broken through, and the heaven-locking armor and the 7th order Haoyan divine armament have been refined, it's time to go out and do some activities. Chu Yan slowly turned his head and looked towards the direction outside the hall. A sharp cold light flashed in his eyes, and he jumped into the void. As the light passed through, in the void an electric flower made a rustling sound. Black Blood Temple, arrogant enough, dare to demolish the mountain gate formation of my Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. The next moment, Chu Yan's consciousness surged, like a spider web, moving in all directions, constantly spreading out. Huh. Mo Tianqing. Quasi-Emperor rank. Okay. Since you're here, you don't need to bother me to find you anymore, just, let's die together. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he walked out of the hall. #C1277 burst. Heaven God Valley, Jiuxiao Palace, above the sky. Boom, rumble. The black skeleton tore through a large area of the void, carrying a black trajectory as thick as a column, and slammed into the mountain gate array of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, making a shocking sound. Click. Boom. At the moment when the black energy in the sky exploded, the great formation of the sect that had supported it for 21 days was shattered and turned into starlight in the sky, as if countless stars flickered and flew in all directions. Ha ha ha, broken. Seeing Rakshasa Soul Tianzong's mountain gate burst open, Gu Jingzhou was overjoyed and laughed out loud. Hey, there's another layer. The blasted sky was in the strong wind, and quickly dissipated, and the inner layer of the large formation was also revealed. Humph. The inner layer of the sect's grand formation is extremely weak, continue to bombard me. The old man with big blood hangs high in the sky, his face is full of grinning. On weekdays, the inner defense formation is opened. Only when encountering a sect battle and an enemy of life and death will the inner and outer formations be opened together. Therefore, the so-called inner formation is usually not very strong in defense. Compared with the outer formation, it is less than 1/10 of it. Follow the order. When Gu Jingzhou heard the words, he hurriedly responded, and immediately, he continued to mobilize the strong, and used self-destruction attacks to bomb the inner formation of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. Boom. 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 In less than 2 hours, in the flesh and blood blasted by the bloody old corpse emperor and a large number of warriors, the inner layer trembled violently and was in danger. As de Xuelao said, the defensive power of this inner layer is much worse than that of the outer layer. At this time, in the square of Jiuxiao Palace, Situ Yang had already retreated from the core of the altar of the big array, and walked to the big boss with a condensed expression. This kind of behavior is to tell all the sect leaders and warriors that the great formation of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong can no longer be supported and is about to collapse. In the midst of a shocking weather explosion, the inner formation was like a candle in the wind, swaying continuously, as if it would collapse at any time. Seeing this scene, all the faces of the Black Blood Temple showed a smirk, and the Big Blood Elder even more. It was impossible to get excited, a punch was better than a punch, and he kept smashing into the inner formation. As a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, every time he punches, he will leave a huge fist pit on top of the big formation. At the bottom of the pit, a clear crack can be seen. An hour later, the entire inner formation was full of cracks and devastated, as if it had reached the defense limit. At this time, around the entire Zhangqiang Divine Valley, various sects and warriors from all over the continent were constantly coming from all over the world to gather here. Seeing the great formation of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, it was about to collapse, and all of them suddenly sighed. Look! The great formation of Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect is about to be broken. It's over. It's over. The Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect is going to end. When the big formation is broken, the Black Blood Temple has brought 150 million powerhouses. Such a powerful force is enough to sweep the entire Haotian continent. They must not be able to stop it. Nonsense, don't talk about those more than 100 million warriors, that is, the head of the Black Blood Temple, Mo Tianqing and the Old Corpse Emperor, the two emperors shot at the same time. Without a few sweeps, the entire Rakshasa Soul Tianzong will turn into ruins. Unexpectedly. The strength of this Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is so poor. It has only been resisted for more than 20 days, and it is over. Poor. Come and try, you can block for half an hour, even if you are powerful. Strange, why didn't you see their sect master Chu Yan? Maybe he has escaped. In all directions, all the mainland forces and warriors were talking about each other, and there was a lot of noise. All kinds of voices gathered together, like a rolling sound, sweeping all directions. Everyone is not optimistic about the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, because even their sect master Chu Yan has escaped, so what hope can there be? However, they came here mainly to prepare for the winning side, so after the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is destroyed, they can also rest assured to join the Black Blood Temple. At this time, on the top of a mountain 50 miles away from the Zhangqiang Divine Valley, the tall man looked at the overwhelming crowd with a dark look on his face, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. This person is the patriarch of the Crimson Blood Ming Tianjiao clan, Song Haikong. As a big demon of the demon clan, he responded to the call of Lingzong and took all the clansmen of the scarlet-blooded Ming Tianjiao clan, and chose to temporarily avoid his front. If Chu Yan really had the strength to fight against the black-blooded temple, he would naturally join, but if it's the other way around, he'll have to consider the scarlet-blooded Ming Tianjiao clan with a rare bloodline. At this moment, standing beside him is his only son, Song Lan. Chu Yan, did you really escape? Song Lan saw that the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong Great Array was about to collapse, with a dull look on his face, and muttered. Lanner, is your heart shaken? Hearing Song Lan's words, Song Haikong sighed and said. Father, I. Her father's words made Kanglin's whole body tremble, and her face became extremely complicated. She wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, she couldn't say anything. You have the ancient bloodline of my scarlet-blooded Ming Tianjiao clan, which is the most precious great demon bloodline on the continent, but now your demonic will is so unbearable. Song Haikong shook his head, without even looking at Song Lan, said. Song Haikong knows his son very well and is extremely satisfied. Since he was born, he has never let himself down. He has always been the envy of all the demon clan, and he himself is full of confidence and is determined to become a mainlander. The most powerful demon, this powerful self-confidence also makes his demon will be extremely strong. However, since he met Chu Yan, it seems, has slowly changed. But, Chu Yan. His face changed for a long time, Song Lan finally couldn't help but said. However, before he could finish speaking, his father waved his hand to stop him from speaking. You, don't compare yourself to Chu Yan. Just be yourself, your biggest opponent is yourself, overcome yourself and break through yourself, keep moving forward, one day, you will step into the legendary realm of my clan. I believe you can do it. What? The realm of the legend of the scarlet-blooded underworld flood dragon. Hearing his father's words, Song Lan's whole face suddenly froze, staring blankly at his father. After a long time, the chaotic aura on Kanglan's body finally calmed down, and the originally complicated gaze finally became firm. Father, I see. I won't let you down. On Kanglan's body, a faint dragon's might rushed out, his eyes stared in the direction of Jiuxiao Palace, and he said firmly. Father's words are right, he shouldn't compare with Chu Yan at all. Chu Yan, that is simply a monster. That monster can't be inferred by common sense at all, so Chu Yan can't escape. Call out. At this moment, above the distant sky, in the Black Blood Temple camp, a shocking rainbow light suddenly erupted. The tall figure was Mo Tianqing, the master of the Black Blood Temple, who turned into a monstrous red light, bringing a large wave of blood and air, just to dodge, and rushed to the big formation of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, raised his hand and it's a palm, slap it hard. Boom, rumble. Like a huge palm print the size of half of the sky, it slammed on the large formation full of cracks. Suddenly, the large formation that was on the verge of collapse suddenly exploded, and countless fragments of the spiritual formation flew in the sky and scattered in all directions. Rakshasa, Soul Tianzong, everyone, all will die. Mo Tianqing's stern shouts brought thunderous thunder, which exploded in the sky, causing the entire Jiuxiao Palace to tremble. The final battle on the mainland. Ask for a recommendation ticket, ask for a monthly ticket. Hashtag C1278, do you want to die? With the shocking explosion, the great formation of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong finally turned into nothingness. Jiuxiao Palace is defenseless, presented in front of countless powerhouses with over 100 million in the Black Blood Temple. Kill. Come on. Destroy the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. Kill, kill, kill. Kill everyone. Seeing the explosion of the great formation, all the powerhouses in the Black Blood Temple were immediately extremely excited, all of them holding spirit soldiers, and in the roaring screams of killing, like a sea of black tides, they were about to rush into the Jiuxiao Palace. However, at this moment, Mo Tianqing, who was in the sky above the Jiuxiao Palace, raised his big hand, causing everyone to stop, and looked at the Jiuxiao Palace and the major squares with a strange look on his face. The murderous faces of the strong men of all sects couldn't help but have a smile on their faces. East Emperor Channy, Shindang, Gong Yuntian, Sword Master, Emperor Lei Wu, Mo Tianqing, the Lord of Haotian Continent, give you one last chance to surrender to my temple, or die. From Mo Tianqing's point of view, he is already the master of the entire Haotian continent. Therefore, if these 8 ancient sects and the powerful sects are able to use them and let them surrender to him, that kind of feeling is the only way. Let yourself truly have the momentum of the Lord of the continent. Therefore, he is ready to give them one last chance and make them surrender to himself. Bah! Old monster, it's up to you, and I want the young master to surrender and make your spring and autumn dreams. Situ Yang held a large red sword, pointed at Mo Tianqing in the air, and shouted loudly. Not bad. Mo Tianqing, don't be delusional, I'd rather die than surrender. Dong Huangtian's face was full of expression, his eyes were like torches, he looked at Mo Tianqing, his whole body was constantly rising, and there was no sign of retreat. Humph. Old monster, the enmity between my earth sect and you will never be shared, and only one death. Shindang's face was indifferent, and he drank coldly. Mo Tianqing, you slaughtered the thousands of disciples of the medicine sect, I will kill them today. Gong Yuntian gritted his teeth and stared at Mo Tianqing, his whole body was full of killing intent. For a time, in the entire Jiuxiao Palace, all the big guys exuded a wave of resolute death, including the tens of millions of disciples of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. All of them were full of death, but had no intention of retreating. If it was just the more than 100 million powerhouses in the Black Blood Temple, they would have a chance to fight, and the victory or defeat would be certain. However, in the face of Mo Tianqing and the Corpse Emperor, the existence of these two emperors, they naturally knew that in this battle, there is no chance. However, how about that, it's just a fight to the death. Humph. You seek death. Seeing that no one was shaken, Mo Tianqing's face suddenly darkened, and he snorted coldly. Sect Master, why haven't you come yet? In the crowded Jiuxiao palace, someone whispered. I hope Chu Yan won't come. As soon as Dong Wangshan heard the crowd, many disciples were expecting Chu Yan to appear, shook their heads, and sighed. The big guys standing beside him heard the words and turned their eyes at the same time. Immediately, their eyes flashed. Good. Originally, Chu Yan's cultivation base broke through to the half-step martial sovereign realm, with a combat power comparable to that of a quasi-emperor. If there is only de Xie Lao alone, and Chu Yan can drag de Xie Lao, and then gather the power of various sects to fight to the death with the Black Blood Temple, maybe there is still some chance of winning. However, now their hall master Mo Tianqing has also broken through the quasi-emperor rank, and it seems that his strength is far greater than that of the old blood. In this way, it is convenient to have two quasi-emperor rank powerhouses. Chu Yan is one enemy and two, and it will be damaged at any time. No. Brother Chu Yan, he will definitely come. Yue, who was standing behind Gong Yuntian, shook her head and said very firmly. Now Yue, her cultivation base, has broken through the martial sovereign realm, and her aura has changed a lot. Behind her, Situ Yang, Huang Fuxian, Wadianfu, Zhantian, and other descendants of the 9 palaces were all imposing. That's right, you don't know the boss at all. He will definitely appear, and he will definitely beat these two old monsters to death. With a childish look on his face, he stood beside Lei Wuhuang, waving his small fists, his face flushed red. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes fell on her at the same time, all with strange expressions, and suddenly Dongdong's whole body tightened. That, you also know that my boss is a monster, you all know that, so don't worry. Facing everyone's eyes, Dang Dang quickly explained. Everyone heard the words, but their faces were solemn. Of course, they knew about Chu Yan's evildoer, but even if it was a evildoer, there would always be a limit. These are two quasi-emperor rank powerhouses. Compared to the martial emperor rank powerhouses, they are 1,000 times stronger. Yes. I also believe in Brother Chu Yan. Yue let out a coquettish drink without any hesitation, completely trusting Chu Yan. Alas. Hope. Gong Yuntian sighed and shook his head. Boom, rumble. At this moment, above the sky, on the side of the Black Blood Temple, Mo Tianqing slowly raised his hand, bringing up the sound of 10,000 muffled thunder, and looked at all the powerhouses in the 9 Nether Palace with killing intent. Cold voice. Humph. Since you are courting death, you can't blame me. I order that all the temples belong to. However, before Mo Tianqing finished speaking, in the depths of Jiuxiao Palace, a shocking sound suddenly exploded. Boom. A sword light soared into the sky, with unintentional rolling killing intent, like a black storm, driving the entire sky, trembling frantically. The fierce sword chi broke through the void, like a spear of the devil, with a whistling sound like thunder, and everywhere it passed, the void shattered. This black shocking rainbow made the whole sky go silent for it. A terrifying and unparalleled sword light soared into the sky, the 9 days trembled, and the color of the world changed. Amidst the rolling waves in the sky, a black-robed figure strode forward. His face was full of anger. The whole body is filled with the terrifying power of the heavenly Tao, and every time you take a step, there will be 1,000 zhang voids cracking and turning into nothingness. The person who came was the one who broke through the barrier, Chu Yan. Move. Move what? You want to die. In just a few steps, Chu Yan walked to the front of Jiuxiao Palace, with a pair of eyes containing black lightning, looking straight at Mo Tianqing. His voice was like ice, as if in the abyss of Jiuxiao, there was 1,000 years of frost. With this sound, the entire Zhangqiang mountain range within 1,000 miles was instantly quiet. Between the sky and the earth, the wind is standing and the clouds are breathing, as if time is frozen, the space is frozen, and everything is stagnant. Only above the sky, Chu Yan stepped on the void. The footsteps were slight but as heavy as thunder. For a time, hundreds of millions of eyes from the sky and the ground looked at them at the same time. When they saw who it was, they were all stunned and stunned. Chu Yan. At this moment, Gu Jingzhou, stupid. De Shuelao and Mo Tianqing also frowned, their faces sank instantly, and their faces were solemn. On Chu Yan, they felt a dangerous aura. Good. It's a dangerous breath. They didn't expect that Chu Yan actually dared to come out, and the Chu Yan in front of them seemed to be completely different from what they had seen before. #C1279 Tianzong Core Secret. Hundreds of millions of warriors gathered within 100 miles of the entire sky, but at this time it was silent. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the black-robed figure in the sky with stunned expressions. This Chu Yan, how dare Mo Tianqing speak so much? Could it be that he didn't know that Mo Tianqing had already broken through to the quasi-emperor rank? This is the supreme powerhouse on Haotian continent, a quasi-imperial powerhouse who comes out every 10,000 years. He actually asked the other party if he wanted to die. Crazy. This Chu Yan must be crazy. Everyone stared at Chu Yan, their pupils continued to dilate, their faces were dull, and they were completely stupid. You know, when Chu Yan appeared just now, everyone in the audience thought that Chu Yan saw that the sect formation was broken and came out to surrender, but he did not expect. Just when everyone was stunned, Chu Yan's next sentence was so shocking that they almost exploded the sea of knowledge. I, the sect master of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, Chu Yan, challenge Mo Tianqing and the Corpse Emperor. One battle will determine life and death. With a single word, the roar sounded like thunder, blasting the entire sky. What? What did that Chu Yan say? He wants to fight against the quasi-emperor rank powerhouse. Life and death. Moreover, it is still a 1 versus 2, challenging both the Old Man of Blood and the Emperor Mo Tianqing at the same time. A life and death battle is supreme in the martial spirit world where martial arts are respected. Once a challenge is issued, if the opponent does not fight, it will be despised by all martial artists in the mainland. This Chu Yan, is it because the sect will be destroyed, and he is ready to sacrifice himself to the sect, leaving a history behind? Or, Chu Yan has other plans? For a time, all the warriors in the audience were full of horror, and all kinds of guesses kept flashing in their sea of knowledge. Life and death battle. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Mo Tianqing slowly turned his head and glanced at the old corpse emperor. Immediately, the two of them seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the whole continent, and laughed wildly at the same time. Okay. I promise you. Today, no matter what means you use, you will die. Mo Tianqing did not hesitate at all, and without even thinking about it, he directly agreed to Chu Yan. On this continent, there are still people who are so stupid to challenge the quasi-emperor rank powerhouse, so this person is not out of his mind, then he must be crazy. What is the quasi-emperor powerhouse? That is the strongest man in the Haotian continent. It is no different from the sky in this continent. There are still people who dare to challenge. God. What's even more ridiculous is that he even challenged 2 at a time. What is the difference between this and courting death? Haha, half an hour to adjust your breath. Hearing Mo Tianqing's answer, Chu Yan grinned, and then, without even thinking about it, sat cross-legged, took out a large pile of golden pills, and began to recover quickly. Just in the training hall, after breaking through the cultivation base and refining, Chu Yan was eager to come out, and he didn't even have time to adjust his breath. Chu Yan's true qi in the body is now less than 40%, and naturally, he needs to recover. You. Seeing that Chu Yan didn't care about it, but directly adjusted his breath with his legs crossed, Mo Tianqing and de Xie Lao. At the same time, his face was startled. Depend on. Falling into this kid's trick, he obviously wants to delay time. In this way, it is equivalent to buying another half an hour for the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. Could it be that Chu Yan really has something behind? Mo Tianqing and de Xie Lao are both extremely shrewd people. They frowned at the same time and looked at each other. Today is the day when the Black Blood Temple dominates the continent. They don't want to make any mistakes today. However, since they have already agreed to Chu Yan's life and death battle, according to the rules of life and death battle, the other party also has the right to request a pre-battle adjustment. Therefore, although Chu Yan's move made them extremely angry, but there was no way to do it, he could only stare at Chu Yan angrily, waiting for him to continue to recover. Time flies fast. Originally, for a martial artist who cultivated a martial artist, half an hour is simply a blink of an eye. This is not worth mentioning in the long and boring cultivation road. But today, hundreds of millions of warriors in the audience watched Chu Yan adjust his breath, but at the same time felt that half an hour seemed to be tens of thousands of years. What is Chu Yan doing? Is he really going to fight the two emperors? His confidence. Confidence. Don't you feel it? When Chu Yan appeared just now, that terrifying breath, I felt, did he have some special trump card? Hold card. Mao Yong. This is the emperor-level warrior, the emperor. Do you know? Don't you know the horror of the emperor's warrior? This. Also, in the face of absolute strength, some secret techniques and secret methods are of little significance. There is no suspense at all in this battle. I guess that Chu Yan challenged the two emperors at the same time. He should know that if he challenges one, he will die, and if he challenges two, he will also die. So. Not bad. There is no suspense in this battle. For half an hour, all the warriors in the audience had a lot of discussion, but no matter where the discussion was in the corner, they all decided that this battle was meaningless, but it was just a crazy move by Chu Yan before he died. Emperor Wu. That is all the martial artists in the audience. After stepping into the road of martial arts cultivation, the common goal of martial arts is the highest goal of martial arts. Any powerful person who has achieved the pinnacle of martial arts will definitely be invincible and sweep everything after stepping into the martial emperor realm. In that kind of realm, in their hearts, the existence of an equivalent god, how could there be any rivals? This Chu Yan, with the cultivation of the emperor martial realm, challenges Emperor Wu. What suspense will there be there? Chu Yan, who was in the midst of adjusting the breath, swallowed the golden pill and melted the medicinal power, and at the same time heard the discussions around him, but only the corners of his mouth were raised and he smiled lightly. At this time, Chu Yan was not only adjusting his breath to restore his true qi, but also adjusting his state of mind. Soon, his heart of martial arts became as heavy as an ancient well, without the slightest disturbance. Suddenly, Chu Yan suddenly opened his eyes, as if thinking of something, slowly turned his head, looked at Jiuxiao Square, looked at Dong Wangshan and all the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong bosses, smiled lightly, and said, East Emperor Sect Master, after I beheaded two old monsters, you and I will talk carefully about what you promised me last time. The word spread, as if rolling thunder, resounding in all directions. I promised you last time. As soon as Dong Huangtian heard the words, his face was stunned, and then his face showed a sudden look. It seemed that he had promised Chu Yan that as long as he stepped into the emperor's realm, he would tell him the core secrets of Tianzong. However, when the hundreds of millions of warriors in the audience heard Chu Yan's words, they suddenly trembled fiercely, and everyone's bodies shook at the same time, like being struck by lightning. Beheading, after two old monsters. What does this word mean? Could it be that Chu Yan can defeat the double emperor? How can that be? Is Chu Yan going crazy? Just a martial emperor, he even said that he wanted to be beheaded. Martial emperor. Another pair, two martial emperors. If this guy is not crazy, he is really arrogant and arrogant to the level of lawlessness. #C1280dway. Although Chu Yan's words were addressed to the sect master of Dong Wengshan, it made all the warriors in the audience stunned. However, at his words, everyone was just startled, and then they all shook their heads and didn't take it seriously. Kill the two emperors. Not to mention beheading, even if it is defeated, it is an act against the sky. Moreover, after this battle, Chu Yan was able to survive. The horror is a miracle. Therefore, no one would believe Chu Yan's words, they only thought that he was just talking nonsense, before he died. After saying a word, Chu Yan didn't say any more, then he closed his breath and concentrated, and began to practice breathing with all his heart. He also understands in his heart that this battle is very important. You must not lose. Time goes by slowly. Half an hour passed in an instant. Just when Chu Yan finished his breathing adjustment and slowly got up, suddenly, in the distant horizon, a wave of void suddenly sounded. With the trembling sound of the void, a figure stepped out of the crack in the void with a grinning face, looking at Chu Yan in the distance. Yi Feng. Chu Yan glanced at it, frowned suddenly, and his face instantly became cold. To be precise, this person is the devil of the Black Blood Temple who took Yi Feng's body, Mo Tsang. However, the last time they met, Chu Yan felt that what Mo Tsang had seized was not only Yi Feng's body, but also Yi Feng's spiritual soul. Therefore, Mo Tsang would know that the relationship between him and Yi Feng was variety in between. Moreover, Chu Yan has a feeling that there is definitely the imprint of Yi Feng's soul in Mo Tsang's soul. The next moment, Chu Yan's consciousness, like a tide, moved towards Mo Tsang Jia. With a flash of consciousness, Mo Tsang was shrouded in a flash, and he was directly crushed. You must know that Chu Yan's cultivation has now stepped into the martial emperor realm. Existence, then. Quasi-emperor rank. There is only one possibility to crush Chu Yan's consciousness, and that is Mo Tsang's cultivation, reaching the quasi-emperor level. You must know that the last time Chu Yan saw Mo Tsang, his cultivation level was only at the martial sovereign realm, but in a short period of time, his cultivation base actually passed the martial sovereign realm and went straight to the quasi-emperor rank. It was he who practiced the secret technique of the Black Blood Temple, which is simply impossible. Therefore, there is only one possibility, and that is this Mo Tsang. Within this period of time, there is a great chance. Chu Yan, I came here on purpose, just to see you with my own eyes, and my soul will be destroyed. Mo Tsang's voice was the same as his eyes, cold as ice, without a trace of warmth. Oh, is that so? I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. Chu Yan smiled indifferently. Quasi-emperor. So what? For the current Chu Yan, what is the difference between 2 and 3? Humph. Mo Tianqing, kill him. Mo Tsang ignored Chu Yan, but turned around, looked at Mo Tianqing, and said directly. Yes. Devil. Don't worry. He will die today. Hearing what Mo Tsang said. As the master of the Black Blood Temple, Mo Tianqing bowed his hands to Mo Tsang and replied with a very respectful attitude. Huh. What's the situation? Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was immediately stunned. A devil, isn't he equivalent to the identity of an ordinary sect saint? How do you feel that the status of this devil Mo Tsang, in the Black Blood Temple, seems to be higher than that of the temple owner? However, before Chu Yan and the other warriors in the audience could react, Mo Tianqing suddenly turned his head and looked at the old corpse emperor. His eyes flickered. As if a black lightning flashed across, it rushed towards Chu Yan. In the blink of an eye, the old man of blood rushed 10,000 steps in front of Chu Yan, stood still, looked at Chu Yan with contempt and disdain on his face. In Mo Tianqing's opinion, although they promised Chu Yan that they would be 2-to-1, as Emperor Wu, they naturally couldn't really do things like 2 emperors versus 1 emperor. In that case, even if they won, it's probably too embarrassing. In addition, a small Chu Yan, where 2 people are required to shoot at the same time, it is estimated that the big blood can completely smash him into scum without 3 moves. Boom, rumble. The next moment, de Xuelao's body was filled with death energy like a tide, madly surging, a terrifying death energy like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, centered on his body, slammed into the world, mighty like a sea, and suddenly swept away. This aura is full of the terrifying aura of the overlord of heaven and earth. It is not only domineering and vast, but also carries an invincible power that sweeps the sky. This is Diwei. The mighty coercion of the great emperor, fused with the power of heaven and earth, with a way of death that is so rich to the extreme, picked up a large storm and rushed forward, as if to destroy the sky and destroy the earth, sweeping across all directions. Boom. 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 The airwave swept through, and wherever it passed, the void kept collapsing, and within 100 miles, like a circle of shock waves, it exploded, shattered, and spread rapidly. That scene, as if at this moment, the end of the world has fallen, and the whole world will be destroyed. Mom. Run away. Oh my God. This Emperor Wei is so terrifying, run away. I rely on, run away, or die. Nearly 10,000 warriors who were close to the big blood were swallowed by the swept air waves in an instant, and they didn't even have the chance to struggle, and they were directly turned into flesh and blood powder. Seeing this scene, countless warriors were so frightened that their hair exploded, fled frantically, and quickly stayed away from the old blood. However, some people with relatively low cultivation level, even if they are trying their best to use the movement technique, the speed is still slow, the airwaves swept through their bodies, and the flesh and blood powder continued to rise. In less than 3 breaths, all the warriors retreated 100 miles away, all of them were pale, with fright, and their souls trembled. Including the warriors of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong in the Jiuxiao Palace, the same is true, they all jumped to avoid, and all fled 100 miles away. This battle is definitely not something they can participate in. After a full breath, the chaotic scene finally calmed down, but everyone's face was full of fear and inexplicable lingering fear. Fear. Horrible. It's just the burst of breath, there is such a terrible power, if this is a full shot, what kind of scene will it be? The might of Emperor Wu. The realm of the Emperor. On Haotian continent, the most powerful person who emerges every 10,000 years. Such a terrifying power has made everyone see how terrifying the real martial Dao Emperor is. Call. The breath rushed in, and the heaven and earth gradually returned to calm, but opposite the old man of blood, Chu Yan was carrying his hands on his back, standing abruptly, with a calm look, not even urging his true qi, but he regarded it as terrifying. The incomparable aura of martial emperor, like nothing, is completely unmoved. It's just the realm of the emperor, do you want to scare people? I hope your combat power will not disappoint me. Chu Yan's figure was as tall and straight as a pine, and he was expressionless in the face of the turbulent weather of the old blood. Humph. When death is imminent, you are still stubborn. The realm of the emperor is a realm that you will never be able to experience. Big Blood Old Wenfang, with disdain and contempt in his eyes, snorted coldly. As a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, half of his feet have stepped into the realm of the real martial arts emperor. He knows better than anyone how powerful and terrifying the emperor is. Of course, he has never seen Chu Yan on the opposite side. I don't know how terrifying Emperor Wu is. But soon, Chu Yan will know what is the difference between heaven and earth. #C1281 Try the sword. The blood and old breath swept the audience, his eyes were full of contempt, and he said with disdain. Chu Yan, half an hour is up. Die. When the words fell, the old man of blood suddenly raised his hand, and between his right fists, a huge blood skeleton with a height of 100 meters, quickly coagulated. Blood Soul 9 Finals, punch out the universe and destroy it. Boom. With one punch, the huge blood skeleton turned into a rainbow light in vain, with a sense of death, and instantly slammed into Chu Yan. A stern look flashed in the eyes of the big-blooded old man, the corners of his mouth were lightly raised, and his whole body was gushing out of death energy, and he ran across the world. Boom. The fist passed by, a huge force came into the world, and the void suddenly sank and collapsed. Blood Soul 9 Finals. Isn't this the temple's top-grade martial skill? It's really strong. Haha, Xie La Jiao is worthy of being the #1 elder of my temple. With this kind of emperor's power and such power, I am afraid that in the whole continent, only the temple master can beat him. Chu Yan, who is looking for death, dare to block the light of my temple and kill him. Blast him into powder. Only my temple is the strongest in Haotian continent. 100 miles away, the disciples of the Black Blood Temple in all directions seemed to be infected by the incomparably powerful fist of the old man of blood, and they all spoke out and shouted loudly. Even Mo Tsang, the demon child in the distance, flashed a strange light in his eyes. Although they are both quasi-emperor and strong, they are still divided into strong and weak. A few days ago, Mo Tsang, with the help of a heaven-defying opportunity, stepped into the quasi-emperor cultivation realm, but he did not fully integrate, and the foundation was not completed, but his actual combat power was not even half of the cultivation realm. However, when he saw this fist, who was a quasi-emperor rank old blood, all of his insights immediately deepened a little bit on the mystery of boxing. The fist burst out, and everyone in the audience basically believed that with this punch, the battle would end, and Chu Yan would be damaged immediately. Boom. Boom boom boom. But at this moment, above the sky, 5 lightning bolts of different colors slammed down and plunged straight into Chu Yan's body. Tian Gang Strength, 5 gangs break the thunder. Chu Yan clenched his left fist fiercely, and the 5 sizzling thunderbolts on his fist kept jumping. Boom. The power of the 5 elements Gang Yuan exploded in his sea of anger, and 5 different colored lightning bolts quickly merged into a huge fist with glowing rays of light. For a time, Chu Yan's heavenly astral strength surpassed its original power and reached an infinite height. Bang! The next moment, Chu Yan's left fist smashed out, and the violet thunder fist burst out, driving the sky above the sky, and instantly exploded a shocking phenomenon of thousands of thunder and lightning, as if this punch brought all the energy between heaven and earth. The power of thunder and lightning slammed violently on the blood skeleton fist that ushered in. Boom, rumble. The fists collided, exploded in an instant, thunder and lightning scattered, and blood was soaring. Dang 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 dang. With the terrifying shock wave of air explosion, the powerful force of the heaven and the earth quivering erupted, sweeping past, the old blood's complexion suddenly changed, and the body directly retreated a dozen steps before stabilizing the figure. On the other hand, Chu Yan stood against the wind, hunting in black robes, tall and straight. Like a divine sword, about to pierce the sky. Quiet. The whole place was dead silent. The scene of hundreds of millions of people was so quiet that even the slight sound of silver needles falling to the ground seemed to be heard. Hiss. 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 The next moment, the sound of everyone gasping for air conditioning resounded through the sky. What? That Chu Wei, with one punch, made Xie La Jiao go back a dozen steps. Impossible. How is this possible? Chu Yan's fist actually blocked Xie La Jiao's blood soul Jiuxiao. Could it be that this Chu Yan is a boxing master? Then, what kind of boxing is that? It seems to be heard, Tiangang Jin. Tiangang Jin, what kind of dog, fart martial arts, I have never heard of it, I have never seen Chu Yan's name on the boxing sect list. How can his fist have such a strong power? For a time all the disciples of the Black Blood Temple were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it, seeing this scene in front of them. Chu Yan seems to be a body-refining martial artist. Could it be that the physical body has reached the peak? In the distance, Motsong's face also sank instantly, and the cold light in his eyes kept flashing. Suddenly, a feeling arose in his heart, as if he might not be able to compete with this Chu Yan in a short period of time even if he had just obtained that heaven-defying opportunity. Because, he knew every time the Black Blood Temple chased and killed Chu Yan, and it seemed that the growth rate of this child was far beyond his imagination. Could it be that this Chu Yan, who has always been hiding his cultivation and strength, is a hidden master who is not born in the world? The devil Motsong has a puzzled look on his face, and his eyes are a little lost. After all, the punch just now gave him the expected result in the sea of knowledge. Skyrim, the center of the battlefield. Xie La Jiao ran his whole body of infuriating energy, and finally suppressed the riotous aura. When he looked up at Chu Yan again, there was an icy cold air on his fleshless face, and in his empty eye sockets, two groups of ghost fires trembled wildly, as if terrified. Looking for death. Looking for death. How dare you do this? Suddenly, in the sea of blood and old knowledge, a mass of anger rose wildly, and murderous aura poured out of the whole body like a tide. Especially out of the corner of his eyes, when he saw Mo Tianqing, the temple master, and Motsong, the devil in the distance, the expressions of both of them sank, and he almost felt like his whole body was about to explode. As a quasi-emperor powerhouse, his fist was blocked by a Wuhun powerhouse as small as an ant. This is simply humiliation, the humiliation of Qi Guogua. As the supreme powerhouse of the continent, Emperor Wu, his face seemed to be thrown on the ground by Chu Yan, trampling on it hard. In the next breath, the ghost fire in the eyes of the big blood old man was madly burning, his face became extremely hideous and distorted, he looked at Chu Yan with gnashing teeth, and said coldly, Chu Yan, the next move, I want to destroy your body and soul, and fall into hell forever. The voice fell, and a terrifying blood-red cloud rose up from the old man's body, and behind him, it continued to spread. This is a vast and boundless sea of blood-colored clouds, rolling and surging, and in an instant, half of the sky is completely blocked. Blood Spirit Formation Martial Spirit. Chu Yan's face was stunned, and he looked up at the sky. This old bloody spirit is really special. I have never seen it before, whose spirit is a spirit formation. Boom, rumble. Above the sky, the blood spirit formation that covered the sky and the sun swelled to the extreme, and the violent martial spirit power surged into the sky and earth, picking up blood waves from the sea of clouds one after another, as if to devour the entire sky. In the next breath, a huge opening suddenly opened under the spirit of the blood spirit formation, and the endless blood waves in the blood spirit formation poured down like a dam bursting from the breach, pouring straight down into the big blood old body. Going desperate. Feeling the opposite de Xuelao's body, under the infusion of the 9-day waterfall-like blood sea, the momentum rose wildly, Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a flash of icy killing intent flashed by. Since you are courting death, then I do what you want. For the enemy, Chu Yan has never had a heart of kindness, only a tooth for a tooth and blood for blood. Kaitian Jianjue, the third style, just to try the power. #C1282 Underworld Entrance. The whole body strength of the big blood is like a volcanic eruption, with the momentum of the mountains and the sea, it explodes with a bang, a whole 9 blood skeletons, whistling through the air, bringing up 9 blood-colored tracks, rolling up the sky with death energy, rushing like a sea, moving towards Chu Yan rolled away. Open the sky, God's punishment. 9 blood skeletons roared, and Chu Yan's eyes turned cold. The next moment, an unparalleled shocking sword light suddenly lit up, like the only light between heaven and earth, shining for thousands of miles. Clang. Sword. Unsheathed. Scoff. On the sky, like a divine electricity, swiped past. Puff. In the next moment, the light that illuminated the entire sky suddenly fell, and it was carved, as if thousands of streams were like the sea. All the lights gathered in one place, merged into a sword energy, and smashed all the 9 blood skeletons whistling. Wiped the blood between the old necks. Clang. Sword, sheathed. Chu Yan's smoke-like figure floated past and fell on the spot, silent as smoke, as if he had never moved a little. Wearing a black robe, flying in the wind, standing like a majestic mountain. All of this came quickly and went faster. There were hundreds of millions of warriors in the audience, but no one could see clearly what just happened. When everyone was stunned and lost, they stared at Chu Yan, who seemed to have moved just now, but did not notice any abnormality, with a puzzled look on his face, also known as Xuanhuan, who was also standing still. Pfft, scoff. But I saw that a bloody arrow suddenly flew out from the neck of the old man of blood, and then, the old man of blood trembled fiercely, and a round object whistling with blood was thrown into the air in an instant. That round object is the bloody old, human head. Whoa! It was as if a vision brought everything up. When the blood stain on the neck of the old man with blood erupted suddenly, sending the head flying into the sky, a large amount of dirty blood was sprayed out of the headless corpse, with the body mad. It poured down, swaying the whole sky, as if there was a blood rain. In the headless corpse, there was a lot of dirty blood, like a river spraying. The amount was far more than ordinary people, and it made the pupils shrink. Just now, it seems, a sword seals the throat. That Chu Yan, with the momentum of the divine electric attack, slashed the head of the big bloody old man with a sword. The corpse emperor is dead. At this moment, everyone in the audience stared at the cow-like eyes and trembled uncontrollably. Chu Yan actually killed the Xie La Jiao. Corpse Emperor. Take it. At this moment, Chu Yan, who was standing still, waved his hand, and a strange force swept across. The bloody stone, together with the head that fell from the air, was instantly captured by Chu Yan in the Rakshasa space. The corpse of a quasi-emperor warrior, this is Chu Yan's trophy. Tread. 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 After putting away the corpse, Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth, nodded in satisfaction, turned around, strode in the air, and strode towards the head of the Black Blood Temple, Mo Tianqing. Above the incomparably silent sky, the terrifying footsteps echoed suddenly, and in an instant, hundreds of millions of warriors who had lost their souls suddenly woke up. Whoa! As if someone gave an order. The moment everyone woke up, it was extremely neat and at the same time burst out, and the crowd in black tide withdrew for 100 miles, and then gradually stopped. Waiting for these people, staring at the trembling eyeballs, gasping for breath, when they looked at Chu Yan again, their faces were as pale as paper, and they looked at Chu Yan's eyes as if they had seen a ghost. This is horrible too. Is this guy still human? Even the corpse emperor was killed by a sword. With such a terrifying combat power, in the entire Hautian continent, who else is his opponent? Mo Tianqing, it's your turn. There was no time for everyone to react at all. Chu Yan took a volley in the air, walked in front of Mo Tianqing in a few steps and stood still, with a pair of indifferent eyes, staring at Mo Tianqing. The corner of his mouth grinned and sneered. Speak out. Hiss. Hearing Chu Yan's voice and looking at the terrifying smile on the corner of his mouth, the cold air in Mo Tianqing's heart finally erupted and rushed through his body in an instant. It's not that he was timid, but that Chu Yan's sword just now killed the old corpse in the temple. This result was too unexpected for him, and he couldn't help but feel in his heart. There was a terrifying coldness. In all honesty, if it were him, he would never be able to defeat a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse with 2 moves like Chu Yan. This Chu Yan is extremely strong. Strong enough to threaten his own life. Ever since I stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, no. To be precise, since he stepped into the upper martial sovereign realm, there has never been a single person in this vast continent who can make him feel this dangerous. Getting used to being invincible, suddenly, there is another person who has the ability to kill him. This feeling makes his heart freeze. Chu Yan. Damn you. Mo Tianqing's mind quickly calmed down, the momentum on his body continued to rise, the light in his eyes flashed constantly, and in the sea of knowledge, countless thoughts flashed, and in an instant, he adjusted his state to the best state. With the blood of the old blood just now, let him recognize it all night. If he wants to fight against Chu Yan, he must do his best, otherwise he may end up the same as him. And many more. Just when Mo Tianqing was about to make his move, Chu Yan raised his hand and stopped him. Mo Tianqing, I have something to ask you. Hearing this, Mo Tianqing was startled, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at Chu Yan. I ask you, what is the relationship between your Black Blood Temple and the Outer Territory Ming clan? Chu Yan's eyes were like arrows, and he stared at Mo Tianqing closely. This question, with the life and death of Haotian continent, must be figured out by Chu Yan. You must know that even if Mo Tianqing is killed and the Haotian continent is unified, 2 years later, the Ming clan will come, and all the warriors in the entire Haotian continent will still die. Humph. Bold. Mo Tianqing heard the words, but his face sank, and he shouted at Chu Yan, saying, Chu Yan, the Ming family is also worthy of your name, that is the Holy Family. Saint. When Chu Yan heard Fang, his face was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes flashed, and he suddenly realized, sure enough. This Black Blood Temple has a deep relationship with the Outer Territory Ming clan. On weekdays, the people of these Black Blood Temple call themselves the Temple, but now they call it the Ming clan, but they are called the Holy Clan. Obviously, these guys who eat people and don't spit out bones are the people left by the Ming clan in Haotian continent. Hee, saint race. Dog, shit. Chu Yan's face instantly turned cold, and he asked with murderous intent, where is the entrance of the Ming clan to Haotian continent? Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, don't dream. The power of the saints is simply beyond your imagination. I advise you, if you submit to my saints now, I can guarantee that when the catastrophe comes, you will not only if you can survive, you can also leave Haotian continent with me and go to the land of the saints in the outer domain, when the time comes. Fart. Looking at Mo Tianqing, he was talking endlessly. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Yan shouted violently. I just ask you, say it, or not. Humph. Chu Yan, don't say that I don't know, even if I do, how can I tell you? If you want to know, after you die, go to the bottom of Jiuxiao and ask your mother who has lost her soul, ha ha ha. Mo Tianqing laughed wildly, looking at Chu Yan with a playful look on his face. Court death. Seeing this, Chu Yan was instantly angry, and without hesitation, a cold light flashed in his hand, and the 7th Order Clear Sky Divine Soldier appeared, and suddenly slashed out, the sharp sword light slashed straight at Mo Tianqing. #C1283 Soul Refining Gun. The sword light swept across the sky, like lightning crossing the border, and the sword light with a length of tens of thousands of meters swept across the sky, bringing out a 5-colored glow that fell straight to the top of Mo Tianqing's head. This sword, although Chu Yan was furious, cut it out at will, but the power of the sword caused a chill in the hearts of hundreds of millions of warriors in the audience at the same time, and all of them felt palpitations. Just looking at the horror of this sword, you can feel that Chu Yan's combat power has far surpassed the martial emperor realm, and I am afraid that it has really reached the quasi-emperor rank, or even stronger. Humph. But so. Mo Tianqing's eyes flickered, and when he flipped his hand, a long black spear appeared, and when he raised his hand, it was swept out. In an instant, the powerful and terrifying spear light caused the continuous sky mountain range below to vibrate at the same time, like a meteor, with a long tail flame bursting straight out. Call out. Just like the dead spear of a meteor, it rubbed against the void, causing 1,000 thunderous sounds, which merged into an extremely harsh whistling sound, and the heavy sword light collided. Boom, rumble. Under the earth-shattering air explosion, hundreds of millions of warriors in the audience, even if they were hanging high in the sky, felt that the void around the body was trembling frantically, as if the entire sky was shaken by this incomparably powerful force. Endlessly. The blasting energy was like a hurricane. With the explosion point as the center, it picked up shock waves nearly 1,000 feet high and pushed them in all directions. As the airwaves passed, the space collapsed one after another, sweeping the heavens and the earth, sweeping the 9 heavens, turning 100 miles into a world of nothingness. Under this move, the two were evenly tied, whether it was the sword light or the spear light, they collapsed at the same time. With no effort, Chu Yan was not in a hurry, quickly calmed down and calmed himself down. Even if the masters are fighting, even if there is a slight fluctuation in their minds, they may fall into defeat. Therefore, Chu Yan must keep himself calm. Moreover, he is very clear that the old man of blood who just beheaded with a sword is just a corpse puppet with a strength close to the quasi-emperor level refined by the Black Blood Temple. Strictly speaking, it is a dead man who borrowed a corpse to bring back his soul, and it is not a real person at all. The warrior. In front of him, this Mo Tianqing was different. He was a genuine quasi-emperor warrior. The qi exploded, and before the qi energy completely dissipated, Mo Tianqing gave Chu Yan no chance to breathe, and shouted loudly. Chu Yan, give me death. Before the words landed, Mo Tianqing had already made his move, and he directly used his unique move. If he wanted to kill him with one blow, even if he couldn't kill Chu Yan, he had to suppress his confidence in defeating the old man. Blood Prison Holy Spear. In the roaring sound that shook the world, the big black spear in Mo Tianqing's hand radiated thousands of blood-red rays of light, like a bloody arrow, stabbed towards Chu Yan fiercely. In an instant, an incomparably huge red spear beam, breaking through the sky and thousands of layers, reaching several thousand feet long, Ling Tian Jedi, mighty rush for 9 nights. This gun, with a mighty and unparalleled power to destroy the 9 heavens, is unstoppable, and the terrifying devourer of the profound meaning is fully deployed, making the whole world of the world's might, instantly swept away, and merged into the spear glow. Then the gun power has skyrocketed again. At the same time as the spear glow erupted, in front of Mo Tianqing, the nearly 1,000-meter wide void was instantly stabbed into nothingness. This move, Mo Tianqing used his own unique move. Incomparably confident, with one shot, Chu Yan's body and soul are absolutely annihilated. With one shot, the world is shocked, and the expressions of hundreds of millions of warriors are horrified at the same time. This is the real quasi-emperor rank powerhouse. This move is attacked, the quasi-emperor rank is below the cultivation level, it is enough to sweep, and no one can resist. In the entire Haotian continent, except for this Chu Yan in front of him, who else can match him? Devouring profound truth. Facing Mo Tianqing's spear, Chu Yan felt the profound meaning of heaven and earth contained in the spear glow, and his face sank. Immediately, in his sea of energy, 32 inner cores were running wildly, and the whole body was full of red and golden light. Kill. The majestic Xinqi Gang Yuan burst out, and the sense of power filled Chu Yan's body, making his blood boil, and the fighting spirit surged into the night. With a loud roar, Chu Yan held the Haotian divine armament, instead of retreating, advancing, facing the spear, rushed straight up. At this moment, Chu Yan's body is like a tide of astral energy, like thousands of rivers rushing, frantically pouring into the Haotian divine armament in his hands. The sword intent is like a sword, and at the same time, the sword power of the Haotian divine armament continues to skyrocket. Kaitian, ruling. Holding the sword in both hands, with a low voice, Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and the strength of his whole body exploded to the extreme. Boom, rumble. The Haotian sword slashed above the tip of the spear, and there was a loud noise again, and the sound rushed in all directions. The spear light and the sword light exploded at the same time, and the majestic force recoiled back, causing the void to tremble like ripples. Whoosh! Ripples in the void hit, and Chu Yan only felt an incomparably powerful force hitting his body. Immediately, his entire body flew out like a meteor, and flew 10 miles away before he unloaded his strength and stabilized. Out of shape. Not bad. It's interesting. Chu Yan's eyes brightened, his face full of surprised smiles, and he muttered to himself. Although he was blasted 10 miles away, but with the heaven chain armor in his body, it was impossible for him to be hurt by this kind of shock-repulsive power. A little shock of chi and blood was easily suppressed. However, just after this attack, Chu Yan finally determined the strength of Mo Tianqing. This Mo Tianqing was indeed a true quasi-emperor rank powerhouse. His combat power was more than 3 times stronger than that of the Great Blood Elder. However, on the whole, it was still within the scope of his own guesses. As a result, Chu Yan's confidence increased greatly, and the smile on his face became more and more obvious. What? Seeing Chu Yan flying 10 miles upside down, but unscathed, Mo Tianqing's brows were furiously wrinkled, and his face was ashen. The strength of this Chu Yan was completely beyond his expectations. Humph. Sure enough, there are some means. Soon, Mo Tianqing restrained himself and sneered. In the temple, he sent people to besiege this Chu Yan many times, but they always let him escape. There are rumors from the outside world that this Chu Yan is against the sky and how talented he is. Surprisingly, he was a little unbelievable at first, but now it seems that it is really weird. Come again. Let's see how many moves you can block. Without any hesitation, after pondering for a while, Mo Tianqing shot again, and the big black spear swung violently. Blood Azure Soul Refining Gun. In an instant, a spear that was more terrifying and huge than the previous one burst out and stabbed Chu Yan violently. Above this spear, not only is it extremely powerful, but it is also wrapped in the blood energy of the sky. Among the countless pale brilliance, there is an overwhelming sound of Yin and ghosts, like a purgatory of all souls, making the whole body stand upright, not cold. And millet. Hashtag C1284, Devour Martial Souls. Boom, rumble. The mighty spear glow is far ahead of the previous move. As the spear glow passes by, the void for thousands of miles keeps collapsing, and it is impossible to reunite at all. The monstrous spear radiance envelopes the monstrous might, as if 10,000 rivers are rushing towards Chu Yan. Open the sky, God's punishment. Chu Yan's eyes narrowed, without any fear, the Haotian divine armament in his hand, the brilliant light, the sky-shattering sword light, appeared again. Clang! With one sword out, the 5-colored thunder light merged, like a world-annihilating thunder and lightning that fell from the 9 heavens, slashing straight down towards the Kangming. In an instant, the sword light and the spear light collided again, as if the sun, the moon, and the stars collided, the sky and the earth trembled wildly, and a huge gas explosion formed an explosion cloud that rose into the sky. Boom, boom. Earth-shattering, the purgatory spear light collided with the divine punishment sword light, and the terrifying energy of the explosion swept across all directions, all the way through, bombarded continuously, and the whole sky was pulled up by terrifying waves. Not only the sky, the energy rushed past, the thousands of miles of mountains on the ground, there were hundreds of miles of land, and the land collapsed and turned into ruins. Under this move, the 2 attacks collapsed again. As the remaining waves of energy in the sky and the ground continued to dissipate, within 1,000 miles, hundreds of millions of warriors were all shocked, their mouths wide open, and their faces stared at the scene in front of them. This Chu Yan is actually really able to resist Mo Tianqing. That is the real quasi-imperial powerhouse. Is this guy still human? Although just now, Chu Yan was pushed back 10 miles by Mo Tianqing's move, but this move did not fall behind at all. It was a close match. In the distance to the horizon, in the Nine Nether Palace camp, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong bosses who were originally looking to die, all of them were shocked, their eyes widened, their mouths open, and they were completely stupid. Including Donghuan Tianyi, Elder Qin Yun, Gong Yun Tian, Shen Dang, and even Chu Yan's father, Chu Jiang, all of them looked like they had seen a ghost. Only Situ Yang, Dang Dang, and Yuer all smiled in surprise and kept screaming. Haha, big brother, well done, beat him up. Boss, work so hard, you don't even know him if you beat him, and he will be arrogant in the future. Temple, cut him, and give him a sacred leg. Just let him have a good time. Brother Chu Yan, come on. 3 people, one was more excited than the other, and there was no worry on their faces, as if Chu Yan, a martial artist of the martial emperor realm, should win when fighting against a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse. Hearing the 3 people's words, the first-class boss of Dong Wangshan all smiled lightly, shook his head, and looked at Chu Yan's eyes, full of strange colors. As long as Chu Yan could block Mo Tianqing, the situation today would be completely different. Not to mention beheading Mo Tianqing, even if it is to block the opponent and not lose, then today, all of them will be fine, and it is even possible to counterattack the opponent. After all, there are several hegemonic forces collectively, and their power is also extremely powerful, not weaker than the other party at all. The only shortcoming is the superpower, this time, good. It's so powerful. At this point, Mo Tianqing's face finally sank, and he failed to defeat Chu Yan with both moves, which made him have an ominous premonition in his heart. Most importantly, he discovered that this Chu Yan had a very terrifying characteristic. He could actually learn in battle and grow himself continuously. That is to say, before fighting with him, maybe he is not your opponent, but if you fight, the opponent's strength will continue to surpass you, which makes Mo Tianqing feel a kind of frenzy in his heart. On Haodian continent, could there really be such a monster-like person exist? Mo Tianqing, tell me where the entrance to the Ming clan is, and I can spare you. Chu Yan held a long sword, his face was like ice, and he snorted softly. After the fight just now, Chu Yan already knew Mo Tianqing's strength like the back of his hand. There are only 2 moves, the opponent has used all his unique moves, but he has always kept the real killer move. Therefore, Chu Yan already has an absolute grasp of Mo Tianqing. Ha ha ha. Spare me. You deserve it too. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Mo Tianqing was stunned for a moment, and then he burst out laughing. He did not expect that the existence of a great martial arts emperor in his own presence would actually hear such words from the mouth of a martial artist who had cultivated at the martial emperor realm. This is simply blasphemy against a martial emperor. Chu Yan, do you know? What is the biggest difference in core combat power between a real quasi-emperor rank powerhouse and an ordinary warrior? Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on Mo Tianqing's face. At the same time, behind him, a large piece of red true qi gangyuan continued to rush out. Behind him, it began to converge rapidly, forming a bloody ocean. The core combat power of Emperor Wu. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was startled, and he looked at Mo Tianqing in astonishment. He had never heard of what he said. I'll tell you. That's martial soul. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan frowned, and suddenly sneered, saying, You warriors of the Black Blood Temple, cultivating secret techniques, do you still have martial spirits? Hearing Chu Yan's words, Mo Tianqing's abusive smile became even more prosperous, and there was a gloomy look in his eyes. Then do you know what the secret of our temple is? Ha ha ha. As Mo Tianqing's voice landed, behind him, a large sea of blood finally condensed. This huge blood-colored sea, with a radius of nearly 100 miles, is suspended in the air, above the blood-red sea surface. What the hell? Hearing Mo Tianqing's words, Chu Yan's eyes swept away. Looking behind Mo Tianqing, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Good. Regarding the secret technique of the Black Blood Temple, he just heard that he can quickly improve his cultivation by devouring the martial artist's spirit and blood, but what this secret technique is, he has really not checked and controlled in detail. Could it be that the warriors of their Black Blood Temple did not sacrifice their own martial souls in exchange for the poisonous secret technique? Ha ha ha, let me tell you, the martial souls of our temple powerhouses have all been tempered into the sea of blood, which can devour the martial souls and chi and blood of all warriors, so as long as there are warriors, we will equivalent to undefeated existence. As Mo Tianqing spoke, mad laughter swept across, and the sea of blood behind him rolled wildly, like a large sea of spiritual clouds. Suddenly there was no wind, and rushed towards the crowd of warriors in the distance, quickly rushing away. What? Devour martial souls. It can devour the martial spirit and blood of a warrior. Hearing Mo Tianqing's words, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and with his eyes trembling slightly, he looked at the sky behind Mo Tianqing. I saw that in the blink of an eye, the sea of blood rushed out of the distance of nearly 10 miles, and the speed was getting faster and faster, and it rushed straight towards the closest crowd of spectators. Not good. Hashtag C1285, Blood Wolf Soul. The sea of blood like the wind and the clouds, whistling and rushing, and within 3 breaths, it reached the sky above the nearest warrior crowd. Boom, rumble. In the stagnant sea of blood clouds, huge waves rolled, bringing up the sound of muffled thunder. The millions of warriors below were stunned, staring blankly at the sea of blood clouds above their heads, not knowing what happened. But at the next moment, a scene that they will never forget happened. I saw that above the sky, the vast blood cloud like the sea suddenly cracked a gap, the wind swept, the blood cloud quickly stretched, and soon, it turned into a huge tornado, one end connected to the sky, and the other side continued. Earth. Hoo-hoo. The huge blood-colored tornado, running, with a strong suction, sucked everything below into the blood tornado, including those warriors who were just confused. Damn it. What is it? No, it's going to devour us, run away. Fuck. Hall Master Mo, we are the people of the temple. For a time, between the whole world, the blood tornado twisted its huge body, and the suction mouth below was like a long whale sucking a rainbow. In the volume, not even scum is left. This is to devour martial souls. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's face was stunned, his face full of astonishment, and he glanced at Mo Tianqing not far away. Moreover, as soon as the martial spirit comes out, it will do something to one's own people. In less than a blink of an eye, nearly 100,000 people were devoured. At this speed, in less than 10 breaths, none of this group of nearly 1 million warriors could survive. As the blood tornado devoured frantically, Chu Yan clearly sensed that Mo Tianqing's aura was constantly rising, not only completely replenishing the consumption of the battle just now, but at the same time, his strength was also increasing rapidly. However, Chu Yan was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he was very interested in Mo Tianqing's devouring spirit. Anyway, what he devoured was the people of the Black Blood Temple, and it had nothing to do with him. He just took this opportunity to investigate more. If the future Ming clan had this kind of martial spirit, he would have some confidence in himself. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, those who don't know are fearless. After 10 breaths, millions of warriors disappeared, and the place that was crowded with people has now become a vacuum. Nearly 1 million warriors disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared in that place. And above the blank place, the huge blood tornado, the color has become even more bright red, at the same time, one after another phantoms of different colors, roaring in the blood tornado, seems to want to break free. These martial souls that were swallowed into the blood tornado exploded with the power of the martial soul, constantly fighting against the blood tornado. Unfortunately, this is like a small fish swallowed by a whale. This resistance even reduces the speed of dissolution, can't do it. Soon, in the blood tornado, the phantoms of martial souls of different colors changed from solid to virtual, from virtual to invisible, and completely disappeared. Call. The blood tornado twisted suddenly. During the frantic tumbling, he once again turned into the original state of the sea of clouds, and he returned to the original path and swept towards Mo Tianqing. In the next breath, the huge sea of blood clouds turned into a red light and merged into Mo Tianqing's body. Immediately afterwards, the powerful aura emanating from Mo Tianqing's body was more than twice as powerful as before. Damn it. Really? In this way, doesn't it mean immortality? Chu Yan was stunned, with a proud look on his face, and slowly turned around to look at Mo Tianqing, who was in the sea of consciousness, pulling up waves of shocking waves. The secret technique of this black blood temple is truly extraordinary. Devouring martial souls, devouring the martial souls and chi and blood of other warriors, thinking that it has been used, not only can heal wounds, but also double the combat power instantly. This is used for cultivation, and it is really rocket speed. Just, 1,000,000 people. Chu Yan, die for me. When Mo Tianqing saw Chu Yan frowning and lost his mind, he sneered and pointed a finger. The remaining blood cloud behind him instantly turned into a blood wolf with a height of 100 meters, rushing towards Chu Yan. This blood wolf is one of the martial spirits that he devoured many martial artists. Now, it has also become one of his unique attacks. After all, each martial arts has its own unique martial arts skills. Roar! 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 3 beast roars shook the sky and the earth. The blood wolf with a height of 100 meters roared up to the sky. The mighty beast swept the world. This is a blood wolf transformed by a 10-star martial arts. Moreover, it is the king of wolves. It is definitely a top-level martial arts. Moreover, its pair of wolf eyes glittering, indicating that it should still be an earth-type mutant martial arts. The blood wolf is extremely fast. The body of the martial spirit that was originally phantom, at this time, was condensed by a large cloud of blood, and turned into a real body. Rush in all directions. This Mo Tianqing, who has just devoured millions of warriors, is now using the spirit of the martial soul that has not dissipated as his minions. Physical martial spirit. It's a long experience. Seeing the blood wolf pounce, Chu Yan's face was solemn, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. He felt a dangerous aura on this blood wolf spirit. You must know that this is a fusion of Emperor Wu's true chi and a 10-star mutant martial spirit. The two are combined into one, extremely powerful. Cut. Between the electric light and flint, Chu Yan did not hesitate at all, and raised the clear sky sword in his hand. Call out. The sword light is like electricity, and the mighty 5-color sword light splits the layers of void, and slashes straight down towards the blood wolf rushing in. Roar. This blood wolf martial soul seems to have wisdom. Seeing the sword light coming, suddenly, a pair of wolf eyes flashed with golden light, and the huge wolf claws were raised high, and they swung out fiercely. What? As soon as the claw came out, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and his face changed greatly, because this claw was not swiping at his own sword light at all, but came straight towards him. Boom! A sky-shattering explosion exploded, and the 5-colored sword beams slashed at the blood wolf. The moment the two collided, the surface of the blood wolf suddenly lit up with a large golden light, and a layer of black iron rock with a thickness of 10 feet. Like a tortoise shell, it completely wrapped the blood wolf's body. Chu Yan's sword also slashed directly on top of the tortoise shell, blasting the dust mist of stone chips and smashing the large black iron rock above the blood wolf's head. To the body of the blood wolf. At the same time, the wolf claws that slapped towards Chu Yan, as if a blood-colored shock, had already rushed within 100 steps in front of Chu Yan. In the rush, Chu Yan could only hold the sword horizontally and block it in front of his chest. Clang! A sound of Jinga colliding, like the sound of the furnace of heaven and earth, shook the whole world, deafening and screaming. That wolf paw print, like a weapon of a divine weapon, was wrapped with the power of an incomparably huge monster, and hit the clear sky sword. Immediately, the majestic force rushed back into Chu Yan's body along the clear sky sword. Swish! In front of the overwhelming force, inside Chu Yan's black robe, a golden light suddenly lit up, and then, Chu Yan's body, like a cannonball, was thrown straight out. #C1286 Destroy Your Spirit. Chu Yan's body turned into a fog-throwing line, and was blasted for nearly 100 miles before he stopped and slowly fell. Puff! Chu Yan, who had just stood firm, only felt a surge of blood rushing up in his chest, opened his mouth, and spewed out a blood mist. At this moment, the hundreds of millions of warriors in the audience were all stunned. Hundreds of millions of eyes were constantly scanning back and forth between Mo Tianqing, Xuelong, and Chu Yan. Oh my god, Chu Yan is defeated. Damn it, Hall Master Mo is so powerful that he still has such a means. This blood wolf spirit is too powerful. Fart. It's not that the blood wolf soul is powerful, it's Hall Master Mo's Wudi Zhenqi Gang Yuan, which is twice as powerful as before. The blood wolf soul is just his means of attack. It's terrifying. This time, Chu Yan will definitely be unable to stop it. In all directions, all the powerhouses were pale and silent, and they didn't even dare to let out the air. Just now, Mo Tianqing devoured millions of warriors in one breath. In the blink of an eye, such terrifying combat power broke out, which made everyone tremble, and the whole body was cold. Emperor Wu is not only a terrifying cultivation base, but also has a variety of methods, and it is even more thorough, and it is not comparable to ordinary warriors at all. The Chu Yan just now was evenly matched with Mo Tianqing, but in the blink of an eye, he was blasted back and spurted blood. Hoo-ho-ho. Just when everyone was stunned, the blood wolf soul in the sky once again let out a terrifying beast roar, and his body flashed, chasing towards Chu Yan. The blood wolf soul moved, and above the sky, a large area of blood energy and demon energy rushed out at the same time, and the monstrous demon power brought the sky-sweeping potential and swept the sky. What kind of martial spirit is this? Mutated martial spirit. Chu Yan frowned slightly, running the true qi to suppress the injury in the body. At the same time, a pair of eyes swept past the rushing blood wolf soul, but looked directly at Mo Tianqing behind him, staring directly at the top of Mo Tianqing's head on the top, that cloud of blood nearly 10,000 feet in size. His eyes flickered. Chu Yan was sure that the blood cloud was Mo Tianqing's martial soul, because there were 7 extremely faint red soul stars flickering on the blood cloud, indicating that it was a 7-star martial soul. The Lord of the Black Blood Temple, the martial spirit, only has 7 stars. Chu Yan looked suspicious, his eyes sparkling. Without waiting for Chu Yan to ponder for a moment, a powerful demonic wind came, but the blood wolf soul struck again, causing Chu Yan's face to sink. A broken martial soul, even if it is infused with Emperor Wu's true Qi Gang Yuan, he wants to deal with himself. White tiger mythical beast, come out. The next moment, behind Chu Yan, a white light exploded with a bang, and the violent fluctuations in the void caused a large ripple, like water ripples, rushing towards all directions. Boom, rumble. The void collapsed, and the majestic beast shadow stepped out with great strides. Roar. The roaring roar of the tiger, like a huge shock wave, the sound wave visible to the naked eye, like a cannonball, burst out towards the blood wolf soul rushing towards you. Ouch. just rushed to the front of Chu Yan 10,000 steps. The imposing manner angered the blood wolf soul of the sky. He was hit by the sound waves of howling tigers from the white tiger spirit, and the golden light in the wolf's eyes was instantly extinguished like a candle that had been blown out. Scoff! Scoff! The 4 wolf claws slammed on the ground and slammed into the void, wanting to stop the rushing forward. Suddenly, the 4 wolf claws cut the void in front of it into 4 deep voids. In the next breath, the blood wolf soul glanced at the white tiger martial soul, which was as tall as a mountain, with golden eyes. Suddenly, the wolf hair exploded all over his body. Without any hesitation, he waved his 4 claws like flying, and turned around and fled, as if he had seen a ghost. However, just after it turned around and rushed out less than 100 steps away, above its head, a huge white light and shadow about the size of a small mountain peaked, slammed it down and pressed it heavily. Bang! The white light and shadow fell to the ground. It was a huge tiger claw. A powerful force rushed forward, and the layers of void were like spider webs, extending in all directions. Ow! Ow! The mighty blood wolf soul who had just returned to Linlin, now, like a little mouse being stepped on by a fierce tiger, let out a whimpering sound, clawed its claws, trying to break free from the huge tiger paw on its body. Roar! The golden tiger eyes swept lightly, looking at the blood wolf soul under his feet, and immediately, the tiger palm suddenly exerted force and crushed it fiercely. The entire blood wolf soul, under the tiger palm of the white tiger martial soul, was instantly crushed into powder, turned into blood-red light spots all over the sky, and fluttered in all directions. A mere wolf soul, who dares to blaspheme the might of divine beasts, will end up with only one fate, and that is, death. Even if it is a 10-star mutant martial spirit, in front of the white tiger mythical beast, it is no different from an ant. What? This? What martial spirit is this? Seeing that the blood wolf soul turned into dust in the sky, scattered everywhere, Mo Tianqing's face changed, his pupils instantly enlarged, and his face was stunned. Although he had also heard that Chu Yan had 2 extremely powerful spirits, he never imagined that the top spirits he had picked out of the millions of warriors actually saw each other and turned around. Just run away. Moreover, this tiger beast martial spirit, with just 1 palm, turned it into scum. This is no ordinary tiger beast martial spirit at all. Mo Tianqing stared straight at not far away, 1,000 feet tall, towering like a mountain, standing proudly of the white tiger martial soul, with a look of horror on his face, especially when he saw the white tiger martial soul's pair of golden tiger eyes staring at him, the tiger's eyes. There is a deep contempt and disdain in the middle. No. Impossible. At this moment, Mo Tianqing's entire body trembled fiercely, his face instantly stiffened, and an unprecedented sense of terror grew in his heart. This martial spirit actually despised a martial emperor. What kind of martial spirit is this? How could there be such a martial spirit on Haotian continent? For a time, the whole sky was instantly silent, not only Mo Tianqing, but also all over 100 million warriors from all directions. All of them were stunned and dumbfounded. They never imagined that Chu Yan was shot flying by the blood wolf soul in the last breath, as if he was about to lose, but in a blink of an eye, Chu Yan summoned his own martial soul, and just 1 move, he sent the blood wolf soul, the whole is crushed into powder. This is too terrifying. Roar. Just when everyone was stunned, behind the white tiger martial soul, above Chu Yan's head, a huge phantom figure that was extremely terrifying suddenly appeared. This human-shaped phantom is hundreds of feet tall, with a whole body as black as ink, and a golden fork in his hand, like a golden scorching sun, emitting thousands of golden rays, dyeing the entire sky into golden. This 10,000 golden light just flashed, like 10,000 golden rivers, towards the clear sky sword in Chu Yan's hand, madly gathering. In the next breath, an incomparably terrifying aura burst forth from Chu Yan's body, and the whole body was covered with golden light, and the clear sky sword in his hand slowly raised. The golden long sword, golden body, at this time, Chu Yan, bathed in golden light, like a god, a pair of eyes, spraying five-color thunder light, looking straight at Mo Tianqing in the distance. Mo Tianqing, when I destroy your martial spirit, I will see if you will die. In vain, Chu Yan shouted loudly, and slashed down the golden clear sky sword in his hand. #C1287 Three swords at once. Seeing that behind Chu Yan, a ghost like a mountain appeared, Mo Tianqing's expression suddenly changed. What, body-refining vision? You. With just a glance, he recognized that the tall ghost behind Chu Yan was the body-refining vision that a fluid-infused martial artist would produce after cultivating to a very high level. And this kind of body-refining vision is also a necessary condition for martial artists to achieve holy body sanctification. This Chu Yan is not only a dual cultivation of Danwu, but also a body-refining martial artist, and he has also cultivated to such a terrifying level. All souls sacrifice heaven. In the next breath, Mo Tianqing, whose pupils were constantly dilated, his face was completely distorted, the aura of the whole person skyrocketed wildly, and the blood and soul behind him rolled at the same time. Swish swish swish. The next moment, among the bloody sea of martial spirits, an incomparably powerful blood martial spirit rushed out frantically. Scarlet Elephant martial spirit, Bloody War Sword martial spirit, Bloody Tree martial spirit, etc. All kinds of martial spirits, all of which are blood red, rushed out of the Blood Sea martial spirit behind Mo Tianqing, pulled up the monstrous blood waves, and brought them with them. With a majestic aura like a rainbow, he rushed towards Chu Yan. In an instant, tens of thousands of martial spirits were overwhelming, as if 10,000 souls were eating the sky, like a flood of blood, wanting to directly engulf Chu Yan. Roar. The next moment, standing in front of Chu Yan, the majestic white tiger martial spirit, facing the tide of blood-colored souls, immediately stepped on the volley of the tiger palm, and with the collapse of the vast void, the white tiger martial spirit was completely furious. The majesty of heavenly spirits and beasts cannot be blasphemed. Boom. The body of the white tiger martial spirit grew rapidly, rising from a height of 1,000 feet, rising to a height of nearly 10,000 feet in just the blink of an eye, standing in the sky, as if the tiger god descended, and the violent tiger might swept out like a gust of wind and waves. Hoo. Under the three consecutive tiger roars, the white tiger martial spirit opened its mouth wide, and a group of white light groups rushed out roaring like a cannonball. Boom. 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 Bunch of white light balls swept through the void, pulled out a long white tail flame, rushed into the blood and soul tide, and exploded in groups. When each group of white light explodes, a large white shock wave will be released, which will instantly sweep across a range of several miles. Among the tens of thousands of martial spirits, more than half of them were beast spirits. They rushed out less than half of the distance, and when they saw the white tiger spirits like mountains, all of them were so frightened that they ran away. Therefore, these three groups of white light shock waves exploded, almost all of which were weapon spirits and natural martial spirits, and were blasted into powder. In the blink of an eye, the sky filled with blood and souls that was originally overwhelming, instantly became clear, and there was nothing in the field of vision. Roar. Seeing this scene, the white tiger's martial soul and tiger body trembled, raised the tiger's head, and let out a roaring tiger roar. In an instant, within 1,000 miles, the sky and the earth trembled, and the sky and the sea of spiritual clouds rolled and roared. Swish. After declaring his divine beast Tianwei, the white tiger martial spirit swept the audience with a pair of golden tiger eyes, and immediately turned into a white streamer, streaked across the sky, and directly submerged into Chu Yan's body. Disappear. The move just now smashed back tens of thousands of martial spirits, and also exhausted 70% of the power of the martial arts of the white tiger. Therefore, he returned to Chu Yan's body and fell into a deep sleep. Call out! Call out! Call out! Just when everyone felt a sudden light in front of their eyes, and when the huge shadow that had just blocked the sky disappeared, they did not wake up from their astonishment. Suddenly, above the sky, sword lights shining like snow rushed past. The sharp sword light brought up the sword energy in the sky. Open the sky, reincarnation. Kaitian, ruling. Open the sky, God's punishment. One after another sword light, like a world-breaking meteor, with a piercing shriek, slashed straight towards Mo Tianqing in the distance. Every sword light is like the sword of the gods. These sword chi merged with each other, but collided with each other. As the sword tracks passed, one after another incomparably mysterious power of the heaven and the earth kept rushing forward. What? Seeing the huge white tiger martial spirit disappear, 3 sword lights, but in vain, from the place where the white tiger martial spirit disappeared, violently slashed. The mountain-like body of the white tiger martial spirit just blocked his sight, so when Mo Tianqing discovered the white tiger martial spirit disappeared, the 3 sword lights had already passed a distance of nearly 10,000 paces. Holy blood wraith gun! Swish! 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 One after another incomparably powerful spear lights pierced out of the big black spear in Mo Tianqing's hand, forming large spear shadows, like a storm-like spear forest, heading towards the 3 sword lights, straight to meet them. Boom! 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 The sound of the explosion exploded, and the Haotian sword slashed out 3 sword beams, which collided with the large gun shadows, as if a fast knife rushed through the bamboo forest, and the large gun shadows exploded one after another, like large bamboos being slashed and flying in all directions. Call out! The first sword light was exhausted, and the second sword light followed closely. The spear shadows in the sky were slashed into pieces one after another, and a straight line was cut out in the overwhelming spear forest. Coming! Seeing his large spear light being slashed into pieces by Chu Yan's sword light, constantly collapsing, Mo Tianqing's entire face was so black that he could almost drip blood. At this moment, he finally felt that Chu Yan's combat power was probably not inferior to him. In particular, these 3 swordsmanships are several times stronger than before. Blood Soul Holy Light! Mo Tianqing didn't dare to hesitate and shouted loudly. Immediately, the martial soul behind him shot thousands of blood-red beams of light, shooting at a large forest of guns not far away. After the blessing of the sea martial arts, they all turned blood-red, and the power of the gun increased greatly. At a glance, the sky is so silent, the large black spear forest just now has turned into a bloody spear forest, and the strong sharpness and bloody aura rushing into the sky swept the world and swept the 8 wastes. Boom! 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 In the original spear forest, the second sword light that was invincible all the way, stagnant, was suppressed by these bloody spear lights, and the speed and power dropped at the same time. Damn it! Martial spirit blessing, right? I also have. Suzaku martial spirit, give it to me. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan suddenly shouted loudly, and behind him a group of flames shot up into the sky. Between the heaven and the earth, like a huge flame, suddenly burst out of the sky and rushed straight to Jiuxiao, and even the sky was dyed into a flame of fire. Color. Tweet. Under the loud chirping sound, Suzaku martial spirit opened his mouth wide, and the sea of fire from Fenshin poured out, overwhelming the sky and covering the entire sky. However, the sea of fire rushed out, but did not spread around at all, but quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into 2 rockets, with a harsh scream, and shot 2 swords that rushed into the blood and soul spear forest. Mango. Hum. Hum. The 2 rockets, seeing those spear lights as nothing, instantly merged with the 2 sword lights, and in an instant, between heaven and earth, an extremely hot breath suddenly exploded. The two bright sword lights instantly turned into billowing waves of fire, and a large swath of flames enveloped the sword lights, and their power surged instantly. What? This? What martial spirit is this? Mo Tianqing saw that the sword light that had just been suppressed became extremely powerful in an instant, and broke out again, destroying all the way, and when he was about to break all the gun light, suddenly, the corners of his eyes twitched fiercely, and his face turned pale green. C1288 The Lord of the Continent, the Supreme Being. Boom, rumble. Call out. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the second sword light, the ruling, finally completely pierced through the entire blood and soul spear forest, turning it into a sword energy that filled the sky, and it collapsed. The third sword light, divine punishment, suddenly burst into flames, rushing through the forest of bloody spears, as if the only light between heaven and earth, across the dark sky, and stabbed straight at where Mo Tianqing was. At this time, the distance from Mo Tianqing was only 100 paces away. Even if Mo Tianqing, as a strong emperor of a martial emperor, wanted to stop the sword's edge with his unique skills, it was impossible. Blood soul locks empty. Mo Tianqing let out a violent roar, and his entire face almost turned green. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to hesitate at all. His whole body's blood energy rolled wildly, his whole body's infuriating energy condensed on his right palm, and he shot it out with a fierce palm. Boom! The huge bloody palm print rushed out and exploded 10 feet in front of him. The endless blood energy rolled in all directions, forming a large blood mist. These blood mists quickly merged with the void and evolved into a huge and incomparable void defense enchantment. We must use this to block. Heavenly Sword Divine Punishment. Call out. The sword light flashed past, passing the barrier of blood mist that was as high as 100 meters high, passing over the top of Mo Tianqing's head, and slashing straight behind him. What? This time, Mo Tianqing's face trembled fiercely. The sword light didn't slash at him, it was not good. The next moment, Mo Tianqing, who suddenly woke up, was so frightened that his hair exploded. He turned around abruptly, and at a glance, his entire face seemed to be struck by lightning. I saw that the divine punishment sword light shot straight at the sky behind him, the sea of blood martial spirit. Boom! Boom! There was no accident. The heavenly sword divine punishment, with the unrivaled world-destroying sword light, stabbed into the sea of blood martial arts. A sword passed, accompanied by 2 sky-shattering explosions. The huge blood sea martial arts directly broke through 2 large holes, and was punished by the gods with sword glow, completely used to wearing. Roar! Roar! The martial soul of the sea of blood was pierced through 2 large holes, and a straight snow-white bright line appeared in the endless tumbling sea of blood. Screams. In the sea of blood, that bright line, from a weak point, swelled rapidly, became thicker and thicker, and finally, 10,000 rays of light were emitted, bursting out from the body of the sea of blood martial arts. In the 10,000 rays of light, the entire blood sea martial arts twisted and rolled, and large swaths of blood mist continued to evaporate, and the volume of the blood sea martial arts quickly shrank. Puff! Shrinking to the end, the blood sea martial spirit that is only the size of a fist, like a red bubble, burst open with a puff, turning into 10,000 blood-red light spots, flying in all directions, and constantly disappearing into the void. At this moment, the entire blood sea martial spirit completely disappeared. Do not. When the blood spirit and martial spirit completely disappeared, Mo Tianqing's mournful howl resounded throughout the world. Puff. A mouthful of blood shot out from Mo Tianqing's mouth. Whoosh. Without hesitation. Even Chu Yan didn't react. Mo Tianqing spurted blood and turned into a sharp arrow, flying towards the distant sky. Want to escape? Chu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes passed through the space of more than 10 kilometers, and fell directly on the background of Mo Tianqing. The corner of his mouth was lightly raised, and a sneer appeared. Dog, sure Woody, it's not the same, if you can't beat it, run away. With a sneer of disdain, the clear sky sword in Chu Yan's hand trembled lightly, without even a flash of light. It disappeared directly from Chu Yan's right hand, disappeared into the void, and disappeared in an instant. Whoosh! The moment the Haoyan sword disappeared, Chu Yan's body turned into a bolt of lightning, chasing after Mo Tianqing, who had escaped all the way. At the beginning of the battle, Chu Yan had already locked Mo Tianqing with his consciousness, and it was impossible to escape at this time. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions of sluggish and lost souls, within 3 breaths, Chu Yan caught up with Mo Tianqing, whose breath was constantly weakening. With a big hand in the void, the clear sky sword broke through the void and suddenly appeared in Chu Yan's hand. Give me, die. In a roar that shook the sky, Chu Yan's whole body burst out with a bang. 32 inner cores, running like flying, plus all the physical strength, madly poured into the sword body. Call out. The divine soldier Haoyan, like a star that fell from the 9 heavens, brought up a sword light that was as long as 10,000 feet, slashed the void, wrapped in the momentum of destroying everything, and slashed towards the back of Mo Tianqing's head. This sword, Chu Yan broke out with all his strength, without a trace of holding back. No matter what life-saving cards Mo Tianqing had, he would be cut to pieces with one sword. What? You, give me a break. Mo Tianqing felt the sword light slashed from behind him, and his whole body was cold, like falling into an ice cellar. In an instant, Mo Tianqing used all his strength, and the little blood qi gang yuan left in his body rushed out like a tide, all condensing on his claws. This claw, even the strength of feeding milk, can escape. It all depends on this trick. Boom! With a loud bang, the Haoyan divine soldier fell and collided with 2 blood-red paw prints. The sword is as strong as the sky, unmatched, and the sharpness is peerless, and it can't be stopped at all. Haoyan passed by, and instantly chopped the 2 claw marks to pieces, without a trace of obstruction, and slashed on top of Mo Tianqing's head. Boom, boom, boom. The body protection gang yuan, which is less than 10 feet thick, can't stop the Haoyan divine armament at all. In the continuous explosion, the sword light was like thunder, and Mo Tianqing's tall figure shattered directly. Under the slashing of the powerful sword energy, it was directly blown into blood and minced meat, and disappeared into ashes. There was no time to even let out a scream, and the whole body was instantly and completely strangled to ashes. Haoyan continent, the most powerful person, Mo Tianqing, the master of the Black Blood Temple, died. At this time, above the sky. As the sword energy rushed past and slowly dissipated, the world became dead silent. Everyone stared at the eyes as big as bull's eyes, and all of them opened their mouths like hundreds of millions of stone sculptures. Mo Tianqing, lost. Wrong. Mo Tianqing, dead. Still gone. A dignified quasi-emperor rank powerhouse, the #1 powerhouse in Haoyan continent, who has just become the #1 powerhouse in the continent for 10,000 years, in less than a few days, he was slashed into scum by a sword like this. This Chu Yan, Nima, is really a martial emperor. Depend on killing a quasi-emperor powerhouse, then, on this continent, Chu Yan is equivalent to an invincible existence. This time, the sky of Haoyan continent, the land of Haoyan continent, all have to change. Everyone's people were so shocked that they lost their minds, and hundreds of millions of eyes were staring at the scene in front of them, unable to react at all. Mo Tianqing, the strong man who appeared in 10,000 years, lost. A generation of invincible and powerful Chu Yan, born. At this moment, in the entire Haoyan continent, no one dared to block Chu Yan's edge. The legend of the invincible mainland has been rewritten by the sky. The real lord of the continent, the supreme being in the world, has appeared. #C1289 One Drum. After the First World War, the quasi-emperor rank powerhouse, Mo Tianqing, the strongest in the mainland, was beheaded. The lord of the continent will be replaced by this. The sect master of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, Chu Yan, has become the new lord of the continent, changing the world. At this time, the warriors in the sky, the warriors on the side of the hundreds of millions of black blood temples, are all maddened and completely stupid. They never imagined that the invincible existence, the palace master Mo Tianqing, was actually dead. This Chu Yan, one person and one sword, beheaded the two emperors of their temple. It was promised to wipe out the 8 ancient sects, to dominate the continent, and to control the world. This time, the powerhouses in the entire temple, plus all the forces and warriors who belonged to the temple, nearly 150 million powerhouses, aggressively attacked the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, but they ended up like this. Although Chu Yan killed Xie La Jiao with a single sword when he appeared, it was extremely powerful, but everyone believed that if there was a real quasi-emperor rank powerhouse Xie La Jiao, he would definitely win. But now, all the hopes in my heart have been crushed by the cruel reality. Palace master. It's over. It's over. Impossible. Impossible. How could this be? On the side of the Black Blood Temple, all the warriors had their faces covered with ashes, their whole bodies trembling, shaking like chaff. At this moment, 100 miles away, on a mountain top, a wave of void suddenly swayed, and a figure disappeared quickly. This person is the devil Mo Tsong. He is the only high-level living in the Black Blood Temple. Although the Great Blood Old Corpse Emperor and the Hall Master Mo Tianqing were both beheaded, but the appearance of this devil Mo Tsong just now, it seems that his identity and status are higher than that of the Hall Master. Xuanhuan, don't let him escape. Chu Yan, hurry up, kill him. On the side of Jiuxiao Palace, Dong Huangtianyi and Gong Yuntian shouted loudly at the same time, letting Chu Yan cut the grass and remove the roots. This devil Mo Tsong has a very strange secret method of seizing a house. As long as his soul is immortal, his physical body can be replaced at any time, giving people the feeling of an immortal body. Therefore, if this devil is allowed to escape, it may become a serious problem for the confidant in the future. Hearing the shout, Chu Yan's eyes swept away, but his brows were slightly wrinkled, and his face changed slightly. Whoosh! Holding the clear sky sword, Chu Yan turned into electricity, dodged 3 times in a row, and landed on the top of the mountain where the devil Mo Tsong had just disappeared. The devil Mo Tsong, when he first appeared, he separated a spiritual consciousness and locked it on him. But just now, when he tore through the void and escaped, Chu Yan clearly sensed that the consciousness he had left on him disappeared. In today's battle, Chu Yan's original plan was to completely wipe out the Black Blood Temple, but now, after killing Xie La Jiao and Mo Tianqing, if Mo Tsong, the devil child, escaped, then today's battle would not be considered perfect. Moreover, Chu Yan has not asked about the information about the entrance of the Ming clan. Now, in the entire Black Blood Temple, only the devil Mo Tsong may know about it. Chu Yan was unwilling, and immediately, with a big hand, he sensed the fluctuation of the void that had not completely dissipated, and quickly tore the void again. Step into the crack of the void and try to catch up with Mo Tsong. Soon, Chu Yan's figure disappeared on the spot. On the other side, in the sky above the Valley of the Gods. With the departure of the demon sons Mo Tsong and Chu Yan, the entire sky of the Divine Valley was dead silent, and needles could be heard falling. Everyone is still immersed in the world-shattering battle just now, their souls are lost, and they cannot extricate themselves. On the Jiuxiao Palace side, Dong Huangtianyi, Gong Yuntian, Qing Yun Elder, Chu Jiang, Shindang and other Rakshasa Soul Tianzong bosses were overjoyed at first, but as Chu Yan left, their faces quickly changed. Sunk down. All the big guys, their eyes swept across the sky, the sky-filled warriors who completely covered the entire sky, all of them showed solemn expressions. The 150 million warriors brought by the Black Blood Temple this time, although the two masters, Xie La Jiao and Mo Tianqing, have died, but the remaining power cannot be handled so well. After a battle, Jiuxiao Palace, even if one side wins, I am afraid it will be severely damaged. Swish. 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 Several bosses exchanged glances, and the sound transmission of spiritual consciousness quickly passed between each other. At this time, on the left side of the Nine Nether Palace camp, the number was close to 50 million, and they came from all over the continent to see that the other forces in the mainland and the camps of the loose cultivators in this shocking battle broke out. There was a roar of boiling noise. In an instant, the sound was so loud that it seemed as if a pot had exploded. My God! My God! My God, ah! Too strong, too strong. Did you see it clearly? You're right, it turned out to be Chu Yan, bah. Sect Master Xuanhuan. It's terrifying. I didn't expect that Sect Master Chu's strength would be so powerful. Slaying two emperors with one sword. An absolute mainland myth, a legend in the world. Sect Master Chu will be the master of Haotian continent in the future. Now, we also have a chance to learn Sect Master Chu's heaven-defying technique? Fuck. Sect Master Chu's exercises are so easy to learn, even if you join their sect and don't make great achievements, don't even think about it. Ha ha ha. The warriors who came from all over the continent picked up the monstrous sound, and tens of millions of powerhouses gathered together. The noise and exclamation were intertwined, as if the sky was torn apart. Yuer smiled lightly, with a pair of smart big eyes, looking at the distance, where Chu Yan's figure disappeared, on the small face, full of excitement. Chu Yan. Sure enough, she didn't disappoint. Ha ha ha, the boss wins. The boss is invincible. Dang Dang waved his small fist, extremely excited, surrounded Yuer, and circled happily, for several times. I don't want to say, big brother, how can you lose, the garbage Black Blood Temple is courting death. Ha ha ha. Situ Yang put his hands on his hips, laughing up to the sky, the fat all over his body, like water ripples, kept shaking. Chu Yan defeated Xie La Jiao and Mo Tianqing, and his combat power surpassed that of the quasi-emperor rank powerhouse, and the entire Haotian continent was invincible. Elder Qing Yun, Li Wutian, Niu Mo, and other Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect powerhouses, all of them were inexplicably excited, tearful, unable to hide their emotions for 100,000 years. After this battle, the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect will once again become the first sect in the continent, the overlord of the heavens. This day, finally let them wait. In front of them, Gong Yuntian and Shindang, as well as Donghuan Tianyi, had a cold look on their faces, staring closely at the Black Blood Temple camp in the distance. The revenge of the sect must be avenged. Now, there are hundreds of millions of warriors on the side of the Black Blood Temple, and they must take advantage of Chu Yan's powerful momentum to slash the two emperors with one sword, and in one go, completely eradicate the Black Blood Temple. Soon, after the exchange of consciousness between Donghuan Tianyi and all the bosses of Jiuxiao Palace, their bodies flashed and flew towards the Black Blood Temple camp. Behind him, Gong Yuntian, Shindang, Sword Master, Lei Wuhuang and many other mainland powerhouses followed closely. #C1290, kill them all, leave one. Swish. 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 In the void passage 30,000 miles away from the divine valley of the Vault of Heaven, Chu Yan flew all the way, following a faint sense of consciousness, chasing the devil Mo Tsang all the way. It's a pity that Chu Yan had just experienced a big battle. At this time, regardless of his true chi cultivation and spiritual consciousness, he was less than half of his peak period. In addition, when Mo Tsang escaped, the wisp of consciousness that he had left on him was locked and disappeared, which was also extremely laborious for Chu Yan to track down. Therefore, after chasing 40,000 miles, the last faint sense of consciousness was completely cut off, and the devil emote song completely disappeared from Chu Yan's induction. This guy must have a secret method similar to Fatty Situ. You are lucky. Chu Yan was in the void passage, staring at the direction where the sense of consciousness disappeared. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the air was cold. I don't believe it. When I unify the Haotian continent and gather the strength of the entire continent, I won't be able to find you. After making up his mind, Chu Yan didn't waste any more time. Immediately, in the void passage, he turned around and headed back toward the Heavenly Valley. At this time, the sky above the God Valley. Everyone in the Black Blood Temple listen. Dong Wangshan shouted loudly, and the momentum of the Middle Emperor Wuhun swept out like a mad cloud. The Temple of Black Blood has been destroyed. Those who have not practiced the secret techniques of the Temple of Black Blood, surrender immediately and avoid death. Containing the shouting of Emperor Wu's Gang Yuan, it resounded through the entire sky like thunder. What? This? 150 million warriors, when they heard the words of Dong Huan Tianyi, suddenly changed their expressions, staring at the head of the 8 ancient sects, the sect master of Tianzong, all with a look of astonishment. I didn't practice, I surrendered. Secret. What secret? Hurry up and get out of the Black Blood Temple, otherwise, you will die. Quick. We were forced by the Black Blood Temple, hurry up. The people in the Black Blood Temple are all lunatic devils. In order to attack the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect just now, they killed us, the second-rate sects who belong to them, millions of people, and can no longer be with them. As the voice of Dong Huan Tianyi spread, there was an uproar among the crowd of 150 million warriors on the side of the Black Blood Temple. In the tidal wave of discussions and exclamations, suddenly, like the tide hitting the reef, the original connection was formed. One large crowd, instantly, torn apart. A large group of warriors, with Zoman forces as a group, quickly left the Black Blood Temple camp, and under the arrangement of the Jiuxiao Palace, they were all placed in a place thousands of miles away from the Heavenly Valley. For these people, Dong Huan Tianyi has arranged for the strong to check their martial arts. Those with normal martial arts can be sure that they have not practiced the secret technique of the Black Blood Temple, so they can naturally avoid death. In less than 100 breaths, the original army of nearly 150 million Black Blood Temple had left less than 20 million disciples. These people, all wearing black robes, all had a faint crimson light in their eyes, and they were all direct disciples of the Black Blood Temple. Ha ha ha, you think you won. Tell you, when my saints return, you will all die. That's right. It won't be long before our saints are strong, and under the catastrophe, none of you will survive. Don't think that Chu Yan kills Hall Master Mo, and it's amazing. When the saints come, they can crush Chu Yan with one finger. On the side of the Black Blood Temple, there are nearly 20 million disciples, all of them with sullen faces, as if they are crazy, and no one is begging for mercy. Soon, with the mobilization of Dong Huan Tianyi, Lei Wuhuang, Sword Master, Chu Jiang and others, nearly 100 million strong people on the Jiuxiao Palace side surrounded these 20 million disciples. Heaven and earth, in all directions, like iron barrels, just waiting for Chu Yan to come back and decide what to do with these people. Moreover, the mainland powerhouses who came to watch, all showed their positions at this time, all of them were filled with righteous indignation, holding spirit soldiers, shouting, and joined the camp of Jiuxiao Palace surrounded these Black Blood Temple disciples. Immediately, the number of powerhouses surrounding the disciples of the Black Blood Temple reached nearly 200 million. Call. Dong Huan Tianyi and a group of Jiuxiao Palace bosses finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the scene. In this way, the situation was finally brought under control, and even if there was a war, the losses to the Haotian continent would be minimized. Swish! At this moment, on the edge of the sky, a black streamer came flying. In the blink of an eye, he fell to Dong Huantian's side and stabilized his body. The person here is, of course, Chu Yan. Chu Yan, look at these people, how to deal with them. Dong Huantian and the other big guys, when they saw Chu Yan coming back, their eyes flashed, and they all turned around. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, his eyes like thunder, swept out, and looked at the large crowd of disciples of the Black Blood Temple, not far away. Chu Yan, don't be arrogant. Hurry up and let us go. That's right. Chu Yan, if you let us go, you can save your life when the saints come. Humph. Chu Yan, don't think that you have really become the overlord of the mainland. Your strength is not as good as a single finger of the saints. Hurry up and let us go, otherwise, you will be destroyed. Nearly 20 million Black Blood Temple disciples and elders shouted loudly when they saw Chu Yan looking at them. Hearing these people's words, Dong Huantian and the other Jiuxiao palace bosses all had a heavy face, their brows were slightly wrinkled, and a hint of hesitation flashed in their eyes. Although these people's words are arrogant, they are not all wrong. If you kill them now, when the catastrophe comes, there will be a complete break with the Ming clan, an absolutely immortal situation. If you don't kill them, wait for the underworld to come, or there is still a little room for maneuver. Boom. Just when everyone was pondering, suddenly, an extremely terrifying fist burst out and slammed into the large crowd of disciples of the Black Blood Temple. Bang bang bang. Nearly 1,000 feet of fists passed by, and countless muffled sounds and crackles blew up the entire sky. For a time, in the crowd of nearly 20 million Black Blood Temple disciples, the place where the fists swept over, all of their bodies exploded in an instant, turning into balls of flesh and blood, flying all over the sky. There was not even a scream, and below the martial emperor realm, facing this flickering fist of 5-color Gang Yuan, there was no power to resist. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100,000 disciples of the Black Blood Temple were all lost and turned into countless pieces of blood and blood. At this moment, the monstrous Xinqi Gang Yuan mixed with blood energy, corpse fragments, and fresh blood, forming a rolling sea of blood, rushing towards all directions. The person who shot was none other than Chu Yan, who had a cold and murderous look on his face. Slowly withdrew his right fist, Chu Yan's whole body was cold, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he spit out a sentence. Kill them all, leave none. As soon as the words landed, the big guys and powerhouses on the Jiuxiao palace side were all stunned. #C1291 Big One. As soon as the words landed, all the bigwigs on the Jiuxiao palace side were stunned at first, and then, in everyone's eyes, there were fierce killing intents. Kill. Kill them all, leave none. With an order, nearly 200 million strong men in the secluded palace, like mad clouds in the sky, surging all together, rushed towards the crowd of the Black Blood Temple and rushed away. Boom. Boom. Boom boom, boom boom. On the first day of the freshman year, two crowds of people slammed into each other fiercely, and a loud battle erupted. All kinds of Xinqi Gang Yuan, martial arts, vigorous, sword light, sword shadow, gas explosion, blood mist, corpse, scattered the whole sky. The war broke out, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of warriors, like dumplings, fell from the air and died on the spot. This is an amazing battle. On Haotian continent, for the first time in tens of thousands of years, a warrior battle with more than 100 million people broke out. Above the sky, Chu Yan's eyes are like ice, his body is like green pine, his face is cold, and he looks at all this coldly. The scene in front of me is a battlefield where nearly 300 million warriors are fighting. Life and death are just like normal things here. Every blink of an eye, thousands of souls die, and countless martial souls are annihilated. However, these 20 million Black Blood Temple disciples must die. If they don't cut the grass and root out, when the catastrophe really comes in 2 years, there is probably no hope for Haotian continent. Time passed extremely fast. After about an hour, between heaven and earth, finally began to return to calm. Above the sky, Gang Yuanqi exploded, martial spirit, corpses, etc., all perished. In all directions, it began to become quiet. Among the 20 million Black Blood Temple disciples, although there are many with extremely high cultivation, they are still no match for the 9 Nether Palace, which has an absolute advantage in number. In an hour, 20 million disciples of the Black Blood Temple were all turned into dust. As for the Jiuxiao Palace side, although it was the winning side, it also lost nearly 20 million warriors. In this battle, the two sides lost a total of nearly 50 million warriors. This number is equivalent to the total number of disciples of a relatively powerful sect on Haotian continent. I didn't expect that the disciples in the sect established by the Ming clan left behind in the Haotian continent would have such combat power. Chu Yan glanced over, frowning slightly. He did not expect that the disciples of the Black Blood Temple would have such a powerful combat power, and they would be able to compete evenly in the face of nearly 5 times the number of enemy sects. This is enough to show that within the Black Blood Temple, the secret technique for improving cultivation is extremely powerful. Go back. There was a bad premonition in Chu Yan's heart. Although the Black Blood Temple has now been destroyed, among the 20 million Black Blood Temple disciples, there are many less seniors such as their elders and blood elders. It can be seen that this Black Blood Temple, in the old lair of the Blood Temple, there are still strong people left behind. Including that devil Mo Tsang. If all these people are not wiped out, the catastrophe in 2 years will be a big disaster. Chu Yan turned around slowly, and was about to return to the Tsangqiong Divine Valley, but in all directions, a large number of figures quickly surrounded him. Huh? You? Chu Yan's face was stunned, looking at the powerhouses of the various sects and forces in the continent, and said doubtfully. Sect Master Chu. I'm waiting. I want to join the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Look. Not bad. Sect Master Chu, we heard that the Black Blood Temple was attacking the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly sect this time, and we came here to support it. We just took down the Black Blood Temple, and we all took action. We are here to join the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly sect. Sect Master Chu, please include me. I am willing to join the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Yes. We all want to join in. In all directions, the powerhouses and loose cultivators from all sides gathered around Chu Yan. All of them were extremely excited, talking nonsense, and the scene was noisy. Among these people, some are a whole sect, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people in a group, and some are lonely, just cultivators, and everyone's thoughts are the same. That is, at all costs, join the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. After all, Chu Yan became famous in the first battle, and the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong has become the first sect in the mainland. If you join it, it is equal to the supreme glory, and there is hope of cultivating the strongest practice in the mainland. The status of the disciples of the first sect in the mainland, the opportunity of the mainland's supreme cultivation method, how can they not be tempted? Moreover, all of them can clearly see that behind Chu Yan, there are several major sect masters of the 8 ancient sections. It seems that they all respect Chu Yan. Maybe, Tianzong, Jianzong, Lingzong, Earth sect and so on, all will be merged into Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Therefore, the sooner they join, the higher their status in the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect will be, and the chance they will get will naturally be the greatest. Facing countless pairs of twinkling and hopeful eyes, Chu Yan pondered for a while, then waved his hand. A powerful aura, like a gust of wind, instantly swept the audience. Everyone was attacked by this breath, and their bodies swayed, and the noise in the audience instantly quieted down. From tomorrow onwards, my Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect will open a mountain gate and recruit disciples. All warriors who have passed the 9 altar examinations can join. According to Chu Yan's plan, It's time for the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect to restore the continent's first overlord sect. Therefore, Chu Yan decided to start recruiting disciples from tomorrow, facing the Xuanhuan continent. Haha, that's great. My God. Are you really recruiting, all? Thank you, Sect Master Chu. I will definitely pass the test, and I will become a disciple of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. I will definitely pass. Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, and the audience suddenly boiled, and all kinds of cheers went straight to Jiuxiao. In the midst of the earth-shattering sound, Chu Yan's face was sinking like water. He turned around and flew away, heading straight for the Nine Nether Palace in the Heavenly Valley. Seeing this scene, Dong Huangtian and the other big guys looked at each other a few times, and hurriedly chased after Chu Yan, and flew towards Jiuxiao Palace together. Dong Huangtian, Gong Yuntian, Chu Jiang, Shindang, Sword Master and others have been in high positions for a long time, so they naturally know what Chu Yan thinks. Although this battle was won, it was actually the beginning of another battle. And the next battle will be thousands of times harder than today's battle. Jiuxiao Palace, the main hall. Sitting on the high gold seat, Chu Yan's eyes swept across, looking at the people below. Sitting on the left are elders Qin Yun, Chu Jiang, Li Wutian, Niu Mo, Wadianfu, Huang Fuxian, and other high-level members of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, while seated on the right are Dong Huangtian, Sword Master, Lei Wu Huang, Shindang, Gong Yuntian and other powerful leaders of the 8 ancient sects. Everyone followed Chu Yan, and as soon as they returned to Jiuxiao Palace, they all went to the main hall and took their seats. At this time, Chu Yan's face was slightly dark, and he frowned in thought, but did not speak. The others all stared at Chu Yan and waited quietly. They all knew that under this situation, any decision made by Chu Yan would directly affect the life and death of the trillions of beings in the vast continent, and even the entire martial soul world. The life and death of a warrior. Xiaoyan, below. After a long time, it was Chu Yan's father, Chu Jiang, who had waited for Chu Yan for a long time after seeing the bigwigs of various forces. Everyone, I want to unify the entire Haotian continent within a year. Hearing his father's opening, Chu Yan's eyes swept over again, and immediately, his face became solemn, and he said softly. As soon as the words landed, everyone in the audience trembled at the same time. #C1292 Conquer All. Chu Yan's words immediately caused everyone in the audience to be stunned. Except for Dong Huangtian, Lei Wu Huang, Shindang, and Gong Yuntian, all of them were shocked and surprised. Within a year, unify the Haotian continent. This is not a joke. Haotian continent has never heard of it for tens of thousands of years. That sect once unified Haotian continent. Could it be that Chu Yan thinks? Everyone, according to reliable information, 2 years later, the catastrophe will come, and the so-called catastrophe, that is, the Ming clan of the outer domain, invaded our vast continent and devoured the martial spirit and energy of my continent's warriors. Blood, to improve cultivation, this kind of. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Chu Yan slowly opened his mouth and explained in detail what he knew about the origin of the Ming clan and the Haotian continent. After talking for nearly 100 breaths, Chu Yan finished introducing all the information, and then, his eyes swept across, looking at everyone present. At this time, there was a dead silence in the hall. In the huge main hall, with a radius of nearly 10,000 feet, as everyone frowned, an extremely oppressive atmosphere suddenly spread. No one would have imagined that Haotian continent was just a small cultivation world of alien races outside the realm. Moreover, in the catastrophe 2 years later, nearly 90% of the warriors in the entire continent will be lost. A scene like the end of the world, in the sea of consciousness of everyone, forms a pair of pictures, flashing constantly. This made everyone's mind instantly cold as an ice field, and all sank to the bottom of the valley. Father-in-law, the 9 spirits Shantian sect has been destroyed, why don't you join my Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect? Seeing the strange atmosphere in the audience, Chu Yan pondered for a while, looked at Gong Yuntian, and said. Gong Yuntian heard the words. His face was as usual, but his brows were slightly wrinkled, but behind him, the only remaining elders and strong men of the medicine sect, but their expressions changed greatly. They did not expect that Chu Yan would first propose to their medicine sect. The last time Yaozong was attacked by the Black Blood Temple, the entire sect, 90 million disciples, were all lost, and less than 30 people fell down. They were gathered together by Gong Yuntian. Behind. Most of these people are high-level Yaozong people, and they are extremely loyal to Gong Yuntian. At first, their eyes flashed, their brows furrowed tightly, and then they seemed to think of something, and their faces gradually darkened. Soon, everyone's eyes turned to Gong Yuntian, waiting for him to make a decision. Gong Yuntian slowly got up, turned his head and swept the group of medicine sects behind him. His eyes were bright. The destruction of the medicine sect can be said to have destroyed its foundation. Even if it is to rebuild the sect, it will not take 10,000 years to develop. Moreover, Chu Yan was originally the holy son of Yaozong, and the position of suzerain was also his sooner or later. Now, Yaozong merged into Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. I am afraid it is the best and most decent way to end. Okay. I agree. After thinking for a long time, Gong Yuntian nodded and agreed. Regarding the merger of the Yaozong into the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, Chu Yan had mentioned it to several sect masters when they discussed the last time. At that time, the Yaozong was still in its heyday. Now, naturally, there is no need to think about it any further. And, as his father-in-law Chu Yan, joining the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, I am afraid that the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. I will follow to the death, and I am willing to join the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Gong Yuntian's voice fell to the ground, and a group of elders behind him, dozens of people spoke at the same time. Okay, not bad. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan showed a smile on his face, nodded, and then swept his eyes to Shindang. At this time, Shindang and Xinjiao were discussing something in a low voice. Seeing Chu Yan's eyes swept over before Chu Yan could speak, Shindang had a smile on his face, stood up directly, and said, My Earth sect, I would like the entire sect to join the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, but I have a request. I just hope that Sect Master Chu can still manage the business associations in the sect and leave it to me to take charge. Hearing this, Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth lightly and smiled. Can. As soon as the words landed, Shindang and Xinjiao both sat with smiles on their faces. Their Earth sect, unlike other sects, has always been the weakest among the 8 ancient sects, because Shindang and Xinjiao have always paid less attention to martial arts, and they prefer business. Now, even Chu Yan is about to dominate the Haotian continent, and their Earth sect joins at this time. Why not do it? Emperor Lei Wu. Immediately, Chu Yan spoke again. Hearing Chu Yan's voice, Lei Wuhuang and Tianzhua Wuzuan frowned slightly. Although the Earth sect and the medicine sect in front of them both agreed to join the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, they are quite different from the other sects in the heaven-swallowing mountain range. They are, but the power of the demon clan. In Haotian continent, for tens of thousands of years, the relationship between the human race and the monster race has been at odds. This time, if it is not for the Black Blood Temple, I am afraid that if a terrifying number of monsters and humans gather together, they will fight long ago. This. Lei Wuhuang's face was slightly dark, and he kept thinking about it, his face full of hesitation. They belong to the demon clan, and have always respected the strong. Now Chu Yan's strength far exceeds his Lei Wuhuang. Originally, he should not have refused, but if he agreed to Chu Yan's request, it would be equivalent to the demon clan. Being annexed by the human race, this matter is the same as Xiaoka. What, don't think about it, big brother, I believe the boss, he will not treat our demon clan badly. Seeing Lei Wu Wang's hesitant look, Dang glanced at Chu Yan, blinked his eyes, grinned, and said loudly. Hearing Dongdong's words, Chu Yan was suddenly stunned, and then said with a chuckle. Emperor Lei Wu, you also know Dongdong's relationship with me. The two of us are as close as brothers. After the Tian Mountains merged into the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, I promise that in the future, Dang will be responsible and I will never interfere. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Lei Wu Wang's eyes suddenly lit up, he no longer hesitated, and immediately got up and said. Okay. Since that's the case, I have nothing to say in the Tian mountain range. I would like to join the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. As soon as the words landed, Emperor Lei Wu seemed to have released a big stone that was pressing on his heart, and suddenly grinned. It is good. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan nodded immediately, and he was slightly relieved. As he thought, the Swallowing Heaven mountain range was the most troublesome among the many sect forces. Because of their special status as a monster, Chu Yan was also somewhat confident. Unexpectedly, just relying on Dongdong's sentence, the problem is easily solved. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan gave Dang a smile of approval, turned his head again, and looked at Donghuang Tianyi. Uncle, you Tianzong. However, when Chu Yan had just opened his mouth, Donghuang Tianyi waved his hand and directly stopped Chu Yan from continuing to speak. Immediately, he slowly got up, glanced at all the big guys in the audience, and slowly opened his mouth to say a word. Unexpectedly, this sentence once again made everyone in the audience change their faces. Everyone, in fact, my Tianzong began to try to counterattack the Ming clan 10 years ago. #C1293 Shengyang Palace Passage. Donghuang Tianyi's words were like a thunderbolt, causing everyone in the audience to change their expressions. 10 years ago, Tianzong began to attack the Ming clan. This kind of news is really too amazing, and everyone can't react at all. East Emperor Sect Master, as far as I know, the Ming clan is in the outer domain, and our Haotian continent is isolated from the space. The opening of the space channel has always been in the hands of the Ming clan. How do you Tianzong take action? Gong Yuntian looked at Donghuang Tianyi, his eyes were puzzled, and he asked. In fact, the ancient 8 sects knew a little bit about the calamity of the Ming clan a long time ago. However, this kind of rumor only exists in the word of mouth among the sect masters. Experienced or seen catastrophe, so the longer the time passes, the more disapproving the new sect master is to these rumors. However, most of the ancient 8 sects have established some powerful hidden powers. These powers, the purpose of the sect masters of all dynasties, are actually aimed at the catastrophe. However, with the passage of time, even some sect masters were accidentally lost, and there was no chance of word of mouth. As a result, most sect masters now think that these hidden powers are just trump cards for the sect to protect themselves. This is also the core secret of my Tianzong. Hearing Gong Yuntian's question, Donghuang Tianyi hesitated for a moment, then his eyes became firm and he replied. Once, I promised Chu Yan that when he broke through the martial emperor realm, I would tell him the core secrets of Tianzong. Now. As soon as Donghuang Tian spoke, his eyes moved sideways, and he swept across the faces of every big man on the scene in turn, and spoke again. 1. Because the catastrophe is about to come, we don't have much time in Haotian continent. Secondly, 90% of my Tianzong's power has all fallen into the land of the Ming clan. In the catastrophe 2 years later, my Tianzong is powerless. Thirdly, I agree with Chu Yan's proposal. After thinking about it for a few years, I also think that it may be the only way to unify the power of the entire Haotian continent. Speaking of this, Donghuang Tianyi's words made the faces of all the bosses suddenly become solemn. The 8 ancient sects, tens of thousands of years ago, were originally linked together. It's just that after tens of thousands of years, there has been a tendency to split and combine, but the sect masters of the ancient eight sects know that no matter how the forces of the eight sects change, the strength of the Tianzong has always been the first of the eight sects. Therefore, Dong Huangtian's words had a great impact on them. When everyone fell into contemplation, Dong Huangtian glanced at Chu Yan, sighed softly, and continued. Xiaoyan, the second time I told you, 10 years ago, my master led 90% of the elite powerhouses in the clan to counterattack the Ming clan, and the result? Dong Wangshan's eyes suddenly changed, and the light in his eyes was sad. There is one thing I didn't tell you. In fact, before that year, my master's cultivation had broken through to the quasi-emperor level. What? Chu Yan's face suddenly froze. Not only Chu Yan, but the other big guys in the audience changed their expressions at the same time. Quasi-emperor. 10 years ago, the cultivation of the Tianzong sect master broke through the quasi-emperor rank. How is this possible? In Haotian continent, there has not been a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse for 10,000 years. Unexpectedly, the sect master Ren of Tianzong turned out to be a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse. At that time, the 1,200,000 strong people led by my master, there were more than 300 strong people in the martial emperor realm, more than 1,000 people in the martial emperor realm, and nearly 10,000 people in the next martial emperor realm. Dong Huangtian said. As soon as the words landed, all the big guys in the audience suddenly shrank their pupils fiercely, and their faces changed suddenly. Hiss! 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 The sound of the air conditioning pumping back and forth echoed in the entire hall. A quasi-imperial powerhouse. 300 martial emperors. Thousands of empresses. 10,000 warriors of the emperor realm. This kind of strength is enough to sweep the Haotian continent back and forth 10 times, even if it is the ancient eight sects, there is no force that can compete with it. Even if the ancient eight sects and the remaining 7 sects unite, I am afraid they are not their opponents. Tianzong, as expected to be the first sect on the mainland before, the terrifying strength is outrageous. However, in that battle, my Tianzong was wiped out, and no one came back. Dong Huangtian's words, like a gust of cold wind, swept the audience, causing everyone to tremble at the same time, their faces full of horror. How can such a powerful force be? Could it be that the strength of this outer territory Ming clan is so terrifying? The faces of several bigwigs began to turn pale. Although they couldn't believe it, first it was Chu Yan, and now it was Dong Wangshan. These two people, one is the current supreme powerhouse of the mainland, and the other is the suzerain of the former mainland's largest sect. There is no reason to doubt their words. The place of death. That place, our Tianzong has always called it, the place of death. Speaking of this, Dong Huangtian suddenly got up slowly, his face was not solemn. My Tianzong is the only sect that survived a cataclysmic catastrophe among the 8 ancient sections. The sect has a history of nearly 170,000 years, but... Next, I announce that Tianzong has agreed to merge into the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong from now on. At the same time, I want the core secrets of Tianzong and tell everyone here, please take this as a warning, and help Haotian continent survive as many creatures as possible. Hearing what Dong Wangshan said, all the bigwigs in the audience suddenly stared, all stunned, and their eyes swept to Chu Yan. They didn't expect Tianzong to agree to join the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong so easily. What's more relevant is core secrets. Uncle, don't worry, no matter what, I will definitely kill the Ming clan and save my mother and other Tianzong seniors. Chu Yan stood up from the golden seat, his face was determined, and he said seriously. It is good. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Dong Huangtian suddenly showed a smile on his face, nodded lightly, and then slowly turned around and said. Sect Master Shen, Sect Master Gong, Emperor Lei Wu, the 3 of you should still remember the Yang Dao Master you saw once in the Xuanhuan mountain range, and Yang Palace. This? Of course I remember. It seems that this Yang Daozhu and Yang Gong are not warriors and forces from Haotian continent. Shundang frowned slightly and replied. Once Chu Yan was in the Tianzong and sent them a message of divine consciousness. At that time, when the three major sects were besieging the Tianzong rebel force, the avatar of the Yang Dao master was strong, and they still remembered it freshly. There are two passages from Haotian continent to the outer domain. One of them is directly leading to this Yang Palace. The 1.2 million heavenly sect powerhouses, led by my master, started from this space passage, arrived at the Yang Palace. In a big battle, the forces were evenly matched. My master led the warriors to forcibly break through the siege and rushed out of most of the warriors. Unfortunately, the Ming clan who arrived later captured all of them, and none escaped. C1294 Wanzong surrendered. Two passages. Tianzong actually broke through Shangyang Palace passage. Everyone was astonished when they heard the words of the suzerain of Dongwang Shenyanyi. They didn't expect that there were two hidden passages leading to different continents in Haotian continent. What made them even more astonished was that Tianzong's terrifying strength was not only related to being forced to break through by the Shangyang Palace, but was also captured and wiped out by all the Ming clan. This foreign power is actually so powerful. Uncle, there is another passage. Unlike the others, Chu Yan was the first to react, frowning, and after a moment of pondering, he asked directly. 9 peaks. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Dong Wangshan said directly. 9 peaks. This place, not. Hearing this name, Chu Yan's face suddenly changed. On the 9-tiered ladder like Feitian Peak, that ancient voice of calling seemed to resound in his mind again. The day when the 9 peaks are broken is the time when the 5 souls soar to the sky. In the depths of Jiuxiao, above the altar, the horn of the unicorn. In an instant, Chu Yan's whole body was filled with an incomparably powerful aura, like a hurricane, sweeping the audience. Everyone was attacked by Chu Yan's aura, and their spirits trembled suddenly, and the whole body was so cold. Good, so strong. It was the first time they felt such a terrifying breath at close range, and they immediately had a deep understanding of Chu Yan's terrifying combat power. Xiaoyan, you. Dong Wangshan's body was rushed by the hurricane-like breath, and he swayed slightly. Then, he frowned slightly, looked at the absent-minded Chu Yan, and shouted. Hearing Dong Huangtianyi's shout, Chu Yan woke up immediately, and quickly restrained his breath. His face returned to normal. Uncle, in the legend of the Jiuxiao, if you break through it, you can fly to the sky and become an existence beyond the realm of Emperor Wu. Could it be? Chu Yan asked with a puzzled look on his face. That's right. This Jiuxiao is exactly where the second passage connecting the outer domain is located in the Haotian continent, but it leads to the Mingzhu. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan frowned, and his face sank instantly. Not only Chu Yan, but also all the bosses in the audience, all of them turned pale and immediately sank. The passage of Shangyang Palace has been forcibly closed because of our Tianzong's counterattack last time. Now, if you want to break through the shackles of Haotian continent and go to the outer domain, this is the only passage. On the contrary, if the people of the Ming clan, if you want to come to our Haotian continent, there is only this passage. When Dong Wangshan saw everyone's complexion, he pondered for a while, and then said. However, within the 9 layers peak, there are powerful warriors left over from the Ming clan guarding him. Even if he is defeated, the other end of the passage is guarded by countless powerful warriors from the Ming clan. With our current strength, it is impossible to pass through. After saying this, Dong Wangshan relaxed his whole body. His face was completely relaxed, as if he had been suppressed for a long time and suddenly let go of the burden on his body. In an instant, he felt relaxed. Xiaoyan, these are the core secrets of my Tianzong. my Tianzong survived the last catastrophe. For 100,000 years, my Tianzong has been trying to break the shackles of Tian Haitian continent, and has sent hundreds of millions of warriors before and after, went to Shenyang Palace and Jiuxiao Passage, and as a result, all of them failed disastrously. Call. Dong Huangtian let out a long breath, his eyes swept across the audience, and finally landed on Chu Yan, and said softly. Now, this important task is handed over to everyone here, as well as Chu Yan. Finally, I would like to remind everyone that the strength of the Ming clan is 100 times stronger than that of the Tianzong in my heyday, and the catastrophe that occurs once every 100,000 years is nothing more than a genius disciple of their Ming clan who came to our Haotian continent to try, that's all. This kind of power is enough to make my Haotian continent miserable. So everyone must pay more attention to the power of the Ming clan. When the words fell to the ground, Dong Wangshan didn't speak again, but just watched Chu Yan quietly. At this moment, an extremely dignified and oppressive atmosphere slowly spread in the entire hall, and the faces of all the bigwigs in the mainland were extremely dignified, as if there were thousands of Zhang mountains pressing heavily on them. Let them instantly feel that even their breathing became heavy. No matter what Chu Yan said or Dong Wangshan words, they instantly fell from the altar of the peak powerhouse on the mainland to the ground, and suddenly, they became mermaid ants. The power of the Ming clan is far beyond their imagination. Just the trial task of a group of talented disciples under the sect can completely destroy all the powerful sects in the entire Haotian continent. Havoc. Could it be that the scene from 100,000 years ago will really repeat itself again? Inside the main hall of Jiuxiao Palace, there was a dead silence, and even the breathing became faint and inaudible. Gradually, all the bosses kept waking up from their thoughts, and their star-bright eyes all turned to the figure sitting on the golden throne, Chu Yan. No matter how they think and speculate about 10,000 plans, they all know that in the face of the absolute strength of the Mingzhu, they have no chance at all, except this young man in front of him is the most powerful man in the mainland. Perhaps only this legendary person who created countless miracles and killed the 2 emperors in one rage could create another miracle. Therefore, at this moment, in the entire hall, hundreds of pairs of eyes representing the overlord power of the mainland all fell on Chu Yan. But now, in their hearts, the so-called plan proposed by Chu Yan to annex all sects and forces in the mainland no longer has any problems. They even think that 1 year, or even too long, should be shortened as much as possible. Everyone. After a long time on the golden throne, the black-robed boy finally spoke softly. His voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the hall. With this sound, all the bosses and powerhouses shook their expressions at the same time, and their eyes sparkled. If everyone has no objection, from today onwards, there will be no other forces in the mainland, only one sect, and that is my Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect. Within half a year, we will unify all sects in the mainland and gather all the strong men above the martial venerable realm in the entire continent. Simultaneously, Chu Yan's eyes were like lightning. He swept across suddenly, looked at Dizong Shindang, and said, Sovereign Shen, I authorize you to mobilize any force from any sect. From today onwards, people of 10 days will find out where the remnants of the Black Blood Temple are hiding. Yes, honor the sovereign order. Shindang heard Fong, got up immediately, and said with hands clapped. Okay. Everyone's mission is to bear the hope of trillions of souls in my Haotian continent. From now on, there will be no distinction between sects or powers. All warriors in the entire continent will take the priority of dealing with alien races. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan stood up abruptly, his powerful aura swept across. Yes. Respect the sovereign order. Yes. Respect the sovereign order. Yes. Respect the sovereign order. All the bosses stood up at the same time, clapped their hands together, and said loudly. At this moment, Haotian continent is unified. C. 1295 Antarctica. Next, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong fell into an unprecedented madness. An ancient overlord who had been hidden for tens of thousands of years, was sleeping, and suddenly woke up. Opened the gate of the mountain to recruit the world's strong and arrogant. At the same time, headed by the 8 ancient sects, Tianzong, Jianzong, Dizong, Yaozong, Tunshan Mountain Range and other Zhongtian continent, the powerful sect forces from all sides moved here one after another. Chu Yan negotiated with Elder Qingyun and Chu Yan for a long time, and finally reached an agreement to expand the original 9th palace of Rakshasa to the 18th palace to accommodate larger sect forces to join. This time, the joining of the overlord sects of the Zhongtian continent, such as the 8 ancient sects, was all done on their own initiative, so the whole process was extremely smooth and efficient. Especially after the merger of several overlord sects, at the first suzerain meeting, each sect took out the whole cards that their sects had hidden for many years, and when they were handed over to Chu Yan, everyone was dumbfounded. In one breath, Tianzong took out tens of thousands of heaven-level exercises, and 3 copies of emperor-level exercises. Dizong filled up 1/3 of the treasure house in Jiuxiao Palace with wealth and treasures almost equal to half of the Zhongtian continent. The Swallowing Mountains brought demon crystals and primordial crystals measured by lakes, and even brought out hundreds of sets of blood inheritance from the ancient great demon. The most frightening thing is Dizong. No one would have thought that the Danmang, which is famous in the mainland, is actually just a force secretly controlled by Dizong. In the entire Rakshasa Soul Sky sect, there are nearly 300 million warriors, all of whom have eyes as bright as stars, as if they saw the golden core shining all over the sky. And Elder Qingyun, on behalf of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, took out a total of 30 emperor-level exercises at one time, except for the inherited exercises of the Jiugong Emperor. All the rest were taken out and placed among all the big bosses in the Zhongtian continent. In front of these 30 emperor-level exercises almost made these supreme beings, such as suzerains and elders, almost fight on the spot. Only with the emperor-level skills can it be possible to enter the quasi-emperor realm. And most of these bigwigs are above the middle martial emperor realm, and all of them are endowed with extraordinary talents. With the support of massive training resources and countless golden cores, if there is another suitable emperor-level exercise, then in the end, I couldn't believe it. After Chu Yan took Dong Wangshan and the others, and worked hard to arrange all these things, the entire Jiuxiao Palace was almost overwhelmed by cheers and loud noises. The big bosses, whose eyes are green from staring, now finally understand what a terrible result will be once all kinds of scattered powerful forces are fused together. And the conquest army sent by Jiuxiao Palace, like tornadoes, swept across the entire land of Zhongtian in 4 directions, east, west, north, south. As the news spread that Chu Yan beheaded the 2 emperors, destroyed the Black Blood Temple, and subdued the 8 ancient sects, none of the sect forces in the entire Zhongtian continent dared to block the might of the Jiuxiao Palace army. Where the 4 armies of Jiuxiao Palace passed, no matter if it was the Overlord sect, the first-rate sect, or the last 5-rate sect, they all announced that they would join the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly sect. At the same time, all the strong men above the martial venerable realm in the sect were all relocated to the Vault of Heaven. A violent blow swept across the entire Zhongtian continent. In less than a month, the violent wave that ruled the world swept across the first corner of the Zhongtian continent. A total of 380,000 sects and forces, large and small, have mobilized a total of 9 million martial venerable realm experts and 10,000 martial emperor realm experts. Not only the bigwigs of the 8 ancient sects, but even Chu Yan was dumbfounded by this number. You know, at the beginning, even if it was any one of the 8 ancient sects, it was a terrifying existence to move out 10 martial emperor realm powerhouses, but now, no one thought that these sects, whether it is the Overlord sect, the power of the sect is still the power of the 5-rate sect, they all hide the most powerful power of the sect from the eyes of the world. In this unprecedented hurricane that unified the Haotian continent, they were rushed out of the dark corners one after another. 10,000 martial emperor realm powerhouses, what kind of concept is this? This kind of power, even if it is the testers of the Mingzhu, it is only a drumbeat when it comes now. Of course, Chu Yan would not be so stupid as to think that with these powers, he could really compete head-on with the Mingzhu. You know, even if you kill all the talented disciples of the Ming clan who descended on the Haotian continent, when the time comes, the powerful army of the Ming clan descends, I am afraid that this little power is not enough for others to bite their teeth. Therefore, strength and strength are not enough, the stronger, the better. Every increase in strength will increase the chance when the catastrophe comes. The cultivation resources of the whole half of Zhongtian continent are piled up, which is 10 times larger than the area and volume of Jiuxiao Sea. With Chu Yan's order, all the cultivation resources were poured out to 10,000 martial emperor realm powerhouses. As for the remaining low-level cultivation resources, I am afraid that they are comparable to those of the thousands of miles of swallowing mountains, but they are all arranged for 900 Wuzuanjing experts. All warriors who have been cultivated below the most martial venerable realm have stopped the supply of training resources. Chu Yan and all the senior officials of Jiuxiao Palace knew very well in their hearts that the Battle of Haotian Tribulation 2 years later is definitely a battle of the strong, and the number will not play any role at all. Just like 100,000 years ago, less than 1,000 martial sovereign realm powerhouses of the nether race cultivators almost slaughtered the entire Haotian continent, almost extinct. Therefore, it is only possible to produce as many Xians as possible within 2 years. Thousands of golden alchemists, the 90,000-year inventory and foundation of the Alchemy Alliance, all used for 10,000 martial emperor realm powerhouses. What a concept! This kind of cultivation speed is more than 10 times faster than the secret method of the Black Blood Temple. Under Chu Yan's lunatic orders, and under the iron-blooded suppression of dissidents, the entire Jiuxiao Palace and everyone fell into a terrifying frenzy of cultivation. This frenzy surged out of Jiuxiao Palace like a huge wave, sweeping across the entire Zhongtian continent. For a moment, the Zhongtian continent, which had been in constant disputes and sect battles, suddenly became quiet, as if all the warriors in the world had disappeared. However, in various mountains, valleys, and forests, there are figures of powerful warriors sitting quietly like a rock, using all the cultivation resources they can find to continuously improve their cultivation and combat power. At this time, Chu Yan has been practicing for a full month in the training hall of Jiuxiao Palace. To Chu Yan's disappointment, even if more than 1 billion warriors turned the Zhongtian continent upside down, there was still no trace of the Black Blood Temple and the Devil Mo Tsang. These guys seemed to evaporate from the world overnight and disappeared without a trace. However, 3 days later, Shindang rushed into Chu Yan's training hall and told Chu Yan the news he had just received. Extreme Antarctica. Chu Yan stared at Shindang, his face full of astonishment. That's right. It's Jiananzu. The branch of our sect in Jiananzu found hundreds of powerful men from a small sect who had been refined to the whole body. It seems that they are related to the secret method of the Black Blood Temple, very similar. With an excited expression on his face, Shindang hurriedly said, "You must know that finding the Black Blood Temple, before the catastrophe comes, is no less important than unifying the Haotian continent." #C1296, the Lord of Huta Palace wakes up. The dangling news, like a stone thrown on the originally calm lake, broke the silence of Jiuxiao Palace. Almost after 10 breaths of time, under the leadership of the 2 elder queens, a total of 10,000,009 nether palace powerhouses rose from the vault of Heaven God Valley, and flew towards the south. According to Chu Yan's suzerain order, these 10 million people are going to turn the entire Antarctica completely upside down. Even if they destroy all the mountains and forests and dig 3 feet into the ground, they must find the old nest of the Black Blood Temple. Once the relics of the Black Blood Temple are found, Chu Yan will personally take action to completely obliterate them. After all, there is another devil, Song, who is a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Although he broke through not long ago, he is still a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. Ordinary martial emperor level powerhouses are no match for him at all. Time passed day by day. Chu Yan sat cross-legged in the training hall of Jiuxiao Palace, day after day, as if he was in another world, and almost forgot the existence of reality as time passed. During the period when he devoted himself to cultivation, except for particularly important matters, only Yuer had visited Chu Yan a few times. However, every time Yuer came, she just looked at Chu Yan from afar with a smile like silver moonlight at the entrance of the training hall, and then left quietly. She knew that her man was doing a big thing, so she shouldn't disturb him now. During the time when Chu Yan practiced in complete isolation from the world, the entire vault of heaven and God Valley was boiling endlessly. In addition to the Zhongtian continent, there are even sect forces and fighters from the 4 continents, who are constantly flocking to the vault of heaven, requesting to join the Raksha Soul Tianzong. On the Bayou Square in front of Jiuxiao Palace, the 9 altars have never been extinguished since the first day they recruited disciples. Except for martial artists who have cultivated above the martial venerable realm, they can be exempted from the assessment and join the sect. Other warriors must meet the assessment standards before they can be included in the Raksha Soul Heavenly Sect. As the news of Chu Yan's shocking battle spread more and more widely, the entire Haotian continent, as if centered on the vault of God Valley, erupted a magnitude 19 earthquake that swept across the entire continent. During this earthquake that caused a sensation throughout the Haotian continent, experts from various sects, especially the young Tianjiao, kept flocking to the vault of God Valley hundreds of millions of miles away, as if on a pilgrimage. For them, there is a quasi-emperor level powerhouse in Haotian continent, and he is also the number 1 powerhouse in the mainland today. Such a thing is enough to drive them crazy. Because, under the suppression of Haotian tribulation, Haotian continent has been silent for too long, so it needs a God. The appearance of Chu Yan, like a bright sun, let everyone see the direction and hope. At this moment, Chu Yan's name and figure, in their hearts, was as majestic as a mountain peak, with a holy light that illuminated the sky, attracting them, and kept coming here. Rakshasa Soul Tianzong's entry assessment did not lower the standard, but raised the standard. When Chu Yan first came to Jiuxiao Palace for the assessment, anyone who reached the 3-star standard had the opportunity to join the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, but now, at least 4-star standard is required. Because, the number of Tianjiao who flock to Jiuxiao Palace every day is in millions. Among them, one after another is constantly discovering stunning talents, and even some geniuses who have reached the 5-star standard, which makes Chu Yan feel moved. In less than a month, according to the standard of 10 million disciples per palace, all the disciples from the 18th palaces of the Raksha Soul Tianzong will be recruited. However, there seems to be no end to the warriors flocking to the vault of heaven like a tide. Finally, Chu Yan gritted his teeth and directly raised the assessment standard to 6 stars. This time, although there are still millions of people coming every day, the Tianjiao who can really pass the assessment can be counted with a single slap. On the first day, 7 people. The next day, 9 people. On the third day, the 3. Another month passed, and within this month, Jiuxiao Palace had only recruited 200 disciples, and it was officially announced that the recruitment had ended. These 200 disciples are so talented that they can only be described as shocking the world. Chu Yan deliberately stopped practicing, and spent a whole day meeting every Tianjiao who passed the 6-star assessment. After that, Chu Yan ordered Elder Qingyun to make a list of 100 people, so that he could brainwash the loyal sect, and teach the Raksha Wuji Ju of the Raksha Soul Tianzong to the 100 Tianjiao. As the suzerain of the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect, Chu Yan knows very well that whether it is the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong that dominated the mainland 100,000 years ago, or the current one, only the number of disciples who can cultivate the Incha Rakshasa, it is the foundation of the sect. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed by. In the morning, the east is slightly white, and the morning dew is still there. On the side of a hill by the Jiuxiao Sea, in a pavilion halfway up the mountain, two figures stood quietly. Chu Yan surprisingly took off his black robe, wearing a long white robe with a silver edge, and hugging Yu'er in a blue shirt. Leaning in Chu Yan's arms, Yu'er's face was full of calm and infatuated smiles, and her pair of smart eyes were also a little absent-minded, as if at this moment she had already lost her mind. Yu'er, this white robe, so awkward. There was always a trace of speechlessness on Chu Yan's face, and his expression was extremely uncomfortable. From time to time, he glanced at the snow-white robe from his eyes. In Chu Yan's heart, he always thought that this white robe is the most suitable for those kind of romantic talents, or little white faces. As for him, of course he is completely unsuitable. Brother Chu Yan, white and blue go together. Chu Yan's words broke the rare tranquility, and at the same time, Yu'er, who was in a daze, woke up, got up a little bit angrily, opened her red lips slightly, and said, "Brother Chu Yan, do you still remember being in Luoyang Kingdom?" Yu'er stood up and approached Chu Yan lightly. Suddenly, her face blushed like a peach and plum, salivating, and Xie and Chu Yan's eyes froze. Yu'er stretched out her small hand like light white, and helped Chu Yan gently smooth the few unnoticeable wrinkles on his chest, with a focused expression, just like back then. In an instant, Chu Yan was in a trance, looking at the shy figure of Yu'er in front of him. Suddenly, 100 thoughts turned over in his heart. To Yu'er, I seem to always owe an explanation. Yu'er, when the catastrophe is over, I will definitely marry. After being silent for a long time, and constantly adjusting his excited mood, Chu Yan just opened his mouth, and suddenly, a stream of light shot from the direction of Jiuxiao Palace. Report to Suzerain, Palace Master Huda woke up and asked to see you immediately. The bull demon, falling 100 steps away from Chu Yan, bowed his hands and saluted. What? Thick Earth Palace Master. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. In the entire Jiuxiao Palace, the 18th palace did not have a palace master, but only the Great Elder. Therefore, in the entire Jiuxiao Palace, there is only one person who can be called the Palace Master. He just sacrificed his life to become the spirit of the Heavenly Soul Pagoda, the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect 100,000 years ago, among the 9 Palace Masters, the only one who preserved a trace of the remnant soul of the Huta Palace. Yu'er, I. Frowning slightly, Chu Yan suddenly looked at Yu'er with a low expression, and said in a low voice. Go. I'll be waiting for you, forever. Yu'er gave Chu Yan a full smile, and said shyly. Okay. Seeing this, Chu Yan immediately felt more guilty, but still gritted his teeth, turned around and followed the bull demon, and jumped away. 2 streamers across the sky. Yu'er stood in the gazebo on the hill, with a pair of big agile eyes. She kept chasing the white streamer without moving away. #C1297 Wish to be the soul of the sword. Rakshasa Soul Heaven Sect, Thick Earth Palace. Located in the north of the middle of Jiuxiao Palace, this brown, black and white Shuangji Hall is located, but the Huta Palace is located. Like other palaces and halls, after nearly 100,000 years of silence, the originally empty Gomtu Palace is now overcrowded. Following the bull demon, Chu Yan walked all the way, and it didn't take long before he arrived at the main square of Huta Palace. I saw that the towering Huntian Pagoda stood on the north side of the main square, the gate of the entire giant tower was opened, and the Thick Earth Palace warriors and Tianjiao stepped into the giant tower like a rush of traffic. Seeing Chu Yan appear, the entire Huta Palace square suddenly boiled. The bull demon took a lot of effort, using nearly 30% of his demonic energy, to suppress the scene, and guided Chu Yan into the Soul Tower. Flipping the handprints of both hands, in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, there is still the seal of controlling the Soul Tower that was rubbed by the Lord of Huta Palace. Just in the blink of an eye, Chu Yan appeared beside the dark hall on the highest floor of the Soul Sky Pagoda. Unlike the last time we met. This time, Chu Yan took the high seat, while Palace Master Huta stood respectfully, with his head slightly lowered, standing on one side with a humble face. Subordinate, Yelu Hatai, the former master of Huta Palace, see the suzerain. Free gift. Chu Yan waved his hand, Yelu and Tai got up quickly, still standing sideways. Compared with the last time Chu Yan saw him, Yelu Tai's breath is much more solid now. As the spirit of the Soul Sky Tower, it can be said to be one with the Soul Sky Tower. The original Soul Sky Tower was in a secret place, and its popularity was low, but now, it is completely different. The threshold of the Tianta was lowered by an inch. A large number of trial warriors in the tower consume a large amount of true energy. Some of the true energy of these fighters dissipated in the tower is absorbed by the spirit array of the Soul Tower to strengthen itself. Therefore, Yelu Tai's current weapon spirit body is more than 10 times stronger than before. Palace Master Hutu, long time no see, don't come here without any problems. Chu Yan looked at Palace Master Hutu with a smile on his face, and said. Everything is fine. Thank you, suzerain, for your concern. When the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect was lost 100,000 years ago, the only high-ranking person who survived has a different meaning to the current Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. It's just that, compared with Elder Qin Yun, what he did made Chu Yan look down a bit. Therefore, Chu Yan has never come to him for a long time. I never thought that today, he would ask to see himself. You want to see me, why? Chu Yan sat upright, pondered for a while, and asked directly. Report to the suzerain. It's about the Soul Tower. Yelu Tai quickly replied. Shantian Pagoda. Chu Yan frowned slightly, with a look of doubt on his face, and said. That's right. 100,000 years ago, my Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect dominated the mainland. It was the #1 sect in the world. It was so prosperous that there were no less than 10,000 treasures of the sect. It's a pity that during the catastrophe, all the treasures were lost. Even the #1 treasure of the sect, the Wuhun sword, was taken by the enemy sect. No emperor sword. The first supreme treasure. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and he said in surprise. Now Chu Yan. There are really not many things that can interest him, but as a swordsman, he still cheers up when he hears the words Wuwangjian. Yes, suzerain, Wuwangjian used to be the matching sword of previous suzerains, and it is a 9th-level divine weapon that has fused the soul of the sword. It's a pity. Sword soul. Chu Yan was startled again. What Yelu Tai said, as a swordsman, he specialized in kendo, so he had never heard of it. This, suzerain, about the sword soul, is exactly what this subordinate is looking for you today. Yelu Tai's face was as usual, but his dim eyes flickered slightly when he said the word soul of sword. 100,000 years ago, when the sect was in decline, the subordinates merged into the Soul Tower with the body of the remnant soul. One was to protect themselves, and at the same time, they also wanted to preserve a treasure of the sect for the sect. Now, the sect Zixing, the Heavenly Soul Pagoda has no worries, so this subordinate wants to use his own body to integrate into the sword equipped by the suzerain and become the suzerain's first sword soul. While Yelu Tai was speaking, he slowly raised his head, looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were bright. This? Palace Master Yelu, what is this sword soul? When Chu Yan heard this, the doubt on his face became more serious. He couldn't figure out why Yelu Tai suddenly proposed to become his own sword soul. Sovereign, the so-called sword soul is a prerequisite for a divine weapon to reach the 10th rank. And the more sword souls there are, the greater the chance of breaking through to the 10th rank. As the name suggests, the sword soul is the soul of a warrior. It blends with the sword and is called the sword soul. It is a higher level existence than the weapon spirit. The top 10 treasures of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong 100,000 years ago are all existences with instrumental souls. After Yelf Taylor explained, Chu Yan asked. Then what's so good about this sword spirit? Compared with the weapon spirit, how is it different? Returning to the suzerain, the fusion of the weapon spirit and the sword makes the sword have a little intelligence, which can communicate with the warrior's spiritual consciousness, transforms the flying sword, hides in the void, and kills the enemy thousands of miles away. But the sword's soul is to make the magic soldier have the true the spirit of. In this way, a divine weapon equipped with a divine soul can not only attract the spiritual power of the world to cultivate, but more importantly, it can form a sword formation. Yalutai said. Sword formation? Chu Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. That's right. There is only one spirit sword with a sword soul as the main sword, and the sword soul controls more spirit swords to form a powerful sword formation. The number of spirit swords in the sword formation depends on the strength of the sword soul. Equal rank. However, if you want to upgrade the spirit of the weapon to the soul of the sword, you need at least the soul of a strong martial emperor. After finishing speaking, Yalutai looked at Chu Yan with a pair of shining eyes, and the light kept flickering. Palace Master Yelu, don't you? Hearing this, Chu Yan suddenly realized, his face changed slightly, and he said in surprise. Yes, suzerain, now the Soul Sky sect has returned to the sect, and the sect is revived again, and the catastrophe of the sky is still more than a year away. Therefore, the subordinates who want to become the suzerain's sword soul hope that they will have some kindness for the suzerain. Help. Yalutai said calmly, with a calm face. But Chu Yan couldn't help but frown slightly. To be honest, when I heard the sword array just now, a picture flashed in the sea of consciousness. You don't need to guess. Compared with the spirit sword, the power of the sword array is naturally much greater. Moreover, this sword array is not a random collection of some spirit swords, but is used to evolve into a sword array. It is not a simple 1+1 effect. At least, the power of your own Haotian sword must be increased by at least several times. It's just that Chu Yan can more or less guess that this matter can naturally improve his own strength, but it may not be a good thing for Yalutai. Sovereign, the old man is already withered and rotten. He just wants to use his remnant soul to become a cornerstone for the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. As the voice fell to the ground, in the dark hall, a solemn atmosphere continued to disperse. Okay. I promise you. After pondering for a long time, Chu Yan got up slowly, walked to Yalutai's side, stared at him, and nodded heavily. In Chu Yan's heart, the respect for Yalutai, which had been silent for a long time, slowly revived. Therefore, Chu Yan chose to respect the other party's decision. Thank you, suzerain. Hearing this, Yalutai suddenly knelt down on the ground, and immediately, his tall phantom body slowly dissipated, as if in the dark palace, a flickering firefly suddenly appeared, flying in the void, towards the person behind Chu Yan. Haotian sword, slowly blending into. #C1298 Siren. After all the light spots in front of Chu Yan completely dissipated and merged into the Haotian sword behind him, the entire dark hall instantly returned to silence. And between Chu Yan and Heoxianjian, there has always been a trace of spiritual connection, and it was also interrupted at the same time. At this time, even if Chu Yan wanted to summon the Haotian sword, he could no longer do it. However, Chu Yan is not in a hurry. Because, in the sky of his sea of consciousness, there is an extra sword spirit, hanging high in the sky, above the sword body, there is a faint sword light shining, between light and dark, it seems to be breathing, even and powerful. Heoxianjian fell into a deep sleep. This is a metamorphosis. It takes time and tempering. When Heoxianjian wakes up again, what a terrifying existence the Heoxianjian with the soul of the sword will be. Chu Yan withdrew his consciousness, his eyes swept slowly, looking at the silent hall in front of him. 100,000 years, alone. I really don't know how Yalutai spent this loneliness. With a faint sigh, Chu Yan strode out and walked towards the outside of the tower. Sky God Valley, above the main peak. Chu Yan is holding a wooden sword and is practicing swordsmanship. A wooden sword made by hand, in Chu Yan's hands, is like a magic weapon, bursting out with fierce sword intent and sword energy. Every style of sword move contains the myriad ways of heaven and earth, infinitely mysterious. Ever since Chu Yan stepped into martial arts training, he has almost never stopped practicing swords. Moreover, the stronger his cultivation base, the more serious he will practice. Originally, with his current cultivation base, he only needed to condense his spiritual body to practice swords in the sea of consciousness, and he didn't need to practice directly with his physical body. But today, after Chu Yan came back from the Soul Tower, he really wanted to practice the sword himself. The heaven-opening sword art is a set of sword arts of the World Sword Sect, which contains the infinite world, the movement of yin and yang in the universe, and every sword move needs to comprehend a kind of heavenly way before it can evolve a true sword power. Originally, Chu Yan found the sword master, wanting to seek a more advanced sword art, but was rejected by the sword master with a smile. Therefore, Chu Yan can only continue to practice this set of opening heaven sword art. Call out! Call out! Call out! The wooden sword was like a shadow, piercing through the void, and the sharp sound of the sword reverberating over the entire sky of the vault of God Valley. The sword light, like silver and snow, sometimes rises into the sky like a silver moon, bringing a brilliance that illuminates the earth. One sword for sky, one sword for earth, one sword for sun, moon and stars. Among all kinds of mysteries, Chu Yan's mind was deeply fascinated by the sword. Swish! Just after Chu Yan had practiced for a full hour, just as he withdrew his sword and held his breath, a figure suddenly appeared 10,000 steps away and landed in front of Chu Yan. It's Shindang, who came here. At this moment, Shindang's cultivation base has just broken through to the upper martial emperor realm, and his aura is not yet strong. As he walks, the void around him will be affected by his aura and tremble constantly. Elder Shen, what's the matter? Chu Yan looked at each other. A smile appeared on his face, and he asked. Sovereign, the elders and disciples sent have reported that they have found clues to the Black Blood Temple. Shindang bowed his hands, and then replied with sparkling eyes. Oh. Over there. Chu Wei's eyes brightened when he heard it. He finally found the damned Black Blood Temple. Extreme South State, Tianqi Mountain is within a radius of 10,000 miles. Shindang replied, yesterday, the elders and disciples of our sect went to investigate and reported that after 100 martial artists from the small sect were devoured last time, another family, 100 warriors lost all their energy and blood, and these 2 times, they were near Tianqi Mountain in Antarctica, so it is estimated that the remaining forces of the Black Blood Temple should be near there and cannot escape. So it is. Chu Yan nodded and said. Originally, in a remote place like Antarctica, hundreds of warriors were lost in a small and insignificant force. Such a thing, in Antarctica, was probably a trivial matter, and naturally it was impossible to cause Zhongtian continent attention. Therefore, the Black Blood Temple has been extremely low-key and careful in its actions, controlling the amount of blood-devouring warriors. But of course they would not have thought that Chu Yan would send tens of millions of disciples to Antarctica to find them. Originally, they thought that Chu Yan was busy unifying the Zhongtian continent now, and there would be time to take care of him there. But this time, they were wrong. Since they are wrong, they have to pay a price, and this price is something they cannot afford. Elder Shen, pass on my suzerain's order. During the period when I am going to Antarctica, all disciples of the whole sect must practice with all their strength and are strictly forbidden to go out. Everything will be discussed when I come back. At the same time, immediately open the sect's grand formation. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, then spoke. Now, Zhongtian continent has nearly half of the forces, and the remaining forces have no threat to the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. However, since the last battle, Chu Yan is good at sneak attacks on the Black Blood Temple, and he has learned something. Of course, Chu Yan doesn't think that anyone, including the Black Blood Temple, has the guts to trouble the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. However, Chu Yan doesn't want to be surprised. Nearly anything can happen. Don't worry, the suzerain, I will do my best to protect the sect. With a flash of light in Shindang's eyes, he naturally understood what Chu Yan meant, nodded and said. Sometimes, enemies not only come from inside, but also from outside. If the Black Blood Temple is the eyes and ears of the Hades in the Haotian continent, then who can guarantee that the Hades only keep this eye and eyes? Afterwards, Chu Yan confessed some things to Shindang, then directly tore apart the space, left the Vault of God Valley, and hurried towards the south. Extreme South Continent is not as far as Extreme North Continent from Zhongtian Continent, but it also needs to cross a large area of sea area. Even with Chu Yan's cultivation base, it will be impossible to reach within 2 or 3 days. The entire Haotian continent looks like a 5-pointed star. The Zhongtian continent is located in the center, and the extreme south, extreme north, extreme west, and extreme east continents are divided into 4 directions. Boundless ocean partition. Between the Antarctic continent and the Zhongtian continent, there is a piece of boundless sea, called Irai. In this sea of ears, there lives the most mysterious race in the Haotian continent, the Sea Monster clan. Chu Yan once heard Emperor Lei Wu say that before Mo Tianqing, if there were quasi-emperor level powerhouses in Haotian continent, they must have appeared in the Sea Monster clan in the Sea of Ears. Compared with the land monsters in the Tian mountain range, the sea monsters are more than 10 times stronger than them. However, for tens of thousands of years, the Sea Monster clan and the Land Monster clan, including the human race, have not communicated at all, and rarely even appear on the Haotian continent, so, very few people know about their Sea Monster clan. The only few times, it is said, all appeared in Antarctica, and there was no conflict between the human race and the monster race. Chu Yan, who flew across the Sea of Ears, deliberately opened up his spiritual consciousness and wanted to investigate the Sea Monster clan. Unfortunately, his spiritual consciousness can cover thousands of miles, and there is no way in this boundless sea. Even during the 3 days of flying across the Sea of Ears, Chu Yan only found one city under the sea, but he didn't find any strong people. 4 days later, Chu Yan passed through the Sea of Ears and stepped into the range of Antarctica. #C1299 Haiyuzong. Tianqi City. It is located on the north side of Tianqi mountain range, on a plain with a radius of less than 10,000 miles. This plain is surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the terrain is low-lying. At a glance, the rolling green looks like a blue ocean. This plain has quite a reputation in the Antarctic state. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, this plain did not exist, just like the surrounding area. It was also a continuous mountain range. However, a shocking battle between the human race and the Sea Monster clan turned all the mountains with a radius of thousands of miles into powder, and the corpses of a large number of warriors who died in battle paved the ruins of the entire mountain range. After countless years, it became a fertile land. Plain. Tianqi City, located on the north side of this plain, backed by the Tianqi mountain range, is a place of influence called Sea Moon Sect. Haiwa Sect, with the sect as the country, is extremely powerful within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. However, compared with the Overlord sect in the northern territory of the extreme south state, Tianxiao Pavilion, it is not popular at all. Sea Moon Sect, the Imperial City. On the streets of the city extending in all directions, there is a lot of traffic and people, and it is an extremely lively scene. Chu Yan was dressed in a black robe, walking on the street, walking around casually. This place is hundreds of millions of miles away from the Zhongtian continent. The people here may have never left the extreme south state in their entire lives, so Chu Yan is not worried about being recognized. This city is the closest place where warriors gather near the Tianqi mountain range. People who believe in the Black Blood Temple will definitely enter this city if they are really near the Tianqi mountain range. Chu Yan urged Rakshas's true energy, and it seemed to be as thin as a mist, and it continued to spread towards the entire city. The weather in extreme South Continent is very different from extreme North Continent where Chu Yan rose. The rainy season here is long, and there will be light rain all year round, dripping endlessly, and there is heavy fog everywhere under the sky, which makes Chu Yan's Rakshasa true energy provide the best cover for attachment. The warriors of the Black Blood Temple, practicing secret techniques, have strong blood and evil spirits on their bodies. Compared with the detection of divine consciousness, Chu Yan's Rakshasa true energy is more obvious to blood and evil spirits. It's just that it is impossible for Chu Yan's Rakshasa true chi to spread thousands of miles like divine consciousness, so while Chu Yan stimulated Rakshas's true chi, he was walking around in Tianqi city. Not long after, Chu Yan's figure suddenly stopped. An evil spirit. In the air, there was a faint trace of evil spirit remaining in the air. In front of Chu Yan's terrifying Raksha Wuji divine art, there was nothing to hide, so Chu Yan clearly detected it. This breath was extremely weak, and it took more than 3 days to dissipate in the air. However, Chu Yan can be sure that this is not left by ordinary warriors who have practiced Yinsha skills or magic skills. Because, in this evil spirit, there is more corpse energy, just like the corpse puppets unique to the Black Blood Temple. Except for the Black Blood Temple, it is impossible to appear in places like extreme South Continent. Sure enough, it's here. Chu Yan snorted coldly in his heart, then closed his breath with concentration, and carefully explored the flow of these evil spirits. Sea Moon Sect. Soon, Chu Yan, who suddenly opened his eyes, swept his eyes and looked at the center of the city. The magnificent building complex is where the largest sect here, Haiyuzong, is located. Could it be? This Sea Moon Sect is the Black Blood Temple, a subsidiary force in Antarctica. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept across the entire Sea Moon Sect in an instant, and within 100 miles of the sect, he did not find a warrior from the Black Blood Temple. Withdrawing his consciousness, Chu Yan, who was slightly disappointed, pondered for a moment, and decided to go to Haiyuzong to investigate carefully. However, when Chu Yan crossed 2 streets and came to the huge gate of Haiyuzong in the north of the city, and the square in front of the gate, he was slightly taken aback by the scene in front of him. I saw that in front of the gate of the Sea Moon Sect, which was magnificent, like a city within a city, a large group of warriors, holding various spiritual weapons, surrounded the entire Sea Moon Sect tightly, and all kinds of clamor and shouts rang out. The gate of Haiyuzong was closed tightly, and there were only a few dozen warriors in front of the gate, with gloomy faces, eyes full of anger, staring at the group of warriors in front of them, and at the same time, they kept casting their eyes on the square not far away. There, 2 figures are fighting on the square. Of the 2 fighting fighters, one is tall and strong like a tiger and bear, wearing a leather armor, and on the exposed chest, there is a large piece of protective hair, which is extremely dense. And the other person, with a jade-like face, a handsome figure, and a handsome appearance, is an absolute handsome man. Although he is 27 or 8 years old, his face is full of childishness, and he has the aura of a rich and noble son of the 2nd generation. Swish! With a dodge, Chu Yan landed around the square, among the crowd of viewers, looked up. The Sea Moon Sect covers an area of 10,000 mu. Behind the tall sect gate wall, there is a large group of buildings that can't be seen to the end at a glance. It is no different from ordinary sects. At this moment, something seemed to have happened to the Sea Moon Sect. Therefore, a large number of warriors gathered in Zongmen Square. All of them were paying attention to the battle on the square. In the center of the square, the battle between the tall man and the rich young master was extremely fierce. The strength of the 2 had reached around the 2nd level of the heaven-reaching realm. Every move was overwhelming. It's just that the strong young man with the golden-handled broadsword seemed to be more powerful in combat. When he swung the sword in his hand, his domineering saber aura almost drowned the rich young master, and the opponent who killed him retreated steadily. On this square, the cloth-covered arena defense spirit array, occasionally being struck by the scattered sword energy, would violently tremble, as if it could not bear it. It can be seen that this strong young man has great strength and strong combat power, far surpassing warriors of the same rank. In all directions, there are people who are begging to watch this battle. As every time the rich young master is killed, he is forced to retreat, and the danger is everywhere, and there will be exclamations and discussions among the crowd. Look, Mr. Shen is about to lose. That's right, Hall Master Huang has already lost 9 games in a row. If he wins this game, it will be 10 games in a row. That is, according to their two-sects agreement, whoever wins 10 games in a row will belong to that sect from now on in the Tianqi mountain range. Haha, if the Sea Moon sect loses the Tianqi mountain range, it is estimated that the Tianqi city will not be able to keep it. In a few years, the entire sect may be inferior to the gangsters on the street. What is that? Any fool can see that Longhu Villa is taking this opportunity to annex Sea Moon sect. Who would let their eldest lady of Sea Moon sect mess with anyone, and provoke Third Master Xiong? Daredevil Lord. Discussions from all directions poured into Chu Yan's ears like a tide, without Chu Yan deliberately using his consciousness. Among the crowd, Chu Yan stood quietly. He didn't listen to these gossips, and he didn't care about the fights between the sections. At this moment, with a pair of eyes, he was staring straight at the dozens of Hai Yuezong standing in front of the gate of Hai Yuzong. The strong Yuezong frowned slightly. #C1300 Dress up as a woman. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is divided into dozens of channels, and he is constantly probing back and forth on these dozens of Hai Yuzong powerhouses. The highest level of cultivation of these people is the lower martial venerable realm. Generally speaking, it is impossible to attract Chu Yan's attention. However, there is a faint trace of sinister blood in these dozens of people. However, in the end, Chu Yan's gaze stayed on the one standing at the front, who seemed to be a black-faced old man from the top of Hai Yuzong. Because, dozens of people around him, all of them were contaminated with the sinister blood on their bodies. This person's cultivation base is not high, he only uses half a step of Wu Zuanjing's cultivation base, and among dozens of experts, he can only be sent to the top 5 or so, but he is standing at the forefront of everyone, so it can be seen that this person's identity and status are extremely high in the Sea Moon sect. This black-faced old man, about 70 years old, has a slightly fat body, with a general's belly upright, with a majestic expression on his face, and a pair of eyes with a faint red light, watching the battle on the field all the time. In the world of martial arts, general practitioners can use their true energy to control their internal organs. Therefore, among warriors, there are very few fat people, especially a general with a belly that affects their actions. Therefore, warriors, it is rare to have such a figure, unless it is some exercises, special conditions. However, in Chu Yan's memory, most of the fighters in the Black Blood Temple are extremely thin, and the strong men who look like blood veterans are even thinner, like skeletons. If this black-faced old man belonged to the Black Blood Temple, how could he have such a figure? Could it be a deliberate cover-up? Interesting. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, but his spiritual sense would never be mistaken. This person definitely had the special kind of sinister blood that belonged to the Black Blood Temple. Could it be because he didn't practice the Black Blood Temple technique? Chu Yan's consciousness is like electricity, and he keeps thinking in the sea of consciousness. He really doesn't understand the person in front of him. However, these questions did not affect Chu Yan's decision. Regardless of whether it is true or not, take down this person first, and forcefully question him. If you don't believe me, you won't get the result. After making up his mind, Chu Yan stepped out of the crowd and walked towards the gate of Haiyuzong. The dozens of strong men strode towards. However, when Chu Yan walked less than 1,000 steps and was about to cross the square, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. "Get off!" With a loud shout, on the ring, the strong young man with a chest full of black hair swung a big knife in his hand, and slashed out fiercely, smashing the handsome man opposite him, flying backwards. Puff! The beautiful man crossed the air and fell towards the outside of the square in a parabola. When his body passed through the air, he was hit hard and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist, and the direction in which his body fell was towards Chu Yan, hitting him straight down. "Okay." Chu Yan, who stopped in his tracks, turned his head suddenly. Seeing a body falling towards him, he frowned slightly, and a look of hesitation flashed across his face. Then, he raised his right hand and waved a wave of true energy, sweeping away to the person who fell, gently put it down. However, the moment Chu Yan's divine consciousness touched the beautiful man's body, Chu Yan's expression froze suddenly. Girl. This is really angry." It is connected to Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, so when the true energy sweeps across the body of the beautiful man, it is equivalent to Chu Yan's real contact with the opponent's body. And that divine sense was just right, but it hit an incorrect place, which immediately stunned Chu Yan. That special feeling, like an electric current, rushed into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness in an instant, making his whole body tremble, suddenly. Poor Chu Yan, who has been a human being in 2 lifetimes, has never experienced this feeling. Chu Yan, who was originally full of murderous intent, instantly turned into a silly kid, and stood frozen on the spot. This. Chu Yan's eyes were dull, and he stared blankly at the beautiful man who jumped up from the ground, blushing, and stared at his beautiful man, suddenly became stuttering, and couldn't even speak clearly. To tell the truth, although he and Yuer were in love with each other to the point of being married, except for pulling little hands, he had never even kissed her, let alone some sensitive positions. Including Chu Yan's last life, he was just a freshman in high school, and he didn't even know what a girlfriend was. And that beautiful man, disguised as a man, although his face was flushed, his hands crossed his chest, and he glared at Chu Yan with anger, but he also knew that Chu Yan was trying to save her. Therefore, I don't know if I dare to blame Chu Yan, or I should thank Chu Yan, and I was also on the spot, staring at Chu Yan with big eyes, and the scene became extremely weird in an instant. A man who seems to have been bullied, with his arms folded and his face flushed, looks like a little girl who has been underestimated. However, this little girl, at this time, is dressed in a man's attire, and even her appearance has been changed by using secret techniques. All one big man. "Ha ha ha, you didn't die. Then I'll give you a ride." Just when the scene was completely immersed in an extremely embarrassing atmosphere, on the ring, the third master Xiong, who was holding a big knife and covered with black hair on his chest, saw that the victory was imminent, and suddenly he was in a good mood. While laughing wildly, the big knife in his hand broke out. A sword light more than 10 feet long came out, leaped forward, and directly attacked the beautiful man. The beast-like roar, and the sharp sword glow, let the sluggish Chu Yan wake up like a conditioned reflex. Almost without thinking, Chu Yan suddenly rolled out of the whole body. "Court death." As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan directly raised his hand and punched out. Boom, boom. A 5-color fist light, like a cannonball, exploded the void, and directly blasted the knife light into powder, and smashed heavily on the body of Xiong San, who was flying in the air, holding the knife in both hands. Boom. Immediately afterwards, there was a muffled sound that made everyone's hair go numb, and in midair, a mist of flesh and blood exploded. The third master Xiong, who thought he was about to defeat his opponent, was directly blasted into a ball of scum, turned into blood foam and powder, flying in the sky. With one punch, a half-step Wu Zuanjing powerhouse was killed. This sudden scene immediately made countless pairs of eyes in the audience, the eyeballs all over the floor, opened their mouths wide, and they were completely shocked. What's the situation? Did Mr. Xiong die just now? He was punched and disappeared without a trace. Those blood mist flying all over the sky are the third Master Xiong. How is this possible? For a moment, the entire square became deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and their faces were full of disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They all looked at the figure in black robe. Who is he? At the same time, the same question flashed across everyone's sea of consciousness. Download free reader. #C1301 Beauty Misunderstanding. After killing that Xiong-san with one punch, Chu Yan finally fully woke up and understood the situation in front of him. Originally, he didn't intend to alarm too many people, but when he saw that Xiong-san wanted to kill the beautiful man in front of him, he shot him almost subconsciously and killed him. This time, my plan of not wanting to alarm too many people fell through. Chu Yan turned his head, glanced at the gate of Haiyuzong not far away, and then looked in front of him. Everyone with dull faces was suddenly speechless. However, just as he gave a wry smile, shook his head, and was about to continue with his own business, and walked away, all the warriors in all directions gradually woke up. Damn it, who is this guy? Oh my god! He actually killed Mr. Xiong of Longhu Villa, is he looking for death? Humph. It must be a bumpkin from that mountain. Relying on his high cultivation, he dares to cause trouble everywhere, even dare to provoke Longhu Villa. He really wants to die. That's right, recently, it's really strange that some strong people who cultivated in seclusion suddenly appear, and you can meet them everywhere. It's exciting now. Mr. Xiong died in Haiyuzong, and I'm afraid he couldn't get away with it. Let's go. Let's get out of here quickly. If Longhu Villa gets angry, maybe the entire Chanchi city will be destroyed. The surrounding warriors were in an uproar, and now they looked at Chu Yan as if they were looking at a monster. Hearing the discussions from all directions, Chu Yan frowned, and put back the foot he had just raised. Dragon Tiger Villa. I have heard of the top 10 sects in extreme South Continent, but it seems that there is no such Longhu Villa. However, listening to the discussions of the warriors around, it seems that this Dragon and Tiger Villa would dare to destroy a city for revenge. I am afraid that even the top 10 sects would not dare to use such a method. Could it be that there is something hidden in this? This time, Chu Yan's curiosity was finally attracted by them. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan decided to change his original plan. Boo! At this moment, the beautiful man who was only a few steps away from Chu Yan's body softened. He was seriously injured and couldn't hold it anymore, and fell directly towards Chu Yan. Girl, you. Chu Yan quickly reached out, caught her, and penetrated her true energy into her body. After probing like lightning, without the slightest hesitation, he took out a golden pill and stuffed it into her small cherry mouth. Just when Chu Yan was circulating his true energy to channel the power of the medicine for her, it may be due to injury or lack of true energy, this beautiful man, disguised as a woman, the secret method of disguising his appearance, has completely failed. Suddenly, a beautiful face appeared in front of Chu Yan and everyone. A lock of beautiful black hair cascading down like a waterfall, curved willow eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes, a straight Qiong nose, pink cheeks slightly flushed, cherry lips like dripping cherries, and a flower-like melon-seeded face that is crystal clear like jade. The tender and smooth snow skin is as ice as snow. The figure is beautiful, charming and affectionate, suitable for joy or anger. Such an alluring posture. Not to mention in Antarctica, even in Zhongtian continent, they are extremely rare. You know, since Chu Yan practiced martial arts, he has practiced all over the continent, and he has seen countless stunning women, but today, in a small town in the extreme south sect, it was the first time for him to meet a girl who can be compared with Yuer's appearance. This made Chu Yan suddenly pick up Lang Tianjinglang in his heart. Almost subconsciously, Chu Yan directly judged that the origin of this woman's identity was by no means simple. And this stunning glance also made Chu Yan completely determined that he must fully understand the decision on the relationship between Haiyuzong and Longhu Villa. Boo! Just when Chu Yan and all the warriors around were inexplicably surprised, the girl supported by Chu Yan moved her nose slightly, made a trembling sound, her long eyelashes trembled, and slowly woke up. However, the moment she opened her star-like eyes and saw clearly that she was lying in Chu Yan's arms, suddenly, a sharp breath rushed out of her. Dingtuzi, look at the sword. A beautiful figure like a swaying willow leaf flashed, 10 steps away from Chu Yan, and at the same time, with a trembling of the jade hand, a silver-gray spiritual sword appeared, like a spirit dragon going out to sea, shaking off the sword flowers, and stabbing straight at Chu Yan. This sword is not powerful, but it is extremely fast. The dexterous long sword pierces a bright line in the void, and cuts straight at Chu Yan. Seeing the sword light coming, Chu Yan's eyes flashed, first a look of doubt appeared on his face, then, the corners of his mouth lightly lifted, revealing a smile, and slightly shook his head. In all directions, all warriors were amazed when they saw that a man had just turned into a stunning woman in the blink of an eye. Especially seeing that this woman didn't agree with each other, and directly swung her sword to kill people, all of them immediately had a face full of jokes. Although everyone knew that Chu Yan's cultivation base was higher than that of the woman who shot, but such a close-range sneak attack, and this woman was extremely smart, so she reduced the power of the sword and used all her true energy to drive the speed of the sword. Although it may not be possible to kill Chu Yan, it is not difficult to hurt him. Call out. The silver-gray sword light flashed across, bringing out a piercing howl of the sword, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed 10 steps away and stabbed straight at Chu Yan's right arm. There is no direct attack on Chu Yan's key points. One is because the woman thinks that Chu Yan's crime is not fatal, and she just wants to teach him a lesson and vent her anger. At the same time, Chu Yan just used her right arm to frivolously. Mu Wanqi stabbed straight with her sword, her pretty face was almost as cold as ice. Seeing that Chu Yan was facing her attack, she remained motionless, her eyes just looked at her, and her disgust suddenly regenerated in her heart. Sure enough, like other men. Just when Mu Wanqi was about to increase her true energy by 10%, all of a sudden, she felt the spirit sword in her hand tremble, and it stopped in the air for an instant, but she couldn't move any further. But at the tip of the spirit sword, there were 2 extra fingers, which firmly clamped his own spirit sword, making the spirit sword in his hand seem to have taken root. And the person who stopped his sword power was the one who just stared at him with a bewildered face, a disciple. You actually blocked my sword. Seeing this scene, Mu Wanqi opened her mouth slightly, and her small face was full of astonishment. In fact, what surprised her was that this black-robed boy blocked her own trick with only 2 fingers. If your sword hadn't pierced my right arm, you would be dead now. Chu Yan's face turned cold, looking at Mu Wanqi, his voice was as cold as his eyes. Looking at each other at such a close distance, Chu Yan once again saw the woman's appearance clearly. He had to admit that the beauty of this woman was definitely not inferior to Yuer. But so what? How strong Chu Yan's martial arts heart is now, even if the other party is 10 times more stunning, it is impossible to shake it. #C1302 The good things that fall in the world. Although Chu Yan admits that this woman's beauty is not inferior to Yuer, but compared to her character. Compared with Yuer, this woman seemed to be in 2 extremes, they couldn't be compared at all. Clang. Before Mu Wanqi could speak, Chu Yan stretched out his finger and flicked, and with a crisp sound, the silver-gray long sword flew out of his hand and fell to the ground. You. Mu Wanqi was taken aback for a moment, but just as she opened her mouth, she realized that her heart was full of astonishment, and she couldn't utter a word. He blocked his ultimate move with just 2 fingers, and now, he knocked down his spirit sword so easily. How is this possible? Leaving aside her cultivation, which has already reached the peak of the 9th layer of the heaven-reaching realm, let's say that this long sword is an ancient spirit sword that communicates with her own consciousness. What's more, I just injected no less than 50% of my true energy into the sword body. It's so easy to let the other party break. From this point of view, what he said just now that he can easily kill himself is definitely not a lie. Mu Wanqi, with a sluggish face, stood on the spot. Her sea of consciousness was overwhelmed, she was completely dumbfounded. Not just Mu Wanqi, but all the warriors watching the battle, including those who had already withdrawn and were about to leave, all turned their heads and looked at Chu Yan in astonishment. Everyone thought that this black-robed young man, who was only about 20 years old, had such terrifying cultivation and fighting power. Could it be that he was the young mainland Tianjiao on the list of Tianjiao? This little brother. At this moment, the gate of the Haiyue sect in the distance suddenly opened, and a tall figure walked out of the sect with big strides, with a smile on his face, and after a few quick steps, he came to Chu Yan's side and clasped his hands. Heroes come out of youth. Not bad. Not bad. At such an age, with this level of cultivation, young people are capable. The tall man who suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yan, dressed in a blue robe, swept out with a powerful aura, sweeping all directions, with the aura of a superior person. Even with a smile on his face, he couldn't hide it at all. Huh. Monster Qi. Chu Yan's consciousness swept away, his brows were slightly frowned, and he thought to himself, unexpectedly, this person who should be the master of Haiyue sect turned out to be a monster or spirit beast. Father, he. Seeing the tall middle-aged man appear, Mu Wanqi immediately pointed at Chu Yan, wanting to say that Chu Yan was more frivolous than her, but when she saw the surroundings, tens of thousands of eyes were staring, her face was blushing for a while, and she couldn't speak at all. Humph. The girl's family, how decent is she, and she hasn't returned to the clan. The middle-aged man stood back and looked at Mu Wanqi, but his face darkened, and he shouted in a low voice. Father, he's the one who bullied, humph. Just wait. I was about to file a complaint, but saw my father's face was icy cold. He stopped in the middle of the sentence, looked at Chu Yan with a pair of spiritual eyes, stomped his jade feet fiercely, and with a flash of tender body, he turned towards Haiyue's own. The door is gone. Mu Hai, my little brother, what is Gao's name? Seeing her daughter leave. A smile appeared on Mu Hai's face again, he looked at Chu Yan, and introduced himself very politely. Chu Yan. Chu Yan replied lightly. It turned out to be brother Chu Yan. I wonder if I can show my face to the sect. Mu Hai smiled and gestured politely. Hearing this, Chu Yan glanced at Mu Hai, and behind Mu Hai, a strong man from the Sea Dragon sect stayed for a little longer on the black-faced old man, then nodded, saying, Lead the way. As soon as the words fell to the ground, a bright light flashed in Mu Hai's eyes. He quickly saluted, stepped out, and led Chu Yan towards Hai Longzong, not far away. Soon, following behind Mu Hai, Chu Yan entered the Haiyue sect, entered the main hall all the way, and sat in rows. Young master, do you know who the warrior you just killed is? After sitting down for a long time, after some politeness, Mu Hai finally asked. I don't know. Chu Yan shook his head, and said with a smile, in fact, just now on the square, Chu Yan has heard the voices of discussions around him, and knows what Xiong San is from a force called Longhu Villa, but... Chu Yan deliberately answered that he didn't know, but he just wanted to know the real purpose of Mu Hai bringing him to the Sea Moon sect. At the same time, he also wanted to hear how the Sea Moon sect master introduced the two sects. No wonder. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Mu Hai frowned, his face sank slightly, his eyes flickered, and he kept thinking about something. Young Master Chu, you don't know that this Xiong San is the third general of Longhu Villa. He controls 100,000 troops in Longhu Villa. He is the third younger brother of the owner of Longhu Villa. This dragon and tiger villa is the top 10 powerful force in our Xianyang Empire. Mu Hai pondered for a long time, and finally opened his mouth to introduce Xianyang Empire. Hearing Mu Hai's introduction, Chu Yan finally figured out that the Tianqi mountain range belongs to the extreme south continent, within the scope of an empire called Xianyang. It seems that the extreme south continent and the extreme north continent are basically the same in this respect. That's right. The Xianyang Empire is not considered a dominant empire in Antarctica, but it can be ranked in the top 30 among the hundreds of empires in Antarctica. Therefore, the dragon and tiger who can be ranked in the top 10 of Xianyang Empire, the power of the villa is far stronger than my Sea Moon sect. Furthermore, the rise of Dragon and Tiger Villa in 100 years is due to the faction behind them, a force named Fengalizong. This Fengalizong is in the extreme south continent, but it is ranked among the top 5 powerful sects. When Mu Hai said this, he stopped, and a pair of eyes casually glanced at Chu Yan, carefully observing Chu Yan's reaction. Fengalizong. So that's how it is. When Chu Yan heard the word Fengalizong, he finally heard a slightly familiar name, and nodded slightly. This reaction, in Mu Hai's eyes, set off a turbulent wave in his heart, and a flash of astonishment flashed in his eyes. This young man in black robe named Chu Yan didn't change his expression when he heard that the person he killed had the background of Fenglai sect. Mu Hai didn't expect this. It turned out that he guessed that Chu Yan was a secluded casual cultivator and didn't know the background of Longhu Villa, but after he explained it, he still had an indifferent expression. So what does that mean? It shows that the power behind this black-robed youth is also not weaker than that of Fengalizong. Up to now, Mu Hai finally believed that this Chu Yan could never be a casual cultivator, and must be in existence ranked within 1,000 of the Tianjiao list. Such a Tianjiao, the sect forces he joined, would naturally not be bad. Ha ha ha, little brother, I see that you are born with a dignified appearance and an extraordinary bearing. In the future, your martial arts will be limitless. I intend to betroth my little girl to you. I don't know what you want. This time, Mu Hai didn't think much, just laughed and said, betrothed. Hearing this sentence, Chu Yan's face was suddenly stunned, his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Mu Hai with a face full of astonishment. What's the situation? How could he recruit himself as his son-in-law before he even said 10 words? #C1303 All Monsters. Not only Chu Yan was stunned, but all the senior officials of Haiyuzong in the palace stared at Mu Hai as if they had seen a ghost. Even Mu Wanqi, who just came out of the back hall and changed into a purple gown, was struck by lightning and froze on the spot. WH. What? My own father actually wants to betroth himself to a stranger. Moreover, this stranger just belittled himself. Is his father crazy? For a while, Mu Wanqi, who had just walked to the corridor between the side hall and the main hall, couldn't lift her feet anymore, and stood there in a daze, with a pair of beautiful smart eyes, quietly looking at the main hall. The black-robed young man was sitting on the lower seat with a look of astonishment, with sword-like brows and star-eyed eyes, and a heroic face. He was dressed in a black robe, with a scabbard on his back, and a pair of eyes like the stars, and the sea shone brightly. Deep gaze. This is the first time for Mu Wanqi to seriously look at this stranger. With a glance, her spirit eyes tremble, and she recalls in her sea of consciousness that it was this stranger who saved her just now on the square. With one punch, Xiong San from Longhu Villa was killed. This person's cultivation is probably at least above the median martial venerable realm, and a boy under the age of 20 has such terrifying combat power. He is definitely a peerless arrogance on the continent's arrogance list. That girl doesn't love spring, she doesn't admire heroes. So, just as Mu Wanqi was hiding by the side of the main hall, at a glance, subtle and complicated emotions arose in her heart for a long time. At this moment, in the main hall, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Master Mu, do you know who I am?" Chu Yan has completely reacted from the astonishment, and a pair of eyes that contained the subtlety of heaven broke through the void and looked straight at Mu Hai. In Chu Yan's mind, the Lord of Haiwa sect asked for a name when he saw him for the first time. He didn't know anything, so he betrothed his daughter to him. This is unreasonable at all. Unless he knows his true identity. However, there is a third-rate sect and a second-rate empire in the extreme southern continent, so it is impossible to know what happened in the Zhongtian continent. It is estimated that he does not even know the name of the Raksha soul Tianzong. Like this kind of sect, the disciples of the sect are only active within 1,000,000 miles, and they rarely even dare to go to other sects in order to cause trouble. Therefore, relatively speaking, the outside news of this small sect, extremely occluded. Just like back then, when I was in Lingtian sect and Luoyang kingdom in extreme north continent, I didn't even know that Zhongtian continent was there, let alone what happened to the 8 ancient sects of Zhongtian continent every day. Said. It is precisely because of this that Chu Yan will directly report his name. No, Chu Yan didn't bother to guess about this kind of thing, so he just asked. Hee, little friend Chu Yan, this matter. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Mu Hai smiled lightly, a light blue aura flashed in his eyes, and he spoke with a light smile. However, when he was about to explain, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Boom. 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 3 earth-shattering explosions, accompanied by a tremor of the main hall, resounded through the sky. Sea Moon sect, come out and die for me. A loud shout, followed by a sound from outside the hall, caused the faces of all the people in the hall to change drastically at the same time. Immediately, Mu Hai's face turned ashen for an instant, he stood up abruptly, and rushed towards the outside of the hall, followed closely by the senior members of the Sea Moon sect. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan also followed the crowd. After leaving the main hall, I came to the martial arts arena outside the main hall, looked up towards the sky. I saw, above the sky, stood 3 figures, with full momentum, attacking the big formation of Haiyuzong sect. These 3 people, all of them had an astonishing aura, hanging above the sky of Haiyuzong, holding spiritual weapons in their hands, and their whole bodies were full of murderous anger. The leader is about 35 years old, wearing a tiger-striped battle armor, full of beards, a pair of eyes, like copper bells, and a pair of black hammers in his hands. His whole body is full of demonic aura, sweeping the sky. Huh! It's the demon clan again. At a glance, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, the Lord of Haiwa sect is a demon clan, and now even the strong man of Longhu Villa who came to the door is also a demon clan. What's going on in Antarctica? There are so many demon clan forces here. Yang Eru. It's over. The second head of Longhu Villa has called the door. This Yang Eru is a master of the top 10,000 in the world, and his cultivation base is extremely powerful. What should we do now? Oh my god, if you provoke Longhu Mountain Villa, our Sea Moon sect is doomed. Everyone could clearly see the sky. It was Yang Eru from Longhu Villa who came to Haiyuzong with 2 strong men, and he could guess what was going on with his buttocks. All of them turned pale with fright, and the 6 gods instantly lost their minds. In the vast building complex of the Sea Moon sect, countless figures came out from the middle of each corner, and the disciples of the Sea Moon sect kept gathering. In the blink of an eye, no less than 100,000 disciples gathered. Everyone looked up at the sky, and when they found Yang Eru in Longhu Villa, their faces were as white as paper, their bodies trembled slightly, and even a few disciples had already started to flee. 3 strong men, shocking 100,000 warriors. This dragon and tiger villa is really domineering enough. Only 3 people came, and the entire Sea Moon sect, which has more than 100,000 disciples, was terrified. Yang Eru. At this time, Mu Wanqi, who appeared, stood beside her father, looking at the three people in the sky. Her delicate face was full of panic. Like all Haiyuzong disciples, she naturally knew that it was no longer a matter of a day or two for Longhu Villa to annex Xiyuzong. Even the fight between her and Xiong San in the square today was caused by this matter. Standing behind a group of Haiyuzong high-level executives, Chu Yan just glanced at the three strong men in the sky, and then covered the great elder of Haiyuzong, the black-faced old man. This person is what Chu Yan was planning to capture at the beginning. His body is full of sinister blood, and it is very likely that he belongs to the Black Blood Temple. He was called the Great Elder in the temple just now, and his name is Xuanhuan. This martial artist, whose cultivation base is only half a step into the martial venerable realm, can actually be the Great Elder of Shanghai Yuezong. From this, it can be seen that the strength of Haiyuzong is really weak. However, for this Xuanhuan, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness locked on him, and he didn't worry about him escaping at all. With this level of cultivation, even if he ran out of extreme South Continent now, Chu Yan could catch him. Moreover, Chu Yan even wanted him to run, so that by following them all the way, he could find the hiding place of their Black Blood Temple. This Xuanhuan, at this time, also raised his head to look at the sky. His expression was somber, without any trace of panic. Muhai, if you dare to kill my third brother, you will be killed today. Huh. Above the sky, young Eru was holding a pair of hammers with a ferocious expression on his face, and shouted sharply, but just halfway through the roar, his eyes like copper bells swept away, but his face suddenly froze. Download free reader. #C1304 You are late. Young Eru's eyes fixed on Muhai's side, Mu Wanqi in a purple shirt. Just one glance, the eyes like copper bells trembled violently instantly, and the whole person was sluggish on the spot. Ha ha ha, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. In the next breath, a maniacal laughter sounded from young Eru's mouth, causing all the members of Hai Yuezong who were trembling with fright to be confused. Misunderstand? What's the situation? Just now they were shouting and shouting, but in a blink of an eye, it was Sunny and shouting misunderstanding. While everyone was stunned, they all followed young Eru's gaze. When they saw Mu Wanqi standing next to the suzerain, they were all stunned and understood instantly. Immediately, all the disciples of the Sea Moon sect heaved a long sigh of relief at the same time, with a smile on their faces. It turned out that this young Eru had taken a fancy to the eldest lady. Now, it will be easy. Third Master, I don't know why you came to our Sea Moon sect today. On the martial arts arena, Muhai frowned, looked at young Eru who was falling slowly, cupped his hand slightly, and asked. Mr. Mu, please be polite. I heard that the third brother had some misunderstandings with you, and I was going to come over and talk about it. However, I thought about it just now. It must be that my third brother has evil intentions, so it must be a misunderstanding. Young Eru landed in front of Muhai, smiling all over his face, bowing his hands in salute. His attitude was extremely polite. He was a completely different person from the vicious one just now. However, while he was talking, his eyes didn't look at Muhai at all, and stared straight at Mu Wanqi who was beside Muhai. Almost even the eyeballs flew out and stuck to Muhai's body. The look of obsessed with Brother Pig immediately made Muhai's frown even tighter. Second leader, the matter about Mr. Xiong is indeed my fault, and my family is willing to make compensation. After pondering for a long time, Muhai's eyes were full of worry, and he spoke to young Eru. Compensation. As soon as it landed, young Eru was stunned for a moment, and finally took his green eyes back from Mu Wanqi's body, and stared at Muhai. His eyes rolled endlessly. Okay. Mr. Mu is happy, since you, Haiyuzong, are willing to compensate, then it would be great, but, this compensation. Young Eru's face showed a sneer, and he stopped halfway through his speech, and kept looking at Mu Wanqi. That means, even a fool can see it. Excuse me, what kind of compensation is it? As long as I, Haiyuezong, can afford it, I will never hesitate. While Mu Hai was talking, his face was full of bitterness. He naturally knew that this young Eru had taken a fancy to his daughter, but while he was talking and dealing with it, his eyes kept flickering, and he quickly thought of a countermeasure in the sea of knowledge. Fight recklessly, you can't fight at all. Needless to say, the entire Longhu villa, even the young Eru in front of him, with a mid-level martial venerable realm cultivation, is enough to severely damage Haiyuzong. Ha ha ha, as long as Mr. Mu sends this girl to me as a house-filling maid, let's let it go. As soon as young Eru opened his mouth, Mu Hai's body trembled violently. You, don't even think about it. Before Mu Hai could speak, Mu Wanqi was already very angry and shouted loudly. Ha ha ha, good enough. Not bad, not bad. Hearing Mu Wanqi's words, young Eru not only didn't get angry, but instead had an obscene smile on his face, his brows were constantly raised, and his behavior was extremely frivolous. To him, he doesn't care about this little girl's words at all. A little sea moon sect can be wiped out with just a few flips. In the face of absolute strength, what is impossible? Moreover, this Mu Hai, isn't he afraid that Longhu Mountain Villa will destroy the Haiyue sect, and at that time, the entire sect will have to pay for the lives of millions of people. So, don't even think about it, Mu Hai will definitely make a smart choice. Second Master, this is impossible. At this moment, Sect Master Mu's face suddenly darkened, he stared at young Eru with a livid face, and directly refused. As soon as the words hit the ground, hundreds of thousands of Haiyuzong disciples, including young Eru and the three of them, were all stunned in the entire martial arts arena. No. Mu Hai actually said, this is impossible. No one expected that Sect Master Mu would reject young Eru directly without even thinking about it. Isn't he afraid of death? Mu Hai, what did you just say? At this time, the smile on young Eru's face was gone, his eyes like copper bells were full of murderous intent, and he asked every word. At the same time, a powerful aura surged out of his body, sweeping towards the entire martial arts arena. The violent and powerful evil spirit full of murderous intent charged over hundreds of thousands of warriors of the Sea Moon sect. Immediately, all the members of the Sea Moon sect in the audience turned pale with fright, and large drops of sweat dripped from their foreheads. Keep rolling. Sect Master, think twice. Sovereign, you have to think about the whole sect. Longhu Villa is not something our Haiyue sect can provoke. God, Suzerain, are you crazy? Quick, promise the second master. All of a sudden, hundreds of thousands of fighters from the Haiyue sect spoke up one after another, and they all spoke to Mu Hai, urging him to send Mu Wanqi to young Eru, so as to avoid the disaster of annihilation of the sect. In the eyes of these people, no matter whether Mu Wanqi is a house-filling maid or not, it has nothing to do with them. As long as they can save their own lives, they can agree to any conditions. But at the next moment, Mu Hai's answer made all the disciples of the Sea Moon sect in the audience feel so frightened that their whole bodies were so cold that they fell into an ice cellar instantly. I said, this is absolutely impossible. With a cold expression on Mu Hai's face, he stretched out his hand to protect Mu Wanqi behind him, and glared at young Eru without any fear. He rushed out at the same time with the aura of the early stage of middle-rank martial venerable realm, and the aura young Eru had just released, scatter as many as possible. The demonic aura on Mu Hai's body was not as violent and bloody as young Eru's, but it was like an abyss and the sea, continuous and endless, with a dignified feeling like 10,000 mountains. Ha ha ha, old man Mu, I'm afraid you can't help this matter. Seeing this, young Eru grinned, and looked at Mu Hai with contempt in his eyes. When did you miss what you fancy? A little Haiyuzong dared to openly oppose Longhu Villa. Even if Mu Hai, the highest cultivation level of the Haiyue sect in front of him, in his own hands, he can only kill with 100 moves. Young Eru didn't believe at all that Haiyuzong had any strength and power to be his enemy. While speaking, young Eru shook the hammers in his hand suddenly, his whole body was filled with monster energy, and he was ready to strike. Second head, you are one step late, the little girl has already been betrothed to him. Seeing that young Eru was about to make a move, Muhai sneered. In one sentence, the words were shocking. He raised a finger with his right hand and pointed at a figure behind the crowd. What? Hearing this, young Eru's rising breath trembled violently, turned his head suddenly, and looked in the direction of Muhai's finger. But all I saw was a heroic young man of 17 or 18 years old, wearing a black robe and carrying a long sword, standing majestically. #C1305 Who died? The words of Muhai, the lord of Haiwa sect, immediately made everyone's eyes focus on Chu Yan. When the word spread, everyone was dumbfounded. Betrothed? What the hell is going on? Pointed by Muhai's right finger, hundreds of thousands of warriors' red eyes stared at him. Chu Yan was speechless all of a sudden. It seems that I didn't agree to the other party at all. Moreover, I seemed to be just passing by, to catch that black-blooded old man Xuanhuan, and most of my attention was on Xuanhuan just now. Why suddenly, I became the audience focus. Although Chu Yan was curious as to why most of the strongmen of these sects in Jiananzu were monster races, he temporarily gave up the idea of catching Xuanhuan and wanted to know more about the development of the situation. However, Chu Yan never expected that Muhai would push himself out in front of all warriors. What the hell are you? Hearing this, young Eru first stared at Chu Yan in astonishment, then looked him up and down, and then, a smile appeared on his face, and he sneered with disdain. Stuff. Originally, he didn't intend to participate in this matter, but when Chu Yan heard young Eru's words, he frowned and his face turned cold instantly. Young Eru searched and did not see Chu Yan's cultivation at all. However, within the scope of the empire, there are really not many people who can make them afraid of Longhu Villa. Therefore, seeing that Chu Yan is only in his teens and single one person, don't pay attention to him at all. The most important thing is that in the empire, the young generation of arrogance, who has strength and background, they all have friends in Longhu Villa, at least they have met once, but this Chu Yan in front of him does not know him at all. Therefore, young Eru will not give Chu Yan any face at all. At this moment, a warrior suddenly rushed out from the crowd of Haiyuzong warriors, quickly ran to young Eru's side, clung to his ear, pointed at Chu Yan, and kept saying something at the same time. After whispering some words, young Eru stared at Chu Yan, his face gradually became gloomy, and a wave of violent monster energy kept rushing out. After waving the ordinary warrior back, young Eru looked at Chu Yan again, full of killing intent. So, you killed my third brother. Young Eru looked at Chu Yan, the corners of his mouth raised lightly, and he waved his hand without waiting for Chu Yan's answer. Kill him for me. After saying a word, the two Dragon and Tiger Villa warriors standing beside young Eru immediately stepped forward and rushed towards Chu Yan. Die. Each of these two tall warriors from Longhu Mountain Villa has a half-step Wuzuanjing cultivation base, full of combat power, and is extremely tyrannical. The blue-eyed man in the lead looked at Chu Yan, gave a soft drink, and raised his hand with a punch blast out. This punch, like a tiger descending the mountain, the roar of the tiger vibrated the void, the powerful demonic energy brought up a gust of wind, condensed a fist print, which was 50 feet in size, burst open the void in an instant, like a dragon soaring and a tiger roaring, bringing with mighty strength. Unparalleled power. In all directions, all warriors were stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that young Eru would be so cold-blooded that he would directly order to kill someone when he disagreed with each other. Immediately, everyone felt a cold sweat for Chu Yan. As we all know, all the strong men in Longhu Villa are all extremely powerful, and they are good at fusing the power of dragon and tiger. Under the evil spirit, ordinary martial arts are 3 points stronger than the same level of martial arts. This is also the main reason why Longhu Villa can dominate one side. The two half-step martial venerables attacked at the same time. Their power was so powerful that all the disciples of Hai Yuezong watching the battle were terrified. Although they didn't know Chu Yan's cultivation level, they just heard that Chu Yan blasted the third master of Longhu Villa into scum with one punch, so they could more or less guess that the suzerain's move should be I want to use the power of this outsider to overcome this level. However, no one knows exactly what state Chu Yan's cultivation is. But now, the two half-step, Wuzuanjing powerhouses from Longhu Mountain Villa shot at the same time. With such a tyrannical force, the entire Sea Moon sect can block it, and there are no more than 3 people. Can this black-robed boy be able to block it? Seeing the front, 2 figures rushed towards them, and the fist marks they punched, roaring like dragons and tigers, almost rushed within 100 steps of their eyes. Chu Yan was facing the powerful fist light, with a calm expression on his face, a pair of shining eyes, but he didn't even look at it, but instead swept towards the disciples of the Sea Moon sect around him. These Haiwa sect disciples made Chu Yan extremely disappointed. The sect's enemies came to kill them, but they had no backbone, and they all persuaded Mu Hai to send the daughter of their sect master to the other party. Therefore, this is also the reason why Chu Yan didn't want to care about this matter at all at the beginning, but now, the 2 people in Longhu Villa actually shot at him. Hee hee. A wicked smile rose from the corner of Chu Yan's mouth. He looked away, and looked at the 2 punches that came, killing intent flashed across his eyes. On this Haotian continent, there are still people who dare to attack him. It's really not troublesome to live. Raise your hands at the same time, one left and one right, close your palms into claws, and gently hold. Bang bang. Under the 2 violent bangs, the 2 fists that seemed to be roaring like dragons and tigers were directly caught by Chu Yan in an instant, and the power of the fists disappeared immediately. What? Seeing this scene, the 2 strong men of Longhu Villa suddenly changed their expressions fiercely, and stared at Chu Yan, all trembling. You know, even if it was Chu Yan who punched his fist light, he would not be so surprised, but his own fist light was held by Chu Yan as if he was pinching a bug. In hand. If you don't have 5 times the combat power, it is impossible to achieve this level. Puff. Puff. The next moment, when the eyeballs of everyone in the audience fell to the ground, the 2 fists in Chu Yan's hands were directly squeezed into 2 balls of energy by him, and the whole burst open, scattered in the void. You can die. A bone-chilling voice came from the mouth of the black-robed young man on the opposite side. The 2 strong men of Longhu Villa only felt a chill in their backs, and it went straight to their foreheads. In an instant, their entire hair exploded. Opened. Call out. Call out. Before the 2 of them could turn around and run away, Chu Yan fixed his fingers with his right hand to represent the sword, pointed at the void, and tapped twice. Immediately, 2 5-color finger lights, like 2 colored sharp arrows, pierced directly between the eyebrows of the opponent. Bang bang. With 2 muffled sounds, 2 finger-wide blood holes appeared on the brows of the 2 warriors at the same time, and a bloody arrow spewed out, and the pupils dilated instantly. As the incomparably powerful demonic aura on the 2 of them dissipated quickly, their bodies instantly went limp and fell to the ground. Download free reader. #C1306 I am covered by the storm. You dare to kill. Not far away, young Eru, who had a contemptuous and sneering look just now, his whole face was completely frozen, and the corners of his eyes twitched violently. He wanted to say a few harsh words to end the scene, but after talking for a long time, he said a complete sentence not come out. Killing 2 half-step, Wuzuanjing powerhouses instantly with one move. This combat power was enough to make young Eru's face turn green with fright, and the death energy in his heart was rolling like a river. At this time, his eyes were more than twice as big as the copper bell, and the black-robed boy reflected in his pupils seemed to be able to gently pinch himself to death with just one finger. As a middle-level Wuzuanjing strongman, although I can easily kill 2 half-step Wuzuanjing strongmen, but to achieve Chu Yan's level, even if I practice for another 500 years, it will be impossible. Young Eru was absolutely certain that this young man in black robe was at least half a step into the martial emperor realm. He was not something he could resist at all. You dare to kill people from my Longhu villa? After a full 10 breaths, young Eru finally recovered a bit. In the sea of consciousness, various thoughts flashed continuously. Finally, he was sure that if he wanted to survive today, he could only rely on the name of Longhu villa. Maybe there was still a glimmer of hope. After all, my eldest brother is also half-step martial emperor realm. Maybe the other party will give him some face. My eldest brother is Long Ao. Behind our dragon and tiger villa is the Fenglai sect. If you dare to touch me, you will regret it. In young Eru's mind, even if Chu Yan doesn't give Longhu villa face, the prestige of Fenglai is enough to deter him. Wind Thunder sect. Hearing young Eru's words, Chu Yan's face was stunned. This name seems to have been heard before, and it seems familiar. It seems that when the Raksha Soul Tianzong recruited disciples last time, a Tianjiao disciple of this sect tested the altar talent. 6 stars. Because of this, the suzerain with the big beard seems to be applying to himself through the elders, and wants to add a few more disciples to join the Raksha Soul Tianzong. The sect of the bearded suzerain seems to be called Fenglai. Not far away, after young Eru reported the names of his eldest brother and Fenglai, he saw that Chu Yan was stunned and stopped talking at all. Immediately, the chill in young Eru's heart was greatly reduced, and a hint of arrogance appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, be afraid. Let me tell you, the relationship between our Longhu villa and Fenglai sect is closer than brothers. 3 years ago, I attended the Fenglai sect's banquet and met their suzerain once, so, let me tell you, if you dare to provoke me, hee. After saying that, young Eru looked at Chu Yan with a proud face, and his attitude became arrogant again. Exactly. There are tens of thousands of sects and nearly 100 million warriors in the Xianyang Empire. Whoever dares not to give Fenglai face is simply courting death. Fenglai is nothing. An extremely indifferent voice sounded, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. It exploded to the audience in an instant. Including young Eru, all warriors in the audience suddenly turned their heads and stared at Chu Yan. All of them had bulging eyes, opened their mouths wide, and dropped their jaws all over the floor. God! What did that kid just say? He actually said that Fenglai is a fart. Including the Lord of Haiwa sect standing not far from Chu Yan. Muhai, at this time, was also staring at a pair of constantly beating eyeballs, staring at Chu Yan in a daze, with an expression of seeing a ghost. Muhai's entire brain has completely stopped functioning, but in his heart, there is a dead energy that keeps rising. He originally planned to use Chu Yan to deal with young Eru and Longhu villa. Everything was fine, but he never thought that this Chu Yan would dare to offend Fenglai. This is a big trouble. Just now Muhai was secretly delighted at his wit, but now, he wished he could slap himself to death. Get rid of this outsider who doesn't know the Xianyang Empire at all, to help Haiyuzong prevent disasters. This time, the disaster has not been resolved, and it has caused even greater troubles. Wind and Thunder sect, the top 10 overlord-level forces in Antarctica. Within the scope of the Xianyang Empire, it is almost equivalent to an existence like an emperor. Not to mention that one sect dare not provoke, even if all the sects of the Xianyang Empire combined, I am afraid they would not dare to compete with the Fenglai sect. What did you just say? How dare you? At this time, young Eru was scared out of his wits by Chu Yan's words, and his entire face turned purple-black. Even if he was beaten to death, he couldn't believe it. In Xianyang Empire, someone dared to insult Fenglai. Could it be that this son has a powerful sect background? The same thought, not only in young Eru, but even in the hearts of all warriors, rose at the same time. However, even if this son is the pride of other empires, and the sect's power can compete with Fengalizong, but he is only alone. If he insults Fengalizong in the territory of Xianyang Empire, he will also die. Young Eru's appearance is rough, but his heart is extremely cautious. He thought for 10 breaths in his heart before finally making up his mind. Humph. Kid, you are doomed. If you dare to insult Fengalizong, no matter how strong your background is, you will still die. Report your name and sect. Kneel down and kowtow, otherwise, I will immediately report to Fengalizong. Young Eru roared loudly, his whole body exploded, pointed at Chu Yan, and sternly ordered. Whoosh! In the next breath, Chu Yan, who didn't bother to pay attention to him at all, jumped straight up and instantly appeared 10 steps in front of young Eru. With a pair of cold eyes, he stared straight at young Eru, and said coldly. You are worthy of knowing my name and sect. What are you talking about? Seeing Chu Yan rushing towards him, young Eru's arrogance that he managed to recover just now was extinguished in an instant, and being stared at by Chu Yan's icy eyes like swords and knives, he felt that the hairs all over his body were standing on end, from head to toe, as if being drenched in ice water body. I said, you can die. At the same time as Chu Yan's voice sounded, he raised his right hand again, put his middle finger and index finger together, and pointed straight at young Eru's brow. Call out. A finger like silver moonlight shot out in a hurry, so fast that it didn't even leave any traces in the void, and it disappeared in a flash. You dare. Young Eru, who had taken out a white bone knife early on, saw this scene, his eyes were tearing from shock, and his whole body was icy cold. You know, the two of them were under the finger of death just now, and now, the finger of death is pointing at him. In the blink of an eye, young Eru didn't dare to be careless, he suddenly raised the bone knife in his hand, and blocked the stabbing finger. A finger that was as sharp as electricity flashed across the air, and everyone in the audience was inexplicably horrified. None of them expected that this Chu Yan would actually dare to kill young Eru. That is the second master of Longhu Villa, different from the third master Xiong San. This young Eru is the brother of Long Ao of Longhu Villa. Mu Wanqi's beautiful little face was pale, and her cherry-red jade lips trembled slightly. She didn't guess that Chu Yan really dared to kill young Eru. #C1307 Scare away the audience. The finger is like a star, flashing by. In an instant, Chu Yan's pointing point collided with the bone knife in young Eru's hand. Boom! At the point where the finger light and the bone knife were in contact, a cloud of white mist suddenly exploded, as if it was a dust mist of bone meal, rising directly. The silvery finger pierced the tofu like a finger, and at the same time as the bone meal exploded, the white jade-like bone knife was pierced directly by a finger, passing through the knife without a trace of hindrance, and shot directly at young Eru behind the bone knife. Puff! The previous bang did not completely fall, and another muffled bang spread, pointing to the light. There was no accident, even if the cultivation base reached the middle Wu Zuanjing, everyone thought that at least it could be defeated by Chu Yan. Young Eru, who was following a few tricks under his command, a bloody light rushed out from the position of his brow. A bean-sized blood hole suddenly appeared on young Eru's brow, and red and white liquid continuously overflowed. Without any living eyes, it dimmed instantly, and young Eru's body fell towards the ground. With one finger, you can kill in seconds. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the three corpses in front of them, who died in almost the same way, and all of them had ashes on their faces. Young Eru is dead. The second head of Longhu Villa was killed so easily. Moreover, that young man in black robe just moved his fingers and exploded 3 heads in a row. How do you feel? That young Eru and the other 3 have no resistance at all. This method of killing is much easier than killing a chicken. Countless turbulent waves surged crazily in everyone's hearts, as if the horror of overwhelming mountains and seas completely submerged everyone's sea of consciousness. The eyes of hundreds of thousands of people were divided into two. A small number of people stared blankly at the three corpses on the ground, and most of them stared at Chu Yan. Everyone's eyes trembled, their eyes full of disbelief, as if they saw a god. But now, within one day, 2 of the 3 masters of Longhu Villa died in front of the gate of Haiyuzong. This time, it is estimated that it will not be long before the thunder and rage of Longhu Villa will pour down like a landslide and tsunami. At that time, within a radius of 100 miles, I am afraid that everyone will not be able to survive. Mom, run away. It's over. It's over. Longhu Villa must be furious. Run, if you don't run, everyone will die. After a brief silence, the entire martial arts arena exploded in an instant. The hundreds of thousands of Sea Moon sect disciples in the audience, as if the sky had collapsed, panicked and fled in all directions. For a while, Haiyuzong, who had just returned to the crowd of people, performed the martial arts field. At this time, except for Muhai, and the thousands of Haiyuzong elders and powerhouses behind him, everyone else ran away for their lives. But Muhai and Muwanchi, including Xuanhuan and other Haiyuzong high-level officials, stared at Chu Yan in a daze, their faces full of astonishment. Who is this Chu Yan? With combat power, it can be called against the sky. And after young Era reported the names of Longhu Mountain Villa and Fenglei sect, this son was unmoved at all, even with disdain on his face. He just stabbed young Era to death with his finger. Could it be that this kid's background can really compete with Longhu Villa and Fengleizong? Or, this kid really jumped out of the mountains, and he doesn't understand the horror of Longhu Villa and Fengleizong at all. At this moment, in Muhai's heart, half was a sea of fire, and the other half was an iceberg. He stared at Chu Yan, his eyeballs trembling constantly, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Now, in the sea of consciousness, he has prayed for all the gods and demons in the sky. He only hopes that the identity of Chu Yan in front of him must not be the second one he guessed, otherwise. Ordinary warriors in the sect can escape, as long as they escape from the range of Tianqi mountain range, they are basically safe. However, as the Lord of Haiwa sect or an elder, he is registered. Even if he escapes, he will be chased and killed by Longhu Villa. At that time, if he escapes to the horizon, he will die as well. Now, I can only pin all my hopes on this young man in black robe. However, Muhai still couldn't help it in his heart at this time. He always had the urge to kill himself. I am provoking someone, but I just want to use this young man's powerful combat power to resist young Eru a little bit, and let him retreat in spite of difficulties. But now, why has it become a disaster of exterminating the clan? Standing beside him, Muwanchi's spiritual eyes looking at Chu Yan are completely lit up. Countless little stars, as bright as the sea of stars, beautiful and delicate little face, full of admiration and surprise, eyes like crazy, fell on Chu Yan, and couldn't be pulled out. With one finger, he directly stabbed a middle-ranked Wu Zuanjing expert to death. What's more, the whole body is casual and relaxed, as if crushing an ant to death. Such behaviors, in the eyes of Muwanchi, who is only a teenager, are like a great hero in the world, and the gods descended from the earth. What difference does it make? Inadvertently, a red glow quietly rose on Muwanchi's face, and when she looked at Chu Yan's spiritual eyes, there were little stars. Not good. At this moment, Muhai, who just woke up from the shock, looked at the hundreds of thousands of warriors fleeing in all directions on the martial arts field, and his face suddenly changed. Among these people, there are the eyes and ears of Longhu Villa. Not long after young Eru appeared, someone came out from the crowd and whispered in his ear. Therefore, once the news was sent back to Longhu Villa, the matter would be completely over. However, even though Muhai thought of this level, when he looked up, he saw that there were hundreds of thousands of fighters running in all directions. This is not one or two, even if they intend to stop them, there is no possibility at all, and they can only watch these people flee in all directions. It won't be long, when a large number of elites from Longhu Villa overwhelm the land, and it is even possible that even the Fenglai sect will send strong men to destroy their Sea Moon sect. At that time, will the Sea Moon sect still exist? Chu Yan. Suddenly, Mu Hai's body trembled, and it suddenly occurred to him that if Hai Yuezong and himself wanted to pass the test, they could only rely on that black-robed boy. Suddenly, Mu Hai raised his head and looked at the position where Chu Yan was just now, but his eyes were empty, there was still a figure. In an instant, Mu Hai only felt his whole body go limp, and the sky turned dizzily for a while, and his body shook again and again, almost collapsing to the ground in fright. "Father, look." The next moment, his daughter's voice suddenly sounded beside him, and Mu Hai turned his head to look at it, and his face changed again, and his face was full of astonishment. "What's the situation? What the hell is this Chu Yan going to do?" I saw that Chu Yan, at this time, had already walked in front of Xuanhuan, the great elder of Hai Yuzong, with a pair of cold eyes staring straight at Xuanhuan, with a faint killing intent all over his body, constantly overflowing and out. #C1308 Wait to die. On the opposite side of Chu Yan, the great elder of Hai Yuzong named Xuanhuan also stood up at this time, looking at Chu Yan with a puzzled and serious expression on his face. "Say, where is Emotsong?" Chu Yan looked directly at Xuanhuan, his voice was like ice, his eyes were like swords. Hearing this, the black-faced old man was stunned, a strange color flashed in the depths of his eyes, and then his face sank slightly, and he said, "Master Chu, who is Emotsong? Why do you ask me?" For Chu Yan, Xuanhuan, the black-faced old man, was somewhat jealous. After all, Chu Yan's tyrannical combat power really made Xuanhuan, who was only half a step into the martial venerable realm, feel too much pressure. Not far away, seeing this scene, Mu Hai hurried over, his face full of confusion. He didn't know what Chu Yan was doing. He killed 3 people from Longhu Villa just now, why now he turned around and got into a fight with the great elder of Hai Yuzong? What the hell is going on? Little friend Chu Yan, this Xuanhuan is the great elder of my Haiyue sect, not from Longhu Villa. Mu Hai looked at Chu Yan, then at Xuanhuan. Although he understood the situation, he still hurriedly explained. Anyway, now that the situation has become like this, Chu Yan must never be allowed to conflict with his own people again, let alone offend him. You don't need to guess, maybe, now Longhu Villa and Fenglai have got the news, and they are rushing here with a huge team. Therefore, no matter it is Longhu Mountain Villa, Fenglai, or even the Chu Yan in front of him, they cannot afford to offend Hai Yuzong. However, judging from Chu Yan's actions, if he talks well with Chu Yan, maybe relying on Chu Yan and the sect forces behind him, he may be able to help Hai Yuzong overcome the current hurdle. That's right, I'm the great elder of Hai Yuzong, Xuanhuan. If I don't know about Senior Chu, if I need to ask you anything, as long as I know, I will never hide it from Senior Chu. It's just that the one who Senior Chu asked me just now, the problem, I really don't understand it. The black-faced old man Xuanhuan naturally understood Hai Yuezong's situation. Of course, he knew the purpose of Mu Hai coming to introduce himself at this time, so he quickly cupped his hands and said politely, "Can't understand." Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned immediately, and in his eyes, a faint colorful light kept flickering, covering Xuanhuan straightly. The unicorn's pupils cannot function like divine consciousness, which can be operated thousands of miles away, and can only have obvious effects within 10,000 steps. So, this time, Chu Yan had no scruples, and directly used the unicorn pupil, wanting to see if the sinister blood on Xuanhuan's body was the same as that of the Black Blood Temple. Under the faint 5-color streamer, Chu Yan could clearly see the origin in Xuanhuan's body. This Xuanhuan is not a monster race. Like Chu Yan, he is also a human warrior. The inner alchemy in his sea of qi is blood red, and the faint black and red alchemy is lingering, which is exactly what Chu Yan perceives. In evil blood. You practice magic skills. Chu Yan pondered for a moment and asked. That's right. Since I stepped into the martial arts, I have been practicing magic arts. However, they are all orthodox magic arts, and there is no act of killing. What I use is also the blood essence of monsters, not human blood essence. Xuanhuan's eyes sparkled when he heard Chu Yan's words, and he seemed to understand why Chu Yan kept staring at him. Although martial artists practicing magic arts are only regarded as heretics on the mainland, but there is no explicit prohibition, and even many sects have disciples who practice magic arts. Such things as kung fu and martial arts still rely on people to practice. If you use them righteously, you will be righteous, and if you use them evilly, you will be evil. Therefore, Xuanhuan didn't hide anything about his practice of devil art, and explained to Chu Yan directly in front of everyone. You're telling the truth. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and kept thinking in the sea of consciousness. To be honest, Chu Yan really didn't understand the difference between the secret skills of the Black Blood Temple and other magic skills, and it was hard to make a clear judgment for a while. That's right. Little friend Chu Yan, Great Elder Xuanhuan, has been cultivating in our Sea Moon sect since he awakened his martial soul. The skills he practiced are also martial arts from our Sea Moon sect. This point, I can prove it. Seeing this scene, Muhai understood something, and quickly explained. Not bad. I can also prove it. Senior Chu, I am the 5th elder of the Sea Moon sect. I can also prove that I joined the Sea Moon sect at the same time as the 1st elder. That's right, what the suzerain said is true, we can all testify. All of a sudden, the high-level members of Haiyue sect testified for Xuanhuan. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan couldn't judge for a while. Could it be that Xuanhuan really just practiced magic skills and has nothing to do with the Black Blood Temple? Little friend Chu Yan, this matter can be discussed in a long-term manner. Don't rush it for a while. Why don't we go back to the sect first and discuss it later? Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Muhai asked cautiously. He didn't care about the skills Xuanhuan practiced. He raised his whole heart and throat now, only afraid that Chu Yan would slap his ass and walk away, leaving them alone to bear the Longhu Villa and Fengalizong anger. Hearing Muhai's words, Chu Yan pondered for a while, then nodded, saying, It is good. When the word landed, Muhai and all the elders breathed a sigh of relief. Please. 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 Little friend Chu Yan, come with me. Muhai, who was full of smiles, quickly led the way for Chu Yan, and brought Mu Wanqi and the elders back to Haiyue sect. The current Sea Moon sect, compared to just now, has become extremely deserted. The entire sect has nearly 1 million warriors, 7 or 88 escaped, and the remaining less than 100,000 people are all afraid of the return of Longhu Villa and Fenglai sect for revenge. Even the warriors who stayed here gathered in the Zoman's transmission hall, and they were all ready at all times. If Longhu Villa and Fenglai sect really came to take revenge, they could activate the transmission array and leave immediately. Therefore, in the current Tianhai sect, the most lively place is not the main hall, but the teleportation hall a few miles away. Who is this Chu Yan? Who knows? Looking at his strength, I'm afraid he is a member of the great sect. Maybe he is no worse than Fengalizong. Impossible. The Fenglai sect is one of the 10 overlords of the extreme south continent. Even the other 9 sects would not be able to do such a thing. The person who killed Longhu Villa is a small matter, but haven't you heard that? Chu Yan just insulted Fengalizong. That's right. Even if he is the arrogance of several other overlords in Jinanzu, such words and deeds are tantamount to slapping the face of Fengalizong. How could Fengalizong spare him? Strange. This Chu Yan didn't even run away, but followed the suzerain back to the main hall stupidly. That's right, when the people from Longhu Villa and Fangalizong come, he will be dead. Hurry up. It's estimated to be 3 or 4 hours. In the entire teleportation hall, various discussions and guesses arose, as if a frying pan had exploded. Everyone is waiting to see how this Chu Yan will die next. #C1309 Calamity of the Kraken. Sea Moon Sect, in charge of the Golden Palace. Mu Haigao sat on the suzerain's golden seat, on both sides of the lower head, the elders and powerhouses of the sect lined up on both sides. The one under the suzerain's golden seat is the first guest seat, and only Chu Yan is alone. Including Mu Hai and Mu Wanqi, everyone's eyes were fixed on Chu Yan, but Chu Yan's eyes stayed on Xuanhuan. If this Xuanhuan is not a member of the Black Blood Temple, then Chu Yan has another idea to do it, but if Xuanhuan is a member of the Black Blood Temple, how can he honestly confess the hiding place of Emotsong and others? Land. These two questions have been circling in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Different from Chu Yan's thoughts, Mu Hai and all the elders and strong men of Haiyuzong raised their hearts one by one, and they all raised their throats, full of fear and anxiety. Young friend Chu Yan, my name is Mu Hai, and he is the suzerain of the Haiyue sect. He lost to you, and taught him what sect? On the golden seat, Mu Hai carefully asked the question that had been pondered in his mind for a long time. No matter how strong Chu Yan is, after all, there is only one person. Therefore, understanding Chu Yan's sect background is an important factor in preserving Haiyuzong. The Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Chu Yan replied casually, his eyes and thoughts still stayed on Xuanhuan. The Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Hearing Chu Yan's words, everyone's faces were stunned at the same time, and all of them were full of astonishment. What kind of sect is the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly sect? Why have I never heard of it? Among the top 10 overlord sects in extreme South Continent, there seems to be no such sect. Moreover, among the top 100 sect forces in Antarctica, it seems that there is no such sect force. The name of the sect reported by Chu Yan immediately made all the elders and powerhouses in the audience frown. This is trouble. This Chu Yan could not be from a second-rate sect force similar to Haiyuzong. Master Mu. I would like to ask. Just when Mu Hai and all the elders were sinking to the bottom of the valley, Chu Yan suddenly said. Little friend, please tell me. Mu Hai was startled and motioned. As far as I can see, you are not a warrior of the human race, and the second and third masters of Longhu Villa are not strong humans. Why are there so many sects established by monster races in this extreme South Continent? Chu Yan glanced at Xuanhuan, and saw that his expression had not changed, so he withdrew his gaze, looked at Mu Hai, and asked. This. However, Chu Yan's question made everyone in the audience stunned at the same time, and then the gazes in everyone's eyes became extremely complicated at the same time. The ones with the weirdest expressions are none other than Mu Hai and Mu Wanqi. Their eyes were almost dull at the same time, and they stared at Chu Yan in a daze. Their eyes were full of astonishment. Little friend Chu Yan, aren't you a warrior from the extreme South Continent? The corners of Mu Hai's eyes twitched, he held back for a long time and asked. That's right. I'm not from Antarctica, why? Is there a problem? How do you know? Chu Yan replied indifferently. No. No. Of course there is no problem, but you can judge it just now after hearing the question from little friend Chu Yan. At this time, Mu Hai was sure that this young man in black, Chu Yan, was definitely not a martial artist from the extreme South Continent. Could it be that the identity of this son was the second one he had guessed? He really jumped out of the mountains. Little friend Chu Yan, almost half of the sect forces in Antarctica, belong to the sea monster clan. Mu Hai pondered for a long time, sighed faintly, and explained. The sea monster clan. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face froze for a moment, his brow slightly frowned. As far as he knew, the sea monster clan had never appeared on land for tens of thousands of years, but according to Mu Hai, when did this extreme south continent seem to have been occupied by the sea monster clan? Yes, 30,000 years ago, a major change occurred in the Sea of Ears. After that, our sea monster race began to migrate to land in order to survive. After tens of thousands of years of development, at present, nearly 90% of the sea monster race have all arrived in Antarctica. Mu Hai said softly. 90%. The number of your sea monster clan is 100 times and 1,000 times that of our human race. How can an extremely southern continent accommodate 90% of your clan members? Hearing Mu Hai's words, Chu Yan was startled for a moment, his face full of doubts. This, alas. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Mu Hai's eyes trembled, and he sighed faintly. Not only him, but in the Golden Palace, more than half of the elders and powerhouses among the senior members of Haiyue sect, Chi-Chi's face darkened and he shook his head slightly. Originally, this was all the secret of my sea monster clan, but when the disaster is approaching, I don't care anymore, it's okay to tell my little friend. Suddenly, Mu Hai's expression became extremely lonely, his eyes were full of sadness, his eyes looked into the distance, and he quietly said. 100,000 years ago, the great catastrophe came to the mainland. My sea monster clan lived deep in the bottom of the sea, and I did not escape the catastrophe. In that battle, less than 20 million of my sea monster clan, tens of billions of people survived, and even the most elite, the Sea Dragon Legion, were wiped out. After that battle, the surviving members of the Sea Clan gathered together, and after 50,000 years of reproduction, the number of their clansmen was close to 3 billion. At this time, Emperor Air ordered that all clansmen except the Sea Dragon Legion move to land. Give up all the precious training resources to the Sea Dragon Legion, and hope that when the next catastrophe comes, our sea monster clan will have enough strength to fight against the sky. So, 30,000 years ago, most of the ordinary people of my sea monster clan migrated to Antarctica to survive. It's been 30,000 years since I lived under the fence of others, because I have always had rifts with the human race, and I am not used to the land life, ordinary people on land, even less than 30% of their combat power in the sea. After 30,000 years, the 2.5 billion people who migrated to Antarctica one after another, are still alive now, less than 1 billion. After today, my lineage of the Sea Moon sect may not be able to continue to survive, alas. Having said that, Mu Hai let out a long sigh, causing the elders and powerhouses of the Sea Monster clan to look sad, making the whole hall full of oppressive and sad atmosphere. For a moment, the air in the Golden Palace became extremely heavy, making one feel oppressed and indescribably dignified. Unexpectedly, under the catastrophe, even the sea monsters would not be spared. Hearing this, Chu Yan has basically figured out the ins and outs, his eyes flashed slightly, and he was thoughtful. This time, if the move against the Mingzhu fails, the entire Hautian continent may really be the result of the extermination of the race. So, never lose. Sect Master Mu, may I ask, what is the strength of this sea dragon army? How many people are there now? Chu Yan pondered for a moment, looked at Mu Hai with a sad face, and said. This Sea Dragon Legion now has about 1 million people, and 30% of them are above the half-step Martial Emperor realm, and the rest are all at the Martial Venerable realm. Unfortunately, 100,000 years ago, our sea clan's cultivation resources were plundered by foreign races. Now it is too difficult to recover our vitality. While Mu Hai was talking, his face was full of bitterness, and he kept shaking his head. #C1310 Slave Home. Hearing Mu Hai's words, Chu Yan was slightly startled. One is to be amazed that the strength of the Sea Monster clan is so strong. The strength of this Sea Dragon army alone is enough to fight against the entire Zhongtian continent. On the other hand, Chu Yan did not expect that the great calamity 100,000 years ago would cause such a catastrophe to the mighty sea monster clan, forcing Air Emperor to move all 90% of the clan's people to prepare for the next catastrophe. However, upon hearing the news, Chu Yan also confirmed his guess. When the so-called Great Catastrophe comes, the disciples of the Ming clan will not only have superficial strength, otherwise, apart from the tens of thousands of young disciples of the Ming clan in the martial emperor realm, the sea monster clan will be enough to kill them all. If it is reasonable to say that the human race was massacred by different forces one by one because they were fighting on their own, then the sea monster race is completely unreasonable. Based on the records of the sea monster clan in the Haotian continent that Chu Yan knows, the sea monster clan in the Sea of Years has always been under the system of one emperor and three emperors since the Haotian continent existed. Sea rule. Therefore, under the Great Catastrophe, the result of the sea monster clan can only show that the strength of the Ming clan is more terrifying than Chu Yan's original guess. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's face gradually became serious. Sect Master Mu, I want to see Emperor Air, but I don't know, can you introduce me? After pondering for a long time, Chu Yan raised his head, looked at Mu Hai, and asked. As soon as the words fell to the ground, all the elders and strong men in the hall were stunned and stared at Chu Yan with disbelief on their faces. He wants to see the Emperor. Who is the Air Emperor? That is a well-deserved Supreme Emperor who spans 9 trillion seas. With a wave of his hand, there are millions of soldiers in the martial emperor realm. If it weren't for Li Shui, the battle would be greatly reduced. In this Haotian continent, there is a possibility of human beings dominating the land. Such a terrifying existence, there are ordinary people there, who can see it as soon as they say it. Moreover, even if he could see him, with Mu Hai, a sea monster clan, one of the 9 streams, not to mention Air Huang, he might not even have the right to ask to see a captain within 100 miles of Air Huang. Ahem, what about this? Mu Hai's face flushed slightly, and he coughed twice. In his sea of consciousness, he was constantly thinking about how to explain to Chu Yan that he had no right to bring him to see Emperor Air, but before he could finish speaking, suddenly, something happened. Pregnancy. Boom boom boom. A loud explosion of air suddenly exploded outside the hall, and the entire golden hall suddenly shook. The faces of all the people in the audience suddenly changed, and all of them were so shocked that they all looked out of the hall. As farts and asses can guess, Longhu Villa is here. Sect Master Mu, may I ask, where is the Air Emperor? In the panic-stricken Golden Palace, Chu Yan's indifferent voice sounded. Little friend, the Dragon Palace of Erhuang is located in the southwest of Arai Sea, 900 miles under the sea. It's easy to find, but it's heavily guarded. Boom. Before Mu Hai could finish speaking, another explosion exploded, and the whole hall suddenly trembled again. This time, Lian Mu Hai's face. It also became like the bottom of a pot, extremely dark. A pair of desperate eyes swept across the crowd, and finally fell on Chu Yan, brightened a little, but still dimmed. Okay. Thank you, Sect Master Mu, for telling me. I will take my leave. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan stood up, cupped his hands at Mu Hai, and was about to leave. Tips for novel netizens: please pay attention to rest your eyes when reading for a long time. Recommended reading. He walked away from the hall, but when his eyes fell on Zhou Hongming, he frowned and hesitated a little. Son. Just when Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, behind the Golden Palace, a beautiful figure in a purple shirt rushed towards him, bringing a burst of fragrant wind, and fell in front of Chu Yan in an instant. A stunning face was full of eagerness. Young Master Chu, go slowly. My little girl has something to ask for. Okay. Hearing Mu Wanqi's words, Chu Yan turned around slowly, looked at the stunning woman in front of him, and frowned slightly. What's the matter? Chu Yan asked in confusion. Young master, Yang Eru is the younger brother of the owner of Longhu Villa, and Longhu Villa is attached to Fenglai sect. He died in our Haiyuzong today. Now the enemy outside must be Longhu Villa. Won't let us go. On Mu Wanqi's small face, a pair of big smart eyes are full of mist, her eyes are slightly red, her red lips are lightly pursed, her small face is full of guilt and struggle. Strictly speaking, what happened today was all because of her. She wanted to vent her anger for Haiyuzong, so she disguised herself as a woman and went to challenge Xiong San. Unexpectedly, she was not good at cultivation and would not be able to defeat him at all. If it wasn't for Chu Yan appeared, also helped to save, at this time the fragrance has disappeared. However, in that case, even though he died, Haiyuzong would not be in danger of being wiped out. Young master, you are powerful, can you please help me, Haiyuzong, and my father? As soon as the words fell to the ground, Mu Wanqi bowed her body and knelt on the ground, and fell deeply at Chu Yan's feet. The big tears could no longer be hidden, and kept dripping on the ground in front of Chu Yan. At this time everyone in the Golden Palace heard Mu Wanqi's words, and their faces changed. Originally, there was something about Fenglai behind Longhu Villa, and they didn't plan to tell Chu Yan. In that case, maybe this Chu Yan, with his powerful combat power, could fight against Longhu Villa. However, now Mu Wanqi has directly stated the relationship between Longhu Villa and Fenglai sect. This Chu Yan is afraid that he will be frightened and run away without daring to stay any longer. It is even more impossible to use the power of the sect behind him to protect Haiyuzong with all his strength. A small sect, to offend Fenglai, this overlord force. Sheer, you. At this time, Mu Hai also had a look of pain on his face, and he stepped down from the golden seat with a look of helplessness on his face. I still have something to do. If Fenglai comes, you can directly report my name as Raksha Sol Tianzong, and it should be fine. Looking at Mu Wanqi, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and eagerly wanted to go to a ride to meet that Huang, and he didn't want to stay here any longer. Son. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Mu Wanqi's delicate body trembled, and she looked at Chu Yan with tears in her spiritual eyes. The surrounding Sea Moon sect powerhouses also shook their heads slightly and sighed uncontrollably. Fenglai is too strong, this Chu Yan is not willing to be an enemy at all, ready to leave directly, Haiyuzong is over. My lord, I know that you want to see the Emperor, but around the Dragon Palace, there are countless strong men from the Sea Monster clan guarding it, and it is difficult for ordinary people to get close to it. I have a way to allow you to meet the Emperor smoothly without hurting your peace. Mu Wanqi's small face was full of absoluteness, and she spoke cautiously. The words fell to the ground, and Mu Hai, who was standing aside, changed his face drastically, and said urgently, download the free reader. #C1311 Natal Dongzhu. When Mu Hai heard Mu Wanqi's words, his face became anxious, and he hurriedly spoke to stop her. However, Mu Wanqi raised her head and looked at Chu Yan with a resolute expression on her face, unmoved by her father Mu Hai's words. Any solution? Chu Yan stared at Mu Wanqi with burning eyes, and said coldly. With my own cultivation, I am naturally not afraid of those sea dragon legions, but, as Mu Wanqi said, I don't want to have conflicts with his subordinates before meeting Huang. I, the Mu family, have the blood of the 4-star Sea Emperor. If I combine with a human warrior, I will be received by the Emperor. Mu Wanqi's jade lips trembled slightly, and she said softly. Combined. Suddenly, Chu Yan was startled. That's right. As long as the young master resolves the crisis for the Sea Moon sect and saves the lives of the entire Mu family, the new family is willing to serve you as a slave forever. Having said this, Mu Wanqi leaned down again and bowed deeply in front of Chu Yan. However, a pair of delicate bodies kept trembling slightly, as if they were under some great pressure. Sheer, you can't, the Sea Monster clan cannot intermarry with the human clan, otherwise, Dongzhu, who is born to be born, will never return to Irai. Hearing this, Mu-hai finally burst into tears, and rushed to his daughter, trying to pull her up, but finally, he was a bit late. A lavender brilliance suddenly burst out from Mu-wanqi's body. It was a lavender pearl with traces of silver streaks, round and jade-like, with a strong aura of water spirit and coercion, like tumbling waves. It scattered in all directions, sweeping across the entire golden palace. My destiny, Dongzhu. Missy, not allowed. Seeing this scene, the faces of the surrounding Hai clan members changed drastically, and they all spoke in unison, inexplicably horrified. Original Dongzhu. Chu Yan stared with both eyes, and flew straight towards him, with a purple pearl, the size of a thumb, with a look of astonishment on his face. As soon as he raised his hand, Chu Yan took the lavender pearl with soft silver brilliance in his palm, and looked at it carefully. This is a crystal nucleus-like existence similar to the Land Demon clan, which contains an extremely clean and mysterious origin. With just a sweep of his consciousness, Chu Yan was shocked by the mysterious origin contained in it, which was clean and pure to the point of terror. Is this the monster crystal of the sea monster clan? Chu Yan asked subconsciously. His own spiritual consciousness lingered in the natal East Pearl, which produced a special emotion that he didn't want to leave at all, which surprised Chu Yan. You can be sure that as long as you can absorb the mysterious origin, your cultivation will be greatly improved. Could it be that the monster crystals of the sea monster clan are the most valuable cultivation treasures? For a moment, Chu Yan's face was full of astonishment. The mysterious power contained in this natal East bead is no less than that of a soul crystal. With the number of billions of members of the Siren clan, if he can get 100,000 pieces, Chu Yan is sure to rush to the martial emperor realm in one go. This is too easy. In the sea of consciousness, an evil consciousness flashed across, and Chu Yan suddenly had a subconscious, ready to give up the cooperation with the Ear Emperor, and directly hold the sword to kill the Sea of Ears. As long as a large number of these pearls are obtained, the cultivation base will soar like a rocket. No. This is the natal Dongzhu. It's not the demon crystal. Mu-wanqi looked at Chu Yan and said softly. In our Mu family, I am the only one, and I have my natal Dongzhu. I will also be the queen of the Mu family in the future. As soon as the words fell to the ground, a hint of disappointment flashed across Chu Yan's eyes in an instant. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Get up and continue. Chu Yan waved his hand, held the lavender pearl in his hand, glanced at the sky outside the temple, and saw a black spot appearing on the edge of the sky, and then slowly turned his head to look at Mu-wanqi. Yes. Mu-wanqi bowed, stood up lightly, and stood beside Chu Yan, very well behaved, as if she had already regarded herself as Chu Yan's slave. Our sea monster clan is respected by the matrilineal line. Every branch of the family has a queen who is in charge of the whole clan, and each queen has an orb in her body, which contains all the blood and power of this branch. 10,000 years of accumulation can produce one. For any sea monster clan, the loss of the queen's natal Dongzhu also means losing the identity and blood of the sea monster clan. After death, the souls cannot return to the holy land of Irai. The souls of all clansmen will wander the void forever, until it dissipates. My lord gets my natal Dongzhu, so he has the power to control our Mu family. Including me, there are 900 sea demon girls like me who can serve you as master. In the East Pearl, there are 360,000 sea monster soul imprints of my Mu family. As long as the young master is willing, a single divine thought can kill us all. As soon as this sentence fell, all the strong men of the Siren clan in the entire Golden Palace, including Mu-hai, turned pale with shock. Because, from this moment on, the lives of hundreds of thousands of members of the Mu family are all in the hands of Chu Yan. 900 Siren girls. Chu Yan frowned slightly, subconsciously said. That's right. Because of the same blood, every siren girl in my Mu family has a 70% similar appearance to me. When Mu Wanqi heard Chu Yan's question, her delicate body trembled slightly, and a complex look appeared in her spiritual eyes, and she replied, "No. What I mean is, can 900 sea demon women produce 9,000 natal oriental beads, which can be divided into 9,000 branches?" Chu Yan glanced at Mu Wanqi, blushed slightly, and said, "Theoretically so, but it takes at least 10,000 years for each natal east bead to condense, and among the siren clan, every siren girl is the most important resource that the clans compete for. A sea demon girl can give birth to countless people. In our Mu clan, I am the only sea demon girl who has condensed my natal east pearl. Not surprisingly, after 100 years, I will be able to give birth to a tribe. At that time, the Mu clan will enter rapid development." Mu Wanqi's face was slightly relaxed, and she opened her mouth to explain. "I see." After listening to Mu Wanqi's words, Chu Yan finally figured it out. No wonder the sea monster clan can breed billions of people in tens of thousands of years. Boom. Boom. At this moment, there were two explosions in the sky outside the hall, one in front and one behind, at the same time. Sea Moon Sect's Zolman Great Formation, with a powerful attack, was directly smashed to pieces, and the whole thing exploded, turning into spiritual power all over the sky, scattered in the void. At the same time, in the sky outside the hall, nearly 20 figures stood suspended. The leader is a gray-haired old man, dressed in animal skin and soft armor, full of monster aura, like a majestic sea tide, constantly surging out, covering the entire Sea Moon sect. Behind him, the remaining 20 powerhouses are all powerful, and each one's cultivation is above a martial venerable realm. Scanning his consciousness, Chu Yan found that among the 20 people, only the gray-haired old man was a human race, and the others were all sea monster races. #C1312 Elder Feng Lei Zong Xiao. 20 strong men floated above the sky, and the mighty demonic energy was connected together, forming an endless demonic wind in an instant, sweeping the entire Sea Moon sect with overwhelming momentum. This time, in the entire Golden Palace, the complexions of everyone in the Haiyue sect instantly turned ashen, and the whole body was blowing cold air. The atmosphere in the Golden Palace became extremely cold. It's over. Dragon and Tiger Villa is here. Oh my god. That's the elder of the Fenglei sect guarding the Tianqi mountain range, Elder Xiao. Death. The elders of Fengalizong are here too. Heaven destroys my Sea Moon sect. All the strong men of the Sea Moon sect stood stiffly on the spot, looking at the scattered and collapsing sect formation above the sky outside the hall. Everyone's minds almost sank to the bottom of the valley. At this time, everyone including Mu Hai felt a strong sense of death in their hearts, and they knew that they would definitely die this time. Only Mu Wanqi didn't even look at the strong outsiders. Her big smart eyes were still staring straight at Chu Yan, and the expression in her eyes was extremely complicated. "This natal Dongzhu, I will give it back to you." At this moment, Chu Yan waved his hand, and the lavender pearl in his hand drew a bright purple line, flying towards Mu Wanqi, and in just a flash, it sank into her delicate body and disappeared instantly. When the natal Dongzhu entered her body, Mu Wanqi's expression froze immediately. Not only did she not have a trace of joy, but her expression suddenly changed. Looking at Chu Yan, she was full of panic. Without a trace of hesitation, she was about to kneel down on Chu Yan again. However, the moment she was about to kneel down, a gentle force supported her body, making her unable to kneel at all. "My lord, save our Mu clan." Big drops of clear tears rolled down that stunning face again. Seeing Chu Yan, his heart trembled slightly. "This matter has something to do with me. If so, I will solve it." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan turned around gently, and strode out of the hall. The fierce demon wind has rushed into the hall at this time, blowing Chu Yan's black robe into the wind. Under the powerful momentum, all the strong people in the whole hall feel that their bodies are not stable, only that the black-robed boy, facing the wind. Seeing this scene, Muwanqi's spiritual eyes suddenly brightened, and she burst into laughter, and quickly followed her. A few steps later, Chu Yan appeared outside Haiyuzong's big swing, slowly raised his head, and looked into the air. Elder Xiao, this is the son who killed me at Longhu Villa and insulted Fengalizong. In mid-air, beside the gray-haired old man who was the leader, a stout man with a beard and a hulking back pointed at Chu Yan and said loudly, "Humph. You're courting death. Sinister, kill yourself. Wait for me to kill you." The gray-haired old man, when he heard the words of Long Ao, the head of the Longhu Villa, swept his eyes lightly, glanced at Chu Yan, snorted coldly, and shouted. This sound, with strong demon power, was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and the thunder rolled, blasting the entire Tianqi mountain range. In the entire Tianqi city, all warriors were sternly shouted. Trembling with shock, he raised his head at the same time and looked in the direction of Haiyuzong. When he saw those figures, he was so frightened that he didn't even dare to breathe. A few hours ago, the news that the second head of Longhu Villa died in Haiyuzong had already spread throughout the city. Therefore, everyone had already guessed that Longhu Villa would come to take revenge, but they didn't expect that even Elder Xiao from the Fenglai sect would come along with him. This time, Haiyuzong is really over. Upper Wuzuanjing. With a sweep of Chu Yan's spiritual sense, he could easily find out the cultivation level of this Elder Xiao of Fenglai Zone. In this Tianqi city, not to mention the upper martial venerable realm, even half a step of the martial venerable realm is less than a palm. This sudden high-ranking martial venerable realm powerhouse, in this Tianqi city, exists like an overlord. As long as he is willing, he can even slaughter the entire Tianqi city directly. Oh my god, that's Elder Xiao from the Fenglai sect. The Sea Moon sect is doomed now. Even the Fenglai sect has come forward. Is Haiyuzong crazy? How dare you provoke Fengalizong? You really want to die. I hope that the Fenglai sect will not vent their anger to our Tianqi city. When the strong man got angry, he laid down millions of corpses, and blood flowed into rivers for thousands of miles. In the world of martial spirits, the strong are respected. Especially the hegemonic sect forces like Fenglai sect value the sect's face more than ordinary sects. Therefore, like Chu Yan, insulting Fengalizong will definitely be suppressed and retaliated against, and the retaliation is often extremely severe. It's as light as killing people to show the public, and as serious as massacring the entire sect. Such things are extremely common in Antarctica, where sea monsters gather. At this time, before the Golden Palace, all the people in Haiyuzong have already come out and gathered around Chu Yan. All of them are livid and trembling. Miss Mu, starting today, your Sea Moon sect will be merged into my Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. Are you willing? Chu Yan just glanced at the crowd above the sky, then looked away, looked at Muwanqi, chuckled, and asked. My Sea Moon sect is willing to join the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. When Chu Yan's words fell to the ground, Muwanqi answered without any hesitation, without even looking at her father Muhai. From this, it can be seen that Muwanqi is really the queen of the Haiwa sect of the Mu clan, so important a decision is made in one word. Good. Not bad. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Chu Yan's face, and he nodded slightly. Muwanqi's reaction made him extremely satisfied. If she hesitated a little, even if she agreed to join the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, Chu Yan would not agree again. In one thought, there is a world of difference. But at this time, above the sky, the large group of warriors headed by Elder Fenglai Zong Xiao, all of them turned extremely hideous. This black-robed boy actually ignored himself. Didn't he know that he was going to die soon? In front of Elder Xiao, who represents the Fenglai sect, he dared to do this. Elder Xiao, who had a ferocious expression on his face, now had cold killing intent in his eyes, like icy knives, shooting straight at the black-robed boy. You wanna die? Elder Jiao's old face was almost purple-black, and 3 words were squeezed out between his teeth, and the anger in his eyes instantly ignited. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy from the sea of exhaust gas immediately, lest others say that I, the Wind and Thunder sect, bully the small. The cold voice containing demonic power resounded over Sea Moon sect. Elder Xiao suppressed his anger and shouted. Are you talking to me? Chu Yan finally looked away from Muwanqi, turned his head slowly, looked at Elder Xiao above the sky, and said softly. This sound was very soft, but when it fell on everyone's ears, it was like thunder from the 9 heavens, the Sanskrit sound of the heavenly way, and made all of their spirits tremble violently as if struck by lightning. Even, within a radius of 100 miles, all the void is constantly vibrating at a frequency invisible to the naked eye. For a moment, Elder Xiao, who was raising his evil spirit, was struck by the sound waves, his body trembled suddenly, and his face changed drastically. With eyes full of astonishment, he looked straight at Chu Yan, and at a glance, he was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. On the ground, the black-robed young man's eyes were like thunder and lightning, and deep in his eyes, it seemed that there was endless heaven and stars, sun and moon revolving, and a trace of coldness rose uncontrollably in Elder Xiao's body. What a look! The owner of this gaze seems to be the only ruler in the world, who can make the sky fall and the earth collapse with just a flip of his hand. Who are you? Elder Xiao's face was pale, and the entire sea of consciousness seemed to have been frozen. His voice was trembling, and he asked. #C1313 got it wrong. What did you say? With cold eyes, Chu Yan stared straight at Elder Xiao, and shouted coldly again. This sound was as cold as iron, with absolute suppression and domineering momentum, which made people feel chills. Elder Xiao was dazed and absent-minded. He was so startled by Chu Yan's shout that he lost his mind and was completely dumbfounded. The others, seeing this scene, all had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Including all the senior officials of Haiyuzong, they stared at their eyes as big as cows, and their faces were full of disbelief. What's the situation? This Chu Yan, just a few words, made the aloof Elder Fengalizong Xiao froze there. That tone, that aura, seemed to be a peerless powerhouse above the sky, ordering an ant-like existence. What the hell is going on? Isn't this scene a bit reversed? Shouldn't Elder Xiao suppress this Chu Yan? But now, it seems to be completely reversed. Muwanqi's small mouth was slightly opened, and her bright eyes were also full of astonishment. Although she put all her bets on Chu Yan, she never thought that Chu Yan would be so strong when facing Elder Xiao. A face of stunning beauty, full of bewilderment. In mid-air, Long Ao led a group of strong men from Longhu Villa. They were all dumbfounded, they never expected such a scene. You know, they came to destroy Haiyuzong, but now, it's not quite right. However, Elder Xiao didn't speak, so they naturally didn't dare to speak, but looking at Elder Xiao's expression, they felt their hearts shudder. I said, who is your excellency? After a long time, Elder Xiao finally suppressed the shock in his heart. His face was extremely ugly, and he frowned and said. The black-robed boy in front of him gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, and he felt strong vigilance in his heart. However, he couldn't see through the opponent's cultivation base at all. Could it be that a boy under 20 years old had a higher cultivation base than himself? For a moment, Elder Xiao was full of doubts and incomprehensions. Wrong. Suddenly, Elder Xiao, who had a dignified expression, suddenly changed his face. I represent Fengalizong, in Xianyang Empire, even in extreme South Continent, who would dare not give Fengalizong face. Moreover, I have never seen this young man in black robe in front of me, so there is no way he is a powerful person, even if he is a disciple of the sect of the top 10 overlords. If he dares to insult the Fenglai sect, he will die. Who am I? You don't deserve to know. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Elder Xiao. His eyes were icy cold. Chu Yan has gradually lost patience with this group of people who delay their affairs and time. Moreover, I originally thought that Dong Zhu of the Sea Monster clan could quickly improve his cultivation, but the disappointment after asking made Chu Yan feel very bad at this time. And Elder Xiao and his gang just hit the gunpoint. Humph. Boy. I represent Fengalizong, you are courting death. At this moment, Elder Xiao was fully awake, his eyes flickered, and he had already made up his mind. He didn't believe that there were still people in extreme South Continent who dared to be enemies of Fengalizong. The next moment, Elder Xiao's powerful aura of high-ranking Wu Zuanjing soared crazily. Gently raised his right hand, the majestic Shinchi continued to gather on his right fist, ready to strike directly, and kill the black-robed boy opposite him. However, just when the Great War was about to break out, a sudden change occurred. Above the sky, a rift in the void pierced through the void, and suddenly appeared, and a figure rushed out like lightning the moment the rift in the void just opened. Elder Xiao, stop immediately! The lightning-like figure, like a rainbow flashing across the sky, stood in front of Elder Xiao and shouted loudly. Elder 7, why are you here? When he saw who was coming, Elder Xiao was stunned and asked in a startled voice. The 7th elder of Fenglai sect is not an elder of foreign affairs like him, but one of the 10 core elders. Usually, even if he is himself, he may not be able to see him, so how could he suddenly appear here? Swish! 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 Before the 7th elder of Fenglai sect who appeared suddenly could answer, several figures flashed out from the cracks in the void in the distance. I don't understand the meaning of the 7th elder. Why are you here? Elder Xiao swept his eyes and found that the few people who came, except for the 7th elder, were all disciples of the Fenglai sect guarding the Xianyang Empire with him. Obviously, these people were brought along by the 7th elder. Could it be that the 7th elder came here from Fenglai sect on purpose? Could something serious happen? Before Elder Xiao could react, the 7th elder had a panicked look on his face, and he said a word, which almost made Elder Xiao faint directly. Elder Xiao, kneel down and admit your mistake. What? Elder Xiao heard that, his eyes popped fiercely, and he was completely dumbfounded. This 7th elder is not here to support him, nor to restore face for Fengalizong. It turns out. The first thing he said in a hurry was to tell the other party, kneel down and admit his mistake. This sentence was spoken not only by Elder Xiao, but also by the 10 disciples of Fenglai sect, everyone in Longhu Villa, and even all the high-ranking members of Sea Moon sect on the ground. Elder Xiao, apologize to the other party. Also, kneel down. That doesn't mean Fengalizong admits his mistake to this black-robed boy. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. What is this all about? In the eyes of everyone staring at the 7th elder, the same doubt flashed at the same time. Could it be that the 7th elder of the Fenglai sect is a fake? Or, when he was practicing, he became obsessed and went crazy. Anyway, in everyone's sea of knowledge, there are all these 2 guesses, and there is no third guess at all. You must know that Elder Xiao is not representing himself. At this moment, he is wearing the robe of the Fenglai sect elder, and he is the foreign affairs elder guarding the Xianyang Empire, representing Fenglai sect. Moreover, he was still a high-ranking Wu Zuanjing powerhouse, and the 7th elder asked him to kneel down and admit his mistake to the black-robed boy opposite him. Who is this kid? In the entire Antarctica, there is actually someone who can make Fengalizong apologize. How is this possible? When Elder Xiao stared straight at the 7th elder with the look of seeing a ghost, plus, are you crazy eyes, the expressions of everyone in the audience became weird. Today, they all came here like a rainbow, just to destroy the Haiyue sect who blasphemed the dignity of the Fenglai sect, and even slaughtered the entire sect. But now, before he could do anything, a high-ranking Fenglai sect came. As soon as he opened his mouth, Elder Xiao knelt down and confessed his mistake. Elder Zhao's eyes were full of ferocity, his brows were furrowed, he turned his head suddenly, and stared straight at Chu Yan. C1314, Sect Master of Chu. Before the Golden Palace of Haiyuzong. Chu Yan looked at the seventh elder, who suddenly appeared with his eyes as cold as ice. He knew that this core elder of Fenglai should be one of the senior Fenglai who had been to Raksha Sol Tianzong last time. Therefore, this seventh elder should have seen himself. This time, when Chu Yan came to Antarctica, he did not use secret techniques to change his appearance and breath at all, so anyone who knew and met him could recognize him at a glance. It's just that Chu Yan didn't expect that the seventh elder of Fenglai would appear suddenly, but that's okay, so he can save himself some trouble. Elder 7, are you crazy? Elder Zhao's face was almost the bottom of the pot. Although the other party was a core elder with a high status, he was also an elder after all. He actually made himself kneel down to that black-robed boy. What a joke. I really have to kneel down and apologize. When I go back to the sect, it's my fault if the suzerain doesn't eat it. The elder of Fenglai sect, one of the top 10 overlords in Jiananzu, actually knelt down to a junior martial artist who was less than 20 years old. If word got out, would Fenglai still have the face to hang around in Jiananzu? This is because the person who said this is the core elder of the sect, otherwise, with a slap in the face. Elder Xiao, hurry up, this is Zhongling, otherwise, you and I will die. Unlike Elder Xiao, the seventh elder looked anxious and urged him again and again, even directly revealing his identity as a core elder, and ordered Elder Xiao to kneel down and admit his mistake. However, while speaking, the seventh elder's eyes kept staring at Chu Yan, observing the changes in his expression. Fortunately, Chu Yan looked calm at this time, as if he was not completely angry. As expected by Chu Yan, the seventh elder had already recognized Chu Yan's identity, and he had seen Chu Yan when he accompanied the suzerain to the Zhongtian continent and merged into the Raksha Sol Tianzong last time. Therefore, strictly speaking, the Fenglai sect in the extreme south continent actually did not exist for a long time, and now it is at most a branch of the Raksha Sol Tianzong in the extreme south continent. The suzerains of the 10 overlord forces in the entire Antarctica are now all gathered together, discussing that after the merger of the 10 overlords, they will directly change their flags and unify the name of the sect. But today, the seventh elder came to send the suzerain's order to Elder Xiao, who was guarding the Xianyang Empire. Just in time for this incident, the seventh elder was almost scared out of his wits when he heard Chu Yan's name. With the strength of grandma, I rushed at full speed. The moment he stepped out of the crack in the void, at a glance, the black robe and long sword, the heroic boy, who else is there except Chu Yan? Elder 7, do you want to judge the sect? I, Xiao Qingshan, will never kneel down to this son. Elder Xiao was forced by the seventh elder, and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Under the counterattack of anger, he turned his face and shouted. Kneel down. Why don't you kneel? Let me kneel. The core elders are amazing, everyone is an elder, at worst, go directly to the suzerain and sue him, and definitely not weaken the face of the overlord suzerain of the Fenglai sect. After saying that, Elder Xiao looked at Chu Yan again, his whole body was filled with icy killing intent, rising like a tide, and the void in all directions was instantly filled with snow crystals. On the right fist, the condensed fist light swelled wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the size of 100 feet, and it was aimed directly at Chu Yan. Stop. Seeing that Elder Xiao was about to make a move, the seventh elder was so frightened that his entire scalp would explode, his entire face almost turned green with shit, and he yelled loudly. He knew that if Elder Xiao blasted out with this punch, none of the dozen or so members of the Fenglai sect would want to live, and even the tens of millions of disciples of the Feng sect might not survive. Swish! With a face that was almost green with fright, the seventh elder seemed to be blocking the mouth of a cannon, fearlessly, and rushed directly in front of Elder Zhao's right fist, blocking it with his body. After blocking Elder Zhao's attack, the seventh elder didn't hesitate, turned around quickly, faced Chu Yan, and knelt down in the air, with a puff. Chu. Sect Master Chu, I deserve to die. I beg Sect Master Chu to spare my life. The seventh elder knelt down on the ground and said a word, and the audience was deadly silent. Everyone stared at the bull-like eyeballs, their faces were stiff, and they all stood on the spot like petrified. The seventh elder knelt down. Chu. Sect Master Chu, who is Sect Master Chu? What the hell? For a time, the entire Haiyuzong, the sky and the earth, except Chu Yan, everyone was stupid. Are you blind? What did you see? That one is really one of the core elders of the Feng sect, the seventh elder. In an instant, everyone could only feel that their sea of consciousness was struck by 10,000 lightning bolts, and the sky collapsed and the earth fell apart. They couldn't believe that the scene before them was real. Elder Xiao, who had already condensed a fist of hundreds of feet, was so shocked that his soul flew away when he saw this scene. Nima, really kneeling? Could it be that this young man in black robe is really a suzerain? Elder Xiao, according to the order of the suzerain, my Wind and Thunder sect will be merged into the Raksha Soul Sky sect from now on. After today, there will be no Wind and Thunder sect in Extreme South Continent, only the Extreme South Continent branch of the Raksha Soul Heaven sect. As soon as the words landed, the seventh elder's face was stunned. He had heard about the fact that the Feng sect would join the number one sect in the mainland, but what did it have to do with the matter in front of him? Moreover, it is precisely because of this that I can't let this black-robed boy go, because losing face now is equivalent to losing the face of the number one sect in the mainland, and the crime is even greater. Elder Xiao, the suzerain of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect, named Chu Yan. At this moment, the seventh elder suddenly glared at Elder Xiao, and said with an extremely solemn expression. Chu Yan. Sect Master Chu. This, is it? Elder Xiao murmured to himself. Suddenly, his face changed violently, his bloodshot eyes stared straight at the black-robed boy in the distance, his pupils dilated rapidly. Are you? R.A. Rakshasa. Elder Xiao, who was so frightened that his soul was blown out of his mind, was blowing cold air all over his body. Then he looked at Chu Yan, full of fear. He remembered that the seventh elder called Chu Yan just now. Sect Master Chu, could it be? The horror of overwhelming mountains and seas drowned Elder Xiao in an instant. After a glance, the seventh elder kneeling on the ground, his whole body was trembling violently. Even if he exhausted his whole body strength, how could those words, I can't even say it. But the words he couldn't utter were constantly exploding in his sea of consciousness like a thunderbolt from the blue sky. The Raksha Soul Sky sect, the suzerain, Chu Yan. At this moment, the wrinkled facial muscles on Elder Zhao's face twitched violently, and a bone-piercing chill rose from under the soles of his feet, pouring into every part of his body. In less than a breath, large drops of sweat rolled down his forehead crazily, and his whole body was trembling like shaking. In an instant, it seemed as if all the strength in his body was lost like an ebbing tide. Elder Xiao only felt that his whole body went limp, and his legs had no strength. Instantly collapsed, like the seventh elder, kneeling on the ground. #C1315 Kill 1 and Warn 0. Following Elder Zhao's kneeling, the whole world suddenly fell silent. More than 10 disciples of Feng sect, more than 20 people in Longhu Villa, including all the high-level members of Haiyue sect on the ground, all of them have round eyes, mouths wide open, jaws falling all over the floor, collectively petrified. All the sluggish gazes looked at Chu Yan at the same time, all of them looked confused, their eyes straightened. Chu. Sovereign. Rakshasa Soul Heaven Sect. Puff Tom. Puff Tom. Puff Tom. The next moment, the disciples of the Fonlei sect who reacted slowly woke up one after another, their faces pale with fright, their scalps numb, and they all followed Elder Xiao, kneeling on the ground. At this time, Long Ao of Longhu Villa, seeing this scene, stared with eyes full of panic, looked at everyone in Fengalizong, and then at Chu Yan, his legs were shaking like chaff. Luo. The heavenly sect of Rakshasa Soul. The first sect in the mainland. At this moment, Long Ao finally came to his senses. The black-robed young man standing in front of him was none other than Chu Yan, who had just become the supreme being of the mainland more than a month ago. Although their Longhu Villa is only a second-rate sect, they are attached to Fengalizong and naturally received the news. Therefore, upon hearing the names of Chu Yan and Luakahan Tianzong, plus the performance of the elders and disciples of Fengalizong, you can guess with your farts, buttocks, the black-robed boy in front of you is exactly the most powerful person in Haotian continent. The legendary existence who beheaded the two emperors in one rage and unified the Zhongtian continent with a wave of his hand. The word Chu Yan has resounded throughout the Haotian continent, not to mention the Antarctic continent, even the other 4 continents, sects above the second rate, everyone knows, everyone knows. It's just that very few people have seen the appearance of Chu Yan's deity in the other 4 continents except Zhongtian continent. Moreover, extreme south continent is far away from the Zhongtian continent and the Sea of Ears, and the distance is more than hundreds of millions of miles. Even if it is a strong martial artist, it is impossible to cross it in less than a month. And now, in just over a month, they also received news about Rakshasa Soul Tianzong and Chu Yan not long ago, but Chu Yan has already appeared in Jiananzhu. What's more, I went to the Shenyang Empire, to the Tianqi mountain range. In an instant, Long Ao suddenly had an urge to bump his head to death here. How could he be so unlucky? It's not good to offend anyone, but he just offends the existence like the sky. On the ground, all the senior executives of Haiyuzong, including Mu Hai and Mu Wanqi, still stared at Chu Yan in a daze, as if they were in a dream. By now, they all understand. The Chu Yan in front of him is exactly what the 2 elders of the Fonlei sect said, the lord of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. And looking at the performance of Fengalizong, it can be clearly judged that the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is extremely strong, far surpassing Fengalizong. Subordinate Mu Wanqi, see the suzerain. The next moment, without any hesitation, Mu Wanqi, who had reacted, immediately knelt down on the ground and paid homage to Chu Yan. Because Yingying Zishan used too much force, it brought a strong fragrance, which made Chu Yan's eyes tremble. Subordinate, see the suzerain. Subordinates. See suzerain. Seeing Mu Wanqi's behavior, all the high-level members of Haiyuzong couldn't understand, and immediately all of them were overjoyed, and quickly knelt down on the ground and paid homage. Just now, Chu Yan personally promised them that starting today, the Haiyuzong will be merged into the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. In other words, from now on, they all belong to the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect, and they will definitely soar into the sky. Chu Yan shifted his eyes lightly, looked at Mu Wanqi, who was kneeling on the ground, stretched out his hand to lift her up, and touched her tender and jade-like skin with his palm. Even with Chu Yan's powerful martial arts will, his soul trembled. I don't know, what kind of race is this Mu clan, among the sea monster clan, that has such natural charm? After helping Mu Wanqi up, Chu Yan thought to himself and gave a wry smile. He didn't expect that he would be affected. This Mu Wanqi is really extraordinary. Immediately, Chu Yan turned around slowly, looked into the air, and knelt down to the Fengalizong and Longhu Villa. Finally, his eyes fell on Elder Xiao, his eyes turned cold, and he said, "Admit your mistake. It's too late now." After saying that, Chu Yan raised his right hand lightly, put his index finger and middle finger together, pointed at the sword, and was ready to kill the opponent. Seeing Chu Yan's movements, Elder Xiao was so frightened that his soul flew away. The sense of danger in his heart was beating wildly, and his eyes were dilated to the extreme, trembling constantly. This is the move of the most powerful man who had killed 2 martial emperors. With one move, I'm afraid that I won't even be left with scum. Sovereign Master, please spare me. Sect Master, this subordinate knows his mistake. Elder Xiao kowtowed like pounding garlic, begging for mercy anxiously. At this time, Elder Xiao had the arrogance and domineering aura when he first appeared, with no other emotions except panic. In any case, he only hoped that Chu Yan could be regarded as an elder who had just joined the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, so he would be lenient and let himself go. As for escaping, there is no need to even think about it. In the face of absolute strength, that is no different from courting death. Therefore, Elder Xiao understands that if he desperately begs for mercy, there may still be a glimmer of hope for survival. At this moment, in the sky and on the ground, except for Elder Zhao's mournful howling and crap begging for mercy, the surrounding area was dead silent. Everyone looked at Elder Xiao, who knelt on the ground, as if frightened, and kept begging for mercy. Everyone was horrified in the sea of consciousness. The dignified elder of the Fenglei sect, a strong man in the upper Wuzuanjing, there is still a trace of a strong man there, like an ant, fighting for a glimmer of hope for survival. Regarding this scene, Mu Hai, who is the master of Haiyue sect, and Mu Wanqi felt the most strongly. Originally, what they thought in their hearts was that if Longhu Villa and Fengalizong really came here today for revenge, then the one who knelt on the ground and begged for mercy should be themselves. But now, they watched helplessly, the elders of the Overlord sect who usually looked up to him kneeled down begging for mercy inexplicably with fear and horror on his face. One can imagine the fear and shock in the hearts of the senior members of the Sea Moon sect. Mu Wanqi's big, agile eyes stared at Chu Yan in front of her, full of sparkles. This young man in black robe just raised his hand to make Elder Xiao, who is as strong as a sky in the Shenyang Empire, kneel down and beg for mercy. This powerful shock made her incomparably astonished. Those who humiliate me, die. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan pointed to the sword with his right hand, and a bright light shot straight out, just a flash, and shot at the position between the eyebrows of Elder Xiao. Puff! A little blood sprayed out, and Elder Zhao's pupils dilated instantly, and his vitality was quickly lost. Following Elder Zhao's body falling from midair to the ground like a dead dog, a cloud of dust was splashed, and in all directions, the bodies of all the strong men trembled violently. With one finger, he killed a high-ranking Wuzuanjing expert. This is too scary. Although, Mu Hai, Mu Wanqi and others have seen Chu Yan kill Xiong San and Yang Eru in the same way at the beginning, but this is a high-ranking martial artist. Absolutely has the strength to dominate the existence of one side. But, just, so dead. You, go back to the sect immediately, the leader of the Thunder sect, come to see me. I'll give you a day. Chu Yan glanced at the 7th elder of the Fenglei sect who was kneeling and trembling, and said coldly. After one day, the whole clan will be slaughtered. As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone in the Fenglei sect trembled violently, and fell deeply on the ground, not even daring to lift their heads. Follow the suzerain's order, and the subordinates will return to the branch hall immediately. Send the hall master to see the suzerain. The 7th elder quickly agreed. #C1316 probe results. Looking at the 7th elder, as if fleeing for his life, he took 10 disciples of Fenglei sect and rushed to the sky. More than 20 people including Longhu Mountain Villa saw that Chu Yan was not paying attention to him, so they were cautious and fled quickly. Chu Yan glanced at the background of Long Ao and others' departure from the corner of his eyes, and frowned slightly. If he hadn't considered meeting Huang, Chu Yan would have killed all those in Longhu Villa. Soon, the world was cleared, and except for the people of Haiyuzong, people from other sect forces all evacuated. Xuanhuan, since you already know my identity, I won't make circles with you. Tell me Emotsong's whereabouts immediately, or die. Chu Yan's eyes were ice-like, and he looked directly at Xuanhuan, full of killing intent. Sect master, I really don't know who Emotsong is. Xuanhuan looked at Chu Yan with a panicked look on his face, and explained anxiously. I don't know. Very good. Seeing that the other party still refused to admit it, Chu was sneered, and with a big wave of his hand, he directly included the other party in the map of mountains, rivers, and beasts. Up to now, Chu Yan still had doubts about Xuanhuan, but now, he was sure that this person was the Black Blood God. Therefore, Chu Yan decided to interrogate him in the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts later. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan glanced at all the senior executives of Haiyuzong in front of him. The spiritual consciousness was condensed like a thread, and after careful investigation on every high-ranking member of the Sea Moon sect, Chu Yan withdrew his spiritual consciousness after confirming that there were no more people from the Black Blood Temple, turned around slowly, looked at Wuhun and said, I'll give you 1 day to prepare, and after 1 day, I'll go see the Emperor immediately. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he turned around and headed towards Haiyuzong. Seeing Chu Yan's slowly leaving figure, a group of Haiyuzong powerhouses finally let go of their hearts. Powerful. Too strong. This Chu Yan, even if he didn't stimulate a trace of true energy and aura from the beginning to the end, it made them feel like they were under the weight of a mountain, and they couldn't breathe. This is the real Continental Supreme. The real invincible world. Every gesture can make the sky surrender. Even if it was an overlord sect as strong as Fengalizong, in front of him they could only bow their heads and bow their heads. Regarding the great elders Wuhun, Mu Hai and the others dare not even ask. Because they all felt that the reason why Chu Yan appeared in Haiyuzong was because he came for the great elder, so no one dared to stop him at all. Wuhun looked at the background of Chu Yan's departure, her bright eyes flickered, her face was tinged with red, she was a little hesitant, but obviously unwilling. After a long time, she seemed to have finally made up her mind. She raised her head and looked in the direction where Chu Yan was going. With a flash of her delicate body, she followed closely. After a few breaths, Wuhun finally caught up with Chu Yan, her petite body was panting continuously, and her face was blushing, not because she was chasing too quickly, but because she was full of anxiety at this moment. Young master, I think. As soon as she spoke, Wuhun's face. It became even more red, and with its head lowered, even its originally pink neck was apricot red. What's up? Chu Yan stopped, turned to look at Wuhun, and asked softly. My lord, I told you just now, if you want to meet the Emperor smoothly, you can only. Wuhun gently parted her red lips, her voice was as low as a mosquito, her face was red enough to bleed. Okay. I'll do as you say. But it's only temporary. After I see the Emperor, you have nothing to do with me. Chu Yan frowned slightly, pondered for a while, and spoke softly. He and Yuer have a promise for 3 lives, Chu Yan will never disappoint Yuer, the reason why he agreed to Wuhun is just to see Arai smoothly. After saying that, Chu Yan didn't stay any longer, and strode out towards Haiyuzong. At this time, Chu Yan was in a hurry to interrogate Xuanhuan, and he thought that he and Wuhun had made it clear that it was not complicated. It's just that Chu Yan couldn't see that after he left, Wuhun, who was sluggish in place, had a pale face, and a wet mist appeared in her eyes, and there was a trace of inexplicable mist in her eyes. The sadness of. However, Wuhun didn't chase after Chu Yan anymore, she just stood there quietly, dressed in a purple shirt, fluttering in the wind. Just so quietly, looking at Chu Yan, walking farther and farther. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to find a pretty good side hall in the Sea Moon sect, stepped into it, waved his big hand, set up a defensive spirit array, sat cross-legged, and started to adjust his breath. Exhaling slowly, sinking into the cultivation, Chu Yan separated his consciousness and returned to the sea of consciousness, constantly thinking about how to make Xuanhuan confess the whereabouts of the Black Blood Temple and emote song. This Xuanhuan hides extremely deeply. If it wasn't for Chu Yan's being too calm before and after revealing his identity. In addition, from the first time Chu Yan saw him, he separated a divine consciousness and locked it on him. Therefore, when Chu Yan announced that he was Chu Yan, the Raksha Soul Tianzong, that Xuanhuan, unexpectedly, there was no surprise, and the soul was stable as usual. This is enough to show that he has known Chu Yan for a long time. It would be great if Xie La Jiao was here. After thinking about it for a long time, Chu Yan really couldn't think of any good solution. If Xie La Jiao was here, he might be able to help with the messy spirit patterns all over his body. I can only try my best. After thinking for a while, Chu Yan thought of two ways. After making up his mind, he waved Xuanhuan out of the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts. Last chance, say, or not say. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was like a net, covering Xuanhuan completely, and his powerful breath crushed Xuanhuan like a tide, and asked in a cold voice. I have no idea. In the depths of Xuanhuan's eyes, a flash of determination flashed. He turned his head to one side, and said without looking at Chu Yan. Holy Spirit Pattern. With a soft drink, Chu Yan's eyes turned into a piece of golden light, and a 9-color spiritual seal suddenly lit up at the brow. At the same time, a golden electric light, like a sharp arrow, shot directly at Xuanhuan's brow. The golden light flashed, and it was fleeting. The golden Holy Spirit pattern shot out 2 strong lights, which rushed into Xuanhuan without any hindrance. In Ming's Sea of Consciousness. In the Anii, the entire space couldn't help trembling slightly. Xuanhuan's eyes also turned into a piece of gold, his body trembled violently. The entire Sea of Consciousness was completely controlled by Chu Yan. Kiran martial soul, come out. With another low shout, behind Chu Yan, the void suddenly shook, and a passage was instantly split open. The tall unicorn martial soul strode out, and a pair of colorful dragon eyes suddenly turned, shooting straight at Xuanhuan. Qilan Tianwei, give it to me. Roaring in a low voice, Chu Yan put all his eggs in one basket. He remembered that the Qilan Wuhuan's martial arts skills can deter and control the opponent's spirit. Although the effect is not good, Chu Yan only needs to know the answer to one question. At this time, Xuanhuan, under the twin suppression of the Holy Spirit pattern and the Qilan martial soul, the consciousness sea and the divine soul fell instantly, completely out of control. Chu Yan used his spiritual consciousness with all his strength, and quickly searched in Xuanhuan's sea of consciousness. Soon, he found a hidden deep consciousness. 9 layers, 9 layers. Ah! Xuanhuan, whose face was as stiff as a stone and whose mind was completely out of control, finally opened his mouth and spoke 3 words intermittently. The moment this sentence came out, Xuanhuan woke up suddenly. His whole face was twisted to the extreme, and his face was full of struggle and pain. Boom! Immediately afterwards, with a muffled sound, Xuanhuan's head exploded like a watermelon, and the headless corpse fell directly. It's dangerous. Chu Yan's eyes brightened, the power of the unicorn martial soul and the light of the Holy Spirit pattern retreated rapidly at the same time, and returned to the sea of consciousness in an instant, without being affected by Xuanhuan's self-destruction of the sea of consciousness. This move is extremely dangerous. However, Chu Yan finally found out the last hiding place of Emote's song and the Black Blood Temple. 9 peaks. Another 9 peaks. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and his face suddenly became serious. #C1317 beg for mercy. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, he immediately recalled the information about Jiuxiao. The Jiuxiao Peak is located 30,000 miles north of the extreme snow mountain in the central region. It is guarded by strong men. Once a quasi-martial emperor and many strong men at the peak of the martial emperor were lost here. The Zhongtian continent connects to the outer domain, the only space-time channel at present. The other end of the Jiuxiao passageway is the world of the Ming clan, and there are countless strong people. Frowning, Chu Yan kept thinking in his sea of consciousness, now is definitely not the time to go to Jiuxiao. Although most of the Haotian continent has been unified now, the strong men gathered are still in the process of cultivation, and their strength is not enough to fight head-on with the Hades. Time, the most important thing, is time. We can only wait. Chu Yan pondered for a long time, shook his head, and gave up his plan to kill Jiuxiao now. With the remnants of the Black Blood Temple, Mo Tsang knew that there was a strong man guarding Jiuxiao, so he fled there, guessing that Chu Yan would not attack Jiuxiao now. If it can be delayed for 2 years, and the forces of the Ming clan come to Haotian continent, then, no matter what Mo Tsang's cultivation level is, the remnants of the Black Blood Temple, will be safe. It's really a good plan. Mo Tsang, don't think that hiding in Jiuxiao, I can't do anything about you. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint killing intent surged in his heart, but soon, calmness and reason told him again that now is not a good time to kill Jiuxiao. It's still important to focus on Haotian tribulation, forget it, let him live a few more days. After pondering for a long time, Chu Yan still intends to temporarily put aside Mo Tsang's affairs. As long as they hide in Jiuxiao, it will not have much impact on his plan. Immediately, Chu Yan flipped his hand, took out a jade talisman of communication, and contacted the Raksha Soul Tianzong of the Zhongtian continent. Elder Shen, according to the investigation, Mo Tsang and the other remnants of the Black Blood Temple are hiding in the Jiuxiao Peak. Immediately arrange ordinary disciples to go to the Jiuxiao Peak and surround it. If anyone appears from it, report it to me immediately. After an order is issued. After waiting for a while, the jade talisman buzzed and trembled slightly, and sent back a message. This subordinate complies with the order. Immediately, send disciples to encircle him. Shen Dang replied very simply. After arranging the matter of the Jiuxiao, Chu Yan began to concentrate on cultivation, no longer paying attention to foreign affairs. Time flies, the day passes quickly. Reporting to the suzerain of the Fenglai sect, and all the core elders in the sect, come to see me. Outside the palace where Chu Yan was, Mu Hai's voice sounded. Call. Exhaling a long breath, Chu Yan stood up and strode out. At this time, outside the Tianqi mountain range, 10 miles in front of the Haiyue sect's gate. The suzerain of the Fenglai sect, Lu Taichuan, now has a dark complexion on his face, and his eyes, which were originally thunderous and lightning-like, are now dim. His eyes were bloodshot, and when he turned his head from time to time to look at Long Ao at Longhu Villa, he would grit his teeth fiercely, revealing an expression of wanting to eat Long Ao alive. Damn, it's not good for you to provoke anyone. If you provoke Chu Yan, the lord of the Raksha Soul Heavenly Sect, you think it will take a long time, and I want to live a few more days. Turning back and looking in the direction of Haiyuezong, Lu Tiechuan's eyes changed again, revealing a trace of fear. A dignified half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse, how often will a look of timidity appear on his face? Lu Taichuan, the lord of the Fenglai sect, is half a step into the martial emperor realm. A month ago, he received the news that he was going to watch the battle of Chu Yan against the first group of sects who set off against the Black Blood Temple. Originally, like everyone else, he was optimistic about the Black Blood Temple and planned to join the Black Blood Temple directly, but because of the long distance, when he arrived, the battle between Chu Yan and Mo Tianqing was coming to an end. When he saw that sword slashing down on the sky, he knew that the sky continent was about to change. As a half-step martial emperor realm powerhouse, he can also be regarded as the top existence among mainland warriors. he is absolutely sure that no one in the entire Haotian continent can stop that sword. If it was him, even Lu Taichuan, 100 people, would be chopped into powder by that sword, and there would be no scum left. Therefore, after Chu Yan killed the 2 emperors with one sword, Lu Taichuan was the first batch of people who asked to join the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. Originally, because they were the first batch of Fengalizong to join the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect, they had such a huge advantage. In the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect, they got the respect of several elders, and the resources allocated were extremely amazing. But now, that Long Ao who died 10,000 times without letting go of his hatred, it's not good to provoke anyone, but to provoke Chu Yan. At this time, there were at least 500,000 fighters gathered in the Sea Moon sect. Among these people, some of them received the news that the real Sea Moon sect disciples who fled in all directions had also received orders from the Raksha Soul Sky sect. The warriors from the Jinanzu branch of the original D-Zone came to obey Chu Yan's orders. All of a sudden, hundreds of thousands of warriors stared at the martial arts arena, and the hundreds of Fengalizong brought by Lu Taichuan belonged to. Humph. Little Fenglai sect seeks death, dare to disrespect the sect master. That's right, if you want me to say, without the presence of the suzerain, we will directly destroy the Fengalizong, won't it be over? Hey, offending the suzerain, now we have something to do. Our branch of the extreme south sect can finally show its face. It's up to the suzerain how to deal with these guys. These warriors from the Raksha Soul Tianzong Jiuxiao branch looked at the trembling group of Fengalizong and Longhu Villa on the martial arts field, all with jokes and contempt on their faces, and there were all kinds of discussions. Yang passed into the ears of Lu Taichuan and the senior Fengalizong around him, making them even more terrified. At this time, Long Ao finally figured out who he had offended. His face was green with shit, and he wished he could slap him to death. However, he still has a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that he can save his life in Chu Yan's hands, or even a higher hope. But when he looked around, those strong men of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect had strong auras, and there was a trace of anger in the depths of each pair of eyes, and he knew that today was a bad day. In the eyes of the disciples of Luocahan Tianzong, if these people dare to blaspheme Chu Yan, they are blaspheming the gods in their hearts and the Zongwei of Luocahan Tianzong. It is not a pity to die 10,000 times. Because they offended not only Chu Yan, but also each of them, the pride of being a disciple of the Raksha Soul Tianzong. Swish! At this moment, in the depths of the Sea Moon sect, a black figure flashed over. When he landed in front of the main hall and stood firm, suddenly, a fiery wave broke out on the martial arts arena. See, suzerain! See, the suzerain! See, the suzerain! Hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, when they saw Chu Yan, they turned their heads and worshipped. In an instant, there was a roar of mountains and seas, shaking the sky, and when everyone saw Chu Yan appearing, they all looked excited and saluted one after another. Chu Yan raised his hand to signal, and suddenly, the whole audience fell silent. Download free reader. #C1318 Terror Punishment. Standing in front of the main hall, Chu Yan's eyes were like ice, and he swept past Lu Ruchuan and Long Ao. Subordinate, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong Jinanzu branch, Lu Ruchuan, see the suzerain. Longhu Villa, Longgao, see the suzerain. Sensing Chu Yan's icy eyes, Lu Ruchuan and Long Ao didn't dare to neglect in the slightest, hurried out of the crowd, knelt down in front of Chu Yan, and paid homage. Lu Ruchuan was very smart. He did not report the name of Fenglai sect, but reported. Okay. Chu Yan just nodded slightly, his face remained the same, without any change. Seeing this, Lu Taichuan's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly sank, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Chu Yan's face was full of indifference, without a trace of gentleness, which made him instantly feel that he was really going to be doomed this time. Sect master, the subordinates should die. The subordinates should die. Lu Ruchuan's voice trembled violently, and he hurriedly asked Chu Yan for mercy. The subordinate did not discipline the elders well and offended the suzerain. Please spare my life. Elder Xiao was beheaded by Chu Yan with one finger. When the news was brought back by the seventh elder, Lu Ruchuan was so frightened that he almost peed his pants. When he rushed out of the training room, he almost fell to the ground several times. Holding him up, his nose is probably bruised and his face is swollen by now. Sect Master, spare your life. The seventh elder, who was standing aside, also hurriedly begged for mercy. Excuse me. Humph. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. This sound, falling in the ears of Lu Ruchuan, the seventh elder and Long Ao, was like a thunderclap, which frightened them instantly, almost spurting out their souls into the sea of consciousness. However, they naturally knew in their hearts that the person they offended this time was no different from a heavenly existence in the current Haotian continent. An act against the heavens, death and the disappearance of the body, are all light. Sovereign, please spare me, just ask the suzerain to forgive me once, I am willing to pay any price. Lu Taichuan no longer had any extravagant hopes, he just wanted to save his life, and repeatedly begged for mercy. Pay any price. Hearing this, Chu Yan's face was stunned, and then, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Standing beside Chu Yan, Mu Wanqi saw that Chu Yan's face was bent, her spirit eyes flickered slightly, she pondered for a while, and then sent a sound transmission of spiritual consciousness to Chu Yan. My lord, Feng Leizong, has 5 natal orbs in his hand. Mu Wanqi's words resounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, causing a trace of astonishment to appear on Chu Yan's face. He turned his head in amazement, looked at Mu Wanqi, his eyes flickered. Okay. Under suspicion, Chu Yan looked at Mu Wanqi, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but there was a slight smile. To Chu Yan's astonishment and surprise. It's not the 5 natal orbs that Mu Wanqi mentioned. This Lu Taichuan has been among the top 10 overlords in the extreme southern continent for many years. It's normal to get natal orbs by destroying several sea monster forces. What surprised Chu Yan was that this Mu Wanqi was so icy and smart. She only had a slight change in her expression, and she guessed what she was thinking in her heart. This talent of empathy surprised Chu Yan. This Mu Wanqi, you can take it with you. Chu Yan stared at Mu Wanqi, thinking that he will practice with all his strength in the next year or so, and the Raksha Soul Tianzong is now dominating the Haotian continent, and there are many things. People with their own thoughts are really rare. After making up his mind, Chu Yan slowly turned his head, looked at Lu Taichuan, who was kneeling in front of him again, and said softly. 10 natal east souls, 500 soul crystals. Or cultivation resources of the same level. Chu Yan said in a cold voice. What? 10 pieces, yes. Follow the order of the suzerain. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Lu Taichuan was about to exclaim subconsciously, but when he saw Chu Yan's cold gaze, his whole body trembled in fright, and he quickly cowed out in agreement. However, at this time in Lu Taichuan's heart, the urge to slam his head to the ground was born again. 10 natal east beads. 500 soul crystals. What a concept. It's not that he is talking about the Wind and Thunder sect, even if it is the #1 power in Antarctica, it is impossible to show it. If you want to gather these things, or resources of equal value, basically you have to sell all the foundations of the entire Fenglai sect, so that it is somewhat possible. In this way, Fenglai will be truly destroyed. However, Lu Taichuan, as one of the top 10 overlords in Antarctica, is naturally extremely shrewd. He knows that this is the last chance Chu Yan gave him. It's not the wealth of Fenglai, but the lives of everyone in Fenglai. In addition, since the Wind and Thunder sect no longer exists, they can be regarded as having truly joined the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. Therefore, Lu Taichuan's consciousness flashed, and he immediately realized that Chu Yan's decision, for him and Fengalizong, can be said to be a punishment, or an opportunity, and the opportunity is all in his mind. Thinking of this, Lu Taichuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't say that sentence just now, but directly agreed, otherwise. I'll give you 5 days for all the resources, otherwise, you, the Wind and Thunder sect, will get out of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Seeing the flash of enlightenment in Lu Taichuan's eyes, Chu Yan chuckled and nodded secretly. Unexpectedly, this Lu Taichuan is a smart man. Yes, suzerain. This subordinate will never give up. Never let the suzerain down. This subordinate resigns. Lu Taichuan immediately looked ecstatic, and cowed out again and again, as if he had received great favors, slowly got up, with a smile on his face, greeted all the members of the Fenglai sect, and left quickly. Lu Taichuan's look of surprise fell in the eyes of the people around him, and everyone looked astonished. What's the situation? Why does this guy seem to be taking advantage of the sky? Are you out of your mind? At this time, Lu Taichuan, who was in a hurry to rush back to the sect, became more and more excited as he thought about it. Although it was extremely difficult to gather such a terrifying amount of training resources in 5 days. However, the feeling in his heart told himself more and more clearly, a great opportunity has come. Although the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect is uniting all the sect forces in the world, except for the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect's main sect, the other sect forces in other places only submit to the Rakshasa Heavenly Sect in name, and the real sect is withdrawn. Except for Dizong, Yaozong and Tianzong, there are almost no people who have fully joined the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. In this way, their Fenglai sect can be regarded as the first group of forces that truly joined the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect. Its significance is the same as that of the Earth sect and the Medicine sect. This kind of opportunity is simply beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. As for the loss of wealth in the sect, Lu Taichuan doesn't care at all. You must know that as long as you really join the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect, from now on, all your cultivation resources can be mentioned in the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect. Cultivation resources, how can they be compared with the power of a pole in Antarctica? In less than an hour, Lu Taichuan returned to Fengalizong, and then, as if going crazy, he began to sell the resources of the sect everywhere. Even the core elders of the sect who followed him were all stunned. They all guessed in their hearts whether Lu Taichuan frightened crazy by Chu Yan. #C1319 Sell the Mountain Gate. However, under Lu Taichuan's dominance, the entire Fenglai sect fell into madness. All kinds of crystals, spirit treasures, secret skills, spirit weapons, and fairy grasses, as long as they were valuable, were all quickly collected. It took a full 3 days to squeeze out all the small forces that Fengalizong was attached to, and even sold off his own mountain gate. Finally, he gathered wealth worth 10 natal east beads and 500 soul crystals. At this time, in the entire Fenglai sect, except for Lu Taichuan, who still had a spiritual weapon, all the elders and disciples of the other sects, including their own spiritual soldiers, were detained. Disciple 1, he is so poor that he doesn't have a single yuan jing except for a long robe, and all his family property has been wiped out. After collecting all the belongings, Lu Taichuan took all the elders and set off again to the Sea Moon sect to present the wealth. Inside the Sea Moon sect, in a training hall, Chu Yan is sitting cross-legged, practicing, constantly tempering the foundation of his cultivation, and preparing for the next breakthrough. The peak of the lower martial emperor realm is Chu Yan's current cultivation realm. The speed of the breakthrough is so fast that in the nearly 100,000-year history of the entire Haotian continent, only Chu Yan is alone. However, in order to break through quickly, Chu Yan paid a huge price. The high-level cultivation resources of Zhongtian continent that were originally collected are now almost exhausted. However, Chu Yan didn't care. Through the matter of Fengalizong, Chu Yan thought of another way to collect high-level cultivation resources. Therefore, Chu Yan is sure that within a month, he will break through to the Middle Martial Emperor realm. A few days ago, Chu Yan arranged for Mu Wanqi to go to Arai to contact Queen Air, and he has been practicing without wasting a single breath. Wisps of Rakshasa true energy circulated over and over again in all the meridians in his body. With the help of nearly 30,000 martial souls in the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, and the spirit-gathering array specially refined by Situ Yang, Chu Yan's current cultivation speed is more than 100 times faster than that of ordinary warriors of the same level. However, it is not enough. It is less than a year and 10 months before the catastrophe comes, and Chu Yan hopes that within this period of time, he will prepare to rush to the quasi-emperor rank. And the only way to achieve this plan, it is to rely on various high-level cultivation treasures and massive resources on Haotian continent. Chu Yan breathed out lightly, controlling his spiritual consciousness. In the Sea of Qi, he maintained a connection with the 30 inner alchemy as green as water, and he was not impatient in cultivation. Regarding Fengalizong, he was very sure that when they handed over 10 natal oriental beads and 500 soul crystals, he would be able to break through to the Middle Martial Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Moreover, with this method, Chu Yan has sent an order back to the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong in the Zhongtian continent, asking them to send strong men to the other 3 continents. Using the same method, the top 10 overlord forces on the 4 continents are all equivalent to 5,000 of soul crystal cultivation resources come up. For those who resist and do not comply, one word, kill. Gather the power of the entire continent, fight against the Ming clan, and strive to leave a glimmer of hope for the Haotian continent under this catastrophe, so that the race will not be wiped out. This has always been the core plan set by Chu Yan. If there is resistance to this plan, then anyone who blocks it will have only one end. The time in the training hall, under Chu Yan's contemplative training, passed quickly, and a few days passed by in a flash. On the 5th day, Lu Taichuan finally arrived at Haiyuzong, and presented hundreds of high-mouthed sacrifice jade charms. Immediately, under Chu Yan's order, all the disciples of the Fenglai sect who had lost the land of the mountain gate were disbanded on the spot below the martial venerable realm, and all above the Wuzun realm were rushed to Zhongtian continent, assigned to the 18th palace, and officially included Rakshasa Soul is one of the disciples of Tianzong. Hearing the news, Lu Taichuan was so excited that he almost fainted, and finally turned around and left after thanking him 1,000 times. When he walked out of Si Moon sect, Lu Taichuan's eyes were as bright as stars. From today onwards, he officially became the elder of the Tianzong branch of Rakshasa Soul. Although his status has plummeted, just one sentence is enough to make him ecstatic. Now, he is finally qualified to practice Emperor rank exercises. What is the wealth of a mere sect, even if it is the wealth of 10 Fenglai sects? It can't be exchanged for a book of emperor-level exercises, so everything is as he imagined. A chance. In the training hall, Chu Yan has poured out all the training resources in the 10 stored jade talismans. 5 natal orbs were suspended in front of Chu Yan. Not far away, there were 10 piles of various cultivation resources, nearly 100 feet high, among which Yuanjing and Tiankadibo were the main ones. Obviously, Lu Taichuan was very smart, and the exchanged things are all based on high-level cultivation resources. This time, he took advantage. After Chu Yan's order reached the 4 continents, the other 9 overlord sect forces in the extreme south continent, thinking about the Chamber of Commerce and the market, can easily exchange for these high-level cultivation resources. I am afraid it will be difficult. Many. Sitting cross-legged, Chu Yan looked at the 10 resource hills in front of him, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile. Should be enough. Taking a deep breath, and slowly turning the 32 inner alchemy in the Sea of Qi, Chu Yan is ready to start hitting the Middle Martial Emperor realm. Although it is extremely difficult to break through this time, with 10 piles of high-level cultivation resources equivalent to 500 soul crystals, plus 10 natal oriental beads that contain terrifying and mysterious power, Chu Yan has a full confidence in his heart. Confidence. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan summoned the Suzaku martial soul, released the Emperor Fire, and began to burn these high-level cultivation resources. As soon as the Suzaku martial soul came out, 10 piles of high-level cultivation resources like hills were instantly engulfed by flames, turning into 10 flaming mountains. At the same time, the violent spiritual power that filled the heavens and the earth surged towards Chu Yan like a huge wave. These spiritual powers that were almost condensed into liquid completely wrapped Chu Yan's body, within a radius of 10,000 feet, it's full of spiritual fluids rolling. A large group of spiritual power like fog and tide appeared in the middle of the training hall, and the majestic spiritual power of heaven and earth, like the water of the Milky Way, poured into Chu Yan's body and went straight to the Sea of Qi. The Rakshasa promise art is running crazily, and a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual power is melted into the Rakshasa true Qi Gangyuan, divided into 32 strands, and poured into the 32 inner alchemy. All of a sudden, the 32 inner alchemy, golden on, silver light soaring to the sky, under the violent tremor, the true energy like a huge wave gathered rapidly, and surged towards the bottleneck of cultivation. As time goes by quickly, the liquid spiritual mist around Chu Yan's body is shrinking continuously, but in the sea of air, there is a big tide like a sea tide, but it is gathering more and more. 10 piles of flaming mountains, the flames of angering the sky, have begun to extinguish slowly, and all the treasures of heaven and earth have been tempered by the Suzaku Emperor Fire into Gangyuan, and they are all gathered around Chu Yan's body. Seeing that 10 piles of mountain-like treasures of heaven and earth had been consumed, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. If such a large amount of high-level cultivation resources cannot overcome the bottleneck of the Middle Martial Emperor realm, then it will be troublesome. Download free reader. #C1320 to IRC. Chu Yan naturally has a backup, but he doesn't want to use it until the critical time. 5 natal East beads. Although these 5 natal Oriental beads, after being detected by Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness, are much worse than the one in Mu Wanqi's body, but the sum of the 5 is still more than the one in Mu Wanqi's body. It seems that this natal Dongzhu is still divided into grades. Chu Yan separated out the 5 divine senses, and has been investigating and analyzing the 5 natal Oriental beads suspended in front of his eyes. According to the demon crystals of the Land Demon clan, the purer the blood of the demon beast, the stronger the demon power contained in the demon crystal in the body. Although human warriors cannot absorb and refine, demon beasts can. Therefore, according to Chu Yan's analysis, Mu Wanqi's identity as a branch of the royal family indicates that her bloodline should contain a small amount of Huang's bloodline, so her natal Dongzhu is stronger than the natal Dongzhu of the ordinary sea monster clan. Boom boom boom. In Chu Yan's sea of air, there were muffled and thunderous explosions, which continued to explode. 32 inner elixirs, one by one, reached the limit saturation state, making the true qi condensed in the sea of qi grow bigger and bigger. A moment later, 16 inner alchemy broke through the limit, and the true energy released reached its peak state. Rumble. 16 pieces of inner alchemy, 16 turbulent tides, in the sea of qi, whipped up huge waves, causing the entire sea of qi to collapse, forming a row of mountains and seas. Okay. It should be time now. Chu Yan's eyes brightened, and the divine consciousness in the sea of consciousness burst out instantly, and quickly rushed into the sea of qi, suppressing the monstrous tide of true qi. In an instant, the sea of qi was quiet. Under the shackles of Chu Yan's powerful spiritual consciousness, the tide of true energy like a vast ocean gathers into a huge wave rushing towards the bottleneck of cultivation, as if a flood peak passes through the border, and launches its first impact towards the bottleneck of cultivation base. Boom 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 boom. One after the other, with the powerful aura of devouring the sky, the tide of true energy slammed into the bottleneck of cultivation base, bursting out bursts of shocking explosions. The sea of qi trembled wildly, under the huge force, even Chu Yan's body trembled crazily. It must be successful. Chu Yan clenched his teeth, his face was bulging with blue veins, resisting the powerful pain that his physical body was enduring. He still kept urging his spiritual consciousness, causing the true qi in the sea of qi to charge towards the bottleneck of his cultivation. Rumble. Just when Chu Yan was about to reach the limit of his physical body, and there were bloody mouths on his body, finally, in the sea of qi, there was a loud noise, and the bottleneck of his cultivation base, which was as thick as a city wall, was instantly smashed to pieces and completely collapsed. Dissipate suddenly. Boom. The powerful air wave, centered on Chu Yan's body, brought a shock wave nearly 100 feet high, and swept out in all directions. As the air wave passed by, the training hall where Chu Yan was, the surrounding side halls, corridors, martial arts field, etc., collapsed one after another as if swept by a powerful hurricane, turning into layers of ruins, splashing dust and mist all over the sky. Nearly 5,000 Wuzuanjing powerhouses guarding around the Chu Yan cultivation hall. This sudden burst of air surged in an instant, and in an instant, thousands of strong men, like kites with broken strings, were thrown into the sky, flying 10,000 feet away before crashing to the ground. When these people suppressed the terrified spirits, got up from the ground, and stared at the direction of the training hall where Chu Yan was, all of them suddenly changed their faces and twitched. I saw that the entire northeast corner of Haiyuzong, within a range of 30,000 steps, had been razed to the ground, and there were building ruins in all directions. Except for Chu Yan's proudly standing figure in the sky, there was nothing left. At this moment, Chu Yan strode out from the dust and mist with surprise on his face. After spending a lot of training resources, my own cultivation has finally broken through to the early stage of the Middle Martial Emperor realm. Tornadoes and hurricanes danced violently around Chu Yan's body, as if a dozen wind dragons were circling around Chu Yan. On Chu Yan's body, a powerful aura like a tide spread out in all directions, passed by violently, and swept across a radius of hundreds of miles. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Raksha Soul Tianzong, who came from all directions, turned from surprise to joy, faced Chu Yan, and bowed down. Congratulations to the suzerain, the martial arts has soared, and he has ascended to the Holy Lord. Congratulations to the suzerain, the martial arts has soared, and he has ascended to the Holy Lord. Congratulations to the suzerain, the martial arts has soared, and he has ascended to the Holy Lord. All the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong disciples all looked excited, and they were even more surprised than their breakthrough in cultivation. In their hearts, Chu Yan is God, the sky. At this moment, Chu Yan lowered his head slowly, his eyes looked at his clenched fists. Inside his body, like a powerful force, he brought up bursts of air, constantly impacting the meridians of his body, making him feel extremely powerful sense of power. Now, if he were to fight Mo Tianqing again, he would be able to kill him without 3 moves. Call. After calming down a little, Chu Yan's heart slowly returned to calm. Along with the improvement of his cultivation base, his martial arts will also increase crazily. In all directions, several elders leading the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong looked at Chu Yan at this moment, full of horror. They have seen with their own eyes that Chu Yan beheaded the witnesses of the 2 emperors, and at that time, Chu Yan had only broken through the martial emperor realm. With the prestige of the first battle, step into the supreme position of martial arts in the mainland. Now, less than 3 months have passed, and Chu Yan's cultivation realm has broken through again. With such a terrifying cultivation speed, who else in the world can become Chu Yan's opponent? This is the real invincible, the supreme continent. After getting used to the new power a little bit, Chu Yan waved away all the disciples of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, moved to another intact hall of the Haiyuzong, and began to adjust the breath to consolidate. As Chu Yan sank into cultivation again, Haiyuezong also regained his calm. However, the news of Chu Yan's breakthrough again, followed by the hype of the proud Rakshasa Soul Tianzong disciples, soon swept the entire Haotian continent. On the 5 continents, all sect forces and powerful warriors, upon receiving this news, were all horrified. It is precisely because of this that the entire continent, regardless of the size of the sect or the peerless powerhouse, is in awe of Chu Yan, and no one dares to doubt Chu Yan's strength. And the mission that Chu Yan sent to the 4 continents to collect high-level cultivation resources went more smoothly. A day later, Mu Wanqi came back, briefly reported the process with Chu Yan, and also sent the invitation of Huang. So, Chu Yan summoned all Haiyuzong, Rakshasa Tianzong disciples and elders, and after making a simple arrangement, he followed Mu Wanqi and went all the way to the Sea of Ears in the Endless Sea. Download the free reader. #C1321 Great Breath. Leaving Sea Moon Sect, Chu Yan and Mu Wanqi flew northward all the way to Arai. After meeting with Huang this time, Chu Yan will directly return to the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong and start to retreat and practice. As for Mu Wanqi, Chu Yan planned to take her back to the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect and hand her over to Elder Qingyun for training. If possible, Chu Yan even wanted Mu Wanqi to inherit the mantle of Elder Qingyun and become the existence of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong in charge of all the Zhenzong spirit beasts. 100,000 years ago in the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect, Elder Qingyun, who was in charge of the spirit beasts in the sect, was not actually a core elder. Given his position as an elder, he directly became one of the top 10 elders in the sect. So, Chu Yan attaches great importance to this Mu Wanqi. The endless sea of ears, blue and boundless, stretches for hundreds of millions of miles, flying above the sea of ears. At a glance, there are vast blue waves, a line of water and sky, as if this sea of ears is directly connected to the sky. After flying for 3 full stars, Chu Yan entered the core range of Arai. This place is one of the famous Jedi in Haotian continent. Any peerless powerhouse dare not set foot here. Chu Yan, who had just broken through his cultivation base, flew extremely fast. Even if he brought Mu Wanqi with him, it would not have the slightest effect. Swish! The black figure, with purple brilliance, is like a sharp sword light, piercing the void, like a shocking sword, falling from the sky, rushing straight into the blue mirror-like sea water. Rushing under the surface of the sea, Chu Yan's consciousness spread out in an instant, and went to explore in all directions. With just a sweep, Chu Yan discovered that there were no less than 1,000 powerful auras around, and the cultivation base of the first aura was all above the upper martial arts realm. Roar! 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 At the same time, in the depths of the cold and dark sea water on all sides, blurred animal shadows gathered towards Chu Yan from all directions. However, these powerful sea monsters just followed Chu Yan and did not intend to attack. It seems that Mu Wanqi came to negotiate with Huang in advance, which played a role. Otherwise, the whole sea area leading to the Huang Palace on the seabed might turn into a sea of blood. Sneaking quickly, heading straight to the bottom of the sea, after an hour, the huge buildings on the bottom of the sea finally appeared in Chu Yan's sight. The closer to the air palace on the bottom of the sea, the more and more sea monsters will gather around. Sea monsters with large or small bodies seem to form an iron barrel, wrapping Chu Yan and Mu Wanqi in it, and escorting them all the way to the underwater palace. After another hour, Chu Yan's feet finally landed on the bottom of the sea and stood in front of the air palace. This is a huge building complex that is no different from a human city. However, from the perspective of Chu Yan, this submarine building complex is not a flat structure like a human city, but a tall 3-dimensional structure. However, in this 3-dimensional sea city that seems to be connected by several mountains, all the looming figures are all human body structures, and they do not appear in the form of the Siren clan. In this way, this 3-dimensional sea city with an area of hundreds of miles and a height of 10,000 feet. The number of people that can be accommodated is probably more than 10 times that of a giant human city. Call. After observing the Erhuang city for a while, Chu Yan released a powerful aura and swept towards the city. The news of my coming, whether it is Muwanqi or the sea monsters in groups, I believe it has been passed to Erhuang, but I have already stood in front of Erhuang city for 10 breaths, and there was no movement. In this way, Chu Yan would naturally not be polite, and directly attacked the Air Imperial city with a powerful aura. Chu Yan wants to see, after all the sea monsters in Erhuang city are impacted by his powerful aura, whether Erhuang can still put on airs after they are turned around one by one. Muwanqi, what is your relationship with Erhuang? Chu Yan turned his head and asked. My bloodline is quite special. According to the bloodline ranks of the Siren clan, I am the 13th royal bloodline, which is the same as that of the Air Emperor. Muwanqi explained. Huh. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned. The bloodline is the same as that of Air Emperor. Then why is there such a big difference between the two? Seeing the change in Chu Yan's face, Muwanqi, who is smart and ice snow, of course understood what Chu Yan was wondering about. She pondered for a while, and said. Our sea monster clan is different from the human race and the land monster clan. The blood of the royal family is not necessarily at the top of the pyramid. Even, our sea monster clan does not have the same bloodline suppression as the land monster clan. If you want to get status, it depends on your strength. However, there are exceptions. For example, the only bloodline of a branch of the royal family will be protected by the Air Emperor. Speaking of this, Muwanqi's eyes flickered slightly, and a gloomy color flashed in the depths of her eyes, and then said. After taking you to meet Erhuang this time, according to Arai's request, I can only stay in Erhuang Palace and never leave again. Then are you willing? Chu Yan glanced at Muwanqi and asked. No. I don't want to, but. Muwanqi answered very resolutely, but her face immediately hesitated, as if this result, no matter how unwilling she was, she could only accept it. I understand, I will take you away. Chu Yan nodded and said. Real. When Muwanqi heard the words, her spiritual eyes lit up immediately, but they quickly dimmed again. She bit her delicate red lips lightly, and said. Air Emperor will not agree. According to the tradition of the sea monster clan and the orders behind her ears, she must stay in the Emperor Air City for at least 300 years before going out to practice. It's okay. No one can stop this matter. Chu Yan shook his head, his voice was soft, but with an irresistible majesty. Humph. What a big breath. As soon as Chu Yan finished speaking, an incomparably thick and deep shout sounded suddenly. Immediately, the gate of Erhuang city not far away suddenly opened, and a tall figure strode out, walking towards Chu Yan and Muwanqi. This person is none other than the strongest of the sea monster clan, the Air Emperor. You are Chu Yan. After Erhuang moved his legs, walked 10,000 steps in front of Chu Yan and stood still, a pair of blue eyes looked directly at Chu Yan, and said in a deep voice. Yes. I am Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and he didn't even bow his hands, but his eyes were like lightning, and he also looked directly at Erhuang, sizing up the other party. This Air Emperor is wearing a purple gold dragon robe, but the 9 embroidered dragons flying like dragons and phoenixes, making the momentum of soaring clouds, have 4 claws, not 5 claws. In addition, the Air Emperor in human form was born tall and straight, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a very neatly trimmed beard spread all over his chin, with his hands behind his back, looking at Chu Yan with an obvious superior look, with an incomparable expression majesty. Chu Yan couldn't feel a trace of powerful evil spirit on his body, as if standing in front of him was an ordinary emperor of a human country. However, Chu Yan knew that if he could restrain his cultivation to such an extent, the strength of this person might not be inferior to that of Mo Tianqing. What an Air Emperor! What a sea monster powerhouse! #C1322 Invincible and Undefeated. Between Chu Yan and Huang, the four eyes are facing each other, one is as deep as the sea, and the other is as light as a sword. Under the tit-for-tat confrontation, the surrounding sea water seems to be boiling, and bubbles are constantly popping out. Boy, you have the guts. In front of me, dare to say that you will take me away. After a long time, Huang said in a deep voice. That's right. I said that if I want to take it away, I must take it away. Chu Yan chuckled, his eyes flickered slightly, and he didn't want to say too much. Whether it is the Emperor of the Sea Monster clan in front of him, or the Leiwu Emperor of the Tunshan mountain range, Chu Yan's understanding of the Monster Beast clan has been very confident in his long time with Dingdang. Regardless of whether it is about taking Mu Wanqi away today, or discussing cooperation with Huang, anyway, the law that the Yaozu believe in is to respect strength. This point, Chu Yan has also made it clear in the conversation with Mu Wanqi just now. Therefore, the battle between him and Huang is inevitable. Boy, how arrogant you are in front of me, you are the first. Huang's voice was cold, without any emotional fluctuations, he just stared straight at Chu Yan. The human youth in front of him is less than 20 years old, and his cultivation has reached the middle martial emperor realm. The strength of this trip is extremely terrifying. The news arrived. Could it be that Chu Yan, in front of him, killed two quasi-emperor powerhouses in the battle with the Black Blood Temple? Whether you are arrogant or not, or how arrogant you are, you can try it. Chu Yan's face was more indifferent than Huang's, and his whole body exuded strong confidence. Okay. Boy, as long as you can catch me without defeat today, I will promise you and take Mu Wanqi away. As for other things, we will talk about it after the fight. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Huang smiled immediately. At this moment, he became deeply interested in the black-robed boy in front of him. Because obviously, this black-robed young man who called himself Chu Yan had a very clear mind in the sea of consciousness, and he would not change anything because of his own words and the environment he was in. This can only show that he is a person with an extremely firm will in martial arts. Regardless of whether it is a human warrior or a monster warrior, the strength of the martial art or the monster's will is directly proportional to his strength. As you wish. Chu Yan nodded, looked at Huang, his face finally relaxed, revealing a smile. The strength of this emperor, according to Chu Yan's powerful divine sense, found that his strength should be above the upper martial emperor realm, and should not have reached the quasi-emperor level. However, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was fully on Huang's body, and after sweeping back and forth hundreds of times, he finally found a trace of the evil spirit overflowing from him. Through a ray of monster energy, Chu Yan determined that the combat power of this emperor was the same as his own, and he was also a strong fighter who leapfrogged. This is very common in Yaozu, because compared to human warriors, Yaozu relies on their own physical strength, which is much stronger than human warriors of the same level. And how strong the Sea Monster clan's combat power is? Chu Yan didn't know either. After all, this was his first time fighting with the Sea Monster clan, and he was still fighting with the #1 powerhouse of the Sea Monster clan. Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, both of them looked at each other with a chuckle, and no one spoke anymore. However, the true Qi and monster Qi in their bodies were activated at the same time. Mu Wanqi, who was standing by the side, frowned slightly when she saw this scene, and her face became solemn in an instant. She listened for a long time. At the beginning, she felt that Huang and Chu Yan were preparing to fight for themselves. But later, she suddenly saw the smiles flashing on the faces of the two of them at the same time. At this moment, her demon consciousness was suddenly taken aback. She found that the smiles on the faces of these two people gave her the feeling that they were surprisingly the same. However, he didn't know much about Chu Yan's strength. Although he saw him kill one person with one move, that was almost the tip of the iceberg of Chu Yan's actual combat power. However, she is very clear about Huang's combat power. According to rumors among the Sea Monster clan, 10,000 years ago, Emperor Ir had no rivals in the entire Haotian continent. And according to Xuanhuan himself, there is only one person in the entire Haotian continent who can completely defeat him, and that person is by no means a monster race, let alone a human being, but a special existence. Therefore, at this moment, Wuwanqi cast her spiritual eyes on Chu Yan, feeling a little worried in her heart. Boy! Pay attention, I want to shoot. At this moment, Xuanhuang's voice sounded, and at the same time as his voice fell, Xuanhuang's body disappeared on the spot. Swish! Almost at the moment when Xuanhuang's figure disappeared, Chu Yan's figure flashed at the same time, and also disappeared instantly. Immediately afterwards, two shocking water arrows appeared in front of Wuwanqi's eyes, one golden and one black, and the two water arrows shot straight towards the sky. At the same time Wuwanqi reacted, the bodies of Chu Yan and Xuanhuang had rushed out of the sea at a depth of hundreds of miles, broke through the water, and rushed to the sky above the sea. If a battle of their strength really breaks out on the bottom of the sea, the power generated will 100% cause a tsunami. Under such circumstances, Xuanhuang did not want his imperial city and people to be damaged, while Chu Yan did not want the tsunami to rush onto the continental shelf and damage the mainland. Therefore, the two tacitly agreed, and at the same time chose to leave the sea area and fight in the sky. Roar! 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 Just as the two of them soared into the sky, the endless sea of ears boiled in an instant, and millions of various sea monsters rushed to the surface of the sea, making earth-shattering beast roars. Among these sea monsters, most of them belong to the Sea Dragon Legion of Xuanhuang. Of course there are also some strong ones of the Sea Monster clan, while those weak ones are frantically fleeing to the sea outside Arai. Because, in the sky, two extremely terrifying forces are erupting suddenly. Ernyo, Chu Yan and Uncle Air, who will win? Wuwanqi stood on a black-backed blue whale, looked up at the sky, and said softly. The world, I don't know. The black-backed blue whale at her feet shook her head, staring at the sky as well, uttering words. Originally it wanted to say that no one in the world can beat Xuanhuang, but before it finished speaking, suddenly, it felt that the aura erupting from Chu Yan in the sky began to surpass Xuanhuang. In an instant, he suddenly remembered what Xuanhuang mentioned several times, the only person in Haotian continent who could defeat him. But, didn't Xuanhuang say that this person is not a human race? Full of doubts, the black northern blue whale known as Wuwanqi's Ernyu, with a pair of animal eyes, gleaming, stared intently at the two figures above the sky. The auras of these two people were constantly crushing each other, and for a while, it was hard to tell the winner. Download free reader. #C1323 Golden Claw Tianjiao. Above the sky. Chu Yan's eyes are like swords, sharp eyes, looking directly at Xuanhuang. Even if he can feel the aura of Xuanhuang's body, it is extremely powerful, and Chu Yan's face also has incomparable confidence. For him, the stronger the Emperor is, the stronger the fighting spirit in his heart will be, and the more excited he will be. Boy, let's fight. Suddenly, Xuanhuang's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance, and immediately, his whole body turned into a golden meteor, rushing towards Chu Yan. The distance of tens of thousands of steps is fleeting, but in the blink of an eye, Xuanhuang appeared 100 steps in front of Chu Yan, raised his hand and punched out. This is a golden fist light. Without any light or momentum, the power is concentrated to a point, and it blasts out. On this punch, Chu Yan didn't feel any concentration of monster energy, but only felt my stronger and more terrifying physical strength, and with the power of smashing everything, he smashed straight to Chu Yan's head. Seeing Xuanhuang's punch, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes suddenly, his eyes brightened, and there was a little bit of surprise in his heart. This emperor, just relying on his physical strength to punch, has such power and influence. It seems that his strength is much stronger than Mo Tianqing's, at least 3 times more. Shantian Fire Physique. Rakshasa Demon Physique. In the next breath, Chu Yan shouted loudly, a dazzling red light erupted from his body, which was fleeting, followed by a golden body that was shining like a god and demon, like a golden sun, shining brighten up the sky. The double body training broke out at the same time. Chu Yan suddenly raised his right fist, and squeezed it hard. The powerful physical strength instantly stimulated the extreme, pinching the explosive air, blasting a shock wave, and rushed 1,000 steps away, slowly dissipating into the void. Compared with physical strength, Chu Yan was naturally not afraid, raised his right fist, and the same golden streamer lingered, without the slightest hesitation. All the physical strength was concentrated on the right fist, and he punched hard. In an instant, two almost identical golden fists collided fiercely, as if the left hand and right hand of the golden armored god of war were contending. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and it went straight up into the night, exploding the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky into a vacuum zone with a radius of more than 10 miles. With two golden fists, colliding together as the center, a void ripple visible to the naked eye moved in all directions, turbulently rolling out. In this attack, neither of the two used their true energy or monster energy, and they all relied on their physical strength to counteract. Because of this, after the collision, there was no wave of energy or energy to explode, and some were just like shock waves. The power of 100 miles shook the void into nothingness. Swish! Swish! With the huge countershock force rushing away at the same time, the bodies of Chu Yan and Huang flew upside down at the same time. It was like two golden cannonballs shooting straight backwards in opposite directions. Because the speed was too fast, the body rubbed against the void, making a burst of howling sound, which resounded through the entire sky. After a few breaths, Chu Yan's body flew upside down, before finally coming to a halt. In the other direction, Huang's body was still flying farther and farther, like a golden arrow. With one move, Chu Yan retreated thousands of feet, while Huang flew upside down for more than 10 miles. What? With all his strength, he finally stabilized the Emperor. Standing on the sky more than 10 miles away, looking at Chu Yan in the distance, his face was full of surprise. He never thought that he would be pushed back so far. In that punch just now, in order to avoid hurting Chu Yan, he only used 70% of his strength, and he didn't do it with all his strength. But who is he? He is the Sea Monster clan, and he is also the emperor of the Sea Monster clan, which means he is the most powerful Sea Monster clan. Like the Land Monster clan, what the Sea Monster clan is most proud of is physical strength, and, objectively speaking, the physical strength of their Sea Monster clan powerhouses even far exceeds that of the Land Monster clan. This has something to do with most of their powerful deities of the Sea Monster clan. Their body size is even dozens of times larger than the largest monsters of the Land Monster clan. But what just happened? A human race actually defeated itself in a confrontation with pure physical strength. Although I have kept my hand, if you lose, you lose. No matter how much you say, it becomes an excuse. However, did I really lose just now? A look of disbelief flashed in Huang's eyes. At this time, on the surface of the sea below, whether it's Wuhun, the black-backed blue whale at her feet, or even all the soldiers of the Sea Dragon Corps, all of them were stunned, staring at the scene in the sky. The power of this human race has surpassed Huang. It seems that there are rumors in the mainland that this son beheaded two quasi-emperor level powerhouses in one battle, and this is true. It's just that this Chu Yan, who doesn't seem to be more than 20 years old, how did he cultivate? You must know that Huang has cultivated for nearly 70,000 years. This son, maybe he is really the person that the Lord told Huang last time, the only hope of the Haotian continent. The black-backed blue whale was silent for a long time, and suddenly said to himself, but his words were naturally heard by Wuhun, who was closest to it. Grown-ups. The hope of Haotian continent. Wuhun raised her eyebrows slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. When she slowly raised her head to look at the sky, Chu Yan's figure suddenly became blurred in her spiritual eyes. Sheer, did you know? Ir Emperor broke through to the realm of the Demon Emperor 3 years ago. The demon consciousness swept across, and Ernyao found Mu Wanqi's face full of thoughts, so he spoke softly. What? Uncle Er really did it. Hearing this, Mu Wanqi's delicate body was shocked, and she said in surprise. No. It didn't break the shackles of the mainland, it's just the quasi-demon emperor. Ernyo's body was floating above the sea surface. The entire whale body was nearly 10 miles long. At this time, it continued to shrink, and slowly evolved into 4 limbs. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a middle-aged man in a black robe wearing a black scarf. Glancing at Mu Wanqi, she continued. Perhaps, the shackles of the mainland are really as the rumors say, no one can break them at all. Hearing Ernyo's words, Mu Wanqi's spirit eyes flashed, her gaze shifted sideways, and she looked at the sky above, the figure in black robe, an imperceptible glint in her eyes, flashed by. Above the sky. Huang, thank you for letting me go, but it's too boring, let's continue. Chu Yan was full of excitement, watching Huang flash back from a distance, and said with a smile. With just one punch, Chu Yan has confirmed that Huang's actual combat power has surpassed the quasi-emperor realm, and he is a rare opponent who can let himself let go of his hands and feet and fight a battle. Okay. Let's fight with all our strength. Hearing this, Huang looked at the strong fighting intent in Chu Yan's eyes, and was stunned. Immediately, the solemn look on his face was swept away, and the same smile as Chu Yan appeared, and he shouted loudly. This time, Huang seemed to be infected by Chu Yan's strong fighting spirit, and finally decided to fight. As soon as the words landed, Huang's body turned into a stream of golden light, shooting straight into the sky, rushing towards Jiuxiao. #C1324 Simple and rude. Roar. Following the golden streamer transformed by Huang, rushing to the sea of clouds, a heaven-shattering beast roar exploded, causing the endless sea of clouds to instantly stir up monstrous waves. In the next breath, an extremely huge dragon rushed out of the snow-white sea of clouds and appeared in front of Chu Yan. This is a huge dragon with a body length of nearly 10,000 feet, and, unlike the few dragons that Chu Yan has seen before, it has grown 2 giant claws on its upper body, and there are also 2 large fleshy balls on its lower body abdomen. Like an evolving hind paw. This golden dragon is really too big. It has been a long time since its head rushed out of the sea of clouds, but its tail is still hidden between the clouds, and there is no end in sight. On its body, there are pieces of scales the size of a millstone, shining with golden light, flowing among the clouds and flowing water, tumbling in the sea of clouds, like a golden river, appearing in the sky. 2 ferocious and terrifying golden front claws were about the size of a small building. As they waved and swished, it seemed as if they could break a big hole in the sky with just one grasp. The large dragon beard, like long hair flying, is also shining with golden light, but there are no 2 obvious long beards, and the double horns on the forehead are also separate fleshy roots, and there are no forks. At first glance, Huang's true self looks like a dragon, but in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, there is a green dragon martial soul, so Chu Yan found many differences just by sweeping his eyes. Therefore, Huang's real body turned out to be a golden-clawed celestial flood dragon that was marching towards Shenlong. The golden-clawed celestial flood dragon, an ancient strange beast, has the blood of a divine beast on his body. Although it is extremely thin, after 70,000 years of constant tempering by the Ir Emperor, at this time, he, the deity, already has about 10% of the divine dragon spirit in his body. Blood. Looking at the entire Haotian continent, there is only one person who has tempered the blood of divine beasts to this level. The Ir Emperor showed his body, just like a scene of a dragon flying in the sky, appearing in front of everyone, including Chu Yan. Such a powerful momentum, coupled with the majestic monster aura, carries a ray of divine beast power, giving people a feeling of being possessed by the Tao of heaven and supreme. Just relying on this deity and array of divine beast breath can make countless strong people feel chills in their hearts, and they dare not be enemies with it at all. After a few breaths, the body of the Air Emperor suspended in the sky, with its head held high, looked down at Chu Yan in front of him. At this moment, in front of Huang's body as tall as a mountain, Chu Yan's figure is not much bigger than an ant in front of the mountain. At this time, Chu Yan's eyes were shining brightly, and he was staring straight at this golden-clawed flood dragon in front of him. He didn't expect that on the Haotian continent, there are really flood beasts that can evolve into real dragons. According to Chu Yan's judgment, there is not much difference between the body of the Air Emperor in front of him and the Qinglong Wuhun. In particular, it has made dragon claws, which means that the legend of Tianjiao transforming into a dragon is just a matter of time for Huang. Boom. Without waiting for Chu Yan to observe carefully, a sharp light flashed in Huang's eyes, and then, he slapped down his golden claws fiercely, crushing all the voids he passed through into powder, and headed towards Chu Yan fell hard. Above the terrifying dragon claw, with a raging demonic aura, a large piece of golden cloud rolled instantly, and together with the dragon claw, it headed towards Chu Yan claw. Seeing the golden cloud waves enveloping the giant dragon claws, falling like a gate city, Chu Weichao's face froze, his eyes brightened. Tigers follow the wind, dragons follow the clouds. This Air Emperor was able to induce the golden cloud waves. With such strength, he might not be much different from a real dragon. Chu Yan has only fought against Haotian Long Mai, and has not really fought against Shenlong Tianling, so there is no way to compare, but this claw made Chu Yan's complexion extremely serious. The huge golden claws fell, the void exploded layer by layer, the endless wind blew, and the sea of spiritual clouds roared all over the sky. Boom, boom. With all kinds of visions, the golden dragon claws fell on Chu Yan's face in the blink of an eye. Give me, break. In the next breath, Chu Yan's whole body's true energy, like a shocking rainbow, erupted in an instant. With a long howl, the five-colored aura shot straight into the sky, and the powerful five-colored aura lingered around his body, constantly colliding and merging. He raised his right fist, and beyond the silver light of the fist, was wrapped with the power of 5 colors of astral energy, which went up against the sky and blasted straight into the sky. This Tiangang Jin boxing technique is extremely simple, without any frills. It combines all the power of the physical body and the true energy, simple and rude, and smashes out. In an instant, Chu Yan blasted out the silver fist, as if a silver meteor rushed out from the earth, and shot straight into the sky. With the long tail flame and the speed getting faster and faster, the silver fist, facing the wind and the rise, in the blink of an eye, has expanded 100 times, and it has grown by nearly 1,000 feet. The silver fist light and the golden dragon's claws roared and charged head-on in the sky, as if the golden sun and the silver moon were galloping towards each other in the sky, and they were about to collide. Boom, boom. There was a loud noise, accompanied by 2,000-foot air waves of silver and gold. The two attacks collided and exploded instantly. The endless power of Gang Yuan, and the terrifying monster energy, like a sea of anger, turned into a shock wave that would destroy the mortal world, sweeping away, sweeping all directions. Chu Yan's punch, although it doesn't look gorgeous enough, but under the simplicity and roughness, it represents Chu Yan's usual style, concentrating all the strength of the whole body, fist to fist, strength to strength. With one move, the victory or defeat is instant. Minute. Therefore, with this punch, Chu Yan didn't hold back at all, and with all his strength, the 32 inner alchemy in the sea of Qi moved like flying. Above the sky, the golden dragon body of Huang was rushed past by the terrifying air waves. Suddenly, like a solitary boat in the raging waves, it was thrown into the air in an instant and hit the sea of spiritual clouds in the sky. Instantly submerged in it, disappeared. Passing through the sea of spiritual clouds, this time, the dragon body of Erhuang was blown away for more than 10 miles. In the sea of spiritual clouds, a sea of clouds opened up, straight into the sky. Roar. Erhuang, who was steadying his figure, suddenly let out a terrifying roar. With this move, I didn't hold back at all, but that Chu Yan didn't move at all, and I was thrown back again, and this time I retreated farther than the last time. This time, Erhuang was completely angry. For nearly 100,000 years, the Ir Emperor has been almost invincible in this Haotian continent. No matter whether he is in the Siren clan or traveling on the mainland, he has never encountered an opponent at all. The undefeated myth has always been Erhuang's greatest pride, because his goal is to evolve into a real dragon. And Shenlong must be undefeated. But now, he was defeated. He was defeated by a human race who seemed to have cultivated for less than 10 years. This kind of result was simply unacceptable to him. The next moment, the enraged Erhuang flicked his body, and the monster power all over his body surged like a majestic tide, and rushed towards Chu Yan crazily. #C1325 Unpacked Goods. Boom, boom. The huge golden flood dragon tail, like a golden river, swooped down from the sky with majestic power. This jerk's tail swipe is far more powerful than the dragon's claw just now. The huge slamming power instantly slaps the void to pieces, and it slams straight towards Chu Yan. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's expression darkened immediately, and he looked at Erhuang's eyes, and could not help but narrow them slightly. Before the battle, Erhuang said that as long as he catches him with one move, he will not be defeated, but now, this is already the third move, and this time, Erhuang, obviously has a strong killing intent. Humph. It seems that you are also a bad guy. Chu Yan snorted coldly, and then his eyes turned cold. Clang! A loud and clear sword cry resounded through the heaven and earth, and the Haotian divine soldier appeared, and under the sky, a flash of snow-like light was startled. The strong sharp and iron-cold breath swept across the world like a gust of wind. With Haotian in his hand, Chu Yan's aura has undergone a huge change, the strong kendo aura, and the invincible aura suddenly appeared. Open heaven sword art, reincarnation. With a soft shout, the extremely fierce sword light pierced the sky and the earth, split the void, and fiercely slashed at the drawn flood dragon's tail. Boom! The sword light collided with the dragon's tail, and the sword light seemed to be cutting on a mountain, making a loud noise. The sword light flashed violently, broke through the golden river, and sprayed out a bloody fountain. Roar! With a sharp scream, with a sudden burst of strong golden light, the body of the Ir Emperor, the body of the dragon, was tumbling crazily in the sea of clouds. Under the sword, a huge wound was cut on his jiaowei, bleeding profusely. No. Don't fight. The sea of clouds in the sky was disturbed by the wanton rolling of Erhuang. Finally, the strong golden light shone again, and Erhuang's nearly 10,000-foot body began to shrink rapidly. Soon, in less than a breath, the golden-clawed dragon disappeared, and the middle-aged man in the royal robe appeared. Boy, what kind of sword are you? Erhuang landed 100 steps in front of Chu Yan, his buttocks were dripping with blood, but he stared blankly at the long sword in Chu Yan's hand, and shouted out in shock. The name of the sword. Haotian. With a flick of Chu Yan's long sword, Haotian's sword turned into a cold light, soaring into the sky, and fell into the scabbard behind Chu Yan. Haotian's sword. Okay, I'll make a note. Erhuang's face was startled, then he nodded, keeping the name of this sword firmly in his heart. Because, in the entire Haotian continent, so far, there is only one spiritual weapon that can injure oneself. Therefore, when Chu Yan took out such a magical weapon, Erhuang knew very well that his advantage was gone, not to mention that this advantage was already crushed by Chu Yan. More importantly, Erhuang found that until now, Chu Yan still hadn't shot with all his strength, and even gave him a feeling that he didn't even show 50% of his strength. Therefore, he chose to stop, and if he continued to fight, what good results could he have? At this time, Chu Yan's eyes swept away from Huang's face to his buttocks. Seeing that purple gold blood was bubbling from Huang's buttocks, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, revealing a trace of joking. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Huang's face froze for a moment, and suddenly felt a pain coming from his buttocks, directly hitting his sea of consciousness. Seeing the joking expression on Chu Yan's face again, his face suddenly turned red, and his face turned red instantly. This time I was so ashamed, not only lost the beating, even my own, but was chopped to the point of bleeding. This time, Huang completely remembered it, and in the future when fighting Chu Yan, he would no longer need to use the tail-pumping trick. Huh! Look at the fart. Seeing Chu Yan's eyes, Huang kept staring at his butt, and suddenly shouted out of embarrassment. Yeah, just look at Lord Earwing's ass. Hearing Huang's words, Chu Yan suddenly smiled brighter, and said with a teasing smile. You. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Huang only felt a surge of reverse blood rising from the bottom, straight to his chest, almost opened his mouth, and spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This is good, I can't beat it, I can't say it now. Huang is so angry that he almost explodes. Boy, count yourself as ruthless. After a roar, Huang flicked his sleeves, his figure turned into a golden light, and rushed straight towards the sea below. At this point, the battle between the two most powerful people in the mainland is finally over. Seeing Huang's leaving figure, Chu Yan grinned, and was not in a hurry to follow him back, but glanced at the sky, and then, his eyes lit up, and he sat cross-legged directly. At a height of 10,000 zhang, Chu Yan directly started to practice. As Chu Yan sank into the state of cultivation, Huang had also returned to see Emperor City. Hearing that Chu Yan did not follow, but was cultivating in the place of battle, Huang's face was stunned, and then he nodded slightly, and sent a team of sea dragons to stay on the sea to protect Chu Yan. In the air palace, waiting quietly. In front of him stood a row of strong sea monster tribesmen, including Nyo Air, 7 or 8 of them. About this Chu Yan, what do you think? Huang's eyes were thundering, his face was solemn, and he swept across the faces of the Nyo Aaron in front of him one by one. My lord, this son is very powerful. A thin man with 4 arms spoke. Nonsense. Bordung, we've all seen this. Before the 4-armed man finished speaking, a man beside him, who was round in shape and twice as tall as Situ Yang, spoke. Damn. Ziba, you are looking for death. Bo Erdong and this round fat Ziba seemed to dislike each other very much, and only one person said a word, and they almost fought directly. Enough. Shut up. With a stern shout, Nyo Air strode out, and the shouting sounded, Ziba and Bo Erdong's expressions changed immediately, and they quickly shut up. My lord, this Chu Yan may be that person. Afterwards, Nyo Air turned around, faced Ear Emperor, and said softly. Mainland Hope. Hearing the words, Huang frowned slightly, and a flash in the sea of consciousness suddenly appeared, and a picture from a long time ago appeared. Those were 2 figures, communicating, one of them was himself, and the other was a vague figure he called an adult. Chu Yan, it's really the hope of the mainland mentioned by the adults. Why him? The frown became tighter and tighter, all kinds of consciousness flashed across the sea of consciousness, he didn't understand. Even if Chu Yan is powerful, but as a mainland hopeful, only combat power is needed, is that enough? As Huang meditated, the entire golden hall of Huang Palace fell into silence. At this time, the vast sky above the sea. Chu Yan slowly let out a mouthful of turbid air, restrained his breath, stood up slowly, his eyes swept across, and a smile appeared on his face. Looking down, seeing Mu Wanqi, who was still waiting for him on the sea, Chu Yan moved and flew towards her. #C1326, Chu Yan's opinion. Mu Wanqi watched Chu Yan fall in front of her, and in a pair of spiritual eyes, countless little stars shot out. Young master, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Mu Wanqi blushed, looking extremely excited. Hee hee. Chu Yan smiled slightly, shook his head, and said. Go. Go to the Ear Palace and have a good chat with him. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Mu Wanqi nodded slightly, then turned around, waved her small hand, and the sea water was automatically divided into two, and a waterway leading directly to the bottom of the sea appeared. Okay. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan was stunned, and then looked at Mu Wanqi's eyes. A strange color flashed. The strength shown by Mu Wanqi's hand is completely inconsistent with her cultivation of the heaven-reaching realm. In this way, this Mu Wanqi's ability to control water far exceeds the limit of his cultivation and strength. From this, it can be seen that her status in the sea monster clan is far higher than what she said. Much more. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan followed behind Mu Ji and Rengxi, and under the guard of the sea dragon army on both sides, he headed all the way to the Ear Palace on the seabed. I have to say that after the battle between Chu Yan and Huang, the treatment was obviously different. Along the way, not only was there a brigade of sea dragon corps escorting, but also a brigade of people was waiting to welcome Chu Yan at the gate of the Sea Emperor city on the seabed. The formation and posture that were laid out felt like they were welcoming a visiting emperor. All the way unimpeded, after stepping into the Sea Emperor city, Chu Yan walked all the way through the streets in the Sea Emperor city, heading for the tall and majestic Ear Palace in the distance. Walking on the streets of Haihuang City, what entered Chu Yan's field of vision was no longer huge and ferocious sea monsters, but almost all of them were people from the sea monster clan in human form, and some of them opened Chu Yan's eyes. Exist. There are powerful warriors with thick upper body and small lower body holding bone knives, and there are also lean warriors with eyes shining like lights, grinning, and mouthfuls of fangs. However, these strangely shaped warriors do not let Chu Yan cause too much trouble. Notice. On the contrary, those sea monster women in colorful robes and long gowns of various bright colors dazzled Chu Yan. Among these female siren tribe warriors, some of them have extremely good figures, with graceful figures, and when they walk, they seem to be walking like flowing water, with a myriad of beauty. Some are dressed in gorgeous long gowns, with transparent wings on their backs. They can't be seen from afar, like butterfly fairies, which makes people amazed. But some are all dark, or all blue, with revealing clothes. Under the spring scenery, people's blood is racing, blood is rolling. However, Chu Yan also discovered that the beauty of the sea monster women is different from that of human beings. They pay more attention to the nobility of temperament. Therefore, Chu Yan has attracted far more attention than himself. The reason is of course him. Mu Wanqi next to me. Because, compared with the other beauties of the siren tribe on the street, the elegant aura that Mu Wanqi showed when she moved her hands and feet was obviously a sky and a ground. In addition, her own appearance crushed any sea monster beauties that Chu Yan had seen on the streets of the entire Sea Emperor city. In this way, with the temperament standard of the sea monster clan, coupled with the alluring appearance of the human race, Mu Wanqi's beauty almost straddling the Kraken and human races. After discovering this, on the way to Huang Palace, Chu Yan couldn't help paying more attention to Mu Wanqi's eyes. It has to be said that this Mu Wanqi is by no means as simple as she appears on the surface. Not long after, Chu Yan stepped into the Ear Palace. In the Golden Palace, Chu Yan and Huang sat facing each other, and the two looked at each other, staring at each other. Huang, according to the agreement, can Mu Wanqi come with me? After a long time, Chu Yan asked with a calm smile on his face. Can. Huang glanced at Mu Wanqi, only to see the other party's affirmative look, and then nodded in agreement. Thank you, Huang. Chu Yan smiled as he clasped his fists upon hearing this. Don't be too happy. You have to answer my question. But Huang grinned, staring at Chu Yan, and said. What's the problem? Wangdan said it's okay. Chu Yan nodded and said. Let me ask you, have you met the Taoist master? In the next breath, the smile on Huang's face disappeared, his expression became extremely solemn, he stared at Chu Yan closely, and said. Taoist. Hearing Huang's question, Chu Yan was stunned, then frowned. When I was in the Tianbang assessment, I had seen the matter of the Taoist envoy, and I had never told anyone in the entire Haotian continent, even if it was Yuer. Chu Yan had never mentioned it. Unexpectedly, the emperor in front of him would say it as soon as he opened his mouth. Not bad. I have seen. After pondering for a long time, Chu Yan finally looked up at Huang, nodded slowly, and said. What did the envoy tell you? Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Huang's face changed suddenly, and he asked hurriedly. No comment. Chu Yan refused without thinking. You. After being suppressed by the words Chu Yan, Huang was so angry that his whole body trembled, his face turned purple, and he stared at Chu Yan. You said it yourself, just ask one question. Chu Yan was not polite, and looked up at the ceiling, without the slightest intention to give Huang face. Okay. You have the guts. Seeing Chu Yan's attitude, Huang immediately had nothing to say, and could only reply bitterly. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the scene became silent for an instant. Ugh. After a long time, Huang took a look at Chu Yan from the corner of his eye, sighed softly, and said. Brother Chu Yan, what do you think of this catastrophe? View. Hearing Huang's words, Chu Yan looked at Huang and said in doubt. That's right. There is less than a year and 10 months left before the catastrophe. When the time comes. Having said that, Huang slowly got up and walked back and forth in the hall, with a hesitant expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something. Brother Chu Yan, I'm not afraid to tell you that my sea monster clan's clan lineage is the only sea monster clan that survived the last catastrophe. What? You experienced the last catastrophe? Hearing Huang's words, Chu Yan's expression changed immediately, and he glared at Huang. You know, as far as Chu Yan knows, among the countless sect forces on the Haotian continent, they have experienced the last catastrophe. Up to now, only Tianzong and Rakshahun Tianzong still exist. But, without exception, the results are very miserable. Tianzong also just borrowed some accumulation from the ancient times, from a small sect 100,000 years ago. It directly became the largest sect in Haotian continent now. It can be seen from this that Haotian tribulation has terrible destructive power on the sect forces in the mainland. Judging by Huang's expression, it is obvious that he is extremely worried about this catastrophe. #C1327 Shocking Plan. According to Huang's thoughts, after 100,000 years of development, their sea monster clan has recovered a little bit, but compared with 100,000 years ago, it is like an elephant and an ant. One must know that 100,000 years ago, in the ocean that occupied 70% of the Haotian continent, all the sea monsters lived there. But now, not even 10% of the sea. Emperor doesn't accept the imagination. If there is another great sky tribulation, with the sea monster clan's current strength, after the great sky tribulation, will there still be sea monster clans on the Haotian continent? So, this time, when Mu Wanqi came to Palace and told him about Chu Yan's coming, Huang attached great importance to it. Just after the First World War, Huang, and even Yo who was beside Huang, discovered that this Chu Yan was most likely mentioned by the Taoist envoy to Huang, the man of hope in the mainland. Therefore, for Chu Yan's anger at him several times, Huang endured it even if he vomited blood. However, after thinking about it for a while, Huang decided to talk about the business directly, otherwise, it would not be worthwhile if Chu Yan was really so angry that he vomited blood. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Huang slowly walked across to Chu Yan, and sat lightly. That's right. In the catastrophe 100,000 years ago, my tribe was originally just a small faction in the Sea of Ears, not even the third-rate sea monster tribe. However, after the catastrophe, the entire sea monster tribe 9 out of 10 people were slaughtered, and the entire sea area of Ili was soaked red by the blood of my sea monster clan. Having said this, bloodshot eyes continued to appear in Huang's eyes, and his voice became extremely low. A sea of blood for hundreds of millions of miles, never to be forgotten until death. Hearing Huang's low roar, like a beast's roar, Chu Yan's face also became serious. Chu Yan can completely imagine what Huang said, the picture of the boundless sea of blood. The catastrophe will come in a year and a half. At present, my Rakshasa soul Tianzong has destroyed the Black Blood Temple as the internal aid of the foreign race. There is only one devil, Emote Song, who fled to Jiuxiao. Chu Yan looked at Huang, and saw that he clenched his fists tightly and trembled slightly because of anger, and he was completely lost in memory loss, so he quickly opened his mouth and pulled him out of his emotions. At the same time, the Zhongtian continent is also under the control of my Rakshasa soul Tianzong, and has basically completed the unification. Now, only the other 4 continents are left. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Huang's face suddenly changed, and he stared at Chu Yan, his eyes trembling slightly. You want to, no. It's impossible. You're crazy. In the next breath, Huang suddenly jumped up, staring at Chu Yan with a pair of wide-eyed eyes. His face was full of shock. Just now I asked Chu Yan what he thinks about the next catastrophe. Although there was no direct answer to Chu Yan's words, after hearing what he said in the past 2 years, Huang immediately understood what Chu Yan wanted to do. He actually wanted to fight against the Hades. Therefore, almost without any thinking, only one thought flashed through the sea of consciousness. That is, the boy in black robe in front of him is absolutely crazy. Can the power and terror of the Hades be resisted? This kind of behavior is courting death at all. It will bring disaster to the entire Haotian continent. Even if the catastrophe falls, according to the previous results, out of every 100 people, at least 5 people can survive. However, if they openly fight against the Ming clan, at that time, the Ming clan may be furious and massacre the entire Haotian continent, leaving no one behind. Therefore, Huang glared at Chu Yan, unable to believe it at all. Is the young man in front of him the hope of the mainland, or the despair of the mainland? Now, looking at Chu Yan, who looked indifferent and totally indifferent, Huang felt a little regretful. Madman. No, it's a madman. When I was in extreme north continent, many people called me that. Hee. Looking at Huang with a horrified expression, Chu Yan chuckled, shrugged, and said with a smile. You. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the corners of Huang's eyes twitched suddenly, his face was speechless. Chu Yan, you have to figure out that the power of the Ming clan is not something that our Haotian continent can fight against. Even if you gather all the warriors in the mainland, you will not be their opponent. Not enough. Huang took a deep breath, stabilized for a while, and wanted to strangle Chu Yan's impulse, sat down slowly again, and said seriously. You have never experienced the catastrophe, so you have only heard about the horrors of the Hades, but I am different from you, I saw it with my own eyes. Although, at that time, my strength was still, if you don't reach the heaven-reaching realm, you just hid in a secret place in the deepest part of the sea at the beginning. But, later, alas. When Huang said this, he let out a long sigh. He really didn't want to recall that horrible fear. No. You're only half right. I'm not trying to fight against the Hades. Chu Yan looked at Huang with a painful expression on his face, and answered. Huh. Then you. When Huang heard the words, his face froze for a moment, and he suddenly raised his head to look at Chu Yan, his face full of doubts. I only told a few people about this matter. As the emperor of the Sea Monster clan, you are entitled to know. Chu Yan glanced at Huang, pondered for a while, and continued. I want to rush out of Haotian continent. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Huang's face froze, and a pair of shrinking pupils stared straight at Chu Yan. Break out of Haotian continent. How is this possible? The Haotian continent is a small world to which the Hades belong. Let alone whether you can survive after rushing out, the passage, connecting the Haotian continent to the outer domain, is also guarded by strong Mingzu. It is impossible at all. Pass. Huang's eyes flickered, he pondered for a long time and then shouted. You haven't tried it, how do you know it's impossible? Hearing Huang's words, Chu Yan just chuckled and replied calmly. Huang, if you stay, you will die. If you rush out, you will die. Which one do you choose? But. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Huang's face changed again, looking at Chu Yan, his eyes became wandering. He knew very well what Chu Yan's, but was referring to. If you stay, you will definitely die, it is only a matter of time, but if you rush out, you will also die, at least with hope, that is a dignified death in battle. At least, I have worked hard and have no regrets in my heart. Thinking of this, Huang's heart began to heat up gradually, and when he looked at Chu Yan again, all kinds of complicated emotions in his eyes were swept away, replaced by only a decisive look. What are you going to do? Count me in. A smile finally appeared on Huang's face, and he said softly. Hee, what I've been waiting for is your words. Seeing this, Chu Yan smiled lightly, and then slowly opened his mouth, telling Huang his thoughts and plans continuously. This conversation lasted a full day and night. The warriors of the 50,000 Sea Dragon Corps guarding the Golden Palace of the Emperor Wei only occasionally heard bursts of wild laughter from inside the Golden Palace, and sometimes one or two ear-splitting excited roars. In the early morning of the next day, when the sea above the sky began to gradually glow with light, Chu Yan and Huang walked out of the Golden Palace side by side. #C1328 Emperor's Covenant. Brother Chu Yan, this matter is settled. Huang smiled all over his face, and patted Chu Yan's shoulder. The gloom that had always been on his face was swept away. From all directions, the soldiers of the Sea Dragon Legion guarding the Golden Palace were all taken aback when they first saw Huang. They suddenly discovered that the long-lost emperor's aura reappeared in Huang's body, and it was even stronger than before. It seems that the supreme continent back then, ruled by sea monsters, has returned at this moment. This feeling was not felt by one person, but by nearly 50,000 soldiers of the Sea Dragon Legion, all of whom felt it. Okay. I will return to Zhongtian continent immediately, and we will proceed as we agreed. Chu Yan nodded with a relaxed smile on his face. After the Emperor was settled, the last powerful force on the mainland also joined his plan. As a result, everything went according to plan and went smoothly. No problem. I will start to act immediately. And, according to what you said, I have already started preparations. Huang nodded heavily and said. Afterwards, Huang sent each other off all the way, and the two walked side by side, towards the gate of the imperial city. When they arrived outside the gate of the imperial city, Chu Yan bid farewell, took Mu Wanqi with him, jumped up, and flew towards the sea surface. Breaking through the sea, Chu Yan and Mu Wanqi soared into the sky and went straight to the Jiuxiao. After a brief identification of the direction, Chu Yan took Mu Wanqi and flew straight towards the vault of God Valley. Along the way, the two chatted casually. Miss Mu, your relationship with Huang should be unusual. Chu Yan's whole body erupted with true energy, wrapping himself in Mu Wanqi, tearing apart the void, and flying at full speed. When he was in the Huang Golden Palace, Chu Yan discovered more than once that there was eye contact between Mu Wanqi and Huang. Especially when Chu Yan told Huang that he was going to take Mu Wanqi away, Huang looked at Mu Wanqi too clearly. Although Huang's eyes only flashed, he nodded in agreement. But with Chu Yan's powerful consciousness, how could he not have discovered that, in fact, Huang only agreed to Chu Yan after Mu Wanqi nodded. Therefore, based on this, Chu Yan can judge that this Mu Wanqi is getting more and more difficult. Moreover, when Chu Yan and Huang were fighting in the air, Chu Yan could clearly hear her conversation with Niu. When he first met Huang, Chu Yan could tell that Niu was definitely the number one under Huang. As for the conversation between Mu Wanqi and Niu, it can be heard that Niu is extremely respectful to her. No, he is the emperor, and I am a citizen, but I have the blood of the royal family, so I have seen it a few times, that's it. Mu Wanqi shook her head, and replied without changing her expression. Hee, you really can't trust a woman's words, especially a smart woman. Seeing this, Chu Yan chuckled, shook his head, and stopped asking. Afterwards, between the two, it was just a small chat. Chu Yan is very curious if between Mu Wanqi and Huang there is a blood relationship, so, is Mu Wanqi's body also a golden-clawed dragon? After tentatively asking twice, Chu Yan only got a negative answer. Mu Wanqi said that her body is not a golden-clawed dragon, but a bird. Are there birds in the sea too? Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, looked at Mu Wanqi with an incredulous face and asked. If I don't tell you, you will know later. The first time Mu Wanqi saw Chu Yan's bewildered expression, she was immediately amused and began to laugh. The two chatted all the way, and a day later, they returned to the vault of God Valley from Mirai. After returning to the Sky God Valley, Chu Yan introduced Mu Wanqi to the Raksha Soul Tianzong powerhouse, and handed her over to Elder Qingyun. Afterwards, Chu Yan went to see Yue, walked around in Jiuxiao Palace, went to all the palaces and halls, then returned to the Cultivation Hall, and began to practice. Gongyun Tian, Elder Qingyun, Shindang and others are responsible for the affairs of the sect, so there is no need for Chu Yan to expend too much energy. Chu Yan's current main task is to practice. Now he has just reached the early stage of the middle martial emperor realm, and there is still a long way to go before his goal, the quasi-emperor rank. However, the time is only 1 year and 10 months, which is really too short. However, the matter of Chu Yan ordering the 4 continents to worship has already begun, and it will not take long for a large amount of high-level cultivation resources to be continuously transported to Jiuxiao Palace. Moreover, at that time, it was also the time when the 5 continents of Haotian continent were truly unified. Following Chu Yan's return to the palace, the news that his cultivation base had broken through to the middle martial emperor realm was also spread through the hundreds of millions of Jiuxiao's disciples, and soon spread throughout the Haotian continent. You know, when Chu Yan was in the early stage of the next martial emperor realm, he killed 2 quasi-emperor level powerhouses in one battle. Now, his cultivation base has been raised by another realm, and he has reached the middle martial emperor realm. You must know that when he was in the lower martial emperor realm, he was already an invincible existence in the mainland. Now that he has reached the middle martial emperor realm, then got it. It turns out that on the mainland, there are some powerful sect forces who have joined forces in private, preparing to unite to fight against the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. With the news that Chu Yan's cultivation level has improved again, this resistance force has not yet been established. Then it fell apart. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and trick seems so weak and powerless. In a blink of an eye, a month passed quickly. At this time, in the entire Haotian continent, including the 5 continents, all the powerhouses above the martial venerable realm gathered in Jiuxiao Palace, and all the suzerains and Zhenzong experts of all powerful forces also arrived in Jiuxiao Palace. Practice more advanced exercises and martial arts. At the same time, all the high-level cultivation materials from the 5 continents also arrived at Jiuxiao Palace. Regarding the matter of letting all the top 10 overlord forces on all continents enshrine a large amount of high-level resources, it naturally caused some dissatisfaction. These voices of opposition, led by someone, suddenly made Jiuxiao Palace, which had been quiet for several months, suddenly become noisy. This voice of resistance naturally alarmed Chu Yan. So, Chu Yan made a move, and killed the 3 leading overlords and suzerains with one move. With one strike, the 3 martial emperor realm powerhouses were all lost at the same time. Such an iron-fisted and bloody method shocked all the heroes in the world. In an instant, Jiuxiao Palace regained its calmness at the fastest speed. Chu Yan did not say a word, and his method of beheading the top 3 with one sword was well received by the one-person Rakshasa Soul Tianzong bosses such as Donghuan Tianyi and Gongyun Tian. In the world of Wuhun, strength is the most important thing. No matter how much it is said, it is useless at all. Simple and rude, crushing by absolute strength is the most useful method. What's more, heavy codes are used in troubled times. If the mess can't be cut quickly, maybe this kind of thing will happen again. Before the Great Heaven Calamity came, what Chu Yan wanted was this Haotian continent, which was completely under his control. Afterwards, Chu Yan went straight to the warehouse of Jiuxiao Palace to collect a large amount of high-level cultivation resources. #C1329 in full swing. The warehouse area of Jiuxiao Palace is located on the west side. There are 10 above-ground treasure houses and 100 underground warehouses. There are a total of 40 overlord forces in the 4 states, and all the high-level cultivation resources enshrined are stored in the warehouses here, and more than 30 warehouses are filled in total. Chu Yan walked through all the warehouses, including the original warehouse of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. At most, after thinking for a long time, Chu Yan collected all the training resources in the 20 warehouses and returned to the training hall. It's been less than a few days since the last breakthrough. If Chu Yan wants to break through again, he needs more than 100 times more training resources than last time. This is because, during the last breakthrough, half of the cultivation resources relied on soul crystals, so the physical foundation and other cultivation bases did not need to be consolidated by Chu Yan, which saved a lot of time. However, the cultivation base of the Martial Emperor realm is already close to the shackles of the Haotian continent's cultivation base, so every time a breakthrough is made, the price to be paid is astronomical. Like Donghuan Tianyi and the others, in the realm of Martial Emperor realm, it would take at least 50 years for every promotion to even a small realm. It can be seen from this, that the cultivation resources needed for the cultivation of the Martial Emperor realm are terrifying. The training resources in the 20 warehouses are all high-level natural and earthly treasures, among which the number of soul crystals is not much, less than 1/10. Moreover, such strange training treasures as the natal Dongzhu in extreme south continent, other the tri-states have none at all. Therefore, this time, even if you have a lot of cultivation resources, it is as difficult as going to heaven to break through in a short time like last time. Chu Yan handed over the management of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong to his core elders. His main task now is to practice, improve his strength, and at the same time improve the strength of the core combat power of the entire Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. Facing the catastrophe that occurs once every 100,000 years, strength is the only hope. After 100 breaths, Chu Yan returned to the training hall, and his figure disappeared behind the slowly closing gate. For a long time after that, Chu Yan never appeared in Luocha Soul Tianzong again, and never stepped out of the cultivation hall. Regarding Chu Yan's disappearance, only a few core elders knew that Chu Yan began to retreat. As time passed day by day, the news that Chu Yan was close to death and wanted to break through his cultivation base again slowly spread in the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. Immediately afterwards, after a long time, the news quickly swept across the entire Haotian continent. All the powerhouses in the entire continent were stunned when they heard the news, and a terrifying thought in their hearts emerged involuntarily. Chu Yan's strength has reached a height that all warriors in Haotian continent can't reach in their lifetime, but he is still retreating and breaking through, so when Chu Yan breaks through this time, what height will his cultivation base and strength reach? Could it be that Chu Yan can really break the shackles of Haotian continent? All of a sudden, as the news spread more and more widely, the entire continent, and all the powerhouses above the martial emperor realm, all set their sights on the vault of God Valley in the Zhongtian continent. Even some hidden powerhouses also appeared one after another, moving in the direction of the vault of heaven. Everyone is waiting for a miracle to happen. Time is like a ridge. Time is like a wheel, time is passing slowly in nothingness. A year has passed, and the strength of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect has unknowingly increased rapidly. Hundreds of warehouses, all the elites in the mainland, and powerful exercises, the combination of these, because of the change of time, began to make a qualitative change in everything. Among the nearly 200 million disciples of the Tongtian realm, nearly 100,000 of them broke through to the martial venerable realm within a year. There are nearly 10 million Wu Zuanjing strongmen, and nearly 10,000 people have broken through to Wu Huanjing. Among the 10 core elders, one's cultivation has broken through to the quasi-emperor level. As the number one powerhouse of the monster race, Emperor Lei Wu went against the sky, and forcibly changed the cultivation method of the monster race. He opened up several main meridians in his body, and began to practice the emperor-level skills of the human race. Unexpectedly, after a near-death experience, Emperor Lei Wu forcibly changed his physical body and adapted to the cultivation method of the human race. This time, Emperor Lei Wu's cultivation has been advancing rapidly, and under the double supply of massive monster crystals and a large number of human cultivation resources, he broke through to the quasi-emperor level in a year. For such a big event, even if Chu Yan was cultivating, Shindang still told Chu Yan the news through the communication jade talisman. Chu Yan, who received the news, was stunned for a long time. Currently, on the Haotian continent, there are 2 quasi-emperor powerhouses. One is the heir emperor of the Sea Monster clan, and the other is the Lei Wu emperor of the Tunshan mountain range. Unexpectedly, they are all monster races, not a single human race. This matter made Chu Yan extremely depressed, but he could only accept it happily. After all, Emperor Lei Wu and Emperor Heir are now his allies. As long as they are not enemies, it means that their strength is improving. Another 3 months passed, and according to Chu Yan's request, before the retreat, he recruited disciples once every 2 years. After the news of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong's founding and recruiting disciples spread, the entire Haotian continent erupted. Hundreds of millions of warriors, from all directions of Haotian continent, flocked to the vault of Heaven Valley like a tide. All of them came for Lei Wuhuan, who was number 1 in the world and who had just been promoted to the quasi-emperor rank. At present, in the entire Haotian continent, apart from the Black Blood Temple, the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect is the only sect that has quasi-emperor level powerhouses. Moreover, this person is not the suzerain, but a core elder, and the suzerain Chu Yan, who has been in seclusion for more than a year, is much more terrifying than the quasi-emperor powerhouse. Therefore, in the entire Haotian continent, every warrior regards joining the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect as the only way to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Even if the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect once again raised the standard for recruiting disciples, it would not affect their enthusiasm for signing up. This time, with the basis of recruiting disciples 2 years ago, the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong almost wiped out the peerless geniuses in the entire Haotian continent. The number of Tianjiao who passed the 6-star assessment of the Jiuxiao altar has skyrocketed from 200 in the previous session to 1,000. Not only shocked the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, but even Chu Yan felt incredible. 10 days later, the mighty recruitment of Rakshasa Soul Tianzong ended, and the entire Haotian continent gradually returned to calm. But all the disciples who have been to the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect know that the current vault of God Valley has reached the highest level of the Haotian continent. For tens of thousands of years, no sect has reached such a height. After more than a year of development, the strength of the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong is strong, and the prestige of the sect is as prosperous as the sky. Except for the 10 overlord sects that were completely annexed by the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong on the 4 continents, all forces in the entire Haotian continent automatically paid tribute, and all their sects joined. For a time, the warehouse of Rakshasa soul Tianzong not only did not decrease due to massive consumption, but piled up more and more. After 100,000 years, the Rakshasa soul heavenly sect has once again stepped onto the hegemony of the mainland. Although it is not as good as it was in its heyday, it is still in a state of great prosperity. Hashtag C1330 Goal 9 Peak. Sky God Valley, Jiuxiao Palace, Main Hall. On the high golden seat, Chu Yan sat upright, the top 10 core elders were on the left below, and the descendants of the 9 palaces were on the right. His eyes were like thunder, like a vast sea of stars, his eyes swept over each person one by one. Among the 10 core elders, Emperor Lei Wu is the quasi-emperor rank. Dong Huang Tianyi, Gong Yun Tian, and Sword Master are all at the upper martial emperor realm. The others have not improved much, because they have been taking care of the sect's affairs. Among the successors of the 9 palaces, Situ Yang and Hua Tianzuan had the highest cultivation, reaching the upper martial emperor realm, while Huang Fuxian and Potion's cultivation reached the middle martial emperor realm. The others are all above the lower martial emperor realm, not weaker than the top 10 core elders. The successors of the 9 palaces have obtained the quasi-emperor inheritance of the 9 palaces, and all the cultivation resources within the sect are given priority to them, so the speed of cultivation is like a rocket. At this time, the entire hall was silent. All eyes were on Chu Yan on the golden throne. No matter what their cultivation was, even Lei Wu Huang, who was a quasi-emperor, could not see through Chu Yan's current cultivation. Even if they close their eyes and only rely on their consciousness and feelings, they won't even notice that there is really someone sitting on that high golden seat. Today, on Chu Yan's body, because he can't feel any aura of cultivation at all, even the whole body is integrated with the void, like one. Today, Chu Yan has just left the customs, and no one knows the extent of his cultivation. You guys have made great progress. But Chu Yan pondered for a long time, and slowly said, however, it is not enough to confront the Mingzhu head-on. These people in front of them are the highest combat power of the Rakshasa Soul Sky sect, and basically represent the highest combat power of the Haotian continent. Although their cultivation speed has reached the level predicted by Chu Yan, but, just as Chu Yan initially expected, it is impossible to confront the Mingzhu head-on. If you are just a young cultivator of the Ming clan, you can give it your all. However, Chu Yan knew very well that behind these young practitioners were the unimaginably powerful Mingzhu. Just like the Zongmen forces in the Haotian continent, the young Tianjiao is extremely valued. Therefore, in the trial world, if Tianjiao is really in danger, the Zongmen will provide immediate support. And what Chu Yan was worried about was this. As long as you start a battle with Tianjiao, a young man from the Ming tribe, you will definitely be tempted by the strong man from the Ming tribe. At that time, the strong man from the big finger will crush you. Hope, neither. So, I decided to stick to the original plan. As soon as the words fell to the ground, a dignified atmosphere quickly spread in the entire hall. Everyone's faces became extremely solemn, and their minds tensed up involuntarily. They knew that less than 3 months had passed since the catastrophe, and a test of life and death was really about to come. Sect Master, we all listen to you. Emperor Lei Wu glanced at everyone in the hall. Finally, it landed on Chu Yan, bowed his hands, and said, "Not bad. Everything is under the suzerain's arrangement." "Yes. Regardless of life or death, fight hard and obey the suzerain's orders." The suzerain orders. All of a sudden, in the entire hall, more than 20 big men all spoke together. "It is good." Seeing this, Chu Yan said one word, pressed his hand slightly to signal, took a deep breath, and said, "Currently, the safest way is to temporarily abandon Haotian continent, and Huang and I will break through the space-time channel of Jiuxiao, rush into outer Zai, and then find a way to destroy the passage from outer domain to Haotian continent. I believe that in a short time, can keep Haotian continent worry-free. Having said that, Chu Yan stopped, glanced at Xie La Jiao. Time-space channels are usually composed of stable teleportation arrays. Generally speaking, more than 3 large-scale teleportation arrays can form a permanent time-space channel. However, if you want to pass through for a long time, the consumption is extremely huge. 1 point, I believe that even the Hades can't afford it, so the time-space channel connecting our Haotian continent to the outer domain should be similar to the existence of a 2-way teleportation spirit array. Xie La Jiao waved his hand, and 3 beams of light rushed out of him, floating in mid-air, forming a schematic diagram for everyone to see. There are 2 types of 2-way teleportation arrays. One is that both ends are controlled by someone, and they can be teleported when activated at the same time. However, this type of teleportation array is usually used between 2 equal forces. In our case, it should be the second type, master-slave transmission channel. This kind of master-slave transmission channel, the transmission spirit array at one end is controlled by the other end. As long as that end is activated, the other one will follow, and the transmission channel is established instantly. Having said that, Xie La Jiao waved his hand, put away all the demonstration spirit patterns in front of him, and looked at Chu Yan. That's right. That's the plan. Go out from the teleportation channel, and then destroy the teleportation array of the Mingzhu. At the same time, you will destroy the Haotian continent. In this way, the Mingzhu wants to re-establish the teleportation channel, and Haotian if there is no one to respond in the mainland, it will take at least 20 years. When Chu Yan said this, he raised his eyes slightly, looking at the endless starry sky outside the palace, his eyes flickered. 20 years may be our last chance. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the whole hall was silent, everyone stared at Chu Yan, their pupils kept shrinking. Chu Yan's plan, I have to say, is the only way at present, but they are the first to know that every step in this plan is extremely dangerous, and there is a possibility of loss at any time. Especially Chu Yan and Huang, the 2 of them recoiled through the teleportation channel and entered the Ming clan in the outer domain, which was equivalent to a sheep entering a wolf's den, and it was a near-death move. Sovereign, how about I join you too? Emperor Lei Wu pondered for a long time, then spoke softly. No. Emperor Lei Wu, Haotian continent must be guarded during the 10-year closure period, and you are the most suitable candidate. When Emperor Lei Wu heard the words, his eyes flashed, he sighed lightly, and nodded slightly. He also knows that he is the leader of the monster clan, and at the same time, his relationship with Dingdang is equal to the relationship with Chu Yan. In addition, he is not good at fame and fortune, and he does not like to fight. He guards all forces in Haotian continent and stabilizes Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. There is really no better candidate than him. Based on his relationship with Dingdang, and Dongdong's relationship with Chu Yan, as long as Dingdang is still in the Tianzong of the Rakshasa Soul, Emperor Lei Wu will not have any problems, and at the same time he will not interfere too much with the affairs of the Tianzong of the Rakshasa Soul. Only in this way can Chu Yan be completely relieved. Okay. Since everyone has no objection, this matter is decided here. After a long time, seeing that no one spoke again, Chu Yan stopped waiting and announced directly. For those who are above the martial emperor realm of the whole sect, set off at full speed, and the target is Jiuxiao. As soon as the words landed, a thunderous voice resounded through the entire hall. #C1331 World Destruction Sword. Following Chu Yan's order, dozens of big bosses in the hall all bowed their hands to obey the order. Waves of powerful aura continuously stepped out from the main hall of Jiuxiao Palace, heading towards each hall and hall of Jiuxiao Palace. Soon, the entire Jiuxiao Palace was boiling. All of a sudden, countless powerful auras woke up from various training places in Jiuxiao Palace, and quickly gathered towards Bayou Square. In the current Jiuxiao Palace, there are more than 10,000 strong people above the martial emperor realm. In an instant, the entire sky of Jiuxiao Palace was shaken by tens of thousands of terrifying auras fused together. Soon, under the leadership of Emperor Lei Wuhuang, 10,000 experts at the martial emperor realm flew towards Jiuxiao. And Chu Yan stood in front of the Jiuxiao Palace, watching the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong, the most powerful brigade, leave, his eyes flickering. It's finally time to start. The life and death battle of Haotian continent has finally taken its first step. This trip to Jiuxiao, Chu Yan has 3 things to do. First, wipe out the remnants of the Black Blood Temple, and completely strangle Mo Tsong and other Netherworld supporters. Second, kill the strong Ming clan guarding the time-space channel of the Jiuxiao, and seize the control of the time-space channel, Haotian continent. Third, Chu Yan wants the last unicorn horn of the unicorn martial soul. Chu Yan has absolute confidence in the remnants of the Black Blood Temple, such as Mo Tsong, but no one knows how strong the strong nadir who guards Jiuxiao is. However, Chu Yan believed that with 10,000 strong martial emperors, plus him, Lei Wudi and Huang, the 3 of them would have no problem joining forces. Therefore, Chu Yan did not set off with the brigade. He was going to the agreed place to meet Huang. Whoosh! After the figure of the strong man from the brigade disappeared into the sky, Chu Yan swept his eyes and looked towards the southern sky. Immediately, his body was like a black lightning, and he jumped up. In a flash, he was thousands of miles away, and disappeared like a vast night. Middle. Extreme Antarctica, endless sea of ears. A black figure blended with the vast black sky. If it wasn't for the black robes, which were blown up and flying by the fierce sea breeze, ordinary people would probably not be able to notice that there was a figure standing upright in the void above the sea. In his hand, there was a dark long sword without a trace of luster, but wisps of extremely sharp blade chill continuously overflowed into the void. Swish! Suddenly, the black shadow moved, and the long sword in his hand burst out with dazzling sword light, as if a dark curtain was torn apart in an instant, and a large amount of light poured in instantly, illuminating the entire world. The sword light is like water, flashing for thousands of miles, sharp and unparalleled, and the fierce sword energy, like a startling rainbow across the sky, the majestic sword power, followed by an instant burst, rushing towards the entire sea area. Come. Destroy the world. Slash. Accompanied by Chu Yan's shout, the Haotian sword trembled suddenly, and the fierce sword intent poured out like a flood. Call out. In an instant, a terrifying pure black sword energy dashed for thousands of miles, and flashed across the vast and boundless sea. That black glow. Like a sharp and unparalleled arrow, with a screaming sound, it split the sea surface instantly, and a thick water dividing line extended straight to the end of the sea surface. Boom, boom, boom. As the sword light passed, the water dividing line brought incomparably terrifying power, pulling up huge waves towards both sides, and the sound of muffled thunder continued to vibrate amidst the waves rushing towards both sides, like 10,000 thunders. The sound of thunder rushing across the border. A column of water nearly 1,000 feet exploded continuously, rushing towards the sky, and advancing layer by layer. All the huge waves of water were connected into one piece, forming an overwhelming momentum, causing the sea area with a radius of thousands of miles to boil at the same time, as if a pot had exploded. A sword passed, as if the entire sea area was completely split. Fortunately, this sea area is at the edge of the Arai Sea, and there are no sea monsters living here. Otherwise, after the big waves swept past, the corpses floating on the sea surface would not be the corpses of ordinary sea fish. The Haotian sword kept trembling slightly, and gradually returned to calm. That's right. Opening the sky sword art, this move to destroy the world is really powerful. With an indifferent smile on Chu Yan's face, he nodded in satisfaction. After more than a year, he finally comprehended the 4th form of Kaitian sword art. This set of swordsmanship, until now, has finally revealed its powerful power, not only the newly enlightened sword moves, but also the 3 previous swords, which have greatly increased their power. Because this set of sword techniques is different from ordinary sword techniques, it is a set of continuous sword techniques. In other words, the second sword needs to fuse one sword, the third sword needs to fuse the first 2 swords, and the fourth sword naturally needs to fuse the first 3 swords. The more sword moves you comprehend, the more sword moves you can fuse, and the power is natural big rise. Therefore, Chu Yan has now mastered the 4-style Kaitian sword art. No matter which sword is used, as long as the other 3 swords are integrated, the strength of the sword will be doubled. Therefore, the more he practiced this opening heaven sword art, the more satisfied Chu Yan was. No wonder, when he was looking for the sword master and inquiring about the strongest sword technique of Jianzong, the sword master told Chu Yan to just practice Kaitian sword art. Of course, in more than a year, not only the swordsmanship has been improved, but the most important thing is the cultivation base. At present, Chu Yan's cultivation base has broken through to the middle stage of the upper martial emperor realm. And all the cultivation resources in his hands were exhausted, and he even went to the warehouse of Luosha Sol Tianzong to carry it again. From the early stage of the middle martial emperor realm to the middle stage of the upper martial emperor realm, he used nearly 80% of the cultivation resources of the Raksha Sol Tianzong. If it wasn't for the fact that the forces of various sects flocked to the vault of God Valley like a tide, demanding the massive cultivation resources they brought with them when they joined, I am afraid that they would not be able to break through to this level of cultivation in another year. In the Sea of Qi, the 32 inner alchemy, although Chu Yan's combat power has been increased several times, but the resources required for the breakthrough of cultivation base have increased by n times. According to Chu Yan's original plan, he wanted to break through to the quasi-emperor level before the catastrophe came. In this case, he would have some confidence in going to the Ming clan in the outer domain. However, according to the original cultivation method, in the remaining 3 months, it is almost impossible to break through to the half-step martial emperor level. Therefore, the Chu Yan office can pin its hopes on the last one hidden in Jiuxiao, the unicorn horn. This is also Chu Yan's last hope. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't want to wait for a moment, and when he was 3 months away from the Haotian tribulation, he chose to do it. Now Haotian continent, after repeated looting by Chu Yan, the stock of cultivation resources has reached the bottom. Chu Yan is very sure that even if he rushes to the quasi-emperor rank, it is impossible to break the shackles of the mainland and hit the real martial emperor rank. Therefore, outland is his only way out. Chu Yan, you want to tear my ears apart. Just as Chu Yan was holding his sword and thinking, a roar, from far to near, rang in Chu Yan's ear. #C1332 Emotsong's Hope. The person who came was the number 1 powerhouse of the Sea Monster clan, Ear Emperor. Hearing the voice, Chu Yan turned around slowly, looked at Huang, smiled lightly, and did not answer. If Chu Yan really wanted to dismantle Arai, he wouldn't run to the edge of Arai. If the sword just now was on the surface of the Huang Palace in the core area of Arai, half of his Sea Dragon Legion would have to be scrapped. Ear Emperor, are you ready? Chu Yan swept his eyes, looked behind Huang, and asked. Of course, I brought half of the Sea Dragon Legion, a total of 5,000 great demon rank powerhouses, enough. Huang fell beside Chu Yan, smiling all over his face, nodded, and said. 5,000 monsters. Hearing Fang, Chu Yan frowned. The great demon rank powerhouse, but the cultivation base of Wu Zuanjing, doesn't seem to be enough to deal with the Mingzhu. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Huang certainly knew why, so he couldn't help but smiled again and said. These big demon emperors are all from the martial emperor realm, and those below the martial emperor realm, I will not bring them as you said. Good. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded. In this way, there are a total of 13,000 people in the martial emperor realm who went to Jiuxiao Peak this time. According to the records of the last Haotian tribulation, among the more than 10,000 people in the Ming clan's trial of Tianjiao, less than half of them were at the martial emperor realm. In this way, the strength of Chu Yan's side was twice that of the opponent's. Spell. And most importantly, when the war broke out, Chu Yan and Huang were tasked with breaking through the space-time channel of Jiuxiao. Then let's go. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, and said hello to Huang without saying any more. Immediately, two figures, one black and one golden, broke through the void and headed towards the extreme snow mountain in the middle of the Zhongtian continent. On the way, Chu Yan asked Huang, what do you think of this catastrophe? Hearing Chu Yan's question, Huang was taken aback for a moment, then approached with a chuckle and said, Hee, Chu Yan, don't worry, I talked to you last time, and now, I have made up my mind, there is only one battle. Speaking of this, golden light flickered in Huang's eyes, and the aura in his whole body was constantly fluctuating. Victory will break the shackles of the mainland. The creatures of our Haotian continent will step into the ranks of freedom from now on, and develop side by side with the forces of the starry sky from all over the world. Only our sea monster clan can develop in a long-term stability. If you lose, it's just to advance the time of the extermination of the dead by tens of thousands of years, which doesn't make any sense. Yes, not bad. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded slightly. Just as Huang said, this battle is absolutely inevitable, and it is the only way out for everyone in Haotian continent, regardless of race. And Chu Yan, as the strongest of the human race, and Huang, the strongest of the sea monster clan, naturally have to shoulder the heaviest responsibility. However, Chu Yan, I can remind you that there should be no exact time for this catastrophe. Therefore, 1 month before and after the catastrophe is approaching, I estimate that it may happen at any time. Huang thought for a while, and reminded him aloud. Well, I thought of this, so I acted in advance. 3 months should be enough. Chu Yan nodded. The Jiuxiao on his body rose again, making his flying speed suddenly increase. Will the envoys of the heavenly list feel something before the arrival of the Hades? Huang kept up with Chu Yan's speed and asked. I don't know, I sent people to Tianji Island, but I couldn't contact the Taoist envoy. Moreover, the entire Tianji Dao seems to be shrouded by a very strange force. According to the elders who went to investigate, that force is similar to the ones used by the people of the Blood God Temple have some similarities, but they are much stronger. When Chu Yan said this, a stern look flashed in his eyes, and he continued. The Daoist, they may have been sealed by some power left by the Mingzhu in the Haotian continent. The purpose of the Mingzhu should be for the Tianbang in the hands of the Daoist. With the Tianbang, they can accurately find every strong man on the list. Damn. This bunch of rubbish has a set of insidious tricks. Huang cursed angrily, but his face gradually turned serious. Going to Jiuxiao Peak, that emote song is hiding there. 2 years ago, his cultivation level broke through the quasi-emperor rank. This time, be careful. We must minimize losses as much as possible before the Ming clan descends. Chu Yan discussed with Huang, and at the same time accelerated all the way, and rushed to the extreme snow mountain in Zhongtian continent with all his strength. At this time, in the middle of the Zhongtian continent, 30,000 miles in front of the extreme snow mountain. A total of 9 mountain peaks suspended in the sky are closely connected. It looks like 9 layers of mountain waves, layered on top of each other. It looks like a ladder. As long as you step on this ladder, you can directly reach the outer sky of 9 layers. Jiuxiao, according to the legend, is the place of the Jedi that can lead to the sky outside the sky and achieve the supreme martial art beyond the existence of Emperor Wudi. At this moment, in a huge mountainside cave in the 3rd spiritual peak of Jiuxiao, a group of figures in black robes were gathering together, whispering about something. Master Mozi, I have felt the aura of the Jiuxiao these past few days, and it seems that there have been fluctuations, is it? An old man in a black robe, with a face like a skeleton, and a lean body, with a faint red light in his eyes, looked at the figure in the black robe and gold trim sitting cross-legged in front of the crowd, and asked. "Humph. I asked you to check. How is the situation in the mainland now? How did you find out?" Hearing the sound, Emotsong slowly opened his eyes, a bloody color flashed across his eyes, and he said in a cold voice. "Reporting to the young master, it has been found out that now the Haotian continent is all headed by Chu Yan's Rakshasa soul Tianzong, who almost dominates the continent and is extremely powerful." "Where's Chu Yan?" Hearing his subordinate's report, Emotsong's face darkened, and his voice became even colder. His cultivation is said to have broken through to the Middle Martial Emperor realm. Compared to 2 years ago, it has improved by a whole realm. What? In 2 years, from the Lower Martial Emperor realm to the Middle Martial Emperor realm. Did you make a mistake? Courting death. As soon as the words landed, Emotsong's face changed drastically, and he jumped up from the ground suddenly, staring straight at the dozens of subordinates in front of him with his bloodshot eyes, roaring loudly. This subordinate is damned. Chu Yan has been in retreat for the past 2 years, and the Rakshasa soul Tianzong has extremely strict defenses. Our people can't get close at all. These news are all inquired from other warriors, so we can't be sure. True and false. Dozens of people in black robes, seeing Emotsong getting angry, were so frightened that they quickly knelt down on the ground and explained in a trembling voice. Huh. This must be the fake news deliberately released by Chu Yan in order to suppress all the sects in the mainland. It can deceive others, but not me. Emotsong's eyes swept across, looking at the sky outside the cave, blood in his eyes. Okay, get up. After a long time, Emotsong finally opened his mouth and said. Thank you, Lord Mosey. All the subordinates, panicked, quickly got up and stood aside, not daring to vent their breath. You know, there were more than 1,000 people remaining in their black blood temple, but in the past 2 years, Emotsong did not dare to go out, so he directly devoured the energy and blood of his subordinates to practice. After 2 years, 9 out of 10 people let him devour. The dozens of people standing in front of him now are the ones who have followed him for the longest time, so they are ranked behind. However, they knew in their hearts that it was only a matter of time before they were swallowed by Emotsong. Therefore, these people pin their hopes on the arrival of the Mingzhu. As long as the Mingzhu Tianjiao arrives, not only will they not have to hide anymore, but even those who survived will have the opportunity to follow Emotsong to the outer domain. Therefore, the time of the arrival of the Ming clan has become their most concerned thing. Don't worry. The opening time of Jiuxiao Passage is just a few days away. When the time comes, your benefits will be indispensable. As for Chu Yan, I will eat him alive. Emotsong's voice, like the roar of a wild beast, fell on the ears of others, and their scalps couldn't help but tingle. #C1333, Kill the Ninth Peak. In the cave of Jiuxiao, following Emotsong's roar, all the black blood temples belonged, as if they were ignited by Emotsong's words. Young master, the Jiuxiao channel is really about to open. That's great. A blood-robed old man in a black robe, his originally dull eyes suddenly brightened with blood. As a blood elder of the Black Blood Temple, his cultivation base has reached the Lower Martial Emperor realm. He used to be an existence that was looked up to wherever he went on the mainland. However, for more than a year, I have been hiding in this cave at the bottom of the mountain like a mouse, and I am actually a little lost. Hearing the news of the coming of the Ming clan now means that he will be able to go to the outer land immediately. It is an opportunity to break the shackles of the mainland and have a chance to achieve a higher level of cultivation than Emperor Wu. How can he not be excited? For more than a year, according to Chu Yan's enchanting level, maybe. At this time, Emotsong didn't notice at all. The eyes of dozens of people under him were bloody bright, and they all looked excited. Emotsung frowned lightly, still thinking about Chu Yan's current cultivation base. To what extent? Young master, the martial emperor's realm is not as good as before. This martial emperor's realm is close to the half-step martial emperor's realm that is shackles on the mainland, so the difficulty of cultivation itself is more than 10 times that of other realms. It is difficult to break through, so the subordinates think that no matter how evil Chu Yan is, it is impossible to break through quickly in the martial emperor realm. Jiuxiao heard Emotsung's self-talk, and immediately comforted him. In fact, according to Jiuxiao's own thinking, it doesn't matter what Chu Yan's cultivation level is, whether he has improved, as long as the Dingdanfang channel is opened in a few days, and the Mingzhu Tianjiao arrives, even if Chu Yan has cultivated to the quasi-emperor level, it will be the same die. That's right. Young master, I think old Nine Bloods is right. Yes. Young master, our Black Blood Temple uses secret techniques to cultivate, and it is difficult to advance even when we reach the martial emperor realm. Don't say that Chu Yan doesn't have our secret techniques, so it will take more than a year. I don't think it may be 3 years. It can improve a small realm. However, it seems that this Chu Yan has been in martial arts for less than 3 years, this person, some. Shut up, build up other people's aspirations, and destroy your own prestige. Are you courting death? Dozens of disciples and elders belonging to the Black Blood Temple, you said a word, speculated and discussed with each other. Some people were scared of being killed by Chu Yan, and there was always a feeling of palpitation in their hearts. Although they knew what others said was right, but once the analysis is put on Chu Yan, it will make them feel that it is not reliable at all. Okay. Stop arguing. Emotsung, who was standing aside in deep thought, was finally awakened by the quarrels of his subordinates, and he yelled directly. In 2 years, regardless of whether Chu Yan's cultivation has improved or not, this time, we don't need to directly conflict with him again. At this time, Emotsung recalled in his sea of consciousness that outside the vault of heaven, the old corpse Emperor Da Xue and the palace master Mo Tianqing, 2 quasi-emperor powerhouses, both died in the hands of Chu Yan. And now, although he has forcibly broken through to the quasi-emperor rank, but in only 2 years, his combat power is not much worse than that of Mo Tianqing, so Emotsung can think that even if he is against Chu Yan, more defeats win less. And now, Tianjiao, a young man of the Ming clan, is about to come. As a Ming clan, he stayed on the Haotian continent, the only bloodline that was not alive. The best choice, of course, is to return directly to the Hades. As for Chu Yan, just leave it to the Mingzhu Tianjiao to deal with it. Thinking of this, Emotsung threw all kinds of distracting thoughts in the sea of consciousness out of his mind. A sneer returned to his face, his eyes swept away, and he looked in front of him. At the same time, his excited subordinate gently said, Chu Yan, leave it to the Tianjiao of the Saint clan to deal with it. It just so happens that Chu Yan's 3-life martial soul, coupled with the blood against the sky, I believe it will arouse the interest of all the Tianjiao of the Saint clan. As for us, everyone, get ready, when the space-time channel opens, everyone will follow me and return to the holy race. Emotsung's words fell on the ears of dozens of people in front of him, like divine words and Sanskrit sounds. Everyone just felt that they were bathed in holy light, and their pores were wide open. They were all cheering crazily. Thank you, young master. The saint race is supreme. Thank you, young master. The saint race is supreme. Thank you, young master. The saint race is supreme. Dozens of survivors from the Black Blood Temple fell down at Emotsung's feet at the same time, shouting in unison, and the sound shook the entire underground cave. In their opinion, Emotsung's words are even more reliable than that of the dead palace master Mo Tianqing. Because, as high-level officials of the Black Blood Temple, they naturally know the secrets of the Black Blood Temple. In the former Black Blood Temple, although Mo Tianqing was the hall master on the surface, in fact, the status of the devil Song made the senior officials of the Black Blood Temple even more afraid. Because, the true identity of Song, the devil, is a proud person of the Saint clan. It was during the last Haoyan tribulation, among the more than 30,000 Mingzhu Tianjiao, he was designated to stay on the Haoyan continent and serve as the Tianjiao of the next trial. Therefore, even if it is the master of the Black Blood Temple, in front of Song, it is just a small place of trial, and a person in charge of a branch that is not even the head of the Saint race branch, his physical status, naturally, it cannot be compared with the Tianjiao of the Saint race. Now that Song opened his mouth, dozens of disciples and elders of the Black Blood Temple finally let go of their hanging hearts. However, because of their excitement, they all ignored the strange color that flashed in the depths of Song's eyes after he finished speaking. In the middle of the Zhongtian continent, the Wanli extreme snow mountain range. The endless land, mountains, and rivers are completely shrouded in a world of ice and snow. Looking up and looking around, the sky and the earth are covered in silver makeup, which makes people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. However, after the first glance, anyone standing in front of the extreme snow mountain range will quickly set their sights on the majestic sky above the main peak of the extreme snow mountain range. There is a piece of Phalai Peak floating in the sky. The ninefold and 10,000-foot-high spiritual peaks are closely connected. One peak is higher than the other, with green mountains, colorful spiritual mist lingering, and the sound of beasts roaring and birds singing from time to time. In this frozen world, it gives people a feeling like a paradise, a fairyland on earth. There is Jiuxiao. On the Haoyan continent, known as the number 1 Jedi, the 9 layers of peaks, which is difficult for even a god to cross, is also rumored to allow warriors, and even ordinary people, to step straight into the 9 layers of heaven and achieve a ladder beyond the existence of Emperor Wu. Tens of thousands of years ago, some hermit powerhouses and some big bosses of sect forces would often come here to forcibly break into the 9 layers peak, hoping to really step into the 9 layers outer heaven and leave the Haoyan continent. Many of these people are ancient warriors who experienced the last catastrophe. After experiencing the catastrophe, they knew in their hearts that only this road was the only way for them to leave the cage of heaven and earth. Jiuxiao, for tens of thousands of years, has become the road of hope for the first continent to be strong. #C1334 Real Emperor. At this time, in a world of ice and snow, thousands of miles of silver, a black figure was standing on the top of a snow peak, looking at Jiuxiao from afar. This person is exactly Chu Yan. With his hands on his back, the cold wind rolled up the snowflakes, whizzing wantonly, blowing Chu Yan's black robe, making it rattling. And Chu Yan is like a strong pine, even if it is the cold wind above the peak, it can't affect him in the slightest. At this time, he was waiting quietly, with a pair of eyes like thunder and lightning, staring straight at the Jiuxiao hundreds of miles away. Swish! A golden light shone in the sky hundreds of miles behind him, like a golden meteor, across the sky. With just a flash, it was like a divine light, descending from the sky, falling directly beside Chu Yan. Chu Yan, you are too fast. As soon as Huang stood firm, he complained to Chu Yan with a displeased expression on his face. Although he proposed to compete with Chu Yan in speed, he didn't expect that Chu Yan only took 3 breaths of time to start from his own field of vision. Completely disappeared in. Although, Huang has tried it himself for the evil Chu Yan, but in the past 2 years, according to Chu Yan's method, he has gathered all the cultivation resources in the entire High, and 80% of them belong to himself. Under the crazily improved cultivation base, behind the ears now, he has broken through to the late quasi-emperor stage cultivation base, which has improved a whole small realm from the battle with Chu Yan 2 years ago. However, the egg. As the golden-clawed flood dragon, he can be regarded as the half-overlord in the sky and the sea, and he completely defeated Chu Yan in terms of speed. This made the face behind the ears involuntarily turn slightly red. Huang, that's Jiuxiao. Chu Yan didn't look back, his eyes were still fixed on the Jiuxiao in the distance, and he spoke in a calm voice. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Huang's face froze, he turned his head suddenly, and followed Chu Yan's gaze. I saw that the ninefold spiritual peaks in the distance were layer upon layer, surrounded by spiritual mist, almost covering half of the sky, and an incomparably powerful aura continuously overflowed from the depths of the 9 spiritual peaks. When the demon consciousness in Huang's body came into contact with this incomparably powerful aura, his body trembled suddenly, and his face instantly became serious. It's so strong. It should be the strong guard of the Hades. Huang's eyes were like lightning, shooting out streaks of golden light, looking towards Jiuxiao, checking one by one. This breath is not right. It seems to have surpassed the quasi-emperor rank. After some investigation, Huang's face turned livid, and he muttered. That's right. The shackles of the Haotian continent seem to be only effective for the warriors of the Haotian continent, and the powerhouses of the Ming clan should not be subject to this restriction. Therefore, the cultivation of this guardian may exceed the quasi-emperor rank. Chu Yan nodded slightly, his eyes flickered. He arrived nearly half an hour earlier than Huang, and also explored for half an hour. Compared with Huang, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is much stronger, and he also has the martial arts skill of Qilan's pupil, so he can even judge the cultivation base of the guardian of the underworld race of Jiuxiao. He has surpassed the rank of quasi-emperor and stepped into the real realm of Emperor Wu. The Ming clan is very scheming. With the strong Emperor Wu, no matter how many people come to the Jiuxiao on the Haotian continent, they will all die. A trace of anger flashed in Huang's eyes, and he said coldly. That's right. If Haotian continent is compared to a prison, then the guardian of the Jiuxiao is the person who guards the prison. His cultivation has reached the martial emperor realm, not to mention the martial emperor realm. If dozens of them come, it is impossible to break through. Chu Yan's voice was like ice, and his colorful eyes were full of coldness. This situation is like the current Chu Yan. Facing the strong Wu Zuanjing, hundreds of them will all die. If there are tens of thousands, they can also remain invincible. It may make Chu Yan invincible. However, on the Haotian continent, it is impossible for hundreds of quasi-emperor level powerhouses to appear at the same time, so there is absolutely no possibility of this Jiuxiao being breached. Regarding this situation, Chu Yan didn't guess it at first, so he hesitated for a while. The tens of thousands of martial emperor realm powerhouses from the Raksha Soul Sky sect, plus the 3,000 great demon emperors from Irai, are estimated to arrive in 3 hours. Originally, Chu Yan thought that with these strengths, plus himself and Huang, he should have a chance to break through the Jiuxiao, but now it seems that the strength is still not enough. However, there is no turning back when opening the bow. This time, Haotian continent's top combat power has come out in full force. If they can't even break through the Jiuxiao in the first level, then all subsequent plans will become empty talk. The most important thing is that Chu Yan and the others have no time, and Haotian continent has no time either. Therefore, this level must be passed. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and the sea of consciousness was running rapidly, constantly thinking about the countermeasures. A strong attack is definitely not advisable. If more than 10,000 martial emperor realm powerhouses face the real martial emperor, it will be tantamount to a one-sided massacre. Chu Yan, what should we do now? Huang thought for a long time, unable to do anything more, turned his eyes to Chu Yan, and asked. In less than 3 months, we have to fight with our backs. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and the color of determination emerged, and the 5-color streamer became more and more intense in his eyes. He has been trying to connect with his spiritual sense to the last unicorn horn in the depths of Jiuxiao, but no matter how he probes, he can't find a trace of unicorn aura. Chu Yan knew that the key to victory or defeat in this battle might be the last unicorn horn. Because, last time, when Chu Yan's consciousness was brought into the ninefold body, Chu Yan clearly remembered that sentence. The day when the 9 layers of peaks are broken is the time when the 5 souls will soar to the sky. Therefore, the Jiuxiao in front of him is not only an opportunity for the entire Haotian continent, but also an opportunity for himself, and Chu Yan will never miss it. 5 souls Ling Tian, what exactly do you mean? While Chu Yan was thinking, his eyes never left Jiuxiao. His consciousness kept colliding with his powerful aura. Unbeknownst to Huang, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness had confronted the Emperor Wu in Jiuxiao Peak 3 times. Needless to say, all 3 times ended with Chu Yan's defeat, which was also the reason why Chu Yan didn't make a move for so long. Among warriors of the same level, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness is almost invincible, and Chu Yan's current strength is already the strongest in the entire continent. Therefore, the strength of this person who can crush himself in the spiritual consciousness is very likely to be above yourself. It seems that we can only pin our hopes on the horn of the unicorn. After Chu Yan whispered, he flew straight into the air and flew towards Jiuxiao. Chu Yan, what are you doing? Seeing Chu Yan rushing directly to the Jiuxiao peak, Huang's expression changed immediately, and he gritted his teeth in a hurry, and at the same time jumped up, chasing after Chu Yan. #C1335 Terrible D-Way. 1 black and 1 gold, 2 golden lights, across the sky. Chu Yan and Huang, one in front and one behind, landed in front of the mountain gate of Jiuxiao. As soon as I looked up, on the huge stone archway of the mountain gate, there were 3 flying characters Jiuxiao engraved on it, as if cutting with a knife and an axe. Okay. Chu Yan looked at these 3 words, his consciousness trembled suddenly, and his brows frowned slightly. There is actually a hint of mystery in these 3 words, but this is not the reason why Chu Yan was surprised. Because most of the powerful sect forces in the Haotian continent, the sect names on the mountain gates are mostly left by the strongest of the sect, so there is a trace of mysterious heaven. What surprised Chu Yan was that the 3 words in front of him made Chu Yan feel the mystery of the Tao of Heaven, which is not any kind of profound meaning of the Tao of Heaven on the Haotian continent at all. That's why Chu Yan was so surprised. Not only Chu Yan, but also Huang, who just landed beside Chu Yan, with a pair of dark golden eyes. When he looked at the 3 big characters, his face also tightened, showing a look of astonishment. What is the mystery? It seems to be destroyed, but it also seems to be devoured. It's strange. After taking a look for 3 breaths, Huang frowned more and more, his consciousness gradually sank into it, and subconsciously murmured. Humph. Chu Yan glanced at Huang from the corner of his eyes, and found that his pupils were slightly dilated, and his sea of consciousness was a little lost, so he immediately inspired a trace of true energy, and hummed heavily. This sound, like the sound of golden spears clashing, fell in Huang's sea of consciousness, like a thunderbolt exploded, immediately made Huang's body tremble, and suddenly woke up. This profound meaning of the Tao of Heaven is not the way of the Haotian continent at all. It should be the profound meaning of the Ming clan in the outer domain. Seeing that Huang regained his clarity, Chu Yan withdrew his eyes, slowly turned to the stone tablet, and observed again. Compared with Huang, Chu Yan's martial arts, will, and spiritual consciousness are more than 5 times stronger than him. The profound meaning of these 3 words cannot shake Chu Yan's sea of consciousness at all. In particular, in Chu Yan's divine sea, there are 5 gods, beasts, martial souls, and Holy Spirit patterns guarding them. Even if Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness and martial arts will are lower than Huang, he will not be trapped in it. No wonder. No wonder this Mingzu is so powerful, this heavenly secret is so powerful. Huang's face was reddish, he lost his consciousness just now, and was woken up by Chu Yan, and suddenly felt a little ashamed, Can said. Huang, you go back first. I want to test that guardian of the Hades. Chu Yan pondered for a long time, then slowly turned his head, looked at Huang, and said. Exploring. You. Huan just wanted to see clearly, but seeing Chu Yan's face became extremely dignified, and the aura on his body was also slowly circulating. Suddenly, his face froze, and he didn't continue to ask. Okay. Be careful, if it doesn't work, return it and think of other ways. Seeing that Chu Yan had made up his mind, Huan didn't say much anymore, and immediately turned around and left, and with a flash, he returned to the top of the 10,000 Zhang mountain where the two of them were standing just now. Looking at Chu Yan in front of the Jiuxiao mountain gate, Huang's eyes were condensed, and he was slightly worried. After all, Chu Yan is the leader of Haotian continent's resistance against the Mingzhu this time. If something happens to him, all hope will be wiped out. However, the guardian of the Ming clan hidden in Jiuxiao is a real Emperor Wu. Chu Yan's cultivation is only in the middle stage of the upper martial emperor realm. If ordinary warriors are of the same rank, a real martial emperor level strongman can kill 1,000 upper martial emperors. With a hint of worry, Huang saw that Chu Yan in the distance, like a stone sculpture, stood quietly in front of the mountain gate of Jiuxiao, without moving a bit. Although Chu Yan didn't move at all, and even his breathing became weaker, but at this time, Chu Yan had entered the state of the spiritual body. And his target was naturally the stone-like figure in the belly of the 9th spirit peak of Jiuxiao. The confrontation of spiritual consciousness had already begun when Huang left Jiuxiao. Hum. In the void, two void waves invisible to the naked eye collided fiercely, turning into void ripples at the same time, shaking all the air in a radius of 10 miles, and constantly making trembling sounds. And on Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the pattern of the Holy Spirit is full of golden light, like a golden auspicious cloud, illuminating the entire space of the sea of consciousness. Chu Yan's consciousness, after the full blessing of the Holy Spirit pattern, its strength has increased by at least 3 times. Therefore, in a confrontation with the Guardian just now, the two sides actually drew a tie. Okay. Over the Jiuxiao, which had been silent for tens of thousands of years, a voice like the Sanskrit voice of a god suddenly resounded. The sound echoed over Jiuxiao, causing the mountains and snow-capped peaks within 100 miles to tremble at the same time, and a trace of surprise was contained in it. Hum. The next moment, in Jiuxiao, an even more terrifying impact of spiritual consciousness, like a torrential wave, picked up a large amount of void power, wrapped in endless heavenly power, and ruthlessly crushed down towards the black figure in front of the mountain gate. Not good. Chu Yan's spiritual defense was instantly smashed into powder by the terrifying void waves, like a levee that was constantly collapsing, quickly spreading towards Chu Yan. Swish. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan's body turned into a black lightning, and retreated quickly towards hundreds of miles away. Aha! However, Chu Yan's speed is still a little slower. His figure seems to be in front of a huge wave nearly 1,000 feet high, and the tiny ants are constantly escaping. Under the dangerous picture, it seems that he will be swallowed by the huge wave at any time. Before the speed was increased to the highest, the body was still brushed by the huge wave of consciousness. Suddenly, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness seemed to be hit by a terrifying force falling from the sky. His body trembled suddenly, the corners of his mouth tightened, and a trace of blood spilled directly. After a narrow escape, Chu Yan finally escaped back. When Chu Yan's body swayed and landed beside Huang, because the sea of consciousness still seemed to be shaking violently, Chu Yan could hardly stand still, and was supported by Huang to avoid sitting cross-legged down. Xuanhuan golden pill. Flipping his hands, Chu Yan took out a bottle of golden elixir, without any hesitation, swallowed all the 3 golden longan-like elixirs in the bottle, and then quickly urged his true energy to dissipate the shock in his body. Divine consciousness, quickly suppressed. With this attack, Chu Yan has no power to resist at all, and the power of Emperor Wu cannot be shaken at all. Seeing this scene, Huang's face also turned ashen. Seeing that Chu Yan was adjusting his breath, he turned his eyes and looked at Jiuxiao. He never thought that with Chu Yan's strength, he would be defeated so easily by the opponent. The guardian of the Ming clan in Jiuxiao is actually a martial emperor. Hashtag C1336, killing the emperor. This is trouble. Huang's eyes were between Chu Yan and Jiuxiao, looking back and forth. Now that Chu Yan is injured, Emperor Wu in Jiuxiao Peak is extremely powerful. In this way, the plan to counterattack the Mingzhu, could it be that this is the end? Could it be that the catastrophe is really irresistible? The expression on Huang's face became more and more solemn, and a hint of despair gradually appeared in his eyes. Time is passing fast. In a blink of an eye, 3 hours passed, and above the endless snow peak in the distance, a large black shadow covered the sky, like a black cloud, surging in. The army of the martial emperor of the Raksha Soul Sky sect and the army of the great demon emperor in Arai have arrived. On the top of Xiafeng, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes and woke up from the breath adjustment. The sea of consciousness has finally stabilized. The 3 Yunshan pills are 6-rank golden pills, and the effect is terrifying. After 3 6-rank golden pills, Chu Yan's consciousness has recovered more than half, although he can no longer fight against that Emperor Wu, but for normal use, enough. Chu Yan called all the elders leading the team over. For a moment, Donghuang Tianyi, Sword Master, Gong Yuntian, Shindang, and others all gathered around Chu Yan. After they listened to Huang's introduction and the result of Chu Yan's test, just now, everyone's expressions became solemn. Emperor Wu. No one expected that the Mingzhu would arrange such a terrifying existence in Jiuxiao. This is beyond the martial arts limit of the Haotian continent. Moreover, after reaching the realm of Emperor Wu, the number is meaningless. Even if there are more Emperor Wu, it is not enough to kill the opponent. Let's talk about it. Is there any way? Chu Yan's eyes were like lightning, and he scanned the audience, including several hall masters who had just joined the Raksha Soul Tianzong, as well as several elders of the Sea Monster clan, and said in a deep voice. When everyone heard Chu Yan's words, their hearts suddenly sank, and all of them frowned. Xiao Yan, I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to handle. We people are not his opponents at all. Donghuang Tianyi kept his eyes fixed on the direction of Jiuxiao, frowned slightly, and said softly. He turned out to be the suzerain of the Tianzong, but the suzerain of the first sect in the mainland before the Rakshahan Tianzong, so his words are relatively more important. After he expresses his position, other people dare to speak freely, otherwise, these people under Chu Yan's powerful momentum, he didn't even dare to speak. Sovereign, otherwise, we will fight him. That's right, so many of us are not afraid of him. Anyway, we will die if we fight, and we will die if we don't fight. We, the Sea Monster clan, follow the lead of Emperor Air and Sect Master Chu, let us go, and we will never frown. Otherwise, let's find a spirit formation master, set up an attack spirit formation, and then deal with them. Or, use the method of the Black Blood Temple and use a self-destruct attack. For a while, all kinds of messy methods and ideas. All around, Chu Yan frowned. Very good. Since everyone wants to join forces to fight against the Mingzhu, now is a good start. As long as everyone works together, even Emperor Wu can't stop us. Chu Yan squeezed out a smile, nodded constantly, and said with a smile. In fact, Chu Yan knew that there was no way for them to come up with ideas, but they just wanted to form a cohesive force for this temporarily gathered team. After all, after passing this level, they would have to face more, the underworld powerhouse. At that time, these people were the main force. Therefore, Chu Yan naturally has to find a way to let them slowly enter the state. As the saying goes, miracles will often happen if you fight to the death. Now, in the first hurdle, dealing with this Jiuxiao strongman, the situation has exceeded Chu Yan's expectations. And who can guarantee that when those aristocrats of the Ming clan descend, the situation will be within the range of speculation, and there will be no abnormal phenomena? Therefore, according to Chu Yan's original plan, it should be enough to deal with 7 or 8,000 martial emperors, with 15,000 people, 2 against 1, but if there is an abnormality, it will be troublesome. There are only so many martial emperors in the Haotian continent. There is one more, but I can't find it. Chu Yan had to be careful in the life and death battle of Haotian continent. Whether it is a spirit formation master or a self-destruct attack, these methods will not be effective against Emperor Wu. Therefore, I have my own method. Chu Yan glanced at the crowd and smiled lightly. What? There is a way. There is a way to deal with Emperor Wu. This is not a strong quasi-emperor, but a genuine Emperor Wu. Although Chu Yan is powerful, he is still a strong man at the level of a martial emperor. How could he be able to deal with Emperor Wu? As soon as the words fell to the ground, everyone looked at Chu Yan with a look of astonishment. Chu. Sect Master Chu, you can't force it. If something happens to you, the hope of our entire continent will be gone. An elder of the Sea Monster clan stared at Chu Yan, and hurriedly tried to persuade him. That's right. Sovereign, don't put yourself in danger. All the bosses of Raksha Soul Tianzong also changed their faces when they heard it, looked at Chu Yan, and said anxiously at the same time. Huang also thought of this question just now, especially when he saw Chu Yan returning from injury. He felt cold in his heart, so now when other people heard Chu Yan's words, they all urgently persuaded him. That's right. Chu Yan, you can't force it, otherwise, the two of us will join forces and fight him. Huang looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were reddish, and said softly. Huang, you should know that, let alone the two of us, even a few quasi-emperor-ranked powerhouses, cannot be the opponent of a real Emperor Wu. Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head, smiled wryly, and said. Then you. Huang looked puzzled. Anyway, he had thought it over. If Chu Yan didn't come up with a way to convince him, he would never let Chu Yan try again at will. After all, according to the situation of the previous Haotian tribulation, this martial artist guarding Jiuxiao would not take part in the mainland massacre at all. Therefore, the big deal is to change the original plan, and the transmission channel on the Haotian mainland side will not be destroyed. Huang, have you noticed? After I tested this martial emperor of the Mingzhu just now, he just defended passively and did not chase him out. So. Seeing Huang's expression, Chu Yan groaned for a moment, and even spoke out his plan. Passive defense. This seems to be right. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Huang's face was stunned. Just now, because he was concerned about Chu Yan's injury, he didn't care. Now that he thinks about it, something seems wrong. Think about it, if a martial artist with lower strength than yours sneaks up on you when you are practicing, will you let him go? Chu Yan smiled lightly, glanced at the dozens of elders and bosses in front of him, and said softly. This, of course not. Flee to the horizon and kill him too. Not bad. Offenders must be killed. I definitely won't let it go. For a moment, dozens of bigwigs spoke at the same time, speaking one after another. Okay. Then tell me, why didn't this martial emperor of the Ming clan come after me? Chu Yan's words immediately made all the bosses present change their faces at the same time. Download the free reader. #C1337 2 ways. Chu Yan's question stunned all the bosses present. Yes. Why didn't that Emperor Wu hunt down Chu Yan? Facing the provocation and blasphemy of low-level warriors, it is completely wrong to be completely indifferent. Moreover, Chu Yan led an army of more than 10,000 Wuhuang realm powerhouses to surround Jiuxiao. With the powerful spiritual consciousness of Emperor Wu, it is impossible not to find out. Faced with this situation, even a fool would know that Chu Yan was obviously going to attack Jiuxiao, so it was even more impossible to let Chu Yan go. Under the reminder of Chu Yan's words, all the strong people present reacted, frowned slightly, and kept mumbling. Everyone, according to my guess, there are no more than 2 reasons. Seeing the expressions of the big brothers, Chu Yan's expression remained the same, and he said calmly. First, this guarding Emperor Wu doesn't want to kill people, or thinks that the other party is not a threat, so he doesn't bother to pay attention. Secondly, this guarding Emperor Wu cannot move, or is restricted by some kind, unable to leave a certain range. After saying that, Chu Yan looked at the big bosses in front of him with a faint smile on his face. As soon as these 2 sentences came out, all the bosses' eyes lit up immediately. Although Chu Yan made 2 guesses, the bosses present wanted to get it with their asses. How could it be possible that the Ming clan could kill all the creatures in a continent? What a benevolent person. What's more, Emperor Wu, the guard of the Ming clan, must have locked on to the battle they set up in front of the Jiuxiao peak. So, no matter how you say it, what Chu Yan said is definitely not the first one, and the correct answer is definitely the second one. The Ming clan in Jiuxiao guarded Emperor Wu, they couldn't leave Jiuxiao at all. Thinking of this, all the bosses, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, their eyes instantly popped up. Yes. The suzerain is right, that Emperor Wu has no way to leave the range of the 9-fold body. That's right, maybe you're in a death pass, or practicing a special technique, so you can't get out. It makes sense, it makes sense. In the past tens of thousands of years, I have never heard of the strong man in the 9-fold body appearing on the mainland. It seems that it is because of the inability to leave. Haha, this is interesting. But, even if he can't leave the range of Jiuxiao, then we can't do anything about him. It seems to be the same. After a burst of excitement, everyone gradually realized that even if Emperor Wu was within the Jiuxiao peak, they seemed to have nothing to do with each other. It's just that if the other party can't leave the Jiuxiao, the position they are in now is absolutely safe. However, their purpose of coming to Jiuxiao Peak this time is to kill the Guardian. Standing here, they are safe, but how to deal with this Guardian? Soon, the atmosphere that was still in full swing just now became quiet in an instant. Anyway, Emperor Wu's strength lies there. As a Guardian, he is squatting at the exit of the spacetime passage, and you have nothing to do with him. If I'm right. Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene became serious, Chu Yan chuckled and drew everyone's attention. This martial emperor of the Mingzhu should be located within the exit range of the time-space channel, so he can resist the suppression of the rules of the Haotian continent and keep his strength at the level of Emperor Wu. If he walks out of that fixed range, it will be suppressed by the rules of the mainland, and its strength will be limited to below the quasi-emperor level. Having said that, Chu Yan stopped and glanced at everyone. Yes, it should be like this. Huang nodded. As a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, he knew better than anyone else that the suppression of the emperor level powerhouse by the mainland's will and rules was simply not something that 1 or 2 people could resist. Although the Haotian continent is weak, it is a real continent after all. Human power, no matter how powerful it is, cannot compete with it. What's more, there is only one martial emperor. Chu Yan, what are you going to do? Huang looked at Chu Yan, seeing his indifference and confidence, coupled with Chu Yan's analysis just now. Of course he guessed that Chu Yan had really thought of a countermeasure. 2 ways. Hearing Huang's words, Chu Yan smiled lightly and said. Varied. Huang hurriedly asked, but he hadn't finished speaking, but a blur suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Swish! Chu Yan's body trembled suddenly, and a black figure rushed out of his body, standing 10 steps in front of Chu Yan. Vientiane decision. Incarnation outside the body. With the movement of true energy and the movement of the Vientiane Ju, Chu Yan directly gave birth to an incarnation with 70% of his combat power. Huh. so strong breath. Staring in front of Chu Yan, who looked exactly the same as Chu Yan, who looked like twins outside the body, Xuanhuan probed the past with a demon consciousness, and his face suddenly changed. Because, with a sweep of his demon consciousness, he has already discovered that the incarnation of Chu Yan in front of him has a powerful aura that is not inferior to him at all. In other words, this incarnation outside the body, I'm afraid I can't even deal with it. An incarnation has such terrifying strength, then the deity of Chu Yan. Xuanhuan glanced at Chu Yan, saw the indifferent smile on the other party's face, and involuntarily felt a chill in his heart. This Chu Yan is becoming more and more difficult for him to see through, and, unconsciously, he has already left himself far behind. Chu Yan, do you want to use this? Until now, Xuanhuan and the others stared at Chu Yan with big eyes and small eyes, and finally understood Chu Yan's thoughts and plans. Not bad. This is the first method I prepared, as for the second, I can't say for now. The two Chu Yan nodded at the same time and said. The second method. There is another way. Xuanhuan originally thought that Chu Yan was just talking, but unexpectedly, Chu Yan really had two ways to deal with Emperor Wu. However, looking at the incarnation in front of Chu Yan, Xuanhuan finally understood that with Chu Yan around, the strong Emperor Wu guarded by the Mingzu seemed to be unlucky. Of course there is a second way. The test just now was for the second way. When Chu Yan said this, the smile on his face became thicker, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Just now, in front of the gate of Jiuxiao Mountain, Chu Yan confronted the divine sense of that Wuti-level powerhouse, although he was injured, but even the opponent's Wuti didn't know that Chu Yan at that time had developed his divine consciousness into two shares. One was used to fight against the defenders, but the other one penetrated directly into the first spiritual peak of the 9 layers peak, carefully inspecting the entire 9 layers peak. And the purpose of this move is also Chu Yan's main purpose. Just to find out where the Kirin horn is. Finally, when Chu Yan turned around and retreated, Chu Yan had already found out the location of the unicorn horn. Download free reader. #C1338 Vientiane Avatar. Among the 9 peaks, the position of the Guardian is the last 9th peak. And there, it is also the exit of the space-time channel, a huge altar, located in the belly of the mountain. However, Chu Yan risked his life to attack the guarding divine sense, and found out that the position of the unicorn horn was the 3rd peak of Jiuxiao. And Chu Yan didn't tell everyone about the second plan. But using the unicorn horn, once the unicorn martial soul is fused with the last unicorn treasure, and the 3 unicorn treasures are combined into one, it is very likely that it will directly rush to the state of 10 stars. At that time, the powerful force that erupts may, letting Chu Yan perform again, the real body of the holy Rakshasa. At the beginning, after the shocking battle between Chu Yan and Yifeng in the medicine sect, they were besieged by more than a dozen elders of the Black Blood Temple, and Emotsong personally led the team to snatch Chu Yan's body. At that time, Chu Yan was only at the 8th level of the heaven-reaching realm. Facing more than a dozen strong men of the martial venerable realm, he relied on the real body of the holy Rakshasa to kill them all with one sword and one punch. Even Namotsong was able to escape from birth only when Venerable Bloodhand sacrificed his life. Chu Yan, who was at the 8th level of the Tongtian realm, killed more than a dozen experts in the martial venerable realm and forced Emotsong away. What did he rely on? The real body of Rakshasa. Although, with Chu Yan's current cultivation base, he can barely use the holy Rakshasa golden fork in the holy Raksasa's real body, and other parts still cannot be activated. However, as long as there is explosive support from a strong external force, Chu Yan can certainly fight. This is the second step of Chu Yan's plan. While using the avatar outside of the body to deal with Emperor Wu, he snatched the horn of the unicorn at the position of the 5th peak. After fusion, the golden body of the holy Rakshasa exploded. With this, he confronted the guarding Emperor Wu head-on. This is currently the only way. Go. Don't be polite to him. Chu Yan smiled lightly at the avatar, flipped his hands over, took out a Wuhun level spirit sword, and handed it to the avatar. Rest assured. The avatar nodded, with a sinister smile on the corner of its mouth, took the long sword from the deity's hand, and then jumped up into the sky. When the avatar left, Chu Yan sat cross-legged directly, took out a bottle of Jiuxiao golden pill. Start to recover the 20% of the Jinqi that was consumed just now, when the avatar was activated. Swish. The black figure, like a black arc of light, was extremely conspicuous across the ice and snow field, and with just a flash, it traveled thousands of miles and landed in front of the Jiuxiao mountain gate. At the moment when the avatar's feet landed on the ground, in the void, a void wave invisible to the naked eye, like an invisible sharp blade, suddenly appeared, stabbing fiercely at the Chu Yan avatar that appeared. Trap. The avatar froze for a moment, turned his head suddenly, and looked at the invisible sharp blade of spiritual consciousness, which was 100 steps away from him, piercing straight at him. Unexpectedly, during the short period of time he was away, this guardian set up such a terrifying trap near the mountain gate of Jiuxiao. Hee. However, seeing the invisible and insubstantial spiritual attack coming towards him, Chu Yan's avatar did not show any nervousness. Instead, the corners of his mouth were lightly raised, revealing a smug smile. The Vientiane avatar has no sea of consciousness, and of course it doesn't have divine consciousness either. Therefore, it is impossible for the avatar, composed of Chu Yan's true energy and energy to respond to divine consciousness attacks. Swish. The consciousness shot past quickly, like a ripple in space, shot past Chu Yan's avatar, leaving a large wave of void, and then disappeared without a trace. And Chu Yan's avatar, holding a long sword, did not respond at all, but raised his foot, and strode towards the gate of Jiuxiao mountain. Clone. Immediately afterwards, within the belly of Jiuxiao's main peak, a voice of doubt resounded, like a magical sound from the sea of Jiuxiao, from the myriad abysses, instantly resounding over Jiuxiao. Everyone was startled when they heard the voice, turned their heads together, and looked towards Jiuxiao. Except for Chu Yan, who was practicing, his eyes were closed tightly, and he was completely unmoved. The sea of qi in his body circulated slowly, dispelling the power of the medicine, and quickly recovering his true energy. Swish. The avatar walked through the mountain gate without stopping, striding forward towards the first spiritual peak, quickly advancing. 100 miles away, on the top of the snow peak. Call. Opening his mouth and letting out a mouthful of turbid air, Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, glanced at him, and saw that the avatar in Jiuxiao Peak had already stepped onto the second spiritual peak. His brows frowned slightly, and his face became serious. The situation is wrong. That Emperor Wu, why didn't he make a move? Chu Yan murmured in his heart. Originally, according to Chu Yan's guess, when the avatar set foot on the first Lingfang, the guarding Emperor Wu would do it and kill the avatar. And this first avatar has 70% of Chu Yan's strength, so he is also Chu Yan's test. He wants to know how long his 70% strength can last in the hands of the Emperor Wu, so that he can judge. How far is this Emperor Wu's combat power from his own? No matter, continue. Chu Yan pondered for a long time, seeing that the avatar was about to set foot on the third spiritual peak, but there was still no movement in the depths of the Jiuxiao Peak. Chu Yan couldn't help but turn pale, and didn't bother to pay attention. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan, who had just recovered his true energy, burst out a powerful aura from his body. Another Vientiane avatar rushed out of Chu Yan's body, and landed beside Chu Yan in a flash, standing quietly. And more. Huang, who was taken aback by Chu Yan's second Vientiane clone, stared at Chu Yan, dumbfounded. He never thought that Chu Yan's secret skill of this clone was so powerful that it could continuously activate the clone. Chu Yan, how long can this clone of yours last? How many clones can you destroy? Huang asked with some surprise. The general avatar secret technique has a quantity and time limit, but it is related to the combat power of the avatar spawned. Therefore, the avatar that Chu Yan urged just now, Huang clearly felt that the combat power of that avatar was not even lower than his own. This kind of avatar of the same level, according to the ordinary avatar secret technique, generally can only destroy one at most, but now, Chu Yan has activated another one, which makes Huang somewhat unacceptable. Because, think with your heels, you all know that if Chu Yan uses this trick to deal with him, he will have no power to fight back at all, which is basically equivalent to 3 against 1. 9 hours, 9 bodies. Chu Yan replied casually. Hiss. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Huang's expression suddenly changed, and he took a deep breath. 9 clones with 70% of Chu Yan's combat power. 9 avatars equivalent to the strength of a quasi-emperor warrior like himself. Also Nima exists for 9 hours. There are 9 such clones, not to mention 9 hours, 9 breaths, and any quasi-emperor level powerhouse will become scum. At this moment, Chu Yan sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to swallow the figure of Jin Dan, which fell in Huang's eyes, like a god and demon, making him look up infinitely. #C1339 Kirin horns are gone. After evolving the second avatar, Chu Yan didn't mean to stop, he continued to swallow the golden core, and continued to recover his true energy. At this time, Chu Yan sensed that the first clone had already set foot on the 4th spiritual peak, but there was still no reaction. The situation is wrong. There must be a problem. Up to now, Chu Yan has determined that there is definitely something wrong with the guarding Emperor Wu, but now that the other party has not responded, it is impossible to judge for a while. However, Chu Yan is sure that as long as the opponent makes a move, the problem should be exposed. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan still slowed down the first clone, and walked towards the 5th spiritual peak with full vigilance. The 5th spiritual peak is exactly where the unicorn horn is located. If the opponent still doesn't make a move, then his plan is more than 50% sure. As long as the unicorn horn is in hand, the unicorn martial soul completes the final fusion, and the golden body of the holy Rakshasa explodes. Chu Yan is sure to fight the opponent. So, now, finally, the most critical time has come. Time passed by little by little. At this time, Chu Yan did not concentrate on refining the medicinal power, but stared closely at the first avatar in Jiuxiao, which was approaching the 5th Lingfeng little by little. The unicorn horn is in the middle of the mountain. When Chu Yan started to attack Emperor Wu's spiritual consciousness, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness clearly sensed that there was a trace of Qilin Tianwei's breath in the 5th spiritual peak, which was absolutely unmistakable. Including Chu Yan, dozens of big bosses, more than 10,000 martial emperor powerhouses, all held their breaths and stared closely at the black figure walking through the Jiuxiao peak 100 miles away. All of them looked nervous, dignified color. Make it or break it. The moment the avatar stepped on the 5th spiritual peak, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness trembled suddenly. Boom. 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 Suddenly, in the depths of Jiuxiao, rays of light burst out into the sky, like a few shooting stars, soaring into the sky. The powerful breath and light swept across the world in an instant, illuminating the entire sky. These clusters of light that suddenly shot up from the depths of the Jiuxiao were 6 meteor-like fist lights, boundless and violent, rushing to the sky and earth. Even if they were separated by hundreds of miles, they could be clearly sensed. Whirring, whirring. 6 fists. Straight into the sky, fully ascended to a height of 10,000 zhang, and then suddenly turned quickly, and swooped down towards the ground. The target was the clone who had just stepped on the 5th spiritual peak. In an instant, these 6 fist lights brought up a large storm of fist power, as if they wanted to destroy this world, and ruthlessly smashed in front of the 5th spiritual peak. boom, boom. The 6 fist lights that were almost fused together blasted on the clone, and suddenly, a shocking explosion erupted, exploding endless dust waves, like a flood, swept across the 9 peaks of the Jiuxiao. In an instant, Jiuxiao seemed to be shrouded in dust and mist, completely wrapped in a large wave of air and dust, as if it was in a sea of clouds and completely disappeared. Okay. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan's pupils shrank suddenly, and his brows frowned slightly. Not only Chu Yan, but Huang and Dong Wengshan and others around him also had expressions of horror, watching Jiuxiao disappear into the dust and mist with dumbfounded expressions. Guarding Emperor Wu finally made a move. The incomparably terrifying fist light turned into a force that spread across the sky, scattered and surged in all directions, brought a violent wind, swept across the world, and quickly blew away the dust and mist of Jiuxiao. After 10 breaths of time, the dust and mist finally dissipated, and the outline of Jiuxiao slowly appeared in front of everyone. However, when everyone saw the Jiuxiao that reappeared clearly, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they were full of horror. And Chu Yan's body trembled even more, his eyes froze instantly, and he looked straight at Jiuxiao, his face full of disbelief. I saw that in the middle of the Jiuxiao in the distance, half of the mountain peaks almost collapsed, and a large amount of mountain debris was still rolling down from the broken mountain. The original location of Chu Yan's avatar has now become a bottomless pit with an area of nearly a mile. Such a terrifying fist glow caused everyone to show a hint of horror. What they were astonished was of course not the big hole made by the fist light. This kind of fist power can basically be done by more than 10,000 people present. However, this has a premise, that is, there is no resistance. And the few fist lights just now fused together, but they directly blasted at Chu Yan's clone. In other words, Chu Yan's avatar had no resistance at all, and was killed instantly under the 6 fusion fist lights, and there was such a huge fist pit where he stood. In a normal battle between warriors, as long as the opponent is not dead, all the attack power will be applied to the opponent first, so unless the opponent is instantly killed, it is impossible to destroy the ground the opponent is standing on. In other words, just now, Chu Yan's avatar had no power to resist, and was instantly killed by the guarding Emperor Wu with one move. You know, that is the avatar that condenses 70% of the strength of Chu Yan himself, even if it is the strength of Huang, it is nothing more than that. But now, with just one move, he was blasted to ashes by the guarding Emperor Wu. If Emperor Air himself made the move himself, he would probably end up in the same way. He would be directly damaged without leaving any scum. Therefore, seeing this scene, Huang, Donghuang Tianyi, Gong Yuntian, Shindang, and others all had expressions of astonishment, and they couldn't believe what they saw. This Emperor Wu, the guardian of the Ming clan, has such terrifying strength, and the power of Emperor Wu is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, everyone knows each other in the sea of knowledge. If Chu Yan's avatar cannot fight the opponent, then this level will become a dead end. Gradually, an incomparably dignified and disappointed atmosphere continuously spread over the snow peak. But at this moment, Chu Yan's whole body was as rigid as a stone statue, his face was full of astonishment, and he stared blankly at the distance, and it was still collapsing, leaving only half of the mountain, like the 5th spiritual peak of the cliff. In his sea of consciousness, it seemed as if 10,000 beasts were galloping past, it was in chaos, and his entire consciousness was completely dumbfounded. Unlike what other people have seen, only one clone was instantly killed, which is completely within Chu Yan's guess. The reason why Chu Yan was so shocked was not because of any clone being instantly killed. It's because there is no unicorn horn in the broken 5th spirit peak. Even the trace of Qilin Tianwei that I started to sense disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the unicorn horn is not in Jiuxiao? However, the last time when my spiritual body traveled through time and space with the help of the sword soul steel, I clearly saw the call of the unicorn horn in Jiuxiao Peak. You can't go wrong. But now, the unicorn horn is gone. Hashtag see 1345 lines of unicorn and ink blood unicorn. The importance of the horn of the unicorn is the most important thing for Chu Yan now. Whether it is the strong guard who wants to break through the Jiuxiao in front of him, or even in the future, when he rushes out of the Haotian continent and arrives in the outer domain, the horn of the unicorn is extremely important to Chu Yan. But now, in just a blink of an eye, the horn of the unicorn has disappeared. Could it be that I felt wrong? No. This is absolutely impossible. Chu Yan's eyes are full of doubts, he can't understand at all. The horn of the unicorn that he sensed just now is clearly in the fifth spiritual peak, but now, the fifth spiritual peak has been blown down on one side, the entire mountainside has been completely exposed. However, there is no sign of the unicorn horn at all. Moreover, now, Chu Yan has a feeling that the guarding Emperor Wu did it on purpose. Why did he suddenly strike at the fifth spiritual peak, where the horn of the unicorn is located? Could it be? Not good. I forgot about Emote's song. Suddenly, Chu Yan's eyes trembled fiercely, and he suddenly remembered that all the remaining evils of the Black Blood Temple, the devil Emote's song and those people, should now be in the Jiuxiao. These people are likely to be variables. Ha ha ha. At this moment, above Jiuxiao, a presumptuous laughter suddenly resounded through the sky. Swish swish swish. Figures shot out continuously from the Jiuxiao in the distance, and there were hundreds of figures in black robes, soaring into the sky from a spiritual peak, flying towards the ninth peak. Soon, these people landed on the top of the ninth peak, all looking towards Chu Yan and the others. On one side, more than 10,000 martial emperors, and on the other side, 100 people in black robes, separated by hundreds of miles, facing each other from afar. On the side of the black-robed man, the leader is Emote's song, the devil. Emote's song. Seeing Emote's song who suddenly appeared on the opposite side, Chu Yan suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, and a murderous aura shot out from his body like a whistling wind. This guy, hiding inside the Jiuxiao, knows that the martial emperor of the Ming clan can protect him. For a whole year, he stayed within the Jiuxiao, without leaving even a single step. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, what are you looking for? Are you looking for this? Emote's song laughed wildly and arrogantly all over his face, and suddenly raised his big hand. A golden ball of light suddenly appeared in his palm. The unicorn horn. At a glance, in the golden ball of light, there is a single arm-length horn with golden horns and colorful brilliance lingering in his hand, emitting thousands of golden lights. Roar. In Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, the Qilin martial soul uttered a sky-shattering roar, which shook the entire sea of consciousness, making Chu Yan's figure tremble. The unicorn martial soul sensed the appearance of the unicorn horn, woke up in the sea of consciousness, and let out bursts of roars. Of course Chu Yan knew why the Qilin Wuhun was furious. Because, outside the horn of the unicorn in Emote's song's hand, there are clusters of mist that look like black flowing clouds, but have the luster of jade, wrapping the entire horn of the unicorn tightly. The black mist that envelopes the horn of the unicorn continuously spills out strands of black air, penetrating into the horn of the unicorn, but all of it is blown away by the colorful rays of light released by the horn of the unicorn. The black mist is corroding the unicorn's horn. Emote's song, how do you know it exists? Chu Yan's eyes were full of seriousness. He didn't expect that Emote's song would know that the last unicorn horn was hidden in Jiuxiao. Chu Yan originally thought that only he knew about this matter in the entire Haotian continent. After all, in the whole world, only I have the Qilin Wuhun. Ha ha ha. Chu Yan, you still don't understand? I already know the secret of your talent. You can't hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. Emote's song looked at Chu Yan, his face and heart were full of complacency. After he arrived at the Jiuxiao peak, he discovered the unicorn horn. With the help of Emperor Wu's power, he obtained it, but did not take it away. It has been placed on the unicorn altar of the fifth spiritual peak. It's just that the unicorn's horn at that time was always shrouded in the black mist released by him, and it was under his control. It was Mo Tsong's request to guard Emperor Wu just now and wait for Chu Yan's avatar to reach the fifth spiritual peak before taking action. He just had to look at Chu Yan, the feeling from hope to disappointment, in order to calm down a little bit. In the past few years, he has been suppressed by Chu Yan. Before meeting Chu Yan, the Black Blood Temple was in the sky of Haotian continent, almost dominating Haotian continent. At that time Mo Tsong, as the devil of the Black Blood Temple, was so glorious. But now, Chu Yan took several shots and directly wiped out the Black Blood Temple. He even let himself hide in the cave of Jiuxiao for more than a year like a mouse. If he hadn't encountered a great opportunity, he might have died in Chu Yan's hands by now, so how could Mo Tsong swallow this grievance? The talent secret. Hearing Mo Tsong's words, Chu Yan's face turned cold, his eyes looked directly at Mo Tsong, his eyes were ice-like, and the chill was like a tide. Even Yuer doesn't know the secret of his own 5 divine beasts. Could it be that Mo Tsong knows it? Boom. All of a sudden, a large jet of black air flowed from Mo Tsong's body, like a black volcanic eruption. In the black clouds and waves all over the sky, an extremely majestic and huge black animal shadow strode out. Quack quack quack. Tiny human beings, ants-like existence, 5 elements unicorn, come out. We meet again. The black animal shadow slowly revealed its figure in the black mist all over the sky. With 4 feet in the air, the dragon's head raised to the sky, in the huge dragon's eyes, the black blood-like eyes stared straight at Chu Yan. Black blood unicorn. The black-blooded unicorn that had disappeared for several years, unexpectedly reappeared on Mo Tsong's body. Roar. With a roar that shook the sky, a large piece of golden light suddenly exploded on Chu Yan's body, completely blasting the void. The huge golden armored unicorn, stepping on colorful auspicious clouds, with eyes filled with 5-color divine thunder, strode out from the crack in the void. This time, Chu Yan couldn't suppress it at all, and there was no need to suppress it. What? What's the situation? Huang and other strong men saw a beast-shaped martial spirit with terrifying heavenly power appear behind Chu Yan, and then turned their heads to look into the distance. Above Jiuxiao, Mo Tsong's body was covered with a black animal-shaped martial spirit. These 2 spirits actually look exactly alike. Except for the difference in color and animal eyes, there is also a difference in body shape, but in other places, they are almost exactly the same. What kind of spirit is this? Suddenly, an extremely powerful sense of fear arose in Huang's heart. The monstrous beast power emanating from these 2 martial souls made his blood feel like it was about to be frozen. Powerful. Too strong. These 2 martial souls seemed to be more terrifying than the legendary dragon martial soul. Roar. Roar. The 2 unicorn martial spirits roared at the same time, and the entire sky trembled violently. For a moment, above the sky and the earth, endless black and 5-color spiritual clouds rolled wildly, as if the sky and the earth were about to perish, and the mortal world was about to fall. #C1341 Gambling War. Black Blood Unicorn. Seeing the black blood unicorn that had disappeared for almost 3 years reappeared, Chu Yan's face was full of astonishment. Last time, in the unknown dark palace, Chu Yan saw the power of the black blood unicorn with his own eyes. The white tiger and Suzaku martial souls were eroded by the black blood of the Mashiwa Qilin, and they almost died. Moreover, the Qilin martial soul was not its opponent later on. Human. When I find a human with the blood of the blood ink unicorn, I will definitely come back to find you. At that time, when the ink blood unicorn fled, what it said suddenly flashed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Could it be? Mo Tsong's bloodline is the bloodline that Mo Shui said matches. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Emote Song, and the black-blooded unicorn that was as tall as a mountain on his body. His face became extremely dignified. The beast body of the ink-blooded unicorn is 1,000 feet high, while his own unicorn martial soul is only over 500 feet high. Although compared with the last time, the unicorn martial soul has been upgraded to 8 stars, and its size is much larger, but it is still a bit worse than the ink-blood unicorn. The last time two Qilins fought, Chu Yan could tell that the strength of the Qilin family can be judged directly by their body shape. So, needless to say, my Qilin Wuhun is still no match for the black blood Qilin, unless it can be upgraded to 10 full stars, maybe it can fight against it. However, the unicorn horn is now in Emote Song's hands. Without the unicorn horn, how can the unicorn martial soul get a star? Emote Song, that's how it is. No wonder you know what's in the 5th spirit peak. Chu Yan's eyes flashed with a faint light. His knowledge of the sea was like lightning, and he kept thinking of ways. As a unicorn family, the Moshua Qilin can also sense the existence of the unicorn horn, so when they met the Moshua Qilin for the first time, in the unknown dark palace, the Moshua Qilin came to snatch the Qilin horn. Although that time, Chu Yan avoided repelling and did not get the unicorn horn, but this time, the opponent clearly took the lead. What to do? If you can't get the unicorn horn, don't talk about the guarding Emperor Wu. I'm afraid even Emote Song in front of him can't be dealt with by himself. Chu Yan, the space-time channel will open soon, and my holy clan, Jiuxiao, will come soon, and you are dead. At this time, Emote Song was full of complacency, feeling that he had completely occupied the upper peak, looked at Chu Yan with a look of teasing, and opened his mouth with a sinister smile. Oh. Really? Or, let's fight first. Chu Yan sneered, and said to Emote Song with disdain. Humph. Chu Yan, the aggressive method is useless to me. I won't be fooled by you. When Emote Song saw Chu Yan's contemptuous and disdainful eyes, his eyes were burning with anger at first, but soon he calmed down, and hummed softly. Now, what you want is in my hands, and the space-time channel is about to open. In less than 3 days, you will die. I don't need to fight you. Emote Song is very regretful for his life now, because a warrior he accidentally devoured in the Haotian continent actually got the martial soul of the black blood Qilin, and the blood fusion immediately caused the black blood Qilin to wake up from a deep sleep, and the explosive power, let yourself break through to the quasi-emperor level directly. The ink blood unicorn is too strong. Emote Song is sure that as long as he returns to the Ming clan, with this terrifying martial soul, he will become the overlord of the Ming clan within a few decades. So, right now, Emote Song will never bet his own life. Really? What if the stakes are raised? Hearing Emote Song's words, Chu Yan didn't take it seriously at all. With a wave of his big hand, the Qilin Wuhun behind him trembled suddenly, and 2 colorful streamers rushed out of the Qilin Wuhuan's body and landed on the palms of Chu Yan's left and right palms respectively. Swish. At the same time, the body of the unicorn martial soul, like a turbulent golden cloud, quickly shrunk and turned into a golden light, directly submerging into Chu Yan's body and disappearing. And on the palm of Chu Yan, what appeared was the unicorn horn and the unicorn inner alchemy. Ho, ho. As soon as the unicorn horn and unicorn inner alchemy in Chu Yan's palm appeared, the black-blooded unicorn behind Emote Song roared like crazy. Humph. How can my family's sacred objects be snatched by human ants? Snatch, come here. Black clouds all over the black blood unicorn rolled suddenly, rushing to all directions, violent black cloud waves, on the 9th spiritual peak of the Jiuxiao, constantly swept past, as if to envelop the entire Jiuxiao. But, hearing the roar of the black blood unicorn, Emote Song's expression froze, his brows furrowed. I warn you, it is your great honor to be able to merge with my blood. If you can't snatch the sacred objects of my family, then I will terminate the cooperation with you. didn't you just say that? The genius of the Saint clan is about to come, I think. The genius of your Saint clan should not be inferior to you in blood and talent. In the eyes of the black blood unicorn, the black and red eyes flashed violently, staring straight at the two sacred objects in Chu Yan's palm 100 miles away, and shouted at Emote Song without turning his head. What, you? When Emote Song heard what the black blood unicorn said, his face turned green with anger, and a mouthful of old blood was held in his chest, almost spitting out. This dog, Emochilan, dares to threaten himself. However, Emote Song quickly calmed down from the overwhelming anger. He had to admit that what Emochilan said was true. If the space-time channel is not opened, and the arrogance of the saint race does not come, in the entire Haotian continent, only his own blood can fuse with Emochilan, so he is naturally not afraid of the threat of Emochilan. However, within 3 to 5 days, the space-time channel of the Ming clan will be opened. At that time, the Tianjiao of their own clan will come to the Haotian continent and start trials. Talent is stronger than yourself. Emochilan, it is really possible to choose someone else. Because their Ming clan skills are different from other clans, they are a race that is born with the profound meaning of devouring, and it is really normal for the same clan to devour each other. Emote Song, give you half an hour to snatch the holy object from me, and I can still help you with all my strength, otherwise, our cooperation will come to an end. Seeing the hesitant look on Emote Song's face, the Moshuachilan immediately opened its mouth wide, black clouds agitated all over its body, and spoke again. Yes, I'll grab. Emote Song quickly agreed, but in his heart, it was as if he had swallowed a yellow lotus, and the pain was so painful that he only lost his teeth. Grab. How to grab it? That Chu Yan is now the #1 powerhouse in the Haotian continent, and behind him, there are more than 10,000 martial emperors in his feet. Emote Song had a bitter look on his face, and his eyes kept scanning Chu Yan and behind him. Emote Song, I won't bully you either. Have you seen my avatar? It only has 70% of my strength. You two don't use your martial soul. Let's have a fair fight. Whoever loses will hand over the treasure. Chu Yan's eyes were like lightning. He looked at Emote Song and shouted in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Emote Song's face was suddenly taken aback, and then, ecstasy appeared on his face. #C1342 Weird Sword. Chu Yan's proposal made Emote Song's eyes, whose whole heart was soaked in bitter water just now, suddenly brighten up. A clone with 70% strength. Do not use Wuhun. In this way, Chu Yan's most powerful Sanqing Wuhun has no use for it. Moreover, the biggest weakness of the avatar is that it uses a little less Zhenqi Yuan, because every attack will consume its own Zhenqi Yuan, so each move is much less powerful than the last move. Anyway, I am also a quasi-imperial powerhouse. Chu Yan's appointment to fight is simply courting death. What's the difference between handing over the hand and giving the Wuhuan supreme treasure to yourself? Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, it's so, you guys have a fair fight. At this moment, Emote Song only felt the dark clouds in his heart dissipate in an instant, and he was in an extremely happy mood, laughing loudly. You and I, make an oath to heaven. A fair fight. However, when Emote Song saw Chu Yan's indifferent face, he couldn't help feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. His eyes flashed, and he added. For defeating a clone, Emote Song is still absolutely sure, but Chu Yan is evil, so Emote Song has to guard against it. Okay. The oath of heaven, right? No problem. When Chu Yan heard it, he smiled lightly, without any intention of rejecting it. This, Chu Yan, think clearly. When Huang heard Chu Yan's words, his face froze, and he reminded in a low voice. This Emote Song is a strong quasi-emperor, his aura is very strong, not much worse than mine. Huang knows that Chu Yan's avatar is very strong, but if he really fights, compared with the avatar, the warrior has many cards to use, but the avatar cannot carry the storage jade talisman. After a hard battle, he has no cards. Therefore, even if Huang makes a full attack, he is sure to defeat Chu Yan's avatar in the end. He was naturally extremely worried about Chu Yan's behavior. Judging from the current situation, obviously, Song has already taken the initiative. They are extremely passive on their side. If Chu Yan loses again, there is really no need to fight anymore. No problem. Don't worry. Hearing Huang's worried words, Chu Yan smiled and said softly. Immediately, Chu Yan looked at the clone standing beside him and nodded slightly. Whoosh! The second clone rose into the sky and flew towards the air, between Jiuxiao and Xiefeng. And Chu Yan and Song looked at each other, and the two stimulated their true energy and spiritual consciousness at the same time, and made a vow of heaven. Boom, boom. When the voices of Chu Yan and Song fell at the same time above the sky, a thunderbolt fell, exploding electric sparks all over the sky in the sky. This is the vision of the fulfillment of the Oath of Heaven. Once the Oath of the Tao of Heaven is made, the engagement between the two parties will be bound by the Tao of Heaven, no one can interfere, and the promise must not be fulfilled. The content of the battle is naturally that Chu Yan will fight against Song with his avatar. Without using the martial soul, the winner will get 3 martial soul treasures alone. Seeing the fulfillment of the Oath of the Tao of Heaven, Song's face was filled with joy. Without any hesitation, he jumped up and flew towards Chu Yan's avatar. Ha ha ha, Chu Yan, with just one avatar, you want to defeat me? How arrogant. Song flipped his big hand, and a blood-red saber appeared in his hand. The true energy in his whole body kept surging, and the bloody saber in his hand was shining brilliantly. This battle, Song is absolutely sure, there is no suspense at all. Want this? Come and get it if you have the ability. Ha ha ha. Song held the unicorn horn in his hand, shaking it towards Chu Yan, with a playful smile on his face. Clang! Just when Song was laughing wildly, the corner of Chu Yan's avatar raised its mouth slightly. With a sinister smile, a cold light flashed in his hand, and the Haoyan sword came out. Huh! This is... In an instant, Song's pen stopped in shock, and a pair of pale gray eyes stared blankly at the black long sword in the hand of Chu Yan's avatar. Chu Yan, you... Seeing the long sword stained with the blood of countless black blood temples and mainland powerhouses, Song felt a sense of coldness in vain. 7th rank divine weapon, Haoyan. On the face of Chu Yan's avatar, a pair of golden eyes flashed suddenly, and the Haoyan sword in his hand was shining brightly. Call out. A black sword shadow suddenly appeared, flashing past in the world of ice and snow. Not only Song, but everyone in the audience didn't react. Song stared blankly at the black sword light, which flew across the sky like a stream of water, flying towards him like a light smoke. Holding the unicorn horn in his right hand, he was hanging in the air, his whole body was completely frozen, and the black light in his pupils continued to enlarge, and Song even felt that his entire sea of consciousness was frozen. What? What's the matter? There's something wrong with this sword. Song's consciousness kept trembling, and the circulation speed of his consciousness dropped sharply, as if it was about to stagnate. In that dark sword light, there seems to be some special power that can affect one's spiritual consciousness and prevent it from functioning normally. However, the speed of Jianguang far exceeded Song's imagination. There was no reaction time at all, and the black Jianguang had already arrived in front of him. 100 soul soldiers. When the sharp aura of the sword light touched Song's protective chi, the hairs all over Song's body exploded instantly. An inexplicable force suddenly exploded in his body. Although his body and consciousness were still in a frozen state, the sense of fear shrouded in death caused Song to use a powerful force that exploded. The strongest life-saving martial art. Following Emotsong's roar, Emotsong, whose eyes were completely red, suddenly let out bursts of animal roars, and phantoms of various colors kept rushing out. Boom! 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 These phantoms have different shapes, some are big and some are small, some are monsters, some are swords, some are stones and trees, and they are all different, turning into a tide, constantly bumping into the black sword that is coming straight above the mount. These phantoms collided with the sword light, bursting out groups of powerful forces, unexpectedly knocking Hao Yan's sword light, trembling continuously, greatly reducing the speed. At the same time, while the speed of the sword light dropped sharply, Emotsong's figure retreated violently, and the phantom on his body still rushed out like a frenzy. Between the electric light and the flint, there are hundreds of phantoms, colliding with the black sword glow, constantly impacting its sword power, making its sword glow body shrink continuously. Boom! In less than a breath, hundreds of phantoms exploded on the black sword light, and finally completely blasted them away. Who? Emotsong, who had escaped for more than 10 miles, had a face as pale as paper, and big drops of cold sweat kept rolling down his face. He was panting violently, and his heart was filled with a deep sense of death. Almost. Just a little bit, less than 10 steps away. As long as it takes half a blink of an eye a little later, I may have lost it. However, although he escaped from birth, he was forced to use his strongest life-saving trump card, 100 Soul Soldiers. Hashtag C1343 Emperor Li Tianwu. Chapter 1343. What is 100 Soul Soldiers? Ming clan warriors are born with the profound meaning of devouring, and their cultivation does not rely on the spiritual power of heaven and earth, but requires martial souls and blood. The more than 100 martial souls that I just used are the martial souls of other warriors that I have devoured in the past few years. They were originally for myself, to slowly refine and improve my cultivation. However, at the time of life and death, Emotsong didn't dare to hesitate, and all the martial spirits in the sea of consciousness burst out with one brain. 100 Soul Soldiers. It is the only life-saving hole Emotsong can use when his consciousness and true energy are trapped. Luckily, he saved his life. Chu Yan, you actually gave your own spiritual weapon to the clone. After panting for a while, Emotsong finally came to his senses, and glared at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes and astonishment on his face. What? Can't it work? When Fong, Chu Yan smiled slightly, looked at Emotsong and said, You. In a word, Emotsong had a feeling of suffocation in his chest, and he was speechless. In a battle of life and death, if you can use spiritual weapons, of course the other party can too, although the other party is a clone and never uses real spiritual weapons. But who has stipulated that the avatar must not use weapons? Then, can we continue? 10 miles away, Chu Yan's avatar grinned lightly, showing white teeth, looking at Emotsong, as if looking at a corpse. Wait. Call out. Emotsong just opened his mouth and wanted to stop it, but the spirit sword in Chu Yan's avatar had already swung out. The sound of howling swords pierced the sky, like a cold light, silent, without a trace of brilliance, if the sky and the earth were not white. I'm afraid that ordinary people won't be able to see this sword, and they have already shot. The same dark sword light, like light smoke, floats in the air. It feels like a very slow black smoke, moving against the wind, moving with the wind. The slowness makes people feel relaxed down. However, when you look again, you find that this black light smoke has already arrived in front of you. No. Exactly the same, when the dark sword light rushed within the range of 10,000 steps of Emotsong, Emotsong's physical body and spiritual consciousness became blocked again, as if turning into an extremely viscous liquid. In the meridian, it can't work at all. And his sea of consciousness, like being severely suppressed by a mountain, is also unable to function. Emotsong's face instantly turned pale green, his eyes and pupils trembled constantly, staring blankly at the oncoming sword light. He couldn't believe what happened before him. He has practiced for tens of thousands of years on the Haotian continent, and he has killed warriors ranging from 80,000 to 80,000, but he has never seen such a spirit sword or swordsmanship. This is beyond the scope of sword moves and martial arts, but it is like a kind of spiritual attack. However, no matter what it was, he had already used his strongest life-saving trump card with the sword just now, and now, the same sword strikes again. I go there again, and find more than 100 martial spirits to defuse this sword. Call out. The howl of the sword became brighter and louder, piercing into the depths of Emotsong's soul. A trace of despair rose from his eyes. Subconsciously, Emotsong slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. With this peculiar swordsmanship, he couldn't even display all of his own strength, and there was no other way but to wait for death. Boom. The moment Emotsong closed his eyes, suddenly, a loud noise exploded beside him. What? A heart-wrenching stabbing pain came from the right hand, and the whole right hand suddenly lightened, as if it lost weight in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Emotsong felt an incomparably powerful impact force hitting him, sending him directly into the sky, flying towards the back. Am I dead? I'm not dead. He fell heavily to the ground, and Emotsong felt it very clearly. The muffled sound of his back hitting the ground, he suddenly opened his eyes, and he suddenly realized that he had landed on the Jiuxiao. And behind him, an incomparably tall figure stands proudly. In the eyes, there are streaks of gray air flowing like flowing clouds, constantly surging. Li Tianwu Emperor. After waiting for Emotsong to raise his head and stare for a long time, he finally saw clearly who the figure standing behind him was. His face suddenly changed, and he said in shock. This person was dressed in a red robe, with a long gray beard on his face, one single eye, with a dim light in his eyes, staring straight into the distance, with an extremely dignified expression. This person is a foreign affairs elder sent by the Mingzhu to guard the entrance of the Haotian continent, named Emperor Li Tianwu. And just now, when the sword light from Chu Yan's avatar was slashing towards Emotsong, Emperor Li Kaiwu suddenly appeared and punched out, trying to break the sword light. However, what he didn't expect was that just when his fist light was about to hit the black sword light, the sword light turned ahead of time, as if he had already guessed that he would make a move. The sword edge swiped to the left, cut off Emotsong's entire right hand, including his forearm. Therefore, at this moment, Emperor Li Tianwu, with a cold expression on his face, stared closely at Chu Yan on the top of the snow peak in the distance. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by this human kid. He simply ran for Emotsong's right hand. To be precise, he ran for the Wuhun supreme treasure that Emotsong held in his hand. Moreover, he seemed to have guessed that he would strike at the moment of Emotsong's life and death, and even calculated the trajectory of his strike in advance. This Chu Yan is really as evil as the rumors say, to such an extent. You must know that in a life and death battle, once the oath of heaven is made, other people dare not intervene at all, otherwise those who intervene will be judged by heaven. Therefore, according to common sense, it is impossible for Chu Yan to guess that he will make a move. This is impossible. Both things are absolutely impossible. It is impossible for Chu Yan to guess that he dared to take the risk of the judgment of heaven and intervene in the life and death battle. Therefore, at this moment, Emperor Li Tianwu's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and the whole body was filled with bone-chilling chill. However, no matter how much he didn't believe it, and no matter how much astonishment he felt in his heart. Anyway, in the distant sight, the avatar, with a sword in one hand and Emotsong's severed arm in the other, is flying towards the snow peak where Chu Yan's deity is. But I can't go after him at all. For a moment, in Emperor Li Tianwu's heart, anger like a volcanic eruption rose up in an instant. The powerful aura was violent like a tide on the ninth peak, bringing a strong wind all over the sky, and the cold killing intent surged like a tide. between heaven and earth. Emperor Li Tianwu is angry. Hashtag C1344 Sword Soul Divine Soldier. 100 miles away, on the top of the snow peak, Chu Yan took the Haotian sword and the broken arm from the avatar. Clang! At the same time as Haotian returned to its sheath, Chu Yan took off the unicorn horn that Mo Tsang was holding on to the broken arm, and then threw the broken arm off the cliff with a look of disgust. A warrior with a broken arm wants to be reborn, and keeps on doing so. Ordinary pills can take a month or two, and if it is a golden pill, they can be reborn with a broken arm in 3 to 5 days. Therefore, Chu Yan doesn't care about Mo Tsang's broken arm, all he cares about is the last unicorn horn, and finally, got it. However, when Chu Yan held the unicorn horn and poured his spiritual consciousness into it, it was completely blocked by the thick layer of black air like a water curtain outside the unicorn horn. This is devouring profound meaning. Chu Yan was stunned, and soon discovered that the original power of these black qis turned out to be the unique meaning of devouring the Mingzu. These black air currents, like maggots attached to the bones, tightly wrap the unicorn horn, and Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness can't penetrate into it at all, and establish a connection with the unicorn horn. In this way, let alone fusion. Call. The next moment, Chu Yan didn't hesitate at all, and directly stimulated the Raksha's true energy, and directly confronted these devouring black energy. However, what Chu Yan did not expect was that his Rakshasa true chi had no effect on these devouring sources, as if the two were separated by a layer of time and space, and could not touch each other at all, so, naturally, it cannot be resolved. What's the situation? How strong is this devouring mystery? Chu Yan frowned tightly, his eyes flickered, and for a while, he couldn't make a move. Chu Yan, now, what to do? Just when Chu Yan was concentrating on studying the unicorn horn in his hand, behind him, Huang asked, cautiously. After running around just now, the sudden situation stunned Huang and other strong men. What's going on? Isn't it a battle of life and death? Doesn't it mean that no one can intervene? The one who shot suddenly. Could it be Emperor Wu of the Ming clan? Emperor Wu came out. If he made a move, all the strong people present might not survive. Everyone's eyes looked at Chu Yan at the same time, all of them were pale. For the martial emperor level powerhouse, the breath alone is enough to crush the entire audience, causing more than 10,000 martial emperor level powerhouses to be scared out of their wits. They are worried that if the guarding martial emperor goes on a killing spree, everyone who is present will be destroyed. Fall. However, after they looked at Chu Yan, they were stunned, because Chu Yan didn't seem to be worried at all, but just lowered his head and kept studying the golden horn. Could it be that Chu Yan is not worried that the guarding Emperor Wu will rush over directly? Huang raised his heart to Noi's eye, looked at the tall figure standing on the Jiuxiao peak in the distance, exuding a terrifying aura. His soul was trembling. He turned his gaze to Chu Yan, and asked softly, Road. Hearing Huang's words, Chu Yan slowly raised his head, glanced at Emperor Li Tianwu in the distance, but sneered disdainfully. His eyes swept across, looked at Huang and a group of strong men with pale faces, and said, Don't worry, he can't leave the Jiuxiao area. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to intervene in the life and death battle. When Chu Yan's voice fell to the ground, it immediately caused all the warriors to change their faces. Cannot do without Jiuxiao. What's the situation? While everyone was stunned, Chu Yan didn't care at all, and continued to lower his head to study his unicorn horn. Such a move made Huang and the others look puzzled. Could it be because? But soon, a look of astonishment suddenly appeared on Huang's face. The Haotian continent, the pinnacle of martial arts, is the quasi-emperor cultivation level, and now, the guardian of the Ming clan, whose cultivation base has reached the emperor martial realm, is restricted by the Haotian continent, so he cannot set foot on the continent at all. It is precisely because of this that he dared to intervene in the joking life and death battle. It is because he himself is not a warrior in the Haotian continent at all, so naturally he will not be judged by the heavenly Tao of the Haotian continent. However, as long as he dared to step half a step out of the Jiuxiao, I am afraid that the power of God's punishment and judgment from Haotian continent will descend on him immediately. That's why Chu Yan judged so reassuringly that the guarding Emperor Wu couldn't get out of the Jiuxiao peak at all, so naturally he couldn't take action against them. Ha ha ha, that's how it is. After Huang wanted to understand the reason, the gloomy look on his face just now was swept away, and he laughed out loud. Chu Yan, the sword technique you used just now, what kind of sword technique is it? Why does that devil seem to be banned? The relieved Huang recalled that Chu Yan's avatar just used 2 swords to defeat Mo Tsang, and the opponent had almost no power to fight back. If it hadn't been for the guarding Emperor Wu to make a move, Mo Tsang might not even be able to save his life. You know, Mo Tsang, the devil, is a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, even if Chu Yan's combat power is amazing, but this is too much against the sky. Among them, there is obviously something weird, and the core should be the swordsmanship. It's the soul of the sword, my spirit sword has been fused with the soul of the sword. When Chu Yan heard Huang's question, he didn't raise his head, and replied casually. What? Sword soul. Hiss. 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 Not only Huang, but all directions, including Donghuan Tianyi and Gongyun Tian, and other peak powerhouses in the mainland, were all stunned when they heard Chu Yan's words. And the most exciting thing is none other than the original master of the Tianzong sword sect, the current Raksha Soul Heavenly Sect Sword Hall Palace Master, the Sword Martial Emperor. At this moment, 2 sharp sword auras burst out of his eyes, and they shot straight at the Haotian sword carried behind Chu Yan. However, these 2 sword auras were within 10 steps away from Chu Yan, and was directly blasted away by a sword intent emanating from the Haotian sword. This is the sword intent body protection, really the sword soul. 7th level magic weapon, 7th level magic weapon. The sword master's eyes almost burst open, his face was full of horror, as if he had seen a god or demon, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He didn't expect that the 7th rank divine weapon, which only appeared in the historical records of the Tianxia sword sect, would actually appear in front of him alive. Sword soul. This is the pinnacle of every kendo swordsman in his life. Once the spirit sword is fused with the sword soul, it will be completely different from the previous divine weapon. That is the real, divine sword. However, the conditions for the formation of the sword soul are extremely difficult. It requires a strong swordsman with a cultivation level above the quasi-emperor rank, sacrifice all his consciousness and soul, give up his martial arts cultivation, and merge into a weapon spirit, and then condense the weapon spirit. More than 1 year, it is possible to form a sword soul. In Haotian continent, quasi-emperor powerhouses are respected, who would give up his peak martial arts cultivation and be willing to be a sword soul for others. This is simply impossible. Therefore, although the theory of the sword soul has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, among the living people on the mainland, no one has ever actually seen any magic weapon with a weapon soul. But now, it actually appeared in front of him alive. What's more, in the battle just now, the sword soul divine weapon was so strong that it completely suppressed a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, making him unable to fight back at all. This shows how terrifying the sword soul divine weapon is. #C1345 Be aware of your identity. In front of the Jiuxiao peak, on the top of the Xiefeng peak, there was an eerie silence. As Chu Yan devoted himself to studying the unicorn horn, Emperor Li Tianwu on Jiuxiao peak couldn't step out of the range of Jiuxiao peak. There was a tense atmosphere just now, and the battlefield that would break out in an instant became quiet in an instant. For Emperor Li Tianwu, Chu Yan seemed to regard him as nothing, and he didn't even look at him. Huang and the others did not dare to disturb Chu Yan, they all surrounded him, guarding him wholeheartedly. On the Jiuxiao peak, Song had no blood on his face. After swallowing the elixir, he sat cross-legged beside Emperor Li Tianwu, healing his broken arm injury. Emperor Li Tianwu, with dark gray air currents in his eyes, kept staring at Chu Yan, and the killing intent on his body gradually subsided. He couldn't leave the range of Jiuxiao, and at the same time, his duty was to guard the space-time channel on Jiuxiao, so he didn't dare to be good at leaving. If Song hadn't been endangered just now, he wouldn't even have left the mountainside of Jiuxiao. Different from other fighters of the Black Blood Temple, Song is a member of the Ming clan, a young generation of arrogance. During the last trial, he was ordered to stay in the Haotian continent, thinking that he should. Nearly 100,000 years have passed. Originally, in the Ming clan, an ordinary young Tianjiao has grown to the rank of quasi-emperor, which can be regarded as a middle-level talent. Emperor Li Tianwu has the responsibility of guarding. Of course he is not. Maybe he watched the members of the Holy Clan being beheaded by the natives, so he acted rashly. However, with one move, the strange behavior of this native made Emperor Li Tianwu feel a little more surprised. Moreover, after spiritual investigation, this native of the Haotian continent, who was only 19 years old, actually cultivated to the realm of the martial emperor. Not bad at all. However, as the outer elder who guards the space-time channel connecting Haotian continent, he will be replaced every 10,000 years, and this time, there are still 3 days left before it will be over. As long as the celestial arrogance of the saint race comes, his duty of guarding will be considered complete. Therefore, Emperor Li Tianwu doesn't want to cause trouble, but just quietly looks at Chu Yan and the strange martial spirit in his hand treasure. Although Song and Chu Yan were fighting to the death just now, they obviously wanted to snatch this thing, but Li Tian is Emperor Wu, and ordinary treasures can't fall into his eyes at all, so he has no interest at all. The only thing keeping him waiting is. He hoped that Chu Yan would have the guts to attack him after fusing with that treasure. Perhaps, this was the only fun in his boring guard duty for thousands of years. Except for the cold wind howling between the mountains and the snowflakes flying all over the sky, the whole world is completely quiet. Time is passing by quickly. The sun and the moon alternate, the stars and rivers meet, day and night pass, time passes like clouds and seas. At this time, on the Jiuxiao peak, Song sat cross-legged, and the blood on his face began to slowly recover. And on the top of the snow peak 100 miles away, Chu Yan was also sitting cross-legged at this time, holding the unicorn horn wrapped in black clouds in his hand, and now the black appearance has been mostly melted away. On Chu Yan's body, a faint golden light continuously flowed out from the brow, and wound up towards the unicorn horn in the palm of his hand. For 1 day and 1 night, relying on the Holy Spirit pattern, Chu Yan continued to dissolve the thick layer of swallowing mysteries outside the unicorn like an iron rod grinding a needle. The Holy Spirit pattern did not disappoint Chu Yan. Since he got the Holy Spirit pattern, all kinds of strange powers and strange existences, the Holy Spirit pattern can almost have a way to deal with it. Therefore, after Chu Yan tested the powers he had mastered one by one, he found that only the Holy Spirit pattern can have an effect on the blackness transformed by the devouring profound meaning. Nearly 70% of the 1-foot-thick black mist was worn away by Chu Yan. I believe that the unicorn horn will reappear in the world in a short time. Therefore, Chu Yan is not worried at all. Anyway, the unicorn horn has already been obtained, and the fusion is only a matter of time. The calming Emperor Wu of the Ming clan made 2 shots, and Chu Yan has fully understood his strength. Therefore, Chu Yan is confident that after fusing the unicorn horn, he will fight with all his strength. The only thing missing now is time. On the other side, on Jiuxiao, the gray eyes of Emperor Li Tianwu kept flickering, his face was gloomy, and his expression was extremely dignified, as if he was thinking. Lord Li Tian, why didn't you kill that Chu Yan? Song raised his right hand, glanced at the right hand that had condensed into bones, his eyes were full of anger, He raised his head to look at Emperor Li Tianwu, and asked in a voice like ice. My duty is to guard the passage. Emperor Li Tianwu didn't turn his head, but just replied lightly. But, this Chu Yan ruined my black blood temple, tens of millions of people in the temple. Emotsong roared angrily. Humph. The people of the temple are just some indigenous ants you gathered, and they have nothing to do with our holy clan. Don't say tens of millions, even hundreds of billions, they are just killing each other. Emperor Li Tianwu's face was full of contempt, his eyes swept across, and he glanced at the dozens of disciples and elders of the Black Blood Temple who did not dare to approach, and said disdainfully. But. Hearing Emperor Li Tianwu's words, Emotsong's face was distorted. He almost hated Chu Yan to the extreme, but his own strength was not enough, so he wanted Emperor Li Tianwu to kill him, but he couldn't find a way to let him go. The reason why Emperor Li Tianwu took action. No need, but Emotsong, you need to heal your wounds. In a day or two, the space-time channel will be opened. I, Tianjiao of the Saint Race, will come to the Haotian continent for trials. If they see you like this, I'm afraid when you return to the Holy Clan, you will be ridiculed by the clan. Emperor Li Tianwu glanced at Emotsong, and patiently comforted him. As soon as the space-time channel is opened, my garrison will be over. The things on the Haotian continent have nothing to do with me. As for this Chu Yan, even if he is stronger, he is nothing more than my saint. It's just a resource for Clan Tianjiao to improve his cultivation. Speaking of this, Emperor Li Tianwu stared straight at Emotsong with a pair of gray eyes, saying, Emotsong, stick to your heart. Don't forget that you are a member of the holy race, and you don't have to compete with an indigenous person. It will only shame the glory of your holy race. Yes. Hearing what Emperor Li Tianwu said, Emotsong's heart full of hatred finally calmed down gradually. As Emperor Li Tianwu said, he is about to return to the Saint Race, so why bother arguing with an aborigine? When a large group of Saint Race Heaven's chosen descends, this Chu Yan will undoubtedly die. Thinking of this, Emotsong took a long breath, swallowed the elixir again, and began to heal his wounds. #C1346 Haotian color change. The silence between the two peaks, I don't know how long, suddenly, a golden light burst out on the top of the snow peak. In an instant, a thick golden beam of light shot up into the sky, like a golden gun piercing the sky. With the top of Xiefeng Mountain as the center, circles of void ripples, like shock waves, spread towards the sky in all directions. An incomparably powerful force of the martial soul swept across the world like a tide. What? This? What a powerful martial soul power, what is this? Oh my God! My martial spirit is rioting. Quick! Suppress the martial spirit in your body. A golden wave of air swept across the world. Behind Chu Yan, more than 10,000 martial emperor powerhouses were rushed past by the golden light, and all of them suddenly rioted in the sea of consciousness, and their faces changed. Because, in their sea of consciousness, the martial souls that were originally sleeping peacefully suddenly became violent at this moment. Swish! When everyone was in a mess, Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. Ha ha ha, it finally broke. Standing up, Chu Yan grasped the horn of the unicorn, and his eyes were full of ecstasy. At the corner of the unicorn at this time, there is still a trace of black air flow, the whole body is golden, and the 5 colors of light are lingering. It is indescribably sacred and extraordinary. Okay. After being pleasantly surprised, within 3 breaths, Chu Yan's face suddenly turned cold, and he turned to look in the direction of Jiuxiao. The look of ecstasy on his face quickly subsided, his eyes were fixed on a point on Jiuxiao, and his face slowly became solemn. Huang, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Come, follow me back to the vault of heaven. Immediately. Chu Yan turned around suddenly, looked at Huang, glanced at him, and at the same time looked in front of him, all the Wuhuan powerhouses spoke. Huh? Chu Yan, what happened? Huang and the big bosses all changed their expressions when they heard Chu Yan's words. I want to return to the sect and integrate this treasure. I feel that the Jiuxiao passage may be opened within 2 days. We are not strong enough now. After returning to the sect, we will continue to summon strong people, those who are half-step into the martial emperor realm. All gathered together. Besides, this Jiuxiao passage seems a bit weird, and it's not suitable as a battlefield. After Chu Yan finished speaking, without waiting for other people to react, he jumped up and flew towards the direction of the Vault of God Valley. Seeing Chu Yan leave directly, Huang and the others all glanced at the Jiuxiao in the distance, and did not stay any longer. They followed Chu Yan and headed towards the Raksha Soul Tianzong. This time, with Chu Yan tearing apart the void in front of him, all the experts in the martial emperor realm, the speed of adding sects was more than doubled. It only took half a day, and even the Sea Dragon Legion of the Ear Emperor, all returned to the Rakshasa Soul Tianzong. After Chu Yan arrived for the first time, he directly entered the cultivation hall and began to fuse the unicorn horn. Now, 2 unicorn horns, 1 unicorn inner alchemy, all collected, the unicorn martial soul can finally be upgraded. My own 5 gods and beasts, headed by the unicorn martial soul, if the unicorn martial soul is upgraded to full stars, my combat power will definitely increase a lot. In this way, in the face of the catastrophe, I have more confidence. In the training hall, Chu Yan waved his big hand, and the 3 unicorn treasures floated in the void, and the 3 groups of golden light reflected the entire training hall in a golden light. Roar! Amidst the sky-shattering roar, the unicorn martial soul tore through the void, strode out, and in a pair of dragon eyes, colorful thunder light continued to erupt. The 5 color eyes stared straight at the 3 groups of golden light in front of Chu Yan. On the body of the Qilin Wuhuan, the power of the Wuhuan and the power of the Qilin Wuhuan were constantly trembling, moving towards all directions. Not only Chu Yan, but even the Qilin Wuhuan were very excited to see these 3 Qilin Wubao. Whether it is the 5-element unicorn, the ink unicorn, or the fire unicorn, the unicorn family must gather 3 unicorn treasures in order to become a real heavenly spirit beast. Originally, the unicorn clan would only give birth to at most 1 unicorn beast in each life. However, in this life, 2 5-element unicorns and ink unicorns appeared at the same time, and their attributes were completely incompatible. The ink unicorn is a different kind in the Qilin family. At the beginning of the formation of the world, the Qilin family was born. Among all the beasts, the unicorn is the most kind and peaceful. Therefore, it was selected as the punishment on behalf of heaven, that is, to replace the way of heaven. Touring all worlds, God punishes and adjudicates. However, the birth of the black unicorn completely broke the tradition of the unicorn family. Whether it is the teeth, the sharp unicorn horns, or the sharp claws that tear apart the world, this kind of black unicorn seems to be born for fighting and killing. In the end, Mo Qilin was sent to guard the 18th floor of the underworld. The 17 floors of the underworld in the legend were guarded and managed by the Emperor of the underworld. Only the 18th floor was not connected to the first 17 floors. That's why there is a saying on the mainland that you can enter the 18th level of hell and never be reborn. And it is Mo Qilin who guards the 18th floor of the underworld. However, on the Haotian continent, there unexpectedly appeared a black unicorn that was not restricted by the will of heaven. This matter is extremely strange. After seeing Mo Qilin for the first time, the Qilin Wuhuan received some guidance from heaven, so these 3 Qilin treasures are very important to it. Swish! 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 The Qilin Wuhuan stood in the void, with its mouth wide open, and the 3 unicorn treasures turned into 3 golden streamers, which instantly fell into the mouth of the Qilin Wuhuan and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the main body of the Qilin Wuhun also turned into a colorful streamer, rushed into Chu Yan's body like lightning, and disappeared. On the Wuhun mountain in the Sea of Consciousness, the Qilin Wuhun devoured 3 Qilin treasures and fell into a deep sleep. Will it be awakened again? Chu Yan, who got up slowly, swept across the Qilin Wuhun on Wuhun mountain with his spiritual consciousness. His eyes were shining, full of anticipation. Afterwards, Chu Yan left the training hall, groaned for a while, and walked towards the residence hall where Yuer was. After seeing Yuer, Chu Yan explained some things to her in detail. After getting her consent, Chu Yan included her in the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts, just in case, and always let her be with him. Walking in the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Sect, the entire sect is full of excitement. The elders, according to Chu Yan's order, began to summon more sect powerhouses to join in the preparations for the battle with the Mingzhu Tianjiao. In the empty main hall of Rakshasa Soul Heaven, Chu Yan stood alone, holding the Haotian sword, without using any real energy, and practiced the Kai Tian sword art very slowly, one move at a time. However, in less than 2 hours, Chu Yan's body froze fiercely, turned his head suddenly, and looked outside the hall. Boom, boom one. A thunder-like explosion sounded like hundreds of sky thunders strung together and erupting at the same time. The dull thunder resounded throughout Haotian world. Above the sky, the originally clear and cloudless sky instantly darkened, as if a storm covering the entire continent was about to descend.